This is the most worthless F-rank minor fireball skill book. Its only destiny is to be used as toilet paper in an outhouse, but the moment you laid eyes on it, you emptied your entire savings without hesitation to buy it. Everyone who saw this laughed at you for being a fool. Little did they know you possessed the unlimited skill points ability. Any skill in your hands could instantly reach maximum level. So while other players were still struggling, in the beginner village, you already wielded forbidden spell level magic, capable of annihilating heaven and earth with a flick of your wrist. At this point, God's Journey had only been live for 2.5 hours. Beginner village number 9527 remained crowded as ever. With this situation, leaving the village anytime soon seemed impossible. And even if you did get out, monsters would be hard to come by. Your face darkened as you watched the sea of people at the village entrance. Just then, a system notification chimes sounded in your ear. Your unlimited skill points had been credited. Meanwhile, you could learn any skill. Unlimited skill points. Can learn any skill. You froze momentarily, quickly opening your skill panel. The skill panel showed only one skill, F-rank minor fireball, while the skill points column displayed endless 9s. Holy shit, is this for real? With trembling hands, you pressed the upgrade button behind minor fireball. Ding dong, minor fireball upgrade successful. It actually worked. Your heart leaped with joy. Other players only get 5 skill points per level up, but you started with unlimited skill points. This is like taking off. You couldn't help but shout out loud, "Dude, what are you yelling about? We can't even get out of the beginner village. What taking off are you talking about? Hey guys in front, stop pushing. At this rate, who knows when we'll get out of this village?" Your shouting caught nearby players' attention, but their voices were soon drowned out by others. You glanced at the village gate, no improvement. In fact, it had become even more congested. So you turned your attention back to skills. Since we can't get out anyway, let's keep upgrading. F-grade minor fireball upgrade successful. In Divine Path, item grades currently range from F grade to SSS grade. There's also the elusive Divine grade. I wonder if I can directly upgrade this skill to Divine grade outside the beginner village. Players grinding from level 1 to 4 monster zones stared in shock at the distant sky filled with flames. What's happening? Volcanic eruption. Your house exploded. I'll beat you to death. Could it be a heavenly treasure descending? I heard Chaos has this setting. Let's go check it out together. A group of players abandoned the monsters they were attacking and rushed toward the distant flames. Only when the clamor of approaching voices grew louder did Baiming Xiantian realize his exaggerated fireball spell had drawn others' attention. Right, my copper coins. Baiming Xiantian suddenly remembered his single fireball had burned down the entire rice field, along with a dozen or so level 5 scarecrows wandering nearby. A dozen level 5 monsters should have dropped something, right? Baiming Xiantian's expectations weren't high, just 1 copper coin would suffice. After saving up 6 copper coins, I can finally learn the first ice magic I've been longing for. Baiming Xiantian moved swiftly. Although the speed attribute in Chaos was affected by strength and constitution, making him inherently slow, nothing could dampen his desperate desire for that precious copper coin. And besides, that crowd rushing over here was clearly coming to steal my monsters, wasn't it? Baiming Xiantian hunched over, his figure constantly shifting through the vast rice fields. Fortunately, Baiming Xiantian possessed remarkable memory and had memorized the positions of those dozen scarecrows before his fireball spell struck. Found it. Ding, you've picked up 1 copper coin. Baiming Xiantian retrieved the still warm copper coin from the ashes, nearly moved to tears. This wasn't just any ordinary copper coin. This represented the ice abilities he'd been anticipating for 18 long years finally within reach. Not far away, players who had reached the level 5 scarecrow monster zone gasped in astonishment at the sight of the burnt rice field. Wow, what happened here? Who's so shameless to set fire to a rice field? Look, someone's already searching for rare treasures. Charge. Don't let him take everything alone. Isn't that the guy who stole our monsters earlier? He's hit the jackpot. Baiming Xiantian suppressed his anger, crouching low while swiftly collecting items dropped by the level 5 scarecrows. By the time the latecomer players rushed into the field, kicking through ashes searching for some divine treasure, Baiming Xiantian had already looted the last remaining scarecrow location. Other monsters at least leave complete corpses when killed, but these scarecrows turned directly to ashes after being hit by his small fireball technique. I want 1 minor ice spike technique manual. At the novice village entrance, Baiming Xiantian solemnly handed over 6 copper coins, speaking earnestly to the gone stall owner. Well. The lean stall owner took Baiming Xiantian's copper coins and said with a smile, "Young man, why are you so stubborn? You insist on learning this frosty ice magic." Baiming Xiantian remained silent, his eyes fixated unblinkingly on the skill book held in the stall owner's hand. No mistake about it, it was minor ice spike. The ice type ability he had desperately yearned for but never awakened in reality, no matter how hard he tried. Ha, look how desperate you are. Here you go. The stall owner chuckled lightly and tossed the thin minor ice spike skill book to Bai Ming Xiantian. Receiving the minor ice spike like a priceless treasure, Bai Ming Xiantian felt his heartbeat might stop. Gritting his teeth, he clicked to learn it. Ding, you have learned the minor ice spike skill. Bai Ming Xiantian rubbed his eyes and opened the newly learned minor ice spike, repeatedly reading its skill description. Minor ice spike releases a very small ice spike that deals very minor damage to target, with a very small chance to slightly slow the target's movement speed. It truly is a complete ice element magic after all. Bai Ming Xiantian felt utterly satisfied. Seeing that this skill description included a slowing effect unlike the previous small fireball technique, he felt the extra copper coin he spent wasn't wasted at all. So powerful. If not for fear of being mocked by others, Bai Ming Xiantian would have dearly wished to exclaim it out loud. In truth, it wasn't that this obviously most basic of basic small ice spike technique was powerful, but rather that after failing to learn ice element abilities for over 10 years in the real world, he had actually succeeded in learning one within chaos. The lean stallkeeper couldn't help but laugh aloud seeing Bai Ming Xiantian's expression. Interrupted by the laughter, Bai Ming Xiantian gave the stallkeeper a cold glare before turning to leave the stall, heading toward the village outskirts while proudly declaring, "My heart shall forever remain icy." Small ice spike. Bai Ming Xiantian stood firmly and solemnly waved his staff. A finger-thick icicle condensed in the air and shot toward a level 1 red-tailed monkey not far away. How marvelous! Bai Ming Xiantian couldn't help exclaiming when he saw the first ice-type spell he had ever cast, showing no embarrassment whatsoever when the small icicle missed its target and landed in the grass. The girl's laughter sounded behind Bai Ming Xiantian. Bai Ming Xiantian turned lightly and saw a young woman holding a wooden staff, dressed in simple novice robes that couldn't conceal her youthful beauty. Upon seeing Bai Ming Xiantian turn around, the girl showed no shyness but instead said frankly, "You fool, didn't you see you missed? What's so marvelous about that? Ha ha." Bai Ming Xiantian scratched his head, somewhat at a loss for words. Back in his family clan, his peers had deliberately distanced themselves from him because he couldn't awaken ice-type abilities. His perpetually stern-faced father never allowed him to leave Beihanshu waiting easily, so Bai Ming Xiantian had truly had little contact with other girls. "Well, it's my first time, no experience," Bai Ming Xiantian finally managed to say. Seeing Bai Ming Xiantian's awkwardness, the girl stopped laughing and said apologetically, "Sorry about that. To make it up to you, let's team up to level up. I'm a swordsman, you're a mage, we make the perfect pair." "Ah, sure." Bai Ming Xiantian nodded in agreement. "Ding, Liang Bingbing has invited you to join her party. Do you accept?" When Bai Ming Xiantian saw the girl's name, his eyes lit up and his fondness for her skyrocketed instantly. "Wow, you're already level 5. That's pretty impressive," Liang Bingbing exclaimed when she saw Bai Ming Xiantian's level in the party. "Aha, just reached level 5. Lacking experience interacting with girls, Bai Ming Xiantian genuinely didn't know how to make conversation with a pretty girl. Liang Bingbing's eyes curved into a beautiful arc as she sweetly continued speaking to Bai Ming Xiantian. "Your name is so amusing too, with that ice block unto death, meaning we're really fated to meet." Bai Ming Xiantian scratched his head, making Liang Bingbing burst into laughter again. "How can someone so clueless be this adorable? From now on call me Sister Bingbing, got it?" Okay. Bai Ming Xiantian wasn't actually stupid, he just didn't know how to interact with girls. But he could sense a natural warmth from Liang Bingbing that made his 18-year-old heart, long encased in ice, feel a rare touch of warmth. "Come on, let's go grind black-furred wolves." Without any hesitation, Liang Bingbing patted Bai Ming Xiantian's shoulder and, ignoring his reaction, boldly marched forward with her wooden staff resting on her shoulder. 1 hour later, Liang Bingbing, who had just been hit in the shoulder yet again by Bai Ming Xiantian's frost needle technique, finally couldn't take it anymore. "Little Ice Cube, oh little Ice Cube, you're completely wasting this name. I beg you, go learn a Thunderbolt spell with auto-targeting." Bai Ming Xiantian was also quite frustrated. For basic spells, it actually has little to do with talent. As long as you master the casting direction and roughly understand the attack speed and distance, it's actually quite easy to control. But it seems ice magic has truly become an insurmountable obstacle for Bai Ming Xiantian. Whenever Bai Ming Xiantian casts the small ice spike spell, the ice spikes simply refuse to hit their target. Even when Liang Bingbing endured several wolf claw attacks to let Bai Ming Xiantian approach closer to cast, he still only managed to hit the black wolf's right leg. The now level 4 Liang Bingbing came to Bai Ming Xiantian's side after killing a black-furred wolf. Seeing his dejected expression, she gave his shoulder a firm pat. "All right, I'll practice with you." I, Liang Bingbing, refuse to believe that with enough practice, we still can't land a hit. Liang Bingbing declared boldly. "By the way, little Ice Cube, how much proficiency do you gain from casting tiny ice spike once?" Bai Ming Xiantian didn't even dare to look into Liang Bingbing's beautiful eyes as he mumbled weakly, 0.01. "How much? Say that again." Liang Bingbing's delicate face twisted slightly in shock. 0.01 the proficiency gained from casting tiny ice spike once, Bai Ming Xiantian said with growing determination. Liang Bingbing finally couldn't hold back anymore, plopping down on the grassy slope. She opened her mouth to speak, but seeing the mix of shame and stubbornness on Bai Ming Xuantian's face, she eventually let out a heavy sigh. Are you dead set on becoming an ice mage? A trace of sorrow briefly flashed through Liang Bingbing's eyes as she asked calmly. Yes. Bai Ming Xuantian's voice was quiet but resolute. After another stretch of silence, Liang Bingbing finally stood up and said to Bai Ming Xuantian, alright then, little ice cube, I'll help you achieve your dream. Thank you, Sister Bingbing. You only got a 0.01 proficiency increase. Brat, this shows your skill completion rate is too low. Okay, Sister Bingbing. You bastard. If you slap my butt again, just see if I don't teach you a lesson. I'm sorry, Sister Bingbing. Come here. Don't you dare run away. I'll beat you to death. Screw your ice mage dreams. I really didn't mean to, Sister Bingbing. In the frigid room, the light blue gaming pod opened as Bai Ming Xuantian sat up, unable to suppress a shiver. Just as he was about to get up and hurry to light the stove, he heard an emotionless voice. What class did you choose? Father. Bai Ming Xuantian quickly turned to see the tall man standing by the furnace, his father, the current head of the Bai Ming clan and the world's strongest ice ability user, Bai Ming Yuxiang. Bai Ming Xuantian scrambled out of the gaming pod. Though he wanted to grab the thick sweater nearby, he forced himself to remain standing. Then he gritted his teeth and answered his father's question. I chose the Ice Mage class and have already learned the minor icicle spell. Work hard. Bai Ming Linran spoke coldly, watching Bai Ming Xuantian, who was struggling to suppress his shivering, a flicker of pity flashing through his icy gaze. Yes, father. Bai Ming Xuantian replied respectfully. When Bai Ming Yuxiang left the room and heard Bai Ming Xuantian's sniffles inside, warmth finally surfaced in his eyes. Moaner, our son is already 18 years old. Healthy, his eyes look so much like yours. If only you were still here. Report clan leader. Polar Bear Kingdom scouts have been spotted again at the northern border. It seems we didn't make them suffer enough last time. Summon all elders to the war council. Bai Ming Yuxiang's face regained its cold sternness. Meanwhile, at the westernmost edge of the Xian Yuan Kingdom's desert border, within a city seemingly forged from steel, the clanging of metal echoed. Chapter 5: The Legend of Ice and Fire. Ha! On the second day outside the novice village of Chaos, Bai Ming Xuantian diligently practiced his minor ice spike technique. Bai Ming Xuantian had temporarily given up using minor ice spikes to attack wild monsters. In a monster-free wilderness area, he found a large boulder and continuously practiced to improve his ice magic proficiency. Ding! For using ice magic, skill proficiency plus 0.01. Ding! For using ice magic, skill proficiency plus 0.01. After persistent practice yesterday and this morning, Bai Ming Xuantian's minor ice spike proficiency had reached 3.71. He still needed 96.29 points to upgrade his level 1 minor ice spike to level 2. Just 9,619 more practice sessions until the upgrade, Bai Ming Xuantian said with determined expression. Just as Bai Ming Xuantian was about to continue practicing, laughter suddenly came from the target boulder in front of him. The younger generation shows remarkable promise. This tenacity reminds me of my own cultivation days. No sooner had these words been spoken than with a thunderous boom, the giant boulder shattered, a mist of water surged forth, then coalesced into an old man dressed in blue robes. After appearing, the old man casually waved away the minor ice spike technique that Bai Ming Xuantian had shot toward his flank, saying with a smile, "Little fellow, would you like to learn water element magic? I can teach you." Bai Ming Xuantian's mind was full of questions. Could this be that white-bearded elder from wuxia dramas and xianxia novels? The kind who casually throws out martial arts manuals and after the young protagonist diligently trains, masters divine techniques and becomes famous throughout the world. Noticing the old man indeed had short white whiskers, Bai Ming Xuantian thought skeptically to himself, but said aloud, "Great. Wonderful. Elder, I love ice element spells the most. Quickly teach me ice magic." The blue-robed elder seemed quite pleased with Bai Ming Xuantian's attitude, automatically ignoring the perfunctory look on his face. He declared loudly to Bai Ming Xuantian, "What's so good about ice element? My water element is the strongest. Ice is merely an aberrant offshoot of water element." Bai Ming Xuantian's expression darkened upon hearing this, as he coldly stated, "Please show some respect. The ice element will always be the strongest." Well. The old man laughed in anger and continued, "You say ice is strongest. You dare claim ice is strongest before me, the water god. Where does this confidence come from? Heaven shielding water curtain." With a gentle wave of the old man's hand, a massive arched water screen appeared, covering the space above both of them. Raging tides and surging waves. The old man pushed both hands forward, and with a thunderous roar, a watery wave rushed toward Bai Ming Xuantian, only to mysteriously vanish just before reaching him. Water demon fist shadows. Clenching his fists, the old man threw punches that sent giant watery fists flying toward Bai Ming Xuantian. Water mirror doppelganger. Instantly, a perfect watery duplicate of the old man appeared by his side, identical in both form and appearance. With another wave of his hand, all water spells dissipated. Only then did the old man smile and ask, "Young one, you still claim ice is strongest? My water element embraces all things and holds infinite potential. The ice element is but a mere branch of my water element. Bei Ming Xuantian's eyes sparkled as he took a step forward and asked, so you know ice magic too? There's no water magic this water god doesn't master. It's just the old man started to boast but quickly stopped himself warily. Then teach me. Bei Ming Xuantian's face was full of anticipation. Ahem, the self-proclaimed water god wore an expression of rejection as he tried to persuade Bei Ming Xiantian. Are you sure you don't want to learn water magic? I could teach you all 4 of those heaven-level skills I mentioned earlier. No, I only want to learn ice magic, Bei Ming Xiantian insisted. The water god finally couldn't hold back anymore and roared, that blazing fire mark on your forehead, do you think I'm blind? You're clearly fire attuned. Why would you want to learn ice magic? While water and fire can sometimes merge, ice and fire are absolutely incompatible. What? Bei Ming Xiantian looked puzzled. Water and fire could merge, but ice and fire couldn't coexist. I can tell you don't understand, you brat. Let me explain it to you. The water god explained confidently, the elemental magics of heaven and earth can merge with each other. When spell cultivation reaches its peak, all elements can actually transform into one another. Therefore, in the chaotic world, there have been many cases of dual element, triple element, and even quintuple element magic cultivation simultaneously. Moreover, because these multi-element cultivators could cast different elemental magics at the same time, they developed numerous hybrid elemental spells. Hearing this, Bei Ming Xuantian's face was full of anticipation. If multi-element cultivation was possible, wouldn't that mean he could practice both fire and ice magic together? But the old water god seemed to have guessed Bei Ming Xuantian's thoughts and said bluntly, there's one exception. The variant element ice of the water system absolutely cannot be cultivated together with fire. What? Bei Ming Xuantian's expression changed dramatically as he urgently asked, why? Didn't you say ice also belongs to the water element? If water and fire can be cultivated together, why can't ice? The water god stopped mocking Bei Ming Xiantian and said, this is actually because every magical element has once birthed its supreme elemental spirit. Back then, the ice spirit Frost Dragon and the fire spirit Blazing Phoenix engaged in a fierce conflict. After that ancient battle, these 2 elemental magics could no longer be cultivated simultaneously. Even if forcibly practiced, the practitioner's progress in both magics would become extremely slow due to the incompatibility between ice and fire. Fire spirit, ice spirit. Blazing Phoenix, Frost Dragon. Bei Ming Xiantian listened in stunned silence. The elemental magics of this chaotic world actually held such hidden legends. But if this were truly the case, did it mean he could never properly cultivate ice magic again? Bei Ming Xiantian hadn't forgotten his SSSS grade fire affinity detected during yesterday's talent assessment. Isn't your progress in learning ice magic extremely slow? Asked the water god with an amused look on his face. Progress. Bei Ming Xiantian came to his senses. Did this mean skill proficiency? He couldn't help but reply gloomily, yes, very very slow. The water god showed an I told you so expression and said, this proves you're truly unsuited for ice magic. So tell me, do you want to learn my water magic now? Bei Ming Xiantian gritted his teeth, his face quickly filling with determination as he shook his head and said, no. The water god was truly exasperated. He was the mighty water god after all. Didn't goddess Nuwa say these new adventurers would be falling over themselves to please him? Why was this kid before him showing such a death before submission attitude even when he'd revealed divine level skills? Fine, have it your way. The water god shook his head. Kid, step back a few paces. I'm about to create my water mansion. Bei Ming Xiantian didn't understand why, but he hurriedly retreated several steps anyway. The old man who called himself the water god saw water vapor surge around him, which turned into trickling streams as it fell, then gathered into a pond. In no time, with the boulder where Bei Ming Xiantian practiced his frost needle technique at its center, a several hundred-meter square water area formed quite miraculous. Ding! Congratulations to Everlasting Ice Block for discovering the new map Water God Lake plus 2 silver ingots. How about it? The water god old man came to the lakeshore again, making one last attempt to persuade, little one, water magic is the strongest. Would you like to learn water magic from me? Bei Ming Xiantian was indeed shocked by the appearance of the water god lake. Anyone who personally witnessed such a dramatic transformation would find it hard to remain calm. But after hearing the water god's words, Bei Ming Xiantian still said, thank you, water god, but I still want to diligently study ice magic. Never mind, never mind. The water god shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to return to his underwater palace, he suddenly thought of something. He rummaged through his sleeve again and again, finally pulling out a worn-out plaque and tossing it into Bei Ming Xuantian's arms. This is an object passed down through generations in our water god's residence. I don't know its exact purpose, but it seems related to ice magic. I'll give it to you. If you ever wish to learn water magic in the future, come to this place and call my name loudly. Alright, thank you. Bei Ming Xiantian nodded, feeling a refreshing coolness emanating from the worn-out plaque. Humph, little one, you have no idea what kind of opportunity you've just missed. With these words, the water god vanished into the lake. The appearance of the water god's lake finally drew the attention of players grinding levels nearby. Baiming Xiantian noticed other players gradually gathering around the lake. The water god, now inside an underwater palace, wore a thoughtful expression the entire time. Her Majesty once said only those with deep karmic ties could awaken me, so why is that lad so fixated on ice magic instead? Will that prophecy of ice and fire truly come to pass? Chapter 6, Delivering a Letter to Iron Pillar in the Beginner's Village. As more and more players gathered around the water god's lake, Baiming Xiantian headed toward the village. While walking, Baiming Xiantian examined the shabby plaque that the water god had tossed to him. The plaque bore a faint character for water, but its left side appeared scorched as if by fire, having lost nearly half its surface. Baiming Xiantian paid little attention to the plaque's appearance and instead checked its properties. Heart of Ice plaque, no grade, special item. Effects: Ice type skills gain plus 5 grades, increases ice magic cultivation speed by 10x. Takes effect when stored in inventory. Baiming Xiantian's eyes gleamed. This Heart of Ice plaque suited him perfectly. Items that could directly boost skill grades had always been exceedingly rare. In past online games, even the most basic white grade equipment would instantly become hotly contested if it carried skill grade enhancement properties. Not to mention something like the Frost Heart token, which can boost a certain skill by 5 levels, truly god tier attributes. This water god fellow isn't so bad after all. Baiming Xiantian was quite satisfied, but soon a trace of bitterness appeared on his face. He knew all too well how ironic the Frost Heart token's second attribute, a 10x increase in ice magic training speed, was for him. Each time he casts Minor Ice Spike, his proficiency only increases by 0.01. Even with 10x boost, it's merely 0.1. Baiming Xiantian truly wanted to sigh up at the heavens. If his ice skill proficiency growth rate were 1, or even just 0 point something. Well, 0.1 is still 0.1 better than nothing. After sulking for a while, Baiming Xiantian regained his composure and stored the Frost Heart token in his inventory. Taking a casual glance at his inventory, he then remembered the drops from those dozen level 5 straw dummies he killed yesterday with a single fireball spell. He still hadn't sorted through them. Worn straw sandals, white grade. Requirement: level 5 all class. Effect: physical defense plus 5, movement speed plus 1. Damaged plant staff, yellow grade. Requirement: level 5 magic class. Effect: magic attack plus 10, HP plus 20, attack speed plus 2. Tattered straw cloak, white grade. Requirement: level 5 all class. Effect: magic defense plus 5, durability plus 1. Several small potions and a few copper coins. Not bad at all. Northern Dark Sky nodded. Although these 3 items were ordinary equipment, the highest grade item, the damaged plant staff, was only yellow grade at best. But with its level 5 requirement, he could use it immediately. Northern Dark Sky equipped all 3 items, gaining significant stat improvements. Ice Block Unto Death, level 5. Class: none. Spirit 72, magic attack 154, magic defense 77. Strength 50, physical attack 100, physical defense 55. Constitution 69, durability 70, HP 158, movement speed 70. Root Bone 77, comprehension 77, mana 154, attack speed 79. Remaining attribute points, 0. Talent: Fire SSSS grade. Skill: Small Fireball, releases a very small fireball, dealing very minor damage to the target. Minor Ice Spikes level 6, simultaneously releases 6 very small ice spikes, dealing 6 instances of very minor damage to the target, with a small chance to slow the opponent's speed. Baiming Xiantian was quite satisfied. Before job advancement in Chaos, each level gained would increase Spirit, Strength, Constitution, and Bone structure by 1 point each, and reward 5 free attribute points. After job advancement, there would be different attribute reward improvements upon leveling up. Among his 4 main attributes, his initial Constitution was not high, which made the Constitution influence stats endurance, health, and movement speed become his weaknesses. Therefore, Baiming Xiantian allocated all 25 free attribute points obtained from reaching level 5 to Constitution. This finally brought his endurance, health, and movement speed up to the average level of his other attributes. Perfect. Baiming Xiantian didn't want any single attribute to fall behind. Why hasn't Bing Bing logged in yet? Baiming Xiantian checked his friend list and noticed Liang Bingbing, who had promised to level up together yesterday, still hadn't come online. With nothing better to do, Baiming Xiantian came to the village, preparing to take on a few quests. Grandpa Village Chief, are there any tasks you could assign to me? Baiming Xiantian arrived under the old locust tree at the village center and politely asked the long-bearded old village chief, who was looking at him with obvious disdain. After some thought, he added, "Well, I don't need copper coins as reward either." The old village chief snorted through his nose, initially intending to reject this impatient young adventurer. But out of professional courtesy, he thought for a moment and said, "I have a letter here that needs to be delivered to Taiju at the eastern end of the village. Could you deliver it for me?" "Sure, village chief." Baiming Xiantian replied happily. Ding! You've received the quest, deliver letter to Taiju at eastern village. Quest reward, 100 experience points. Bai Ming Xiantian took the envelope addressed to Taiju and cheerfully ran toward the eastern end of the village. After Bai Ming Xiantian left, the blacksmith uncle from the smithy came to stand under the old locust tree, slyly saying to the village chief, "You old fox really are cunning." The old village chief stroked his long beard and said somewhat proudly, "It's good to let this young man suffer a bit, being too impatient isn't good." Bai Ming Xiantian didn't know about the conversation between the village chief and the blacksmith and soon arrived at the eastern end of the beginner's village, at a house surrounded by a wicker fence. This was exactly the destination of his letter delivery iron pillar's house in the beginner's village. Bai Ming Xiantian came to the wicker gate, gently knocked, then called inside. "Is iron pillar home? The village chief sent me to deliver a letter." After calling, there was no answer from inside the house, only several white geese wandering about within the fenced yard. Due to Bai Ming Xiantian's call, these white geese began quacking loudly, as if unhappy with his disturbance. Bai Ming Xiantian waited for a while without receiving any response from Iron Pillar. Seeing the wicker gate wasn't locked, he decided to enter the house to deliver the letter. So he gently pushed open the wicker gate and stepped into Iron Pillar's yard. Quack quack quack. Just as Bai Ming Xiantian turned around to close the pushed open fence gate, he heard a series of urgent cries behind him. "Ding! You have entered Tieju's home without permission and are being attacked by the white goose. 1. The white goose inside the fenced yard pecked fiercely at Bai Ming Xiantian with its beak, making his hair stand on end. Although the white goose's attacks weren't powerful and didn't even break through Bai Ming Xiantian's defense, it couldn't help but remind him of childhood trauma. When he was little, his father took him to visit a friend, where a white crane chased young Bai Ming Xiantian around. Since then, he had developed a fear of white feathered birds. And honestly, it hurt quite a bit. Chaos 100% restored the 5 senses, making the sensation of being bitten by a white goose extremely unpleasant. Minor ice spike technique. Bai Ming Xiantian finally couldn't take it anymore. He pulled out his staff and cast a minor ice spike technique. Ding ding ding. The upgraded version of minor ice spike, now producing 5 finger-sized ice spikes more than the original level 1 version, indeed all struck the ground. Not a single one hit the white goose that was fiercely biting Bai Ming Xiantian's thigh. What humiliation! Bai Ming Xiantian's face flushed red. Unwilling to accept this, he cast another minor ice spike. Clink, clink, clink. Again, all 6 ice spikes landed on the ground. However, this time, the minor ice spike frightened a few of the white geese, causing them to scatter in all directions across the yard with loud honks. Just then, an angry roar came from inside the house in the fenced yard. "Who's hurting my precious geese?" Chapter 7, The Mysterious Thief. Hearing the shout, Bai Ming Xiantian halted his intention to continue casting minor ice spike. The house door swung open, and out stepped a burly man. The man had a scruffy beard and a tangled mess of hair. It was none other than Taiju, the recipient of Bai Ming Xiantian's letter. Taiju walked out, saw Bai Ming Xiantian holding the staff, and roared with reddened eyes, "Kid, are you looking for death? How dare you come to Tieju's home to provoke me?" Bai Ming Xiantian felt helpless. Just as he was about to explain his purpose for coming here, he heard the big man speak again. Why aren't my precious geese injured?" The big man sounded surprised. He turned to look at the small ice spike stuck in the ground before Bai Ming Xiantian, then laughed loudly. "Good kid. Seems you knew my precious geese are obedient and didn't actually hurt them." Bai Ming Xiantian scratched his head, put away his staff, and finally spoke. "Hello Taiju, I'm here to deliver a letter from the village chief." Taiju squatted down, affectionately stroking the white geese gathering around him, and said in puzzlement, "What's gotten into that old man? Why is he sending me a letter?" Bai Ming Xiantian also didn't understand the reason. He stepped forward and handed the village chief's letter to Taiju. Taiju read the letter while walking back into the house, with Bai Ming Xiantian following him inside. The room was messy, but fortunately the furnishings were simple. There was a wooden table and 2 wooden stools where people could sit. "Kid," Taiju finished reading the letter with a strange expression, looking at Bai Ming Xiantian, "did you offend that old man?" Bai Ming Xiantian didn't understand and shook his head. "Then why would the old man ask me to assign you a dangerous mission?" Taiju said bluntly. "Ding, you have completed the deliver letter to Taiju at the east end of the village mission and received a reward of 100 experience points." Hearing the system notification, a smile appeared on Bai Ming Xiantian's face. But upon hearing Taiju's words, he finally understood why the old village chief had that strange expression when assigning him the mission earlier. It was definitely because he had refused an ordinary mission from the village chief before, just to get 1 copper coin. That old man is getting revenge. Bai Ming Xiantian finally realized. Ha ha ha. Taiju burst into laughter instead. He continued, "Little one, you're lucky your character isn't bad. Several reckless fellows came in earlier and hurt my precious geese. I gave them all a good beating before kicking them out." Iron Pillar, level 15, spiritual rank, beginner village hunter. Bai Ming Xiantian, who had incidentally checked Iron Pillar's attributes, felt a chill of fear hearing the hunter's casual remark. That letter delivery quest from the village chief was clearly a trap. This disheveled-haired Iron Pillar was actually a spiritual rank expert. Though only level 15, he was undeniably in the spiritual rank. As a mere level 5 beginner, one kick from him would completely deplete his barely over 100 HP. Indeed, had his earlier minor ice spike spell actually hit any of those white geese, he likely would have been thoroughly disciplined by spiritual ranked Iron Pillar. Bei Ming Xiantian flushed red. His inability to aim ice magic properly had ironically saved him from a beating. Kid, wait for me a moment. With that, Taiju strode out of the house heroically, followed by loud quacking from the big white goose in the yard. A short while later, Bei Ming Xiantian was surprised to see Taiju return carrying a steaming pot of stewed goose. Wasn't that your treasured goose? Is this how you treasure it? Bei Ming Xiantian screamed internally. Come, Taiju said enthusiastically, motioning for Bei Ming Xiantian to sit down and handing him chopsticks. Try my signature cooking iron pot stewed treasured goose. Bei Ming Xiantian froze in place, holding the chopsticks uncertainly. It smells amazing. A short while later, Bei Ming Xiantian walked out of Tieju's house with greasy lips. Little White, let's go do the quest. Bei Ming Xiantian called behind him. A large white goose could be seen waddling unsteadily as it followed Bei Ming Xiantian out of the courtyard gate. Bei Ming Xiantian was quite satisfied with this harvest, having not only enjoyed a delicious iron pot stewed goose meal but also obtained a rare quest. Catch the thief plaguing the village, rare quest. Quest description: for a long time, there has been a mysterious thief in the beginner village who specializes in stealing livestock from villagers' homes, earning the villagers' deep hatred. Catch this village plaguing thief and you'll receive the villagers' gratitude. Quest reward, EXP plus 1000, CIC plus 5. The rewards for this quest can be said to be exceptionally generous. Advancing from level 5 to 6 requires 1500 EXP. This single rare quest provides 1000 EXP, which is remarkably substantial for Bei Ming Xiantian's current stage. The CIC are even more astonishing. One CIC can be exchanged for 10 copper coins. Previously, just to obtain a single copper coin, he had to endure tremendous hardship. By completing this thief-catching quest, one can obtain 5 CIC, which truly constitutes a considerable fortune. What made Bei Ming Xiantian even happier was that because his frost spike technique hadn't harmed the big white goose in Tieju's yard, he had thereby gained Tieju's approval. Although Taiju still assigned him the troublesome and quite dangerous task of catching the thief as mentioned in the village chief's letter, he also gifted Bei Ming Xiantian a big white goose. Big white goose number 5, level 1, no grade, rumored to be a kind of delicious tasting poultry. Although it had no real attacking power, according to Taiju, this big white goose could smell the scent left by that mysterious thief. This invisibly helped Bei Ming Xiantian complete this mission. Let's go, Xiao Bai, take me to find that thief, Bei Ming Xiantian called out. GAA, the big white goose waddled its plump body as it walked toward the outskirts of the village. Bei Ming Xiantian checked his contact list, finding Liang Bingbing still hadn't come online, so he decided to first go see what this rare thief-catching quest was all about. The white goose moved along in stops and starts, occasionally scratching at the wild ground, plunging its long beak into the earth to catch some insects to eat. Bei Ming Xiantian wasn't in a hurry either, practicing his minor ice spike technique along the way. Fortunately, the minor ice spike technique that could now fire 6 ice spikes simultaneously was no longer completely ineffective. After half a day of practice, Bei Ming Xiantian could finally guarantee that at least 1 out of 6 ice spikes would hit its target. However, this hit rate would still fluctuate downward depending on how fast the wild monsters moved. But Bei Ming Xiantian was already quite satisfied. This represented significant improvement. The skill proficiency growth rate had also improved accordingly, reaching 0.11. Honk honk honk. Bei Ming Xiantian suddenly heard the white goose that had been strolling leisurely ahead make some urgent noises. Then the white goose began intermittently lowering its head to sniff through the grass before breaking into a frantic run. Target found. A thrill ran through Bei Ming Xiantian's heart. He hadn't expected to make a discovery so quickly. He maintained a careful distance as he followed behind the large white goose. Quack quack quack. The white goose ran straight through the level 5 monster zone without stopping. Then it passed through the spawning areas of level 6 twin-tailed foxes, level 7 mountain demons, level 8 silverback bears, and level 9 longhorn cattle. Fortunately, under the goose's guidance, Bei Ming Xiantian didn't attract these wild monsters' attention and safely traversed through all these monster spawning zones. It wasn't until they reached a spot near a stone cave by a stream surrounded by level 10 iron thread poison scorpions that the large white goose finally came to a stop. The goose turned its head and quacked several times at Bei Ming Xiantian. Is this the place? Bei Ming Xiantian examined the cave. The entrance wasn't large, barely tall enough for a person, pitch black inside. With so many level 10 monsters, how should I get through? Bei Ming Xiantian couldn't help but frown. Should I use the fireball spell again? Bei Ming Xiantian truly disliked resorting to fire magic, which he found particularly distasteful. Should I wait for Liang Bingbing to log in and then settle the past with her little by little? Would this thief notice my arrival and hide somewhere else? Just as Bei Ming Xiantian was hesitating, he suddenly saw the level 10 iron-threaded poison scorpions that had been leisurely wandering by the stream in front of the cave entrance scattering in panic. One of the iron-threaded poison scorpions even crawled right past Bai Ming Xiantian, showing no intention to attack him as it fled in terror. Clang clang. Bai Ming Xiantian was still puzzled when he heard metallic impacts against stone echoing from within the cave. Chapter 8: Ascension Wash Basin. Clang clang. Soon, all the level 10 iron-threaded poison scorpions had fled, while the banging sounds from the cave grew increasingly louder. It sounded as if some enormous metal creature was about to emerge. GAA. The white goose standing beside Bai Ming Xiantian froze like a silly goose, too petrified to even lift its feet to run. Bai Ming Xiantian was affected by this eerie atmosphere, tightly gripping his staff in preparation to cast a minor fireball spell at any moment. Clang clang. Finally, Bai Ming Xiantian saw the source of the clanging noises. It was actually a basin-shaped artifact. What a mysterious thing. Bai Ming Xiantian's jaw dropped, unable to believe that the earlier clanging sounds were made by such an object. They watched as the basin artifact hopped out of the stone cave one bounce at a time, striking the ground with loud clanging noises. After exiting the cave entrance, the basin wandered around the streamside, appearing quite agitated as it bounced several times by the water's edge, sending sand and stones flying everywhere. Who's there? This lord sees you. Suddenly, the basin actually spoke in an arrogant human voice. Every hair on Bai Ming Xiantian's body stood on end as he wondered if he'd been discovered. But moments later, the talking wash basin suddenly shouted again, "You over there, I can see you. Stop hiding." Bai Ming Xiantian's face darkened as he noticed the wash basin wasn't even looking in his direction but was yelling toward another area. This was clearly just empty bluster. "If you don't come out now, I won't hold back." The wash basin continued its loud shouting while Bai Ming Xiantian remained perfectly still. Quack quack quack. Suddenly, the large white goose beside Bai Ming Xiantian's legs startled as if frightened, quacking frantically while trying to retreat backward. Damn heavens! There really is an ambush. How despicable. Shameless. I'm out of here. Upon hearing the goose's cries, the talking wash basin also erupted into panic shouts and surprisingly began clattering noisily toward the cave entrance. Bai Ming Xiantian was utterly speechless. This talking wash basin was actually such a coward. The basin-like artifact quickly scurried back into the stone cave. Bai Ming Xiantian hugged the panicked white goose and strode toward the cave entrance. He was determined to see what this strange basin actually was. Could there actually be a basin spirit in chaos? Quack quack quack. The white goose in Bai Ming Xiantian's arms let out pitiful cries. But as Bai Ming Xiantian reached the cave entrance, the white goose began trembling all over. Is it really that terrifying? Bai Ming Xiantian didn't understand why the white goose was so frightened. When facing the level 10 iron-threaded poison scorpion earlier, the white goose had merely become a silly goose. Bai Ming Xiantian grasped his tattered plant staff and slowly entered the stone cave. Upon entering, he immediately noticed broken iron-threaded poison scorpion shells and small bones of poultry and animals near the entrance. This is definitely the right place. That thief is probably inside this cave. The stone cave was deep and quiet. Bai Ming Xiantian gradually walked deeper into the cave along a downward slope. But he never encountered that strange basin-like artifact, only faintly hearing occasional metallic clinking sounds from the depths of the cave. After more than 10 minutes, the cave passage suddenly widened, and Bai Ming Xiantian entered an underground cavern. Several glowing stones embedded in the cavern's ceiling illuminated the space considerably, no longer as dark as the previous passage. Where had that basin gone? Bai Ming Xiantian was deeply puzzled. There were no other passages in the entire cave, yet somehow he couldn't find that strange basin in the cavern. Bai Ming Xiantian carefully searched around. The cavern only contained some stones and animal bones. There was no trace of that metallic basin-like artifact. Where's the basin? Bai Ming Xiantian couldn't help muttering to himself. You're the basin. Your whole family are basins. A dissatisfied voice suddenly sounded from within a rock not far from Bai Ming Xiantian, startling him into jumping backward while instinctively casting a minor ice spike spell. Clang! Among the 6 ice spikes, one struck the rock, producing a metallic ringing sound. How dare you call this lord a wash basin? Today I shall devour you. The rock that had been struck by a small ice spike suddenly leaped high before landing with enough force to shake loose a shower of pebbles, revealing none other than the previous wash basin. At closer range, Bai Ming Xiantian noticed the wash basin object was thoroughly filthy, as if coated with layers of grease and dust. Despite its grimy appearance, the mouthy wash basin refused to concede defeat, continuing to retreat while hurling threats at Bai Ming Xiantian. This lord detects a delicious aroma, reminiscent of the white geese from the eastern village household. The wash basin artifact suddenly stopped its movement, clanged twice as it turned around, revealing its interior covered in strange patterns toward Bai Ming Xiantian. Bai Ming Xiantian, now more curious than cautious, also halted his steps and looked at this peculiar wash basin artifact with considerable interest. It really is a white goose, and such pure flame energy. The wash basin continued its endless chatter while actually clanging its way toward Bai Ming Xiantian in bouncing movements. Bai Ming Xiantian could no longer hold back. Ahem, hello, may I ask what exactly are you? Upon hearing this, the wash basin artifact abruptly stopped in place, with a faint flicker of flame light flashing at its base. Then Baiming Xiantian heard the wash basin muttering very quietly to itself, No, mustn't act rashly, this lord has gone through so much trouble hiding until now, how could I lower my status for just one meal of meat and one furnace flame? No way, absolutely not, but it smells so good. This lord has been trying to steal some for ages without success. The furnace fire is almost depleted, I'm thoroughly sick of eating raw food. Baiming Xiantian was somewhat speechless, but still waited patiently, though his staff subtly pointed towards this incessantly chattering wash basin. Fine, just one meal, just one furnace fire, that settles it. As if having made up its mind, the wash basin artifact clanged twice and came to a stop right before Baiming Xiantian. Boy, offer the delicacy in your hands to this lord, then give me one burst of furnace fire, and this lord shall bestow upon you a great fortune. The wash basin shouted arrogantly at Baiming Xiantian, giving him the impression of a human-shaped wash basin standing with hands on hips, head tilted upward, like a highwayman demanding money. Put! Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but laugh aloud. Dare mock this lord? Careful or I'll devour you too. The wash basin threatened viciously, bouncing angrily a couple more times. My apologies. Baiming Xiantian suppressed his laughter as he spoke. This white goose was entrusted to me by the village hunter Taizhu. I can't just give it to you. Also, you still haven't answered my question. What exactly are you? A sentient wash basin. Bah! The wash basin flew into a rage, clanging violently against the ground. I am no wash basin. Where do I resemble a wash basin? I am clearly a noble bronze pot. Baiming Xiantian couldn't hold back his laughter this time. You wretch! Watch as I refine you into nothingness. The enraged wash basin artifact suddenly leaped up, charging at Baiming Xiantian in humiliation and fury. Don't misunderstand. Tiny ice spike technique. While explaining, Baiming Xiantian instinctively unleashed the tiny ice spike technique, yet all 6 ice spikes predictably missed their mark. You've angered me now. Today I will definitely devour you. And that delicious morsel in your arms too. The wash basin snarled viciously, clanging as it charged toward Baiming Xiantian. Don't push me. Baiming Xiantian retreated hastily. I'll force you. The wash basin persisted relentlessly. Small fireball technique. Boom. Chapter 9, Immortal Grade Treasure Stews the Great Goose. A surge of flames erupted from Baiming Xiantian's wooden staff, quickly filling the underground cavern. For the first time immersed in flames, Baiming Xiantian felt an unprecedented comfort. It was as though the dense fire elements surrounding him could transform according to his will whenever he desired. Ah! As Baiming Xiantian couldn't resist testing this ability, a pleasurable moan echoed through the flame-filled cavern. So comfortable, so satisfying, such pure and abundant furnace fire. In an instant, the flames that had filled the cavern disappeared rapidly. Only then did Baiming Xiantian realize that all his small fireball technique's flames had been sucked into that strange wash basin. When the last wisp of flame was completely absorbed by the basin, the formerly grimy wash basin had transformed into a gleaming golden vessel. One could see this basin-like artifact had a smooth outer wall, with 8 intricate patterns adorning its inner surface, while a swirling mass of spiritual energy rested at its base. Paired with its newly cleansed, golden glowing appearance, the basin artifact now genuinely exuded an aura of treasure. Ha, so satisfying. As Baiming Xiantian was about to speak, the basin burst into laughter. Kid, this lord has decided you're now my underling. Baiming Xiantian was speechless, only to hear the basin continue. Kid, come on, hit me with another one, and hand over that dim-witted goose you're holding. You sure have some nerve for a basin. Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but laugh. Buzz. Baiming Xiantian's words seemed to genuinely provoke the basin artifact. Its entire body trembled as if suppressing fury, the spiritual energy at its base glowing red-hot like burning embers. Not angry. After quite some time had passed, just as Baiming Xiantian was about to cast a small ice thorn spell at it, he heard the wash basin console itself. Kid, let me tell you one more time, I'm a bronze cauldron, not some lowly wash basin or the like. The self-proclaimed bronze cauldron boasted so shamelessly that Baiming Xiantian nearly burst out laughing again. Humph. As if sensing Baiming Xiantian's skepticism, the bronze cauldron hesitated momentarily before suddenly hopping twice in place. Then, catching Baiming Xiantian off guard, it leaped high and smashed directly into his chest. Thud. Caught unprepared, the impact felt like being struck by a massive hammer. Baiming Xiantian couldn't suppress a mouthful of blood, which sprayed precisely into the airborne cauldron. Ding! The immortal tier treasure, 8 Scenes Cauldron, has voluntarily acknowledged you as its master. What? Honk. Baiming Xiantian halted his retreat. Just as he was about to reclaim the white goose that had been snatched during the chest collision, the system notification chimed in his ears. It's actually an immortal grade treasure. The 8 Scenes Cauldron. Baiming Xiantian had already automatically ignored the white goose's cries, staring in astonishment at the 8 Scenes Cauldron's attributes. 8 Scenes Cauldron Immortal Grade Treasure Growth Pending, Usage Requirement, None. Legend says the 8 Scenes cauldron was forged entirely from saint-grade material red gold copper mother, with extremely mysterious origins. Since its emergence, countless experts have vied to claim it. It's said that whoever possesses the 8 Scenes cauldron can seize the creation of heaven and earth, rapidly accelerating cultivation speed and multiplying spell power several-fold. Innate traits: Spirit plus 100, Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 100, Bone structure plus 100, attribute points gained per level doubled. Legend tells that the 8 Scenes cauldron once cooked saint-grade beings. When equipped, it exerts certain intimidating effects against all wild monsters. The 8 Scenes cauldron naturally possesses a devouring nature, able to consume corpses of wild monsters slain by its wielder, granting additional experience. Skills: Vast Ocean Azure Abyss. When activated by the user, Vast Ocean Azure Abyss ensures all skills will 100% hit their targets, all skill effects will 100% trigger, and all damage will 100% crit for double damage. Duration: 10 minutes. Mana cost: 10 points per second. Cooldown: 1 hour. Majestic Kunlun Peaks pending activation requires the user to slay a spirit rank target whose corpse must be devoured by the 8 Scenes cauldron to activate the Majestic Kunlun Peaks talent. Fantastic! Binding Xiantian was nearly bursting with excitement. He didn't pay attention to any other attributes or effects. The 100% hit rate for all skills effective Vast Ocean Azure Abyss was exactly what Binding Xiantian wanted most. With this skill, his ice-based abilities would never miss their mark again. Moreover, since skill effects were guaranteed to trigger, even the small chance to slow enemies with his minor ice spike technique would now become a 100% guarantee. The 100% critical damage doubling effect was truly god tier. He was no longer that useless ice element trash everyone looked down on. Binding Xiantian raised his head to gaze at the cave ceiling, suppressing the restlessness in his eyes, when suddenly he caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance. What smells so good? Binding Xiantian wondered aloud, then suddenly realized and shouted, "The white goose!" Looking down, Binding Xiantian saw the 8 Scenes pot that had just violently acknowledged him as its master was already bubbling away, cooking the white goose inside. The white goose that had been trembling with fear moments ago now didn't have a single feather left. It now lay peacefully in the 8 Scenes pot, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy within the vessel. So fragrant Binding Xiantian sniffed the air and couldn't help but step closer to the 8 Scenes pot. Upon seeing his approach, the 8 Scenes pot actually jumped away from Binding Xiantian with loud clanging sounds, as if afraid he might steal its contents, not spilling a single drop of the spiritual energy inside. Don't be so stingy. Binding Xiantian stared intently at the big white goose stewing in the 8 Scenes pot's spiritual energy, complaining, Kid, don't even think about snatching even a single bite from this lord's pot. I said stop. How dare you?" The 8 Scenes pot roared angrily. Binding Xiantian had already stepped forward, tearing off a goose leg and bringing it to his mouth for a hearty bite. So delicious. This was far more delicious than the iron pot stewed goose he'd eaten at Iron Pillar's house before. Such exquisite flavor it hardly seemed like mortal food at all. Ding! You have consumed ordinary food cooked in the 8 Scenes pot. Constitution permanently +1, bone structure permanently +1, health permanently +5, durability +5. Awesome! Binding Xiantian wolfed down the goose leg in 2 or 3 bites, but when he tried to snatch another piece from the 8 Scenes pot, he found the pot already completely empty. The 8 Scenes cauldron emitted a series of satisfying food crunching sounds. After a good while, it exhaled comfortably, with all its spiritual energy and glow completely dissipating. How about that burp, kid? Impressive, huh? The 8 Scenes cauldron said to Northern Ming Xiantian while belching. Northern Ming Xiantian still felt somewhat regretful for not grabbing another piece of goose meat. He replied dejectedly, I'm satisfied. From now on you'll follow me properly. What? How dare you speak to me like that? The 8 Scenes cauldron sounded indignant. You probably need flames to replenish your sustaining spiritual energy or something similar. Northern Ming Xiantian calmly stated with a smile. How did you spit? I don't need anything at all. The 8 Scenes cauldron hadn't expected Northern Ming Xiantian to see through its weakness. Wasn't it precisely because it coveted his fire-based spells that were abundant and sufficient? Northern Ming Xiantian chuckled lightly and continued, I deduced that you need to absorb fire-based spells to recover some spiritual energy. And without the supplement of fire magic, you wouldn't be able to cook food, forcing you to eat everything raw. How did you know that? The 8 Sceneries pot stuttered slightly, its tone no longer as domineering as before. Simple deduction. Look at these bones. Binding Xiantian pointed at some fresh animal and poultry bones scattered on the cave floor, continuing, there are still bits of raw flesh clinging to them, proving you couldn't cook proper meals before meeting me and had to eat everything raw. Chapter 10, Liang Bingbing's Murder. After hearing Binding Xiantian's explanation, the 8 Sceneries pot fell silent. Binding Xiantian didn't press the mockery, just waited with an amused smile. I've made my decision. Finally, as if making a tremendous sacrifice, the 8 Sceneries pot declared to Binding Xiantian, I've decided to acknowledge you as my junior. From now on, we'll share our fires for roasting and meats for feasting. Binding Xiantian was no fool, though obsessively devoted to ice magic, his intellect remained keen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to independently operate the North Sea Heart technique without his father's guidance since the age of 5. The previous explanation about the 8 scenes pot was actually Baiming Xuantian's most probable speculation, deduced from both the pot's soliloquy and his own environmental observations. As it turned out, his guess was correct. He had successfully tricked a celestial grade magic treasure. Celestial grade. The worn-out wooden staff he was holding was merely yellow grade. Above yellow grade were red grade, purple grade, silver, gold, diamond, and only then celestial grade. It's worth noting that any celestial grade equipment or magic treasure would remain highly coveted by top players even in the late game. Celestial grade magic treasures simply couldn't be purchased with money. Even the drop rate from defeating bosses was extremely low. Good, we'll be partners from now on. Baiming Xiantian was quite pleased to establish a friendly relationship with this special intelligent magic treasure. A magical artifact possessing sentience or housing a spirit is extremely rare regardless of its grade. This 8 scenes cauldron isn't merely sentient, it behaves almost like a living being in cauldron form. Moreover, the 8 scenes cauldron has growth potential. Though currently it only possesses 1 innate skill, its second skill, Majestic Kunlun Peaks, remains in dormant state. This undoubtedly further demonstrates the 8 scenes cauldron's extraordinary power. Don't stop now. Since we're partners, give me several more of those fire spells from earlier. The 8 scenes cauldron clanged as it hopped to Baiming Xuantian's feet, speaking to him with evident anticipation. Baiming Xiantian became even more convinced that the 8 scenes cauldron indeed uses fire energy as its sustaining power source. As long as he continuously channels fire spells into it, the cauldron can maintain its optimal spiritual energy state. Minor fireball technique. Baiming Xiantian swung his staff, filling the cavern with massive flames that were promptly devoured by the 8 scenes cauldron. Minor fireball technique. Exhilarating. Ding, your fireball spell has been perfectly executed and evolved to level 2 fireball. Full burp after so many years, finally ate my fill. After casting more than a dozen fireballs, the 8 scenes pot was finally full, but the system also delivered news that slightly annoyed Baiming Xiantian. His fireball spell had actually leveled up to 2 so quickly. Seems I should use this fireball spell less often in the future. Baiming Xiantian thought to himself. Now that he possessed the 8 scenes pot, by using the Vast Ocean Azure Abyss skill, he could guarantee 100% accuracy for his ice spells. There would be no need to use fireballs against monsters anymore. Brr. The golden-hued body of the 8 scenes pot that had swallowed over a dozen fireballs was now faintly glowing red. Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but admire the formidable power of this immortal grade 8 scenes pot. That was the equivalent of more than a dozen caverns worth of fire. All of it had been devoured by the 8 scenes pot. Off you go. The well-fed 8 scenes pot gave a loud shout, lightly leaped up, transformed into a streak of light, and flew to Baiming Xuantian's chest. Its form rapidly shrank to the size of a fist, hanging on his chest like a bronze medallion. Kid, I'm going to take a nap to digest for a while. The voice of the 8 scenes pot resonated in Baiming Xuantian's mind, leaving him rather amazed. Baiming Xiantian decided not to disturb the 8 scenes pot further and turned to exit the cave. By now, the level 10 Iron Thread Venom Scorpions, previously scared off by the 8 scenes pot, had regrouped near the cave entrance. However, as Baiming Xiantian stepped out of the cave, the scorpions grew agitated again. Though they no longer fled in panic like before, they cautiously kept their distance from him. Just as Baiming Xiantian pondered whether his vast ocean and boundless sky skill could handle these Iron Thread Venom Scorpions, his communicator buzzed with an incoming call. Little Ice Cube, where are you? Liang Bingbing's voice rang through the communicator. Hearing her, Baiming Xiantian smiled warmly and replied, I was out completing a rare quest. It's done now, and I'm heading back. Ding, you have completed the rare quest, Catch the Thief Plaguing the Village, gaining 2,000 experience points and 5 ingots. Ding, congratulations to Ice Block of Undying Devotion, your level has risen to 6. With the quest rewards distributed, Baiming Xiantian smoothly leveled up to 6. Moreover, thanks to the attribute bonuses from the 8 scenes pot, he gained 2 points each in Spirit, Strength, Constitution, and Bone Structure, along with 10 free attribute points. Baiming Xiantian allocated all 10 free attribute points to Constitution, finally achieving more balanced attribute development. Ice Block of Undying Devotion, Level 6, Class, None. Spirit 174. Strength 152. Constitution 182. Bone Structure 180. Remaining free attribute points, 0. With the 8 scenes pot's 100-point bonus to 4 major attributes, Baiming Xiantian was no longer just a feeble mage. Sister Bingbing, where are you now? Baiming Xiantian clicked on Liang Bingbing's avatar and asked. Liang Bingbing didn't reply. After a long while, when Baiming Xiantian had already reached the old locust tree, he was shocked to discover Liang Bingbing's status had suddenly turned gray. Someone killed Liang Bingbing. Baiming Xuantian's expression darkened as he saw Liang Bingbing's avatar return to normal, her level now showing as 3. This clearly indicated she had indeed been killed once during the previous encounter. In Chaos, the penalty for death was severe direct loss of 1 level. Ming Xiantian turned and sprinted toward the respawn point in the beginner village. From a distance, he spotted Liang Bingbing standing at the respawn point, her face filled with anger. Sister Bingbing, Ming Xiantian called as he reached her side. Seeing him approach, Liang Bingbing regained her composure and shrugged it off. Little Ice Cube, don't worry about me. I just got bitten by a pack of dogs, that's all. Let us get revenge. Ming Xiantian, usually docile in front of her, now spoke with icy determination. Little Ice Cube, I know you're standing up for me. Liang Bingbing pulled Ming Xiantian away from the respawn point and said gently, but our most important task now is to level up, not waste time with those trash. Ming Xiantian, however, wasn't willing to let it go and stood firmly in place, his expression still resolute. Liang Bingbing turned back, looked at the serious-faced Ming Xiantian, and shook her head with a smile. You little Ice Cube, alright, I surrender to your persistence. Don't cry if you lose levels later. I wasn't really willing to let it go either and was thinking of fighting back. Good. Ming Xiantian showed a smile, knowing that Liang Bingbing's earlier hesitation was only because she didn't want to drag him down. Chapter 11, The Appearance of the Nanrong Family. Outside the beginner village, in the spawn area of the level 6 wild two-tailed foxes, only 5 players were currently grinding. Whenever other players tried to enter the two-tailed fox spawn area, these 5 players would ruthlessly drive them away. There was no helping it, all 5 of them were level 5, already among the top players in the beginner village. Bingbing Jia, is it them? Ming Xiantian turned his head and accidentally caught a whiff of the sweet fragrance emanating from Liang Bingbing. His face reddened slightly as he spoke up. Yes, it's these 5 pieces of trash. Liang Bingbing replied through gritted teeth. Ming Xiantian observed the 5 players, 2 melee fighters, 1 archer, 1 lightning mage, and 1 fire mage, a very suitable leveling configuration for the beginner village. Little Ice Cube, I'll go tank them while you attack from behind. Liang Bingbing waved her wooden staff lightly and said to Ming Xiantian. Ming Xiantian twitched his nose and said, no need, Sister Bingbing. Didn't I show you the 8 scenes pot's attributes? I can handle them alone. Right, I almost forgot our little Ice Cube isn't a weak ice mage anymore. Liang Bingbing affectionately ruffled Ming Xiantian's hair, making his face redden again. Sister Bingbing, let's go. Ming Xiantian took the lead toward the two-tailed fox leveling area. The 5 players who were leveling up looked somewhat surprised when they saw Ming Xiantian and Liang Bingbing approaching, but soon encircled the two with sinister smiles. Little girl, you dare come here again. Did getting killed once make you fall for me? The archer among the 5 said with a smug grin. Ha, and she brought along a pretty boy too. Oh ho! Isn't this level 5 equipment? The lightning mage chimed in with laughter. Be smart and strip off all your equipment, or we'll kill you back to level 0. The melee fighter brandishing a longsword threatened. Liang Bingbing gnashed her teeth in anger. Without waiting for Ming Xiantian to speak, she stepped forward and cursed, you 5 pieces of stinking trash. If I don't kill you back to level 0 today, I'll take your surnames. Good, very good. The archer's face darkened as he said, don't think finding yourself a level 6 pretty boy can be your shield. Before our Nanrong family, you're still nothing. Stop wasting words on this chick, kill her to level up. Any magic equipment drops are mine, the fire mage said impatiently. Ming Xiantian, who had remained silent until now, frowned and asked, are you people from the Nanrong family? Oh ho, you actually know about the Nanrong family. Scared now, the archer shouted arrogantly, but it's too late. Ming Xiantian laughed angrily, it's exactly you Nanrong family scum that I want to kill. Brat, you've got some nerve. I've decided today I'll kill you back to level 0. The archer immediately shot an arrow at Ming Xiantian. Swish! Little Ice Cube. Liang Bingbing cried out anxiously, but when she saw the 15 damage number appear above Ming Xiantian's head from the arrow hit, her face showed extreme surprise. Ding, due to receiving malicious attack from player Nanrong Yuan, you may counterattack within 30 minutes. Ming Xiantian smiled faintly. This damage value was within his expectations. With the 8 scenes pot providing 100 points of 4 major attribute bonuses, his physical defense had already reached 157 points, surpassing the attack cap of many beginner village players. Yet this archer could penetrate his defense and deal 15 points of damage, which was enough to demonstrate the strength of these 5 players. However, strength must be measured against one's opponent. Ming Xiantian's attack power had already reached an astonishing 358 points. This one's tough. Attack together. The archer's face darkened when seeing such pitiful damage dealt, speaking to Tongban beside him. The remaining 4 players acted. 2 melee fighters decisively charged at Ming Xiantian while 2 mages and the archer hastily retreated. Vast ocean, deep abyss. Ming Xiantian shouted lightly as a blue glow emitted from the 8 scenes pot on his chest. Minor ice spike technique. Ming Xiantian swung his verdant staff, and 6 small ice spikes materialized in midair. Before Ming Xiantian could aim properly, the spikes shot straight toward the 2 melee fighters charging at him. 221, 215, Under 100% skill accuracy and 100% critical double damage, even two thick-skinned melee fighters showed no resistance whatsoever. Their HP instantly emptied, transforming into streaks of light as they returned to the revival point. One of them even dropped a long sword glowing with yellow light. Amazing, little ice cube. Liang Bingbing stepped forward, picking up the yellow-grade longsword with evident joy on her face. Dang, you have counter-killed players Nanrong Daoying and Nanrong Chang. No PK penalty added. Bastard. The archer, thunder mage, and fire mage at a farther distance were stunned when they saw their two companions instantly killed by Baiming Xiantian. How dare you kill members of our Nanrong clan? Just wait for our retaliation. The archer Nanrong Yuan gnashed his teeth in fury. Little Ice Cube, perhaps we should. Hearing Nanrong Yuan's words, Liang Bingbing also grew concerned. Baiming Xiantian gave Liang Bingbing a reassuring look, slowly walking toward the three. Welcome. I've been waiting here today, just waiting for you to come take revenge on me. 3, 1. During this, both the Fire Mage and Lightning Mage launched attacks at him, but against Baiming Xuantian's exceptionally high magic defense, they barely managed to break through. When the two saw their damage numbers, their faces filled with humiliation. Minor Ice Spike Technique. Suddenly, Baiming Xiantian accelerated, unleashing a minor ice spike technique that instantly sent both mages back to the respawn point. You just wait. Nanrong Yuan, being an archer, was faster than the two mages. When he saw Baiming Xiantian accelerate, he immediately turned to flee. Do you really think you can escape? With 182 constitution, Baiming Xiantian had 183 movement speed. Nanrong Yuan stood no chance of shaking off his pursuit. Minor Ice Spike Technique. 256. Nanrong Yuan was still mid-escape when he transformed into a streak of light, returning to the respawn point. As a bonus, he also dropped a yellow tier equipment piece. Baiming Xiantian picked it up and examined it, then smiled. No wonder Nanrong Yuan's attacks were slightly stronger than average players. Tattered rattan armor, yellow grade equipment. Requirements: level 5 physical class. Effects: defense plus 15, HP plus 30, critical hit plus 10%. It could be considered a minor top-tier equipment for the novice period. Here, Sister Bingbing, this equipment suits you. Baiming Xiantian returned to Liang Bingbing's side and handed her the rattan armor. When Liang Bingbing saw the armor's attributes, her face lit up with surprise. Not bad at all. Seeing Liang Bingbing accept both the rattan armor and the earlier longsword without any false modesty, Baiming Xiantian felt genuinely happy. Sometimes, this is exactly how friendship should be. Excessive politeness would only create distance between people. Little Ice Cube, is the Nanrong family really that powerful? Will they come after us for revenge? Liang Bingbing asked after storing the armor, finally remembering the threats from the Nanrong family members earlier. Don't worry, Sister Bingbing. I'm not afraid of their revenge. Baiming Xiantian said with a smile. Seeing Baiming Xuantian's confident expression, Liang Bingbing felt relieved and soon sneakily moved closer to him. Tell me, should we really keep waiting here for them to return? What if they call for reinforcements? Smelling the faint fragrance wafting into his nose, Baiming Xiantian calmly replied, We're not stupid. Why would we wait here for them? You're so mean, little Ice Cube. Liang Bingbing burst into laughter, her previous frustration from being killed and losing levels completely gone. But I like it, ha ha ha. Let's go level up. Alright, let's go together. Little Ice Cube, I thought you'd actually become skilled. How come you still can't hit anything? Screamed a certain beauty whose backside had been repeatedly pierced by several icicles. Sorry, Sister Bingbing. I'll keep practicing. After the effect of Oceanic Abyss faded, the young man returned to his miserable state of failing to hit with ice spells. Chapter 12, the Tsundere Fireball Spell. Young master, I've encountered an expert here who just wiped out my 5-man team instantly. I estimate they possess no less than 3 pieces of equipment at or above yellow tier quality, and possibly even have red tier gear. Nanrong Yuan, who had been killed and respawned at the revival point, said this in a chat group. How is that possible? Would yellow tier equipment drop so easily in a beginner's village? And 3 pieces at that. Exactly, do you think everyone is as privileged as our Nanrong clan? Are you just making excuses because your team was too weak? After a clamorous debate in the chat group, someone with a flame-shaped avatar spoke up. Are you certain? The group immediately fell silent. Nanrong Yuan quickly replied, over 90% probability. I dealt more than 200 damage but only caused 15 damage points to him. Good. Keep tabs on his movements. Yes, sir. At the level 7 Wild Mountain Goblin spawning area, Baiming Xiantian stood at the front, defending against an attacking goblin, while Liang Bingbing assisted with wooden club attacks from the side. Not bad at all. Little Ice Cube, have you considered switching to a physical class? You seem quite talented at playing tank. Liang Bingbing said with a playful grin. Baiming Xiantian cast a minor ice spike, which the Wild Mountain Spectre dodged completely, then he calmly stepped to the left without changing expression. After blocking the Mountain Spectre's attack aimed at Liang Bingbing beside him with his body, he solemnly refused. No, I want to become a powerful ice mage. Pff, Liang Bingbing chuckled softly, choosing not to further dampen the young man's dream. Suddenly, a flame-constructed spear shot swiftly from the distant bushes. It flew straight toward Liang Bingbing, who stood behind Beiming Xiantian. The moment the flame spear emerged from the bushes, Beiming Xiantian immediately sensed the familiar fire elemental energy in the air. Beiming Xuantian's vigilance instantly heightened. His figure moved as he embraced Liang Bingbing and leaped violently to the side. Boom! The scorching heat of the flame spear surged forth. The flames grazed Beiming Xuantian's arm before directly piercing the wild mountain spectre that had been attacking them. 55. 163. Beiming Xuantian's HP dropped by 55 points, while the critically injured wild mountain monkey let out a whimper before collapsing into a corpse. Sneak attack. Ding! Due to being maliciously attacked by player Nanrong Xiang, you can initiate counterattacks within 30 minutes. How could Beiming Xiantian not realize what had just happened? He released Liang Bingbing and stepped in front of her, glaring in the direction from which the flaming spear had come. Impressive, truly impressive. As expected of someone even our young master takes notice of. A young man dressed in gray robes emerged from the bushes, still gripping a spear composed entirely of flames in his hand. From the Nanrong family, Beiming Xiantian said coldly. Nanrong Xiang waved his flaming spear with an expression of utter superiority. He said to Beiming Xiantian, since you know you've offended the Nanrong family, immediately remove your equipment and stand still while I kill you back to level 0. This way you might still have a chance to survive later. Otherwise what? Beiming Xiantian scoffed. Otherwise you'll make sure I can neither live nor die, whether in reality or in the game. Heh, you have some self-awareness at least. Nanrong Xianyang spoke while confidently walking toward Beiming Xiantian, stopping only when they were about 10 meters apart, as if completely unconcerned about any potential counterattack. Beiming Xiantian checked the cooldown of his vast ocean dark abyss skill, still over 10 minutes remaining, clearly impossible to activate in time. Cooperating with Liang Bingbing behind him wasn't feasible either, having just reached level 4, she definitely couldn't withstand that flaming spear from earlier. Small fireball technique. Beiming Xiantian silently glanced at his skill panel where the now level 2 small fireball technique was listed. But he immediately dismissed the idea. How could a proud member of the Beiming clan, known for their ice-based abilities, use fire techniques against the fire-specialized Nanrong family? Tiny ice spike technique. Without hesitation, Beiming Xiantian charged forward while casting the tiny ice spike technique. Nanrong Xiang saw Beiming Xiantian charging toward him, showing no surprise. Instead, he smiled faintly and hurled his flaming spear like a javelin. Whoosh! Beiming Xuantian's minor ice spike technique, without the 100% hit effect bonus from Vast Sea and Dark Abyss, couldn't possibly hit the agile Nanrong Xiang. Meanwhile, with Beiming Xuantian's fully focused evasive maneuvers, the flaming spear thrown at him with full force once again grazed past his chest. 51. Ding! Your SSSS grade fire talent has been activated. Your fire resistance has increased by plus 50%. I don't need this. Beiming Xiantian was somewhat speechless upon hearing the system notification. How could my fire resistance increase by 50% so easily? But Beiming Xuantian's movements didn't falter in the slightest. Taking advantage of his superior attack speed, he unleashed 6 more minor ice spikes while Nanrong Xiang's new flaming spear was only half formed. Ding! This time, one of the minor ice spikes finally hit and a damage number 167 popped up above Nanrong Xiang's head. This finally wiped the arrogance off Nanrong Xiang's face, replacing it with grim seriousness as he stopped standing proudly in place. Retreating backward, he swung his staff in his left hand, firing a standard-sized fireball spell straight toward Beiming Xiantian. Humph! The fireball came rapidly. Just as Beiming Xiantian braced himself to endure the impact, a cold snort faintly echoed in his mind. The fireball, which had been shooting toward him, abruptly shattered with a poof sound just 10 centimeters away from his shoulder. What? Nanrong Xiang's face twisted in shock. As one of the top talents of the Nanrong family's second-tier elites, he was already a fire-type esper in reality. After being rewarded with the Flaming Spear talent by the system, he had risen to become a vice-captain of the Nanrong family in Chaos Online. But never before had he encountered a situation where his own skill collapsed on its own mid-flight. Could there really be an ability in Chaos Online that could forcibly destabilize another's fireball spell? Fireball spell. Nanrong Xiang refused to believe it and cast another minor fireball spell, but it also extinguished with a poof sound when reaching Beiming Xuantian's vicinity. What kind of trick are you playing? Nanrong Xiang shouted loudly. Beiming Xiantian had now steadied himself, wearing a puzzled expression after seeing 2 minor fireball spells collapse on their own. Ding, your minor fireball spell has awakened spiritual awareness. No minor fireball spell skill can harm you now. Damn system, are you trying to get me killed? Beiming Xiantian almost wanted to cry out to the heavens. He had already been extremely restrained in using the minor fireball spell, yet unexpectedly, his minor fireball spell was becoming increasingly outrageous. Now it had even awakened some strange spiritual awareness. Perfect, now even Nanrong Xian's fast and well-cast minor fireball spells have been frightened into becoming limp. For a basic skill like minor fireball spell, why are you being so tsundere? Though I don't know what item you're using, don't think you'll leave here alive today. During their earlier confrontation, Nanrong Xiang had already noticed that Baiming Xiantian, this ice element mage, displayed awkward movements and serious inaccuracy when casting his minor ice spikes skill. If not for the opponent's attributes far exceeding ordinary players, along with that strangely effective defense against minor fireballs, he wouldn't have been a match for Nanrong Xiang at all. Consecutive minor fireballs. Nanrong Xiang shouted while retreating, simultaneously unleashing a series of minor fireball spells. The evolved version of minor fireball. Only players possessing extraordinary fire element talent and comprehension had the slightest chance to master this technique. Baiming Xiantian had already read about this on the forum before logging off yesterday. When will my minor ice spikes get an evolution too? Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but wonder. Pop pop pop. The entire series of minor fireballs shattered and dissipated upon reaching the space before Baiming Xiantian. Flame lance. The retreating Nanrong Xiaoyan quickly condensed another lance and hurled it fiercely toward the approaching Baiming Xiantian. Boom! Baiming Xiantian's right leg was grazed by the flame lance, causing his HP to drop sharply by 86 points. With 389 HP points, this was already considered quite good for a beginner. But Nanrong Xiaoyan's flame spear merely grazed my body without hitting any vital parts, yet it had already taken away over 1/3 of my health. Baiming Xiantian estimated that if that flame spear had actually struck a vital spot, it would have dealt at least 100 points of damage. If it were Liang Bingbing instead, she would definitely have been instantly killed. These reinforcements from the Nanrong family were indeed not to be underestimated. Die. However, Baiming Xiantian's pride wouldn't allow him to retreat when facing the fire element Nanrong family. Fearlessly utilizing his speed advantage, he rapidly closed in on Nanrong Xiang. Minor ice spikes technique. Flame spear. The spear composed of flames pierced through 6 small ice spikes as both combatants unleashed their final attacks simultaneously. 158-28. 2 damage numbers appeared above Nanrong Xiang's head before he unwillingly transformed into a streak of light and revived elsewhere. 149. Baiming Xiantian's abdomen was struck by Nanrong Xiang's flame spear, a massive damage number appearing above him. But Baiming Xiantian was quite pleased as he saw that the last 2 small ice spikes he had cast earlier had both hit Nanrong Xiang. This was his highest record of hitting targets with small ice spikes without using the Hanhai Sangming technique. Checking his remaining HP of just over 100 points, Baiming Xiantian smiled faintly, quite satisfied with this direct confrontation with an opponent. All thanks to that 50% fire resistance he had just gained earlier. Ha! Baiming Xiantian was about to leave when he noticed a belt emitting faint red light on the ground where Nanrong Xiang had disappeared. Tough luck for you. Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but laugh. Counting the 5-man team he had killed earlier, the Nanrong family had already contributed 3 pieces of equipment to him. Worn belt, red tier equipment. Requirement, level 6 spellcaster class. Effects, plus 15 spirit, plus 20 defense, plus 35 attack, plus 50 HP. After seeing the attributes of this red tier belt, Baiming Xiantian imagined Nanrong Xiang at the resurrection point must be furious enough to cry. As expected of the Nanrong family. To think we obtained red tier equipment so early, no wonder Nanrong Xianyang was acting so arrogant earlier. Little ice block, you're amazing. Liang Bingbing came to Baiming Xiantian's side, praising him with a delighted expression. Ha, just luck. Baiming Xiantian scratched his head and replied somewhat sheepishly. I didn't expect those 5 trash players would actually call for reinforcements. Should we go hide somewhere? Liang Bingbing asked with a giggle. After some thought, Baiming Xiantian nodded and continued leveling up with Liang Bingbing at a new location. Young master, I failed. The red tier belt dropped. Nanrong Xianyang sent a private message to the flame avatar. You're relieved of your vice guild leader position. Half-month rewards deducted. After a while, the flame avatar responded coldly. Understood. Thank you for your mercy, young master. Far from being dissatisfied, Nanrong Xianyang felt deeply grateful. He knew full well how notoriously cruel this second young master of the Nanrong family could be. This punishment was already remarkably lenient by comparison. The flame young master spoke coldly again. Tell me every detail of your battle process. Understood, young master. Chapter 13, Zhunshou Bauer and the Jade Void Shovel. Hey Ice Block, don't you think we're being pretty stupid right now? Liang Bingbing said between panting breaths. Baiming Xiantian shook his head without speaking, his gaze firmly fixed ahead. It wasn't that he didn't want to turn around, it was simply impossible, as the 2 of them were currently squeezed into a stone crevice barely wide enough for one person, making any movement or even looking back impossible. Outside the crevice, a silver-furred bear leading a pack of level 8 silverback bears kept roaring at the 2 trapped inside. After killing Nanrong Xiang earlier, Baiming Xiantian and Liang Bingbing had come to this level 8 silverback bear territory to grind for experience. Initially things went smoothly with Baiming Xuantian's powerful attributes and their good teamwork. Liang Bingbing quickly reached level 5. But perhaps because the two had killed too many silverback bears, the level 8 silverback bear actually went and called for backup the level 12 advanced wild monster, the silverback bear king. When Baiming Xiantian saw the level 12 silverback bear king, he was actually quite excited. But unexpectedly, the level 12 silverback bear king fought dirty with one angry roar. It summoned dozens of level 8 silverback bears from the surroundings, attempting to gang up and tear Baiming Xiantian and his companion to pieces. Fortunately, Liang Bingbing timely discovered a crevice in the stone wall within the silverback bear's territory. So the two hurriedly squeezed into this stone crevice, happily planning to exploit this narrow gap as a bug to kill the level 12 advanced wild monster, the silverback bear king. But facts proved that those online game novels and expert guides were completely misleading, failing to account for how the stone crevice would block mage skills. Baiming Xiantian, stuck in the stone crevice, couldn't attack the silverback bear outside at all. His frost needle technique couldn't even reach beyond the crevice. As he watched, the silverback bear king outside the crevice, realizing it couldn't reach them with its claws, started looking for stones and sticks. Liang Bingbing suddenly exclaimed in delight, "Little ice cube, we can log off here. Quick, let's log off." Baiming Xiantian immediately tried and indeed found the logout function available. He then said to Liang Bingbing, "Bingbing Jia, you log off first. We'll log back in after some time." Okay, Liang Bingbing agreed, then activated the logout function. After 3 seconds, she disappeared from the crevice. Seeing Liang Bingbing had logged off, Baiming Xiantian also clicked the logout function. The 3-second countdown began. 3, 2, 1, boom. You are under attack and in combat mode. Logout unavailable. Just as the logout countdown was about to end, Baiming Xiantian heard a thunderous boom. The stone wall beside him began shaking violently. Rocks falling from the stone wall hit Baiming Xiantian, interrupting his logout process. Creak! Then, on the stone wall beside Baiming Xiantian, a stone door slowly opened. The door was just wide enough for one person to pass through. For Baiming Xiantian, who was stuck sideways in the crevice, when the stone door swung inward, his whole body suddenly fell inside. Ouch! Ouch! 2 surprised cries sounded simultaneously, then Baiming Xiantian felt his head bump against something soft. Extremely startled, Baiming Xiantian quickly looked up and discovered there was actually a girl beneath him. The girl wore simple beginner's robes, her figure was delicate and well-proportioned, her slender neck was exceptionally fair, and her face was breathtakingly beautiful. Though Baiming Xiantian had seen beauties like Liang Bingbing before, seeing this girl pinned beneath him at such close range made him momentarily dazed. The girl's beauty was in no way inferior to Liang Bingbing, her round face even exuding more youthful vitality. "Get away from me!" The girl frowned deeply and shouted with undisguised disgust. "Ah, sorry." Baiming Xiantian struggled to stand up, but in his flustered state, he accidentally touched her body again. By the time Baiming Xiantian finally steadied himself, the girl he had bumped into had already sprung up and moved aside. Only then did Baiming Xiantian survey the interior of the suddenly appeared stone gate. It revealed an unexpectedly vast space. The area was as large as a football field, complete with a spring, a nursery garden, artificial hills, and even an exquisite pavilion. "Just who are you anyway? How did you end up at my doorstep?" The girl, now holding a silver shovel that had somehow appeared in her hands, demanded answers from Baiming Xiantian. "I'm sorry." Baiming Xiantian hurriedly apologized. "I was trying to hide from a silverback bear. When I slipped into the stone crevice, I didn't realize it was your doorstep." The girl still wore a guarded expression. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly seemed to lose control of the shovel in her hands. The silver shovel began swinging wildly in her grasp. "Little shovel, what's wrong with you?" the girl cried out anxiously. "What? An old rival? Where?" Baiming Xiantian was equally astonished. This girl who had mysteriously appeared in the stone chamber was strange in every possible way. After a while, as if having reached an agreement with the shovel in her hands, the girl approached Baiming Xiantian while holding the silver shovel. "That thing on your chest, is it the 8 spot?" The girl pointed with her fair fingers at the object hanging from Baiming Xuantian's chest. Baiming Xiantian looked surprised and asked in confusion, "How did you know that?" The girl showed an expression that said, "I knew it," then lifted the shovel in her hand slightly. Jade Void Shovel, immortal grade artifact with growth potential. Usage requirement, none. Baiming Xiantian was astonished. He hadn't expected this silver shovel in the girl's hands to also be an immortal grade artifact. Moreover, it seems to have some inexplicable compatibility with the 8 pot that acknowledged me as its master. 1 bronze pot, 1 silver spatula. Baiming Xiantian even began to suspect whether these 2 immortal grade treasures were originally some great master's kitchen utensils. Why do I sense a detestable aura? Suddenly, the 8 pot, which had previously eaten over a dozen of his fireball spells before falling into a deep sleep to digest the flames, let out a complaint. Then with a bang, it transformed into its true form and landed on the ground before Baiming Xiantian. What torture! The moment the 8 pot tried to bounce a few times on the ground, it suddenly shouted, "Kid, Why did you bring me to see this iron blockhead? Who are you calling blockhead, you bronze lump? The jade void spatula in the young girl's hand, upon hearing the 8 scenes pot's words, suddenly broke free from her grip and flew over to retort. You iron blockhead! Did you dig into another cesspool these past few years? Your mouth is still as foul as ever. The 8 scenes pot's scolding skills remained as sharp as ever. The jade void shovel seemed genuinely angered, holding back for a long while before retorting, you lump of copper must have eaten stink bugs. Ha ha ha. Far from being angered, the 8 scenes pot laughed heartily and continued its verbal assault. You iron simpleton who dug up the Ghost King's tomb and excavated the 10,000 spirits pit must have gotten brain damage from sewage fumes. I'll fight you to the death. Having completely lost the war of words, the jade void shovel leapt high, intent on fighting the 8 scenes pot. Bai Ming Xiantian and the young woman hurried forward, both wearing awkward expressions as they tried to mediate. After quite some time, both humans and artifacts were finally panting and settled down. Here. The young woman sat on the ground and handed Bai Ming Xiantian an unknown wild fruit, then took one for herself to eat. Taking the fruit, Bai Ming Xiantian took a bite, and sweet juice instantly filled his mouth. Ding! As you've consumed spirit heart fruit, your spirit is permanently +2, constitution is permanently +2. Bai Ming Xiantian's eyes sparkled as he looked expectantly at the girl eating the spirit heart fruit. The girl burst into laughter and said, Don't even think about it. It only works once, eating more won't help afterward. Upon hearing this, Bai Ming Xiantian looked slightly dejected. Ding! Zhanqiu Bauer requests to add you as a friend. Accept. Accept. Bai Ming Xiantian clicked agree and saw the girl's information beside him. Zhanqiu Bauer, level 5, profession, none. Till death do us part ice cube. Are you an ice mage? Zhanqiu Bauer turned her head to ask, her round face revealing a pair of lovely dimples as she giggled. Machem, yes. Bai Ming Xiantian nodded solemnly. So can I call you Bauer? Seeing Zhanqiu Bauer nod, Bai Ming Xiantian continued, How did you end up in this space? Zhanqiu Bauer smiled and began explaining the origin of this space without reservation. As it turned out, the reason she could access this space was precisely because of the immortal grade treasure, the Jade Void Shovel. Chapter 14, Breaking Through the Underground Barrier. It turned out that Zhanqiu Bauer's immortal artifact, the Jade Void Shovel, had quite an eccentric greatest hobby. Namely, it was extremely enthusiastic about digging up various minerals, spiritual treasures, and secret realms. The space the two were currently in was an accidental discovery during the Jade Void Shovel's excavation process. According to the Jade Void Shovel, about 100 meters beneath this space, there was an area of dense spiritual energy fluctuations. Previously, it was because Zhanqiu Bauer had brought the Jade Void Shovel to dig into this space and wanted to explore what lay outside, that they opened a stone wall gate only to encounter Bai Ming Xiantian, who was stuck in a crevice and just about to log off. 100 meters underground. Bai Ming Xiantian was also utterly shocked, and at the same time, he couldn't help but envy the Jade Void Shovel's hobby. No wonder this thing was practically the ultimate tool for mining and treasure hunting. In chaos, mining was a highly lucrative profession. With the innate mineral spirit perception of the Jade Void Shovel, Zhanqiu Bauer is truly a born mining expert. What? Are you sure your iron-headed self isn't sensing wrong? The 8 scenes pot shouted at the Jade Void Shovel. No mistake. It's definitely a spirit-grade aura, the Jade Void Shovel confirmed. Kid. The 8 scenes pot yelled at Bai Ming Xiantian. Bai Ming Xiantian looked confused and asked, What's happening? The 8 scenes pot seemed extremely excited and cried out, Quickly, quickly! I've found spirit-grade ingredients. Hurry and dig there with this iron-headed fellow. Pa! You lump of copper! The Jade Void Shovel spat out lightly but didn't continue arguing. After the 8 scenes pot and Jade Void Shovel's explanation, Bai Ming Xiantian finally understood. The spirit-grade aura detected by the Jade Void Shovel was located more than 100 meters underground in this stone chamber space. But beneath this space lay an extremely powerful barrier. Relying on just the Jade Void Shovel and Zhanqiu Bauer, breaking through this barrier would be impossible. Therefore, in order to obtain the spirit-grade ingredients mentioned by the 8 scenes pot, it had asked Bai Ming Xiantian to help with the attack. Use fire magic. The 8 scenes pot roared while looking at Bai Ming Xiantian's somewhat smug face. Stop using your ice magic. Hurry up with the fire magic, the kind you fed me before. The 8 scenes pot urged. Bai Ming Xiantian was displeased. What's wrong with my ice magic? It's strong too, you know. Zhanqiu Bauer couldn't help but laugh. Strong, now hurry up. The 8 scenes pot was quite anxious about those spirit-grade ingredients. Iron Blockhead, lead the way. The Jade Void Shovel was furious, but after being soothed by Zhanqiu Bauer, it finally led them to the pavilion. When Bai Ming Xiantian reached the pavilion, he discovered the ground inside had already been dug up. At the bottom of a roughly 1 meter deep hole, there was a glowing white barrier. This is the barrier. I've tried for a long time, but couldn't even break its defense. Zhanqiu Bauer explained with a shrug. It's that powerful. Bai Ming Xiantian was quite surprised. In chaos, unless the defense far exceeds the attack, there should at least be a forced 1-point damage. And as a level 5 melee class, Janshou Bauer should have close to 200 attack points. Yet still couldn't break through this barrier's defense. Minor Ice Spike Technique. Bei Ming Xiantian cast a minor ice spike technique, wanting to test the barrier's strength. Ding ding ding. The stationary barrier at the cave bottom took all 6 of Bei Ming Xiantian's ice spikes. But indeed, no damage numbers appeared, confirming Janshou Bauer's earlier statement. Don't waste your effort. It can't be broken. The Jade Void Shovel said somewhat regretfully nearby. Little Shovel and I have already tried here for several hours, there's really no way. Janshou Bauer also sounded helpless. The 8 scenes pot couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "What are you dawdling for, kid? There are spirit-grade ingredients down there. You might even get diamond-grade treasures." Bei Ming Xuantian's eyes lit up. The 8 scenes pot's words served as a reminder diamond-grade treasures were actually secondary. He clearly remembered that after the 8 scenes pot devoured spirit-grade corpses, it could awaken its second skill, Majestic Kunlun Peaks. After experiencing the benefits of the 8 scenes pot's first skill, Vast Azure Ocean, he was quite looking forward to the effects of Majestic Kunlun Peaks. Alright, Bei Ming Xiantian held back. For Majestic Kunlun Peaks, for diamond-grade treasures, he decided to cast another minor fireball spell. Get out of the way. Bei Ming Xiantian warned. What nonsense is this, get out of the way? Are you going all out? The Jade Void Shovel's tone carried some disdain. Before Bei Ming Xiantian could respond, the 8 scenes pot said nonchalantly, "You'll be surprised soon enough. Kid, begin. You have invited player Janshou Bauer to join your party. The other party has accepted. Minor fireball spell. Boom. Clang." After forming a party with Janshou Bauer, Bei Ming Xiantian immediately cast minor fireball without hesitation. Fierce flames poured downward, flooding into the stone cavern beneath the pavilion. At the instant of casting minor fireball, Bei Ming Xiantian seemed to hear a faint bird-like chirping sound. But before he could identify it, his attention was drawn to the barrier below the stone cavern. 100,000. 100,000 damage. This was the first time Bei Ming Xiantian learned the true damage output of his minor fireball. As expected of an SSSS tier talent reward. If only his ice magic could deal such damage. Not enough. Keep going, kid. 8 scenes pot continued urging from the side. Got it. Bei Ming Xiantian waved his hand and cast minor fireball again. Booming flames continuously battered the underground barrier. Now Janshou Bauer finally understood why Bei Ming Xiantian had invited her to party up. Had they not been in a party, those terrifying flames would have undoubtedly reduced her to ashes. The stream around the pavilion has dried up, and all the plants and trees have turned charred black. Even the Jade Void Shovel that was previously full of disdain has now fallen silent. Amidst the continuously falling flames filling the sky, the Jade Void Shovel flickered with silver light, seemingly in a rather unstable emotional state. Boom! After Bei Ming Xiantian consecutively launched over a dozen small fireball spells, the booming sound was finally heard. A one-person wide breach finally appeared in what had been an extremely sturdy barrier. Go! The Jade Void Shovel was the first to leap inside when the barrier breach appeared, then quickly dug a tunnel beneath the barrier. Let's go too! The 8 scenes pot followed suit by jumping down. Bei Ming Xiantian and Janshou Bauer exchanged glances, with Bei Ming Xiantian taking the lead to follow the 8 scenes pot down the tunnel dug by the Jade Void Shovel. Janshou Bauer jumped down after Bei Ming Xiantian. After the 2 humans and 2 immortal artifacts had left, the breach in the barrier that Bei Ming Xiantian had blasted open actually began to slowly repair itself. Iron Fool, how much further? The 8 scenes pot clanged noisily as it hopped ahead, urging the Jade Void Shovel from behind. The Jade Void Shovel dug energetically ahead, rapidly excavating a tunnel more than one person's height that gradually sloped downward underground. Bizarrely, the dirt and rocks dug out by the Jade Void Shovel seemed to be devoured by it, a sight that astonished Bei Ming Xiantian, who was following behind the 8 scenes pot. Almost there, the Jade Void Shovel replied impatiently. Seems there are some weak bugs down below too. Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. The 8 scenes pot seemed to gulp with anticipation as it kept urging. Weak bugs. Bei Ming Xiantian turned to look at Janshou Bauer, both their eyes showing vigilance. Underground wild monsters. Or players. We're here. Just as they were speculating, the Jade Void Shovel stopped digging and shouted back at them. Chapter 15, The Southern Barbarians Invasion. You hurry. Shut up. Look. Bai Ying Pot was about to speak when Yushu Spade quietly hushed him. Then silver light flashed across Yushu Spade's body as it dug open a bowl-sized hole in the earth and rocks ahead. Charge. Roar. Heal me. This Xianyuan region guardian is too strong. DPS faster. The Earth Dragon Beast is almost down. Black Sandial, move forward and tank this humanoid NPC. A clamor of battle sounds came through the bowl-sized hole. When Bai Ming Xiantian peered inside, the sight shocked him. Behind this final layer of earth that Yushu Spade hadn't excavated lay a massive cavern. Inside the cavern, a group of players were besieging a general wearing tattered armor and a lizard monster over 10 meters long. "They're players from Nanliao Kingdom," Jianqiu Bauer suddenly exclaimed from behind. Bai Ming Xiantian nodded. The animal hide tunics worn by these players in the cavern, along with their bone knives and fishing spears, clearly identified them as Nanliao Kingdom players. In reality, Southern Liao Nation is a tropical country south of Nanyan Fire Continent in Xianyuan Country, always blocked by the Southern Rong family at the border. However, it unexpectedly and strangely appeared today in chaos beneath the minor world of Xuanyuan's server. It should be noted that players from different national game servers in chaos cannot interact with each other during the early stages of the game. Only when players reach level 10 or above and enter the great world of chaos can they engage in mutual attacks through the Nation War mode. Even in Nation Wars, players from other servers cannot enter each other's minor worlds. The 3000 minor worlds are equivalent to Chaos's beginner zone, providing protection for new players. How did they get in? Bai Ming Xiantian frowned. Born into one of Xianyuan Country's 4 guardian families, he had no favorable impression of these hostile nations. It must be a spatial rift. At this moment, the Jade Void Shovel spoke up. "In such underground spaces, I dare say that below the Saint rank, no one except me could actively enter. Unless accidentally discovering a spatial rift and utilizing fierce beasts above spirit grade or rare treasures, it's impossible to dig here." The 8 Scenes pot didn't refute Jade Void Shovel's words when it came to digging matters. It still completely trusted this old partner of his. "Look quickly. That general seems to be failing." Jianqiu Bauer, whose head was pressed close to Bai Ming Xuantian's, suddenly cried out anxiously. Bai Ming Xiantian had no time for embarrassment as he hurriedly turned to observe the battle in the cave. They saw the young general clad in ancient Xianyuan-style armor being surrounded and attacked by several southern barbarian players wielding fishing nets, bone knives, and fish spears. Having used some unknown item, these southern barbarian players seemed to have gained strength, specifically countering the young general, continuously closing in to attack him with their fish spears and bone knives. The young general seemed restrained by the fishing net covering his body, unable to fully unleash his strength, and his long blade couldn't be wielded effectively. By now, blood flowed unceasingly from his wounds. Northern Dark Xiantian couldn't help but check the attributes of the besieged general. Yixing General of Southern Garrison, level 15, spirit rank, guardian of the novice village in Xianyuan region of chaos. Roar! Not far away, the giant lizard beast besieged by dozens of non-Leo players seemed to notice the young general's injuries and, despite its severe wounds, desperately tried to charge over to assist. "Bastards! Keep that beast under control." Among the non-Leo players surrounding the young general, one wielding a black harpoon roared angrily at the group of a dozen players. The reprimanded non-Leo players redoubled their efforts, pouncing forward to block the giant lizard's attempt to aid the young general. Roar! The lizard behemoth roared and swatted away a blocking non-Leo player with its claw, but suffered heavy attacks from several others behind it, causing blood to spray out. "Ah Xing!" The young general, seeing the lizard behemoth severely injured, let out a loud shout. With a forceful twist of his long sword, it emitted a golden glow. With a whoosh, the long sword broke free from several fishing nets restraints and slashed out, instantly killing a non-Leo player who had gotten too close. But soon, others came to fill the gap, and several more fishing nets were thrown onto the young general's body and sword, greatly restricting his movements again. Seeing this, Bai Ming Xuantian's face filled with rage as he exchanged looks with equally furious Jianqiu Bauer. They simultaneously nodded in silent understanding of their shared hatred for the enemy. Then, without waiting for Yushu Chan and Bai Ningguo to react, Bai Ming Xiantian and Jianqiu Bauer together kicked away the final layer of earth and stones before them. Jade Void Shovel and 8 Scenes pot remained silent, transforming into a streak of golden light and silver light respectively as they flew onto the two individuals. "You southern barbarian trash, die!" Bai Ming Xuantian's furious roar caused the southern barbarian players surrounding the young general and lizard beast to momentarily freeze in their actions. Beside him, Jianqiu Bauer acted even more directly than Bai Ming Xiantian. As a melee class character, she now drew a red glowing longsword and charged straight toward the southern barbarian players. "Didn't the Divine Ox say we wouldn't encounter Xianyuan players? Damn it! Attack, kill them!" The player holding the black harpoon shouted angrily behind him, whereupon several southern barbarian players came rushing over. Bai Ming Xiantian didn't lag behind either, quickly following Jianqiu Bauer in charging forward. Vast seas and boundless skies. Bai Ming Xuantian's stats instantly replenished to full. With a wave of his staff, he cast Minor Ice Spike technique, overtaking Jianqiu Bauer to strike at the southern barbarian players charging toward them. 197. 201. The two southern barbarian players charging at the forefront were hit by the 100% accurate, 100% critical Minor Ice Spike technique, instantly losing all HP and turning into two streaks of white light as they resurrected. Ding! You have killed hostile southern barbarian players Larmy and Nerwar. Reputation plus 20, experience plus 200. Upon seeing the notification, Bai Ming Xiantian confirmed they were southern barbarian players, dodged a harpoon aimed at him, and continued advancing forward. Boom! Junqiu Bauer had already engaged with a southern barbarian wielding a fishbone blade. Her graceful yet curvaceous figure brandished the crimson longsword with astonishing ferocity. Apparently activating a powerful skill, each of Junqiu Bauer's sword swings trailed after images before striking her opponent's weapon with devastating force. Within just 2 strikes, the fishbone blade-wielding southern barbarian player was slain by Junqiu Bauer. A southern barbarian player hiding behind his teammates swiftly stepped forward and threw his fishing net toward Junqiu Bauer, who had just defeated the spear thrower. Swish! Junqiu Bauer swiftly raised her right hand, abruptly lifting her downward swinging longsword in an attempt to deflect the incoming net. To her surprise, this net item seemed exceptionally difficult to knock away with weapons. Not only did it fail to be deflected by Junqiu Bauer's sword, but it became entangled around the blade instead. Junqiu Bauer shook her sword several times but couldn't dislodge the stubborn net. With a cold shout, she forcibly swung her sword toward the player who had thrown the net. Baiming Xuantian's Frost Needle spell arrived just in time. The net-throwing player and 2 approaching companions behind him all instantly lost their remaining HP and perished. Bastards! Team of 6, go kill them! The Black Trident-wielding player was furious when he saw Baiming Xuantian and Junqiu Bauer instantly kill 5 of his companions. Then, among the non-Liao players besieging the young general, 2 holding fishing nets broke away from the group. Simultaneously, from the players surrounding the giant lizard beast emerged 1 with a fishing net and 3 with harpoons. After these 6 players moved out, both the badly battered young general and the giant lizard beast saw their pressure significantly reduced. Die, Xianyuan scum! The 6 non-Liao players formed a battle formation, 3 harpoon wielders in front and 3 holding fishing net props at the rear, all charging together toward Baiming Xuantian and Junqiu Bauer. Whoosh! 3 harpoons came flying first. Baiming Xuantian dodged one but had his arm grazed by another, losing 36 HP. Junqiu Bauer reacted more decisively, simply swinging her sword to knock away the harpoon aimed at her. Whoosh! But immediately after the 3 harpoons, 3 yellow glowing fishing nets came flying toward the duo. These 6 southern barbarian players seemed extremely proficient in this tactic. One net targeted Baiming Xuantian as the mage, while the other 2 nets aimed at Junqiu Bauer as the melee fighter. Moreover, the 3 coffee table-sized nets came with tricky speed and angles, making it impossible for Baiming Xuantian and his companion to dodge instantly. Ding! You've been affected by Vishnu fishing net control. For 5 minutes, attack reduced by 10%, attack speed reduced by 10%, movement speed reduced by 10%. Control effects can stack. Understanding the Vishnu fishing net's effects, Baiming Xuantian finally realized why the young general and lizard beast had struggled earlier. When trying to tear off the net, Baiming Xuantian found it couldn't be removed easily. Beside him, Junqiu Bauer, who had been hit by 2 Vishnu fishing nets, moved even more sluggishly, struggling briefly but equally failing to remove the nets. Ha ha ha! The 6 non-Liao players burst into laughter when they saw Baiming Xuantian and Junqiu Bauer struggling. Baiming Xuantian actually chuckled in anger at their arrogant demeanor. Just 10% debuff and control effects, what's there to be so proud about? Minor ice spike technique. 6 ice spikes shot out, instantly killing 1 non-Liao player wielding a harpoon. Another net-wielding non-Liao player behind him got grazed by an ice spike, losing over 100 HP. The 6 panicked and hastily retreated a few steps, then launched another volley of harpoons and nets. Baiming Xuantian's eyes swiftly analyzed the attack trajectories of the harpoons and nets before he suddenly moved, lightly shoving Junqiu Bauer beside him. Thud! 136. 2 harpoons missed, while 1 directly pierced Baiming Xuantian's shoulder. Then 3 nets descended, all landing squarely on Baiming Xuantian. Zhang Qubor realized the opportunity Baiming Xuantian had created for her. She crouched low and dashed forward, dragging her long sword behind her. Under the astonished gazes of the 5 remaining non-Liao players, Zhang Qubor quickly closed the distance. A silver glow enveloped her body as she began swinging her sword rapidly. Thud thud thud. 2 harpoon-wielding and 2 net-throwing non-Liao players were cut down like vegetables by Zhang Qubor. Aya! The last remaining net thrower was terrified by Zhang Qubor's ferocity, letting out a scream as he tried to flee. But Zhang Qubor chased him down and ended his life with a single slash. However, before dying, this last net thrower managed to throw one final fishing net that ensnared Zhang Qubor. Put! Zhang Qubor quickly returned and couldn't help but chuckle when she saw Baiming Xuantian tangled in 4 fishing nets. I've used up my ultimate move. It's your turn now. Junqiu Bauer chuckled and patted Baiming Xuantian, whose head was still covered by the fishing net, speaking in a relaxed tone. Baiming Xuantian nodded. After adjusting the fishing net on his body to clear his vision, Baiming Xuantian stepped forward, with Junqiu Bauer following behind him. Stop! Baiming Xuantian roared at the still attacking Nanliao players. Without the coordinated fishing nets and harpoons from their 6-man team, the Nanliao players could barely suppress the young general and the giant lizard beast. Now seeing Baiming Xuantian and his companion approach, they panicked. Minor ice spike technique. Baiming Xuantian wasn't naive enough to think these Nanliao players would cease their attacks just because of his shout. He moved swiftly forward. Though slowed by 40% due to the 4 wet servant fishing nets on him, Beiming Xuantian's speed still surpassed normal levels. Bastards! The damage from minor ice spike technique was reduced by 40%, making Beiming Xuantian's attacks unable to instantly kill the Nanliao players. But it still caused panic among the southern barbarian players who hadn't stopped attacking. Beiming Xiantian cast 2 more small ice spike spells, finally giving the besieged young general and lizard beast a chance to break free from the southern barbarian players' encirclement. General Yixing, leave the rest to me. Seeing the general and lizard beast escape the southern barbarian players' encirclement, Beiming Xiantian spoke to this young guardian of the novice village. The young general was covered in blood, but his eyes remained resolute. Only when looking at his lizard companion covered in vicious wounds did hatred flash across his face. Upon hearing Beiming Xuantian's words, the young general remained silent. He simply patted the giant lizard, signaling it to stand behind them, then leaned on his long blade and took position beside Beiming Xiantian. Seeing the lizard beast covered in exposed flesh and bleeding profusely, Zhang Taibauer showed no fear or disgust. Instead, he took out some potions from his backpack and fed them to the giant lizard. Who are you people, daring to interfere with the southern barbarians' operation? The Black Trident's leader, seeing how the Xianyuan defenders and their guardian beast they had painstakingly surrounded had escaped their encirclement, shouted at Beiming Xiantian with undisguised fury. Xianyuan scum! Beiming Xiantian said coldly. Hearing Beiming Xuantian's words, the Black Trident's player's expression kept changing until one of his companions holding a conch shield whispered something in his ear. Only then did the Black Trident's player put on a relaxed expression and say, "Friends from Xianyuan country, this is actually a misunderstanding. Please hand over these 2 wild monsters. Our Sun God Guild will give you generous rewards." Get lost! Beiming Xiantian still said coldly. Don't be ungrateful. In this game, whoever kills a wild monster gets to claim it. Do you really think just the 2 of you can defeat our Sun God Guild? The dark-skinned Black Fork player revealed a vicious expression on his face, grinding his teeth as he spoke to the resolute Northern Dark Xiantian. Scram! Or die! Northern Dark Xiantian glanced at the severely wounded young general beside him, his tone brimming with killing intent. Damnable Xianyuan people, don't get too full of yourselves. The Black Fork player finally lost his temper and roared at Northern Dark Xiantian. Minor fireball technique. Northern Dark Xiantian's face filled with disgust as he lightly raised his grasswood staff. The fire elements in the space rapidly grew violent and a massive flame quickly surged forth, engulfing the 20+ Southern Liao players ahead. Ding, you have killed 23 hostile Southern Liao players including Anand Khan, Indama, etc. Fame plus 230, EXP plus 2300. Ding, congratulations to Iceblock till death. Your level has risen to 7. Facing a fireball spell with 100,000 attack power, even when weakened by 40%, it's not something ordinary players can withstand. The remaining southern barbarian players all perished under the fireball spell, bringing Beiming Xiantian another 230 points of reputation and 2,300 points of experience. With this experience, Beiming Xiantian finally leveled up to 7. Ah, little shovel, when are you going to give me some cheat codes? After the flames of the fireball spell dissipated, Zhanqiu Bauer, holding a miniaturized jade void shovel, said jokingly, "Ha ha ha." The 18 spot on Beiming Xuantian's chest also laughed heartily and teased, "Dumb iron, the poop scooper you found isn't so great either." "Pa!" The jade void shovel fumed, "The fire tender you found can only cast some big flames at best." Beiming Xiantian. Zhanqiu Bauer. At this moment, the young general who witnessed Beiming Xiantian eliminate all the southern barbarian players finally swayed and sat down on the ground. Beiming Xiantian quickly took out several bottles of potions and handed them to this deputy star general of Jinnan Mansion. The deputy star general waved his hand and said, "No need, brave one. These spiritual medicines of yours have no effect on us." Beiming Xiantian and Zhanqiu Bauer looked at the deputy star general who had over a dozen wounds all over his body and whose armor was completely tattered, their faces full of concern. "No need to worry, you 2 warriors." The deputy star general grinned slightly and said, "Our Xianyuan Jinnan Mansion has its own unique healing technique. Once I circulate it through several cycles, all my injuries will heal." Hearing these words from the young general, Beiming Xiantian and his companion finally relaxed. Afterwards, while healing himself, the deputy star general told Beiming Xiantian and his companion about the reason why the southern barbarian players had come here. From the deputy star general's account, Beiming Xiantian seemed to understand. According to the settings of the Chaos game, this might be South Liao players discovering a connection point between their small world and the small world where Beiming Xiantian resides. Then they used some powerful method to break this connection point, attempting to invade the Xianyuan server through this breach. Within the Chaos game, under the long-established Guardian mechanism designed to prevent premature contact between players from different servers, General Xing from Xianyuan Jiangnan Prefecture was ordered to come with his partner, the Earth Dragon Beast Xing, to resolve this unexpected incident. However, unexpectedly, General Xing, a level 15 spirit rank expert, also suffered severe power reduction due to the Southern Liao players' use of this wet slave fishing net. Hence the earlier scene that Beiming Xiantian and Zhanxiu Baoer encountered. Kid, hurry. There's still the scent of spirit rank ingredients over by that spatial rift, go quickly. Suddenly, Beiming Xiantian heard Ba Jingpot's urgent urging. Meanwhile, the jade void shovel in Zhanxiu Baoer's hand transformed into a silver streak of light, shooting toward the location where the Southern Barbarian players had previously appeared. Chaos Southern Barbarian server, inside a temple-like structure. Several hundred Southern Barbarian players knelt in reverence before the platform at the temple's forefront. Upon the platform rested a corpulent black ox, roughly the size of a small truck, calmly basking in the worship of hundreds of Southern Barbarian players. The black ox snored with its eyes closed, its two horns emitting an eerie black glow. Chapter 16 Flames pouring forth from the Divine Ox Temple. Suddenly, the black ox opened its closed eyes, let out a loud moo, and stood up. As the massive black ox rose, its two sharp horns gleaming darkly nearly pierced through the dilapidated temple's roof. The ox god has awakened. The numerous Southern Barbarian players below the platform shouted excitedly upon seeing the black ox awaken. Then, they fervently began kowtowing and worshipping the black ox. Moo! The black bull paid no attention to the hundreds of Southern Barbarian players below the platform, instead roaring furiously toward the spot where it had been lying moments ago. It was then visible the platform where the black bull had lain now had a broken hollow. And within this hollow, surprisingly, was a layer of glowing barrier. Currently protruding from this translucent barrier was a wooden stick wrapped with several strands of straw along its length. In the Xianyuan server, within a novice village of a minor world, inside a cave over 100 meters underground, 3 individuals, 2 magical artifacts, and 1 beast were gathered mischievously before a stone wall. At the top of the stone wall was a spatial rift about the size of a fist. It's so small, how are we supposed to get through? Beiming Xiantian asked somewhat helplessly. The 8 pot seemed rather anxious, hopping twice with clanging sounds, saying, "Spirit grade. Definitely spirit grade. What a delicious ingredient aroma. All you metal lumps know is eating." The jade void shovel retorted scornfully. But the 8 pot unusually didn't retaliate with sarcasm, instead eagerly bouncing toward that spatial rift. It seemed to have glimpsed some rare delicacy through this tiny fissure. "Kid, stretch your hand over and cast some spells at it," the 8 pot urged Beiming Xiantian anxiously. "Once the ingredient dies, I can snatch it over." Beside them, Zhanxiu Baoer and General Yixing also looked at Beiming Xiantian with great anticipation. The previously terrifyingly powerful minor fireball spell had shown them Beiming Xiantian's true strength, outwardly an ice mage, but actually a devastating fire mage. Ahem, very well. Freed from the wet slave fishing nets that had bound him, with his attack power restored to peak levels, Beiming Xiantian slowly approached the spatial rift. Then he extended his right hand holding the worn wooden staff toward the spatial fissure in the stone wall. Quite deep indeed. Beiming Xiantian tested the depth of the spatial rift, eventually standing on tiptoes before feeling the vegetation staff's tip meet resistance. Something's blocking it. Beiming Xiantian tilted his head and asked, "Has the spatial rift already closed?" "No. Give it a poke," 8 pot urged impatiently. Beiming Xiantian rose on his toes and thrust the vegetation staff upward forcefully several times with his right hand. Finally, a gleam of light emerged from the rift, and Beiming Xiantian felt the vegetation staff suddenly meet empty space ahead. Beiming Xiantian knew the staff's tip had now entered another dimension. Then, gritting his teeth, he unleashed the minor fireball spell. Boom! In the non-Leo server, hundreds of players were fervently worshipping an awakened bull god at a certain spiritual grade temple. But suddenly, everyone felt the air temperature inside the massive temple rapidly climbing. Then, an intense burst of flames erupted from the bull god's altar, swiftly spreading to the hundreds of non-Leo players below. Ah! Heavenly fire is descending. Why is this happening? Has the ox deity grown angry? Ding! You have killed 179 players from hostile factions Southern Barbarians, Kekali, Modisha, etc. Reputation plus 1,790, experience plus 17,900. Ding! Congratulations to ice that never melts, your level has increased to 8. Beiming Xiantian. What just happened? Could there have been a group of people gathered in that opposite space that I just wiped out all at once? No! It's not dead yet. Quick, kid, keep attacking. Don't let that spirit grade ingredient escape. The 8 pot yelled at Beiming Xiantian's feet, urging him on. Beiming Xiantian nodded, then launched another minor fireball spell. Ding! You have killed 165 players from hostile factions Southern Barbarians, Devout Poet, Kentley, etc. Reputation plus 1,650, experience plus 16,500. Ding! Congratulations to ice that never melts, your level has increased to 9. Ding! Your minor fireball spell has been perfectly executed, evolving to level 3 minor fireball spell. Ding! Your fireball spell's spiritual sense has completely awakened. Fire type critical damage plus 50%. What the hell? Beiming Xiantian's face darkened. Burning another 100 plus Nanjiao players to death and reaching level 9 was actually quite satisfying. But this fireball spell seems to be evolving a bit too quickly. Baiming Xiantian immediately felt reluctant to continue casting fireball spells. Don't stop! The 8 scenes pot clanged against Baiming Xuantian's leg while shouting. Nearby, Zhanqiu Bauer also cheered happily. Ice Cube, hurry up, keep up the DPS. I've leveled up twice. Baiming Xiantian shook his head painfully, closed his eyes, and unleashed another barrage of attacks. The Nanjiaox temple was now completely scarred by raging flames. Within a 100-meter diameter centered on the Black Ox's platform, not a single Nanjiao player remained alive. The once glossy black-haired ox deity now stood completely charred and miserable. When the first flame appeared, the ox deity mentioned by southern barbarian players didn't take that suddenly emerged small wooden stick seriously at all. It was just thinking about kicking this stick apart with its hoof, then continuing to lie comfortably at that spatial rift filled with abundant spiritual energy for a good sleep. A flame that made its heart tremble with fear suddenly burst forth from the front of that unremarkable wooden stick. 94,999. 94,999. Moo! The Black Ox cried out in agony. As a level 15 spirit rank guardian beast of Southern Barbarian Server's beginner village, the Black Ox was actually quite powerful. Ever since gaining consciousness, it had appeared in this temple of Southern Barbarians' minor world, then received endless worship from Southern Barbarian players. During this period of fanatical adoration, the Black Ox discovered there wasn't a single existence in this minor world that could threaten it. Therefore, upon discovering the spatial rift in this temple, it used its sharp horns to enlarge this rift. He allowed those mortal worshippers who had been offering him fruits to enter the spatial rift for exploration. But the Black Ox never expected that shortly after those mortals entered the rift, such terrifying flames would erupt in the very temple where he had been sleeping comfortably. The damage from 2 flame attacks had already made the Black Ox feel the threat of death for the first time. No! I still want to enjoy mortal worship. I still have so many fruits to eat, I don't want to die. After suffering 2 devastating flame attacks, the Black Ox finally panicked. Without regard for the mortals in the temple, he desperately leaped down from the high platform, trying to escape the shrine. Boom! Another terrifying burst of flames erupted from the tip of the wooden staff protruding from the rift in the high platform. Moo! The Black Ox seemed to smell death itself. His eyes fell upon the mortals outside the temple, those who hadn't been allowed to enter and worship him because they failed to offer fruits. 194,999. The flame damage this time completely burned away the Black Ox's fur, exposing its robust flesh beneath. Boom! Boom! 2 more waves of scorching flames descended, instantly depleting the Black Ox's health, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. Boom! 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 3 additional flame attacks surged forth, even spilling beyond the temple's bounds, reducing countless southern barbarian players who hadn't even qualified to enter the Ox Temple into wisps of white light. After unleashing 6 more minor fireballs in succession, Northern Abyss Frostsky finally revealed a hint of delight in his brow. Ding! You have slain 324 hostile Southern Barbarian players, Ox Shaman, Brahmin Gon, and others, gaining plus 3,240 reputation and plus 32,400 EXP. Ding! You have slain the Southern Barbarian Microcosm's Guardian Beast, Vishnu's Divine Ox, gaining plus 500 reputation and plus 15,000 EXP. Ding! Congratulations, Everlasting Ice Block! You have reached level 10. Ding! Congratulations, Everlasting Ice Block! You have reached level 13. Ding! As you have slain the Wet Nurse Divine Ox, you have gained the hatred of the Southern Barbarian Divine Beast Sky Soaring Monkey. Got it! Just as Baiming Xiantian was rejoicing, he suddenly heard the 8 scenes pot shout loudly behind him. It then violently shoved Baiming Xiantian aside and transformed into a golden light that flew into the spatial rift. The nearby jade void shovel also suddenly leaped, turning into a silver light as it followed into the spatial rift. Chapter 17, Eating Beef While Someone Else Runs Off with the Pot. Not bad at all. Zhanqiu Bauer approached Baiming Xiantian and said with great delight. As a teammate in the party, Zhanqiu Bauer also benefited from Baiming Xuantian's experience and had already reached level 11. Baiming Xiantian never expected that just a few casts of minor fireball technique would allow him to reach level 13 so quickly. He even began wondering if he should use this minor fireball technique more often to level up several more times. That Wet Nurse Divine Ox was of spiritual grade strength, yet it couldn't withstand more than a few of his minor fireball spells. Not to mention the hundreds of Nanyao players before and after, who were burned to ashes by the fireball spell. No way! Baiming Xiantian, have you no sense of shame? But soon, Baiming Xiantian shook his head and dismissed the thought of continuing to use fireball to enjoy his cheat-like gaming experience. After all, he was the young master of the prestigious Baiming clan. How could he possibly use fire magic, the most despised school of magic among Baiming disciples in chaos? If the Baiming clan discovered he was actually a fire mage, the consequences would be unthinkable. His father Baiming Yuxian's prestige within the clan would probably hit rock bottom. No way. Absolutely not. Even if he could cheat, he couldn't use it recklessly. Whoosh whoosh. Boom. Just as Baiming Xiantian was contemplating how to better resist the temptation of fire magic, a golden and a silver streak of light flew back through the spatial rift. Simultaneously, it seemed some powerful attack was launched from the other side of the rift, causing the fist-sized spatial tear to instantly close up. Ha ha ha. The 8 scenes pot, having flown back to the cave, burst into hearty laughter. The jade void shovel fell to the ground and, after revealing its true form, joyfully flipped a somersault. Well, how was the haul? Baiming Xiantian asked eagerly. Ha ha ha. The 8 scenes pot was extremely satisfied. After laughing heartily for a while, it grandly shouted to the group, "Fire it up, let's feast on beef." Yay! Zhanqiu Bauer had long since learned about the miraculous functions of the 8 scenes pot from the jade void shovel. Half an hour later, inside the spacious underground cavern, the trio, 1 beast and 1 shovel, were gathered around a copper pot the size of a bathtub, full of anticipation. If asked why the 8 scenes pot had grown so enormous, the black bull was too big. An ordinary pot couldn't contain it. Is it ready yet? Is it ready yet? Zhanqiu Bauer's eyes gleamed as she stared intently at the large chunks of beef enveloped in spiritual energy inside the 8 scenes pot, swallowing saliva as she asked. The aroma is incredible. Even the immortal chefs of our Jinan manor couldn't cook such delicacies. General Lixing beside him couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Baiming Xiantian remained silent, but a traitorous thread of drool escaped from the corner of his mouth. Soon, the 8 scenes pot gurgled in response. Ha ha ha, let's eat. No sooner had the words fallen than the trio, the beast, and the shovel charged forward like divine beasts. Ding! You've consumed spirit-grade food cooked with the 8 scenes pot. Permanently gained, spirit plus 15, constitution plus 15, bone structure plus 15, defense plus 50, HP plus 50. This effect can stack up to 3 times. This is so awesome. Baiming Xiantian chewed on the delightfully springy, flavor-packed beef while watching his attributes increase, his heart brimming with joy. Zhanqiu Bauer's mouth was equally full of beef, her round cheeks shiny with grease as she smiled blissfully. The jade void shovel went even further, though it had no mouth to speak of. One could see it tremble slightly before a large chunk of beef disappeared from the pot. Then the jade void shovel emitted a series of crunching, munching sounds, actually chewing and swallowing even the bones. General Lixing and the earth dragon beast axing ate much more gracefully, neither the man nor the beast eating hurriedly, but both appearing thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, players from the Southern Barbarian server were already in an uproar. On the Chaos Forum, Southern Barbarian players posted all the scenes of sudden flames erupting from the Ox God Temple. A group of Southern Barbarian players were furiously complaining in the thread. It was the Xianyuan people. I was there and received the system notification. Damn Xianyuan people must be cheating in the game. They actually killed our most valuable Ox God. Those flames, it must be the Nanrong clan from Xianyuan country using fire magic to massacre us Southern Barbarian players. Revenge! Revenge! We warriors of Southern Barbarian must retaliate against Xianyuan country and the Nanrong clan. While happily eating beef, Baiming Xiantian didn't realize that his use of the small fireball technique would actually shift the blame onto the Nanrong family. Finally, after eating their fill, the trio, 2 magical artifacts and 1 beast included, collapsed contentedly onto the cave floor. So delicious, burped Zhanqiu Bauer sighed between satisfied belches. Baiming Xiantian closed his eyes, savoring the experience of eating steaming hot beef within the game. Such delightful experiences were rare for him in real life. After all, the Baiming family's kitchen, obsessed as they were with ice-based powers, mainly served cold dishes, frozen desserts, and chilled beverages. Here, kid. The Jade Void Shovel tossed 2 skill books toward Baiming Xiantian. You might like these. Baiming Xiantian sat up immediately. Upon seeing the names of these books, his face blossomed into sheer delight. The first book contained an ice-based skill, and what's more, it was a precious red tier skill. Arctic Domain, red grade skill, learning requirement, level 10 spellcasting class. Conjures spatial ice elements to form a 4-meter Arctic domain around the caster. Enemies entering the Arctic domain suffer ice damage and movement speed reduction. While Arctic domain is active, ice spell damage plus 15%, accuracy plus 15%. Baiming Xiantian felt exhilarated after reading Arctic domain's description. To think it was an exceptionally rare domain type skill. One must know whether in reality or the game domain skills are far more valuable than ordinary attack skills. In the real-world Baiming clan, only his father and 1 elderly elder possessed ice domain abilities. Any Baiming descendant awakening ice-based powers would instantly be promoted to core disciple status. Learn it! Without hesitation, Baiming Xiantian clicked to learn. Dang, you have learned the Arctic domain skill. Looking at the newly added ice-type skill in his skill bar, Baiming Xiantian was quite satisfied, then turned his gaze to another skill book. Furious Blaze, red tier skill, learning requirement, level 10 spellcasting profession. Ignite terrifying fire elements to release a massive flamestorm that attacks the target, dealing significant spell damage. After Furious Blaze hits an enemy, the enemy enters a continuous health loss state. Very powerful. After reading the description of the red tier skill Furious Blaze, even Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This furious blaze perfectly embodies the explosive attack characteristics typical of fire-type spells. But, just as Bei Ming Xiantian was about to toss this furious blaze skill book into his backpack to gather dust, he heard a system notification. Ding, your fireball has actively devoured the furious blaze skill. Ding, your fireball has evolved to level 4 after devouring a red tier fire type skill. Absurd! Watching the Raging Flames skill disappear from his hands and hearing the notification that fireball had actively evolved again, Bei Ming Xiantian's face flushed with anger. Did you even ask for my opinion? Just evolved on your own. Hey, you metal dummy. Stop holding back, where's the rest of the stuff? Bring it all out. At this moment, the 8 scenes pot, its body glistening with oil, spoke while letting out a satisfied burp. Fine, fine. The Jade Void Shovel replied irritably, then flashed with a silver light. Several pieces of equipment glowing with silver and gold light were tossed onto the ground. Chapter 18, Silver and Gold Equipment. Bei Ming Xiantian and Zhanqiu Bauer were both astonished to see the equipment casually thrown on the ground by the Jade Void Shovel. Silver light indicated silver grade equipment, while gold light meant gold grade. Bei Ming Xiantian never expected to see silver and gold equipment before even reaching the greater world of chaos. Pick whatever you want. After throwing down the equipment, the Jade Void Shovel declared with an obnoxiously proud tone. Bei Ming Xiantian, finally regaining his composure, looked at Zhanqiu Bauer, who was equally astonished, and nodded simultaneously. Then, the two quickly crouched down and began examining these equipments that would drive countless people wild if revealed to the outside world. Bei Ming Xiantian swiftly inventoried them: 7 pieces of equipment, 4 silver grade and 3 gold grade. Bullhorn Heavy Sword, silver grade equipment. Requirements: level 10 physical class. Usage states: heavy sword, light sword. Forged from the horns of the newbie village guardian beast, Lord Nandi the Divine Bull. Can be separated into 2 light swords. Heavy sword, strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, physical attack plus 80, physical critical plus 10%, mana cost for spells plus 10%. Light sword, strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, physical attack plus 50, attack speed plus 30, mana cost for spells 10%. What excellent gear! Just this first silver grade equipment made Bei Ming Xiantian sigh in admiration. It's actually a rare dual state equipment. Clearly, this bullhorn heavy sword is perfect for Zhanqiu Bauer. Here, it suits you, Bei Ming Xiantian said. But unexpectedly, Zhanqiu Bauer shook her head and waved the red grade longsword in her hand. I have something better this sword can evolve. Bei Ming Xiantian couldn't help but look at the red grade longsword in Zhanqiu Bauer's hand, finally confirming that her words weren't just polite refusal. Red Duckweed Treasure Sword evolvable, red grade equipment, usage requirement, level 5 physical class, can evolve up to level 30 celestial weapon. Legend says this is a cursed sword that can continuously break through its curse as the user's power increases, eventually evolving into an immortal weapon. Strength plus 10, constitution plus 10, physical attack plus 30, attack speed plus 10, movement speed plus 10. Skill, Red Duckweed Drift, instantly releases the sword's aura, greatly increasing user's attack power and attack speed. The enhancement effect correlates with user's strength. Can be used 3 times per day. After seeing the Red Duckweed Drift skill of the Red Duckweed Treasure Sword, Bei Ming Xiantian instantly understood. It was precisely this skill that Zhanqiu Bauer had used earlier, allowing her to continue her fierce assault even after being caught in 2 Vishnu fishing nets, ultimately killing 5 southern barbarian players from the opposing side. Bei Ming Xiantian shook his head, storing the bullhorn greatsword in his backpack, planning to give it to Liang Bingbing for use after they got out. The second silver grade item was a pair of greaves. Cowhide greaves, silver grade equipment, usage requirement, level 10 all classes. Crafted from tough cowhide, it possesses considerable defensive capabilities. Constitution plus 15, defense plus 60, movement speed plus 20, mana regeneration speed plus 20, magic damage received 40. A minor exceptional piece. Bei Ming Xiantian smiled as he forcefully pushed it toward Zhanqiu Bauer. Zhanqiu Bauer didn't refuse either, directly equipping these silver greaves. The silver greaves' appearance made Zhanqiu Bauer's already pale, long legs appear even more slender. The third silver grade equipment turned out to be a shield, causing both Bei Ming Xiantian and Zhanqiu Bauer to shake their heads in disappointment. Oxhide Shield, silver grade equipment. Requirement, level 10 melee class. Crafted from tough oxhide reinforced with sturdy bones, offering formidable defensive capabilities. Strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, defense plus 80, attack speed 15, with 15% chance to trigger block effect. It's quite a decent shield with block success rate bonus, making it highly suitable for tank classes like Guardians, Knights, and Rangers. I don't want it. Zhanqiu Bauer was the first to speak, saying with undisguised disgust, oxhide and oxbones. Sounds disgusting just hearing about it. Bei Ming Xiantian shook his head and stored this oxhide shield in his inventory, then turned his attention to the 4th silver grade equipment. Stormcloak, silver grade equipment. Requirement, level 12 magic class. The wet nurse ox god incidentally acquired this mysterious cloak, which appears to be powerful equipment suitable for mages. Spirit plus 30, Constitution plus 25, Defense plus 40, Magic attack plus 80, Movement speed plus 30. Skill, Drifting Clouds and Wind, releases the energy of the cloud wind cape, allowing the user to fly briefly. Mana consumption, 20 points second. What excellent equipment! Beiming Xiantian and Zhanxiu Bauer, upon seeing the attributes of this cloud wind cape, especially the attached Drifting Clouds and Wind skill, both wore expressions of pleasant surprise. Lucky you! Zhanxiu Bauer pretended to complain with a laugh, then pushed the cloud wind cape toward Beiming Xiantian without any hesitation. Beiming Xiantian chuckled and accepted the cloud wind cape, immediately putting it on. A cyan cape appeared behind Beiming Xiantian, giving his figure an elegant and graceful appearance. Beiming Xiantian examined the equipped effect and nodded in satisfaction. Actually, while the attribute boosts from the cloud wind cape were decent, what pleased Beiming Xiantian most was the attached Drifting Clouds and Wind skill. In Chaos, aside from choosing special professions with flight skills at later stages, flying was extremely difficult to achieve. In some already revealed special maps, possessing flight skills becomes extremely necessary. From this perspective, Fengyun Floating's skill that consumes mana for flight appears exceptionally precious. Don't get too full of yourself. Zhanxiu Bauer couldn't help but chuckle at Beiming Xiantian's expression and reminded him, ha ha ha. Beiming Xiantian laughed awkwardly and turned his attention to the remaining 3 golden equipment pieces. These were the truly important items. First, Beiming Xiantian picked up a belt and nodded approvingly after seeing its attributes. Stubborn Ox Tendon Belt, Golden Equipment, Requirement, Level 15 Spellcasting Profession. Spirit plus 40, Constitution plus 40, Defense plus 150, Casting Speed plus 30, Movement Speed plus 30, Durability Recovery Speed plus 5. Skill, Oxgod Stubbornness, passive skill, when the user is attacked, has a chance to counterattack and reduce the attacker's attack speed. A minor top-tier equipment. Not only are its attribute bonuses quite satisfactory, but the attached Oxgod Stubbornness passive skill is also an excellent combat ability. Take it, Zhanxiu Bauer said impatiently. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Beiming Xiantian stored this golden belt in his backpack. He was currently level 13, needing 2 more levels before he could use it. The second golden equipment was a physical breastplate with excellent attributes, even including a passive health regeneration skill, which Zhanxiu Bauer obtained with a beaming smile. When both of them looked at the final piece of golden equipment, they were completely surprised. Cyan Gold Jade Bracelet, Golden Equipment, Usage Requirement, Level 15 Any Class, Spiritual Energy Value 30. Crafted from spiritual grade material Cyan Gold Jade Marrow, but degraded to golden equipment due to overuse by Vishnu Bull God, yet still possessing formidable power. Spirit plus 30, Strength plus 30, Constitution plus 30, Bone Structure plus 30, Critical Rate plus 15%, Mana Consumption 15%. Spiritual Energy Recovery Speed, 1 point hour. Skill, Vishnu Fishing Net consumes 5 points of spiritual energy stored in the Cyan Gold Jade Bracelet to create a Vishnu Fishing Net, which can be gifted to others and lasts for 24 hours. After the Wetner Fishing Net hits the enemy, it can reduce the target's attack by 10%, attack speed by 10%, and movement speed by 10%. The control effect can stack and lasts for 5 minutes. Beiming Xiantian looked at this Cyan Gold Jade Bracelet that was pure white in color and emitted a faint golden light, his face full of pleasant surprise. Apart from providing strong attribute bonuses, the attached skill turned out to be exactly the same fishing net effect that those southern barbarian players had used before. Beiming Xiantian and Zhanxiu Bauer had both personally experienced the frustration of being caught in that fishing net. Chapter 19 Minor Ice Spike Technique in the Real World. Both of them could see the other's fondness for this Cyan Gold Jade Bracelet. But soon, Zhanxiu Bauer said with a cheerful smile, "You take it. I got a free beef meal and 2 pieces of equipment for nothing. That's already good enough." Beiming Xiantian smiled faintly, knowing Zhanxiu Bauer wasn't just being polite, and thus put this golden bracelet into his backpack. This Cyan Gold Jade Bracelet would indeed bring him significant benefits. Especially this Hainu Fishing Net's ability is extremely practical for an inaccurate ice mage like him. 2 brave warriors, General Yixing began to speak, but upon seeing Zhanxiu Bauer's rapidly darkening face, he quickly corrected himself. "Brave warrior and heroine, I shall first return to the Jinan Manor to report the mission's completion." "All right." Beiming Xiantian nodded. General Yixing pondered for a moment, then took out 2 wooden tokens and handed one to each of them. "These are tokens from our Jinan Manor. After entering the greater world, when you are selecting your cultivation paths, present them to your skill instructors. It will certainly grant you some preferential treatment." Both Beiming Xiantian and Zhanxiu Bauer's eyes lit up. What excellent items! This is clearly beneficial for their class advancement. General Yixing, farewell until we meet again. Farewell until we meet again. Are you saying that South Barbarian players have entered the Xianyuan server through spatial rifts? A trace of irritation appeared on Beiming Yuxian's gloomy face. "Yes, father." After distributing the equipment, Beiming Xiantian immediately logged off to report this matter to his father, Beiming Yuxiang. "These southern barbarians are utterly audacious. It seems the fools of the Nanrong family have grown too complacent in recent years. Bei Ming Yuxiang finished speaking but couldn't suppress a sudden cough. This instantly raised Bei Ming Xuantian's concerns. His father, as a yellow rank master of ice abilities, shouldn't be suffering from mere colds or coughs. The only possible explanation for his coughing would be injury. I'm fine. Noticing his son's worry, Bei Ming Yuxiang said lightly, those savages from the Northern Bear Nation have launched another attack on North Frost Watermarsh. Several experts did manage to breach our defenses these past few days. Father, is the situation serious this time? Bei Ming Xiantian asked. He harbored not a shred of goodwill toward the Northern Bear Nation north of Xianyuan Kingdom's North Frost Watermarsh. Ever since Bei Ming Xiantian could remember, this Northern Bear Nation had frequently invaded North Frost Watermarsh, killing, pillaging. They had been persistently attempting to negotiate with the Biming family, who guarded the North Cold Water Pavilion, demanding that the Biming family cede part of the North Cold Water Pavilion's territory to their Northern Bear Nation. However, as one of the 4 guardian families of the Xianyuan Kingdom, the Biming family refused to even give the Northern Bear Nation a chance to negotiate. Over the past decade, dozens of invasions by the Northern Bear Nation had been repelled by the Biming family with absolutely overwhelming force. Ever since Bei Ming Xiantian could remember, his father, who served as the patriarch of the Biming family, had never sustained a single injury. Yet this time, his father Bei Ming Yuxiang had actually been wounded. This inevitably made Bei Ming Xiantian worry about the scale of this Northern Bear Nation's invasion. Working hard in chaos is also a contribution to the Biming family. Bei Ming Yuxiang reverted to his aloof mode, though his tone still carried a trace of emotion. Bei Ming Xiantian knew his father was actually warm-hearted beneath his cold exterior. By the way, don't attend tomorrow's ability assessment. Just focus on working hard in chaos. As Bei Ming Yuxiang reached the doorway, he turned and spoke to Bei Ming Xiantian. Hearing these words, a trace of disappointment flashed in Bei Ming Xuantian's eyes, but he still nodded in acknowledgement. Every year, the Biming clan conducts tests to determine whether its young members have awakened ice-based abilities. For the past 18 years, every test Bei Ming Xiantian took yielded nothing. Each ability assessment only added to his humiliation. Unless a miracle occurred, this year's results would likely remain the same, not even the most basic ice-based ability. If only I could bring the ice skills I've learned in chaos into reality. Bei Ming Xiantian gazed at the retreating figure of Bei Ming Yuxiang as he pushed open the door and couldn't help but think. Minor ice spike. Suddenly, 6 pencil-thin ice spikes materialized before Bei Ming Xuantian's casually raised right hand. Whoosh! The 6 ice spikes shot forward just as Bei Ming Yuxiang was about to leave. He spun around and swiftly swept them aside. What? Bei Ming Xiantian was utterly astonished, finding this scene hard to believe. He had merely experimented with an ice-type skill from chaos, yet it actually manifested in reality. Although the ice spikes were much smaller than their in-game counterparts and moved slower, this was enough to shock Bei Ming Xiantian. Right, not excitement, but sheer shock. After over a decade of being mocked by ice ability awakened clansmen, he had finally awakened ice abilities himself. This must be a miracle. Bei Ming Yuxiang, who had turned around, was equally stunned. His eyes widened at Bei Ming Xuantian's disbelieving expression, his own face alight with emotion. Xiantian, you've awakened. I think so. Bei Ming Xiantian could barely string words together. Ice spike abilities. Xiantian, demonstrated again, Bei Ming Yuxiang urged, his voice trembling. Yes, father. Minor ice spikes technique. Bei Ming Xiantian raised his hand, and 6 small ice spikes materialized before his right palm. Ha ha ha. Bei Ming Yuxiang seemed to have suppressed his emotions for too long, throwing his head back in roaring laughter. Excellent, ha ha ha, my son Bei Ming Xiantian has finally awakened ice-type powers. After a long while, Bei Ming Xiantian stood obediently, listening to the arrangements from his father Bei Ming Yuxiang. Bei Ming Xiantian logged back into the game, still appearing within that stone wall chamber. Yesterday before logging off, Zhanqiu Bauer had informed Bei Ming Xiantian that this stone wall space would remain accessible until this morning. Therefore, Bei Ming Xiantian had directly logged off within this stone wall space yesterday. Checking his friends list and seeing neither Liang Bingbing nor Zhanqiu Bauer were online, Bei Ming Xiantian decided to leave first. He had never forgotten that embarrassing experience when he and Liang Bingbing were chased into the stone crevice by a level 12 silverback bear king leading a pack of level 8 silverback bears. Now, Bei Ming Xiantian possessed full confidence to deal with this level 12 elite monster. His confidence didn't come from the fireball spell, but from the 8 scenes pot that had devoured the divine wet new ox. It had already awakened its second skill. 8 scenes pot celestial grade treasure growth type, usage requirement, none. Innate traits, spirit plus 200, strength plus 200, constitution plus 200, bone structure plus 200. Attribute points gained per level are doubled. Legend says the 8 scenes pot once cooked saint level creatures. When equipped, it exerts certain intimidation effects against all wild monsters. The 8 scenes pot possesses a natural devouring instinct. It can consume corpses of wild monsters slain by the user, granting additional experience. Skills. Vast Ocean Azure Abyss. When activated, all skills gain 100% hit rate, 100% effect realization, and 100% critical damage doubled. Duration 20 minutes. MP cost 10 per second. Cooldown 40 minutes. Luan Sheng Koinyu. When activated by the user, Luan Sheng Koinyu doubles all skill damage and effects, ignoring skill cooldowns and casting speed limitations. Duration 20 minutes. Mana cost 10 points second. Cooldown 40 minutes. Chapter 20. How does a qualified mage fight? Baiming Xiantian was extremely satisfied. Just the 8 scenes pot alone, after evolution, added 200 to all 4 attributes. This was already an absolutely heaven-defying enhancement. Moreover, the effect of Vast Ocean Azure Abyss now has extended duration and reduced cooldown. With the precise aim status, I can be completely unrestrained now. Though the second skill's Luan Sheng Koinyu state might seem unremarkable at first glance, for a mage class character like Baiming Xiantian, it was simply a godsend. In fact, Baiming Xiantian felt that Luan Sheng Koinyu was even more powerful than Vast Ocean Azure Abyss. It's important to understand that every mage class skill has its cooldown period. Even basic skills like Minor Fireball and Minor Ice Spike have over a second of casting delay due to the player's basic casting speed. This 1 second plus casting delay is equivalent to the skill's cooldown time. But if using the Luan Sheng Koinyu skill, Baiming Xiantian wouldn't need to consider casting cooldowns or delays at all. As fast as he can chant the spells, that's how quickly he can release them. Baiming Xiantian could already imagine the scene of himself casting 20 minutes of Ice Spike Rain. Absolutely ridiculously powerful. Moreover, what satisfied Baiming Xiantian even more was that with the bonuses from the 8 scenes pot and Wind Cloud Cape, his current attributes could already be described as heaven-defying. After leveling up to 13, he gained 14 points each in Spirit, Strength, Constitution, Bone Foundation plus 70 free attribute points. Baiming Xiantian didn't allocate all free points to Constitution again, as his Constitution was already strong enough. So he distributed these 70 free attribute points in a 3:1 to 1:1 ratio. Comprehensive attributes. Unwavering Ice Block, level 13, class, none. Spirit, 407. Strength, 282. Constitution, 390. Bone Foundation, 353. Terrifying to such an extent. Baiming Xiantian checked his spell attack power, which had reached a terrifying 904 points. His spell defense had also reached 602 points. His HP had even reached 955 points, nearly exceeding 1,000. With stats like these, if he were to encounter Nanrong Xiaoyang again, there'd be no need for Reckless Force. A single hit from his Ice Spike would be instantly fatal. Without several red tier equipment pieces, no one could withstand even one exchange with him. Silverback Bear King, your death awaits. Baiming Xiantian stepped forward, pulled open the stone door, entered the crevice, then gradually maneuvered out of the fissure to reach the level 8 Silverback Bear's territory. Roar! Upon seeing Baiming Xiantian's appearance, the 6 silverback bears gathered near the stone wall roared furiously at him. Baiming Xiantian smiled faintly, then activated his ultimate ice domain. A refreshing chill spread out, forming a 4-meter radius frost zone around Baiming Xiantian. One silverback bear happened to be within the ultimate ice domain's range, with damage numbers continuously appearing above its head. Then Baiming Xiantian saw the silverback bear roar and charge toward him, but its movement speed was significantly slower. Truly worthy of being a domain skill. Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but exclaim as he watched this level 8 silverback bear collapse from blood loss before even reaching him. With the Ice Heart card boosting ice skill effects by 5 levels, his level 6 ultimate ice domain's effectiveness thoroughly satisfied Baiming Xiantian. Roar! The surrounding silverback bears roared furiously, seeing their companion die at Baiming Xiantian's hands. Then these silverback bears rapidly charged toward Baiming Xiantian, their roars continuously attracting more bears from the surroundings. Minor Ice Spike Technique. Baiming Xiantian chuckled lightly, watching the silverback bears moving like they were in slow motion within his ultimate ice domain. It was simply too relaxing. One after another, the silverback bears roared and fell within the ultimate ice domain. One after another, ice thorn spells harvested the silverback bears that managed to reach Baiming Xiantian. Under the extreme ice domain, both the damage and accuracy of small ice thorns improved, filling Baiming Xiantian with immense joy. Because finally, 3 small ice thorns simultaneously struck their target. For the first time, Baiming Xiantian felt that leveling up could be so exhilarating. In just a few short minutes, his level 13 experience bar had already increased by 1,000 points. Of course, that somewhat cheat-like tiny fireball technique wasn't even worth mentioning. Baiming Xiantian silently mused. Suddenly, an enormous roar echoed from the small grove ahead. Then, Baiming Xiantian saw a massive silver white bear charge out from the woods, followed by a dozen 8-level silverback bears constantly making complaints. Silverback Bear King, Advanced Wild Monster, Level 12, HP 12,000. Originally an ordinary silverback bear, it accidentally consumed a spiritual herb one day, awakening its ancient bloodline and evolving into the Silverback Bear King. Baiming Xiantian looked at the Silverback Bear King's health points, feeling somewhat stunned. It was his first time encountering a wild monster with visible health attributes, and its HP was actually over 10 times his own. Truly worthy of being a high-level monster. Minor Ice Spike Technique. Without further adu, Bai Ming Xiantian waved his hand and cast the improved Minor Ice Spike technique with much higher accuracy now. Roar! The Silverback Bear King let out a mighty roar and charged straight at Bai Ming Xiantian without dodging. 323. 354. Absurd! Bai Ming Xiantian mentally complained vehemently. With his attack power exceeding 900, even the scattered ice spikes from his technique should deal impressive damage. Yet they only managed to reduce the Silverback Bear King's health by slightly over 300 points. Roar! The Silverback Bear King bellowed as it charged into Bai Ming Xiantian's extreme ice domain, with negligible damage numbers floating above its head. Bai Ming Xiantian unleashed another minor ice spike technique. Ding ding! 2 more ice spikes hit their mark, depleting over 600 of the Bear King's health. Whoosh! The Silverback Bear King had already reached Bai Ming Xiantian's side, its massive claws viciously swiping at his chest. Seeing the enormous bear right before him, Bai Ming Xiantian's nerves stretched to the limit. With a forceful stomp of his foot, his body abruptly retreated backward. He actually managed to evade the Silverback Bear King's furious attack. After dodging this strike, Bai Ming Xiantian finally felt a sense of relief in his heart. After all, he aspired to become a mage. How could he commit a mage's cardinal sin? Standing still to take hits. That's no way for a mage to fight. Utilizing all available terrain, obstacles, and movement techniques to avoid every possible injury. This is the true essence of mage combat. In chaos, there actually aren't attributes like movement techniques or evasion. However, it calculates based on the player's own strength, constitution, speed, and combat intention to determine how much damage they can avoid in battle. When facing the harpoon attacks from non-Liao players earlier, Bai Ming Xiantian had done his utmost to dodge. Several times he was merely grazed on the arms and shoulders, non-critical areas where the damage taken was significantly reduced. This precisely demonstrates the necessity of a mage's footwork. Minor Ice Spike Technique. Within the extreme ice domain, Bai Ming Xiantian's speed and movements remained completely unrestricted. Meanwhile, the Silverback Bear King, seemingly specialized in high HP and close combat, grew progressively slower in its movements. Of course, Bai Ming Xiantian couldn't completely evade all of the Silverback Bear King's attacks, soon suffering 2 strikes from its massive claws. Though neither hit vital spots, he still lost over 400 HP. This clearly illustrates the HP disparity between players and wild monsters in chaos. However, wild monsters remain just that. Under Bai Ming Xiantian's evasive combat strategy, the Silverback Bear King finally roared in fury as a minor ice spike depleted its last 100+ HP. Bai Ming Xiantian exhaled a long, deep breath. It sounds simple in theory, but only through actual combat with nerves stretched taut did Bai Ming Xiantian truly comprehend the perils ice-type ability users face in real battles. On several occasions, Bai Ming Xiantian distinctly felt the Silverback Bear King's claws sweeping past vital spots like his head. Viewing his dwindling health bar now showing less than 100 HP, Bai Ming Xiantian felt both exhilaration and agitation. This was an experience completely foreign to his 18 years of sheltered life. Though merely virtual combat in a game, it sufficiently allowed Bai Ming Xiantian to release some of the pent-up emotions accumulated over 18 years. Fuck yeah! Bai Ming Xiantian shouted before swiftly retrieving potions to replenish his depleted health and mana reserves. After the Silverback Bear King's demise, the spectating level 8 Silverback Bears seemed intimidated, keeping their distance rather than attacking Bai Ming Xiantian. This conveniently spared Bai Ming Xiantian additional trouble. Once his health recovered past 200 points, he crouched down to rummage beneath the Silverback Bear King's carcass. Ding, you have obtained 1 gold ingot and 7 copper coins. Ding, you have obtained red tier equipment Rosy Dawn Staff. Ding, you have obtained a spiritual herb quest item. Ding, since you killed the Silverback Bear King, you have incurred the hatred of Mountain God Taihung. Bai Ming Xiantian was originally quite happy to obtain a red tier equipment. But seeing Mountain God Taihung's hatred, he couldn't help but feel helpless again. Previously, just because of a few small fireball spells that killed the Divine Bull Vishnu, he received a notification saying he incurred the hatred of the Southern Liao server's divine beast, the Flying Celestial Monkey. And now this Mountain God Taihung's hatred. How extremely unlucky he was. However, Bai Ming Xiantian soon shook his head and turned his attention to this red tier staff. Rosy Dawn Staff, red tier equipment, usage requirement, level 12 spellcasting profession. A weapon forged by a famous blacksmith, containing a trace of Dawn's first light sealed within. Spellcasting grants additional light attribute attacks. Mind plus 25, Constitution plus 12, Magic attack plus 60, Casting speed plus 30, Magic critical strike plus 12%. Rosy Glow effect. When casting spells with the Rosy Glow Staff, it adds 50 points of light attribute attack with a very small chance to blind the target. Not bad at all. Among red tier equipment, these are already quite excellent attributes. Perfect for replacing my level 5 Worn Vegetation Staff. Beiming Xiantian equipped the rosy glow staff, which emitted wisps of red glow around it, looking much more impressive than the previous vegetation staff. Quest item. Beiming Xiantian looked again at that tender green spirit herb. It's actually marked as a quest item. A spirit herb, quest item, usage effect unknown. Quest activation conditions not met. Please go to Xuanwu City to find the activation trigger. Xuanwu City. One of the 4 major cities in the Xianyuan region of the Chaos World. So I need to go to Xuanwu City to find the activation trigger. Beiming Xiantian held this tender green spiritual herb but truly couldn't see what was special about this plant that looked nearly identical to ordinary weeds. Don't waste effort trying to find this head or tail activation trigger. In the end it'll only reward you with a few copper coins. Beiming Xiantian shook the spiritual herb, about to store it in his backpack, when he suddenly heard an angry roar from outside the forest. Put down that immortal herb. Chapter 21, Frozen Mountain God Tai Hang. Beiming Xiantian frowned, his right hand tightening around the newly equipped radiant staff. A disheveled old man with messy hair and beard came charging out from beyond the trees. The old man wielded a freshly broken branch as thick as a wrist, waving it threateningly at Beiming Xiantian. Boy, hand over that spiritual herb you're holding. After rushing up to Beiming Xiantian, the old man rudely shouted at him. His tone carried absolute presumption, as if Beiming Xiantian had no choice but to obey. Why? Beiming Xiantian showed undisguised disgust on his face and spoke bluntly. Brat, do you think you stand a chance against a mountain god? The old man waved his wooden staff threateningly. Mountain god. Beiming Xiantian examined the old man's information. Mountain god Taihang, spirit rank, level 29. Other information, unable to detect. Just as expected. The moment he received the notification about mountain god Taihang's enmity, here appeared the source of that hatred. But why wouldn't this hostile mountain god Taihang kill him immediately, instead demanding this seemingly insignificant, weak spirit herb? Beiming Xiantian certainly hadn't overlooked the spirit rank designation. He'd forgotten to check whether the water god he'd encountered earlier was also spirit rank. Though considering that water god could casually create lakes, his strength couldn't be weak. Hurry up, brat, or don't blame me for being impolite. Mountain god Taihang cast a glance at the spirit herb in Beiming Xiantian's hand, revealing a trace of greed. But he quickly averted his gaze, pretending to be tough as he threatened Beiming Xiantian. I refuse. Though Beiming Xiantian somewhat feared the mountain god's strength, it didn't mean he would compromise under his threats. What did you say? Kid, do you have a death wish? Mountain god Taihang didn't expect Beiming Xiantian's outright refusal and roared at him angrily. Without speaking, Beiming Xiantian directly stored the spirit herb in his backpack. Bastard! You killed my spirit pet and insulted my mountain. Today I'll cut you down right here. Completely enraged, mountain god Taihang brandished his freshly cut wooden club and charged at Beiming Xiantian. Beiming Xiantian checked that his HP had recovered to over 600, then activated the extreme ice domain while retreating. Mountain god Taihang felt the restrictions of the extreme ice domain and scoffed disdainfully. Paltry ice magic dare show itself here. Take this strike. The wooden club swung violently toward Beiming Xiantian. Beiming Xiantian dodged back sharply. However, he was still grazed by the wooden club on his thigh. Beiming Xiantian only felt a sharp pain in his leg, and when he checked his HP, it was already less than 100. Even without hitting a vital spot, he lost over 500 HP. The strength of a level 29 spirit rank is truly terrifying. Looking again at the frost damage from the extreme ice domain, the damage dealt to mountain god Taihang was merely negligible, only about a dozen points. Boundless azure depths, towering Kunlun peaks. Without the slightest hesitation, Beiming Xiantian activated the first 2 states of the 8 Scenes Cauldron. 2 streams of light flew out from the 8 Scenes Cauldron, enveloping Beiming Xiantian's entire body in a faint protective glow. Minor ice spike technique. Come forth. Beiming Xiantian swiftly swung his radiant staff, sending out numerous small ice spikes trailing colorful streams of light, pouring forth like a torrential downpour. 184, 165, 189. Useless. Die. The mountain god never expected Beiming Xiantian's attacks to be so swift and fierce. It actually made him feel a trace of pressure. But when he thought about how this mere mortal Beiming Xiantian dared to defy his demands, with a furious roar, he charged towards Beiming Xiantian despite the continuous barrage of small ice spikes. Beiming Xiantian's nerves were strained tight. Though he had already unleashed at least a dozen small ice spike spells in mere seconds, and had dealt over 20,000 damage to mountain god Taihang, he still felt extremely uneasy. A level 12 elite wild monster still had 12,000 HP. A level 15 spirit rank wet nurse divine bull had only died after taking several of his 100,000 damage small fireballs. So what about this level 29 spirit rank mountain god Taihang before him now? A million HP. Perhaps it really did have that much. Although he had gone all out and dealt over 20,000 damage in just a few seconds, the opponent's expression seemed completely unfazed. Die. Mountain god Taihang's wooden club came swinging down with a thunderous force. Small Ice Spike Technique. Baiming Xiantian knew there was no avoiding this attack. Even with the enhanced extreme ice domain empowered by the boundless azure sea and the majestic Kunlun peaks, its control over a spirit rank mountain god was extremely limited. But Baiming Xiantian still unwillingly unleashed his final ice spike technique. Boom! Baiming Xiantian heard a tremendous noise and saw a palm-sized plaque appear just centimeters above his head. It perfectly blocked mountain god Taiheng's wooden club. Ice Heart Plaque. Baiming Xiantian instantly recognized the slightly worn wooden plaque. It was the very Ice Heart plaque the water god had gifted him earlier. Why did this Ice Heart plaque automatically leave his backpack and could actually block a full power strike from mountain god Taiheng, who possessed spirit level strength? Just as Baiming Xiantian was puzzling over this, he heard the system notification sound. Ding! As the ice energy within your body has reached activation conditions, the Frost Sage Inheritance has begun. Ding! The first stage of the Frost Sage Inheritance quest has activated. Find Elder Zuxian in Xuanwu City and help fulfill his wish. Ding! Detected that you're under attack from a mountain sage inheritor. Temporarily rewarded with ultimate skill, Frozen Godslayer. Frozen Deicide, one of the ultimate techniques of the Frost Saint Ancestor. Usage requirement, level 100 reward usage count, 3-3. Releases ancient ice energy, completely freezing the target regardless of their level or strength. Due to the user's insufficient strength, cannot fully unleash Frozen Deicide S power. Freeze duration, 5 minutes. Due to the user's insufficient strength, forcibly using Frozen Deicide will decrease user's level by 1 after each use. Finally, it's my turn. Baiming Xiantian roared in his heart. The ice element he had been longing for had finally achieved qualitative improvement at this moment. Ha ha ha. The Frost Saint Ancestor's inheritance sounds incredibly powerful just by its name. This is clearly a class change quest. The first quest chain is also in Xuanwu City. Perfect. Baiming Xiantian decided that when leaving the pocket dimension, he would choose to enter Xuanwu City in the greater world. As for the Frozen Deicide skill, even though it's only temporarily usable, it's still overwhelmingly powerful. With this skill, doesn't this mean I could potentially kill spirit level, immortal level, even deity level enemies? But the prerequisite is that one must have the capability to kill the target within 5 minutes. However, a mere level 29 spiritual grade, Frozen Annihilation Deicide. A primordial icy energy suddenly condensed in midair, then surged toward Mountain God Taiheng, who was staring at the Ice Heart token with astonishment. No! Mountain God Taiheng sensed a terrifying aura, then suddenly realized something and screamed in horror. But in an instant, the previously arrogant mountain god Taiheng was completely encased in transparent ice. The spiritual grade mountain god Taiheng had astonishingly turned into an ice sculpture. 5 minutes. Let's see who dies. Baiming Xiantian gritted his teeth. Swinging his aurora staff, he continuously launched minor ice spike attacks. With over 1,000,000 HP, could it really be killed? As Baiming Xiantian alternated between drinking mana potions and attacking the frozen mountain god, this thought crossed his mind. Chapter 22, The Frost Saint Ancestor Shall Not Be Insulted Deicide. 198, 222, 180. The damage value of the small ice spikes did not receive greater enhancement due to the Frozen Godslayer effect. The 20-minute 8 scenes potion state still allowed Baiming Xiantian to use the small ice spike technique with perfect fluency. Mountain God Taiheng, frozen within the transparent ice block, still maintained his astonished expression but couldn't move an inch. He could only continuously endure attacks from Baiming Xiantian, whose strength was far inferior to his own. Baiming Xiantian currently felt a peculiar sensation in his heart, watching the damage numbers continuously rising above the frozen mountain god's head. He kept hesitating over whether to kill this mountain god Taiheng, who was clearly an NPC. In Chaos, there were distinct differences between wild monsters and NPCs. Wild monsters, whether ordinary or advanced, were merely challenges intentionally left by the game for players. But NPCs were different. Each NPC in the game actually bore certain special responsibilities. Killing these NPCs, who were essentially game staff, would generally bring very negative consequences. At worst, it could incur hatred from all aspects of the game, reduce reputation, and at worst, summon heavenly lightning to strike you back to level 0. To kill, or not to kill. Baiming Xiantian watched time pass minute by minute, yet still couldn't make up his mind. 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes. In the last minute, Baiming Xiantian could already see mountain god Taiheng's bloodshot eyes through the ice. This proved that his more than 4 minutes of attacks had made this arrogant spiritual level powerhouse feel the threat of death. Young friend. At this moment, an aged voice sounded again from the distance. Baiming Xiantian didn't stop attacking as he frowned and looked beyond the forest. It turned out to be the water god he had met once before. Young friend, please spare this mountain god's life. The water god approached and, seeing the frozen mountain god Taiheng, spoke to Baiming Xiantian. Baiming Xiantian's small ice spike technique never stopped, the ding-ding-ding sounds of them hitting the frozen mountain god ceaseless. Why? He wanted to kill me. Baiming Xiantian said coldly. If it were someone else trying to persuade him, Bai Ming Xiantian wouldn't have cared at all. But this water god old man had previously given him the ice heart token, which had helped him block the mountain god's fatal strike. No matter what, Bai Ming Xiantian owed gratitude to this water god. Young friend, I never expected you could activate the ice heart token's inherited power. The water god glanced at mountain god Taihung's health bar and spoke rapidly. However, the mountain god was personally appointed as a minor deity by goddess Nuwa. If you kill him, it will affect your adventures in the Chaos Continent. I don't care. Bai Ming Xuantian's gaze remained icy cold, with just over 40 seconds of attack time remaining. The water god sounded somewhat helpless, his voice pausing momentarily. He continued, consider this an old man's request to you, young friend. Mountain god Taihung is currently at a cultivation breakthrough stage and needs to consume the spiritual herbs in your backpack to ascend to immortal rank. Who would have thought he would resort to crude methods, attempting to snatch them from your hands? But his crime doesn't deserve death. If you spare him, I'll force him to give you proper compensation. Bai Ming Xiantian checked the time, 30 seconds remaining. A trace of anxiety flashed in the water god's eyes as he saw mountain god Taihung's health bar had nearly depleted. With a wave of his right hand, a blue watery light enveloped the frozen mountain god. Bai Ming Xuantian's gaze sharpened as he spotted a faint silhouette of mountain god Taihung materializing above his frozen form. The mountain god's true body remained motionless in the ice, but this newly appeared projection moved freely as if it were an independent image. You old fool! Apologize to our young friend immediately. Beg for your life. The water god urgently shouted at the mountain god's spectral form. Bai Ming Xiantian observed the still ferocious expression on the mountain god's projection while continuing his barrage of ice spike spells without pause. 15 seconds. Nonsense. I'd sooner die than apologize to this mortal. Even after hearing the water god's words, mountain god Taihung responded with an arrogant roar. Old man Chuan, hurry up and help me kill this brat. I'll reward you handsomely once we're out of this. Bai Ming Xiantian tightened his grip on the radiant staff, glaring at the visibly panicked water god. Water god Hao Chuan, celestial grade, level 32. Other information, unable to probe. Frozen god slayer, remaining time 5 seconds. You old fool. Don't court death. Water god Hao Chuan shouted desperately. No, he can't kill me. I'll smash this bastard to pieces any moment now. Mountain god Taihung remained stubbornly unrepentant. 0 seconds. Ha ha ha, you're done for. Minor fireball technique. Boom. Arg. The moment Frozen Godslayer ended, Bai Ming Xiantian instantly cast the minor fireball technique without hesitation. And not just one but 10 consecutive casts without pause. Although Bai Ming Xiantian possessed extraordinary devotion to ice-based abilities, he wasn't truly a stubborn fundamentalist. Since you refuse to repent and still want to kill me, why should I show you any courtesy? If it takes minor fireball, then so be it. I'd bite you to death with my teeth if that's what it took. Flames surged across the sky, engulfing mountain god Taihung, who had just broken free from the ice, along with the forest behind him. Ding, you have slain mountain god Taihung of the Shenyuan world. Reputation 500, EXP 5000. Ding, the frost sage cannot be insulted. Your reputation plus 1000, EXP plus 30,000. Ding, congratulations to the everlasting ice cube. Your level has risen to 14. Ding, congratulations to the everlasting ice cube. Your level has risen to 15. As the flames subsided, only charred ashes remained before Bai Ming Xuantian's feet. The once lush forest was now reduced to short, blackened stumps. Only a 2-meter square space near Bai Ming Xiantian remained untouched by the flames. This was where water god Hao Chuan had activated his heaven-tier water skill, Water Veil. Within the transparent water veil, water god Hao Chuan's robes showed several scorch marks. Even his white goatee had a burnt patch. Bai Ming Xiantian remained vigilant, still tightly gripping the radiant light staff. He gazed at the astonished water god Hao Chuan through the transparent water curtain. From the earlier conversation between the water god and mountain god, he knew they were old acquaintances. Having killed mountain god Taihung without hesitation, could water god Hao Chuan, his friend, simply let this go? Sigh. After a long silence, water god Hao Chuan waved away the massive water curtain and let out a deep sigh. Looking up at the wary Bai Ming Xiantian, he said resignedly, "Kid, relax. I won't kill you." As he spoke, water god Hao Chuan casually sat down right onto a chair formed from swirling water. Seeing this, Bai Ming Xiantian lowered his staff slightly. Yet he maintained his ultimate ice domain, along with the boundless azure seas and towering Kunlun peaks states. Observing Bai Ming Xuantian's stance, water god Hao Chuan shook his head while seated, then suddenly waved his hand. A blue water light flew toward the spot where mountain god Taihung had been. Mountain god Taihung, who had been hit by 10 consecutive small fireball spells, had long turned into a pile of black ashes. The water light emitted by water god Hao Chuan flew into the ashes. After a moment, it emerged carrying several items and floated mid-air. With another wave of water god Hao Chuan's hand, these items slowly flew toward Bai Ming Xiantian. Chapter 23, Mountain Token, Frost Chill Token. Beiming Xiantian extended his hand as a stone token, and two fist-sized rocks of different colors landed in his palm. Take them. Since you killed Tai Hong, it must be the will of heaven. His belongings should rightfully be yours. Water god Hao Chuan's voice regained its calm composure. Beiming Xiantian detected no hostility from Water god Hao Chuan and turned his attention to the items in his hand. Purple Thunder Spirit Stone, Spirit Grade Material. Contains abundant thunder energy. When incorporated during equipment forging, it can imbue the equipment with thunder attributes. Mystic Ghost Gold, unknown grade material, requires appraisal. The materials inadvertently dug up by mountain god Taihung only revealed their true grade after being forged by Tang Kuei, the blacksmith of Vermilion Bird City. Beiming Xiantian raised his eyebrows in surprise. Mountain god Taihung had actually left him a piece of spirit grade ore. In the future, when forging equipment, adding this purple thunder spirit stone would grant the equipment thunder attribute properties. Not bad. The appearance of this mystic ghost gold covered in black rocky skin left Beiming Xiantian somewhat puzzled. Did he really need to visit Tang Kuei the blacksmith in Vermilion Bird City just to identify this material's true grade? He'd deal with that later. Beiming Xiantian stored both stones in his inventory and turned his attention to the stone token. The token bore the character mountain, appearing quite unremarkable at first glance. Mountain Command Token, Celestial Grade Treasure, Usage Requirement, Level 15. The unique treasure of mountain gods, capable of refining mountains and establishing mountain god residences. Current number of mountain residences, 1-1. Mountain Manor, the private space of the mountain token holder, capable of storing both living and inanimate objects. Due to the low level of the mountain token, it cannot be carried freely. After upgrading to the Lai mountain token, the space can be carried with you. Evolution Condition, Spirit Grade Ores 110. Note, one of the conditions for succeeding as the mountain god. Please hold this with caution. If the mountain token is held by a non-mountain god, it may attract the attention of other mountain gods who will come to seize it. What a treasure! It's actually a token capable of creating spatial storage, truly befitting an immortal grade treasure. This is equivalent to establishing a free private domain. Moreover, after upgrading to the Lai mountain token, you can actually carry it with you. Simply incredible. Portable storage space, can you believe it? However, the condition for evolving to the Lai mountain token is actually requiring 10 spirit grade spirit stones. The condition is just too harsh. Even Taihung, as a mountain god, only dropped 1 spirit grade purple thunder spirit stone, which shows how precious spirit grade ores are. As for that last warning, Beiming Xiantian didn't pay much attention to it. Since I've obtained it, I'm not afraid of anyone trying to take it. By the way, the stonewall space. After reading the attributes of the mountain order, Beiming Xiantian suddenly recalled the space previously discovered by Zhanxiu Bauer using the jade void shovel. Holding the mountain order in his hand, he could actually sense that football field-sized space within the stone wall behind him. How miraculous! The stone wall behind Beiming Xiantian couldn't even be called a hillside, it was just a rock face beneath a slightly larger mound of earth. Yet within this modest stone wall, such an enormous mountain god space had been carved out. Incredibly powerful. Beiming Xiantian couldn't put down this mountain order, utterly enchanted by it. I've decided no matter who comes to take it, I won't let go. Beiming Xiantian was extremely satisfied. Even his resentment toward the mountain god Tai Hong, whom he had personally slain, had faded. How is it? Water god Hao Chuan asked with a light chuckle upon seeing Beiming Xiantian's pleased expression. Had ha. Beiming Xiantian scratched his head and suddenly asked the water god, don't you also have a water god order? Beiming Xiantian couldn't help but look at the Frostheart token's attributes, completely astonished. Frost Edict, Spirit Grade, Usage Requirement, Level 10. The sacred artifact passed down by the Ice Saint ancestors through generations, their most powerful treasure, possessing formidable ice element abilities, can evolve into Snowfrost Edict. Effects, +6 to ice skill grades, enhanced effectiveness of ice control skills, 20x increase in ice magic cultivation speed. Takes effect when stored in inventory. Skill, Ruler Ice Formation Breaker, passive skill. Actively blocks 1 fatal physical damage instance, actively prevents 1 level reduction penalty. Each effect can only be triggered once per day. There really are changes. Not only has the Frostheart token's appearance changed, its name has also transformed from Frostheart token to Frost Edict, with significantly enhanced attributes. Both the skill grade boost and cultivation speed have been improved. Moreover, there's now an enhancement effect for ice control skills when using Extreme Ice Domain in the future. The control effects will be even stronger. The additional passive skill Ruler Ice Formation Breaker is also extremely powerful. This must be the effect when the Ice Heart Tablet blocked Mountain God Taihung's final attack earlier. And actively preventing 1 level reduction is also very practical. In the future, when killed, you can avoid losing 1 level as punishment. Moreover, this effect pairs well with Frost Flame, DSI 2, as it can offset the 1 level penalty after use. Beiming Xiantian was very satisfied. Holding the Frost command in hand and feeling its coolness, Beiming Xiantian then remembered Water God's question. It has already evolved into the Frost command. Baiming Xiantian displayed the Frost command, now showing the character Ice, to Water God Haochuan. Just as I thought. Water God Haochuan exclaimed. You've truly activated the inheritance of the Frost Saint ancestor. A look of anticipation appeared on Baiming Xuantian's face as he waited for Water God Haochuan to continue. Water God Haochuan chuckled lightly and continued, Young one, you might not know this yet, but the inheritance of the Frost Saint ancestor in terms you adventurers would understand is a unique class. It is one of the most powerful inheritances of the Ice lineage. The earliest Frost Saint ancestor was precisely the master of the Ice spirit. What? Baiming Xiantian was shocked. He had previously heard from the water god that the Frost Dragon was the supreme ice elemental spirit, capable of contending with the supreme fire elemental spirit, the Blazing Phoenix. But the Frost Dragon, which sounds incomparably powerful, was actually just the Frost Saint ancestor's pet. How could this not shock Baiming Xiantian? However, little one, I advise you not to go. Instead, continue completing the Frost Saint ancestor's inheritance. Just as Baiming Xiantian was eagerly anticipating his class change to the Frost Saint ancestor profession, he heard the water god say calmly. Why? Baiming Xiantian was utterly confused. Could it be that advancing to the Frost Saint ancestor class is extremely difficult? Chapter 24, The Pain of Possessing Supreme Fire Talent. Don't you have any self-awareness? Hearing Baiming Xuantian's question, even Water God Haochuan couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Baiming Xiantian was even more confused. The water god shook his head helplessly, took a step forward, and pointed at Baiming Xuantian's forehead. Flame talent. With such high flame talent, how could you possibly complete the trial for the ultimate ice inheritance? Baiming Xiantian immediately made a bitter face, thinking to himself that he still couldn't escape this outcome. Could his SSSS grade flame talent really prevent him from switching to an ice-based profession? Actually, it's not entirely impossible, Water God Haochuan said slowly. This made Baiming Xiantian look at him with eager anticipation. Water God Haochuan continued, ice and fire are naturally opposing elements. The higher your fire talent, the lower your ice talent will naturally be. Baiming Xiantian deeply agreed. In the real world, after 18 years of cultivation, he hadn't awakened even a trace of ice-based abilities. Unless you can obtain the recognition of the supreme ice elemental spirit, the Frost Dragon, forcibly elevating your ice talent to a level comparable to your flame talent. Otherwise, no matter how hard you try, even with the power of that pot at your chest, you won't be able to pass the Ice Saint's trial. Baiming Xuantian's eyes filled with unwillingness. He knew how stringent this requirement was. Not to mention finding this elusive Frost Dragon, even obtaining Ice-type talent comparable to his SSSS grade flame talent seemed nearly impossible. To this day, he still didn't understand why he'd obtained such high-level flame talent. How could he dare hope for equally SSSS grade ice talent? Water God Haochuan continued, that's why I advise against attempting to inherit the Ice Saint's legacy. Baiming Xiantian lowered his head in contemplation, remaining silent. He didn't even notice when the water god quietly departed. Meanwhile, within a certain chaotic void, inside a massive jade palace, a stunning woman shrouded in white mist was examining a lump of clay in her hands. Suddenly, the woman's beautiful eyes flickered as if sensing something. Then she waved her slender right hand and tapped a point in the air before her. Immediately, a speck of icy light materialized in midair, rapidly expanding into a basin-sized block of glacial ice. Its chilling temperature swiftly permeated the entire space. You wish to return. The peerlessly beautiful woman parted her crimson lips, speaking to the ice block as if conversing with a person. The completely transparent yet seemingly indestructible ice block trembled violently, as if responding to her question. Since someone has awakened you, I shall not hinder your return. Go. After brief contemplation, the woman spoke slowly. With a gentle tap of her pale finger, the entire ice block instantly vanished from the chamber. Immeasurable time later, the exquisite woman in the great hall rose gracefully. The white mist enveloping her couldn't keep pace, revealing vast stretches of alabaster skin. The entire space seemed to tremble at this breathtaking sight. Let's see how that little fellow is doing. The woman chuckled lightly, tapping the air before her once more. A cluster of flames abruptly ignited in the empty space. Upon seeing the woman, the cluster of flames actually let out mournful bird-like cries, as if lamenting its grievances. Why are you crying, little one? The woman's faint smile made the entire world seem to pale in comparison. Cree cree cree, the flames continued wailing, as if protesting some injustice. After a long while, the stunning woman covered her mouth with a gentle laugh and said softly, I know, but this was your own chosen candidate. It's too late for regrets now. Grow up obediently by his side. Having spoken, the woman waved her hand and the flames vanished into thin air, ignoring its continued protests. How increasingly amusing. To be so indifferent even toward this little one. I truly look forward to future developments. He. The woman seemed quite pleased, not even noticing a jade talisman that had just appeared not far behind her. The mist rippled with the woman's light laughter, revealing glimpses of snowy whiteness, including a long, snow-white tail faintly visible in the fog. I can't take this anymore. A sturdy young man continuously swinging a wooden club, his face covered with grape-sized swollen bumps, roared furiously at dozens of poisonous bees hovering in midair. Little hailstorm technique. You damn annoying bees, die die die. Then, fist-sized chunks of ice began rapidly falling from the sky. The poisonous bees that had been circling above the youth's head were quickly knocked to the ground by the descending ice. Moments later, the young man with his face swollen from bee stings collapsed weakly onto the ice-littered ground. Why can't my fire skills be this powerful? The youth murmured blankly, his eyes unfocused. At that moment, something round covered with leaves and weeds, resembling a kitchen cutting board, rolled up to the young man. Young lad, do you want treasures? The immortal grade kind. Get lost. In a certain training zone of a minor world, a young man lay peacefully on the grass, leisurely eating some fruit. The young man wasn't killing monsters himself, yet his experience points were rising rapidly, because currently over a dozen players were leveling up for him in the front lines. Suddenly, a player hurriedly approached the young man and said cautiously, "Young master, we've dropped a scroll. It appears to be a job change scroll." The previously relaxed young man sat up straight and took the earth and yellow scroll handed to him by his subordinate. When the young man opened the scroll, his slender eyes instantly narrowed. He murmured softly, "Mountain deity. Seems decent but appears to have limited potential." After a moment of contemplation, the thoughtful young man ordered his subordinate log off and contact that young prince from Western Wolf Kingdom. Tell him I have a hidden class to sell, price is negotiable. Yes, sir. No matter what, I must change to the Frost Saint Ancestor class. Finally having made up his mind, Baiming Xiantian steeled his resolve. From birth till now, his ultimate goal had always been obtaining ice-based abilities. How could he possibly abandon his years of perseverance just because of some minor fire talent in a game now? I will definitely become a powerful ice-type ability user, Baiming Xiantian declared confidently. This little ice cube probably hasn't logged in yet. A crisp voice came from the crevice behind Baiming Xiantian. It was Liang Bingbing who had just come online. Hearing Liang Bingbing's voice, Baiming Xiantian's face relaxed into a smile. Then a thought crossed his mind, and a shimmering light enveloped his entire body. Ding, do you wish to enter the mountain manor? Yes. When Baiming Xiantian opened his eyes again, he found himself within the stone wall space he had previously stumbled into by accident. After obtaining the mountain token, Baiming Xiantian already knew that as long as he was within 100 meters of the mountain manor, he could teleport here. Moreover, since he gained control of this space, it would no longer disappear as it had when Zhang Qiubao detected it before. 2-5. Liang Bingbing landed and saw Baiming Xiantian squatting on the ground holding his forehead with tears streaming down his face. She exclaimed in surprise. Bingbing Jia, I scared you. Baiming Xiantian forced back the tears welling up in his eyes as he raised his head to speak. Ha. Liang Bingbing's beautiful eyes flickered as if suddenly understanding something. She laughed, you little rascal, quite bold aren't you? Trying to take advantage of me. He. Baiming Xiantian thought he would feel embarrassed, but sensing Liang Bingbing's unique gentleness, he actually felt rather comforted. Let me see, are you hurt? Liang Bingbing stepped forward and authoritatively pulled away Baiming Xiantian's hand covering his forehead. A refreshingly sweet fragrance wafted into Baiming Xiantian's nose. Just painful, no damage. Baiming Xiantian said softly to the girl before him. I can see that. Liang Bingbing said with mock annoyance, no defense broken. He. Baiming Xiantian still wore a foolish grin. Silver equipment. Liang Bingbing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the bullhorn greatsword and bull-hide shield that Baiming Xiantian had produced. Just got lucky, that's all. Even though Baiming Xiantian had already explained their underground cave adventure to Liang Bingbing, she still couldn't remain calm. Little ice cube, I'm not trying to be polite with you, but silver-grade equipment is far too precious. Shouldn't you consult the elders in your family first? Liang Bingbing already knew this young man came from a prominent family that wasn't inferior to the Southern Glory clan. Her connection with Baiming Xiantian was merely limited to being gaming buddies. If such precious equipment was casually gifted to her, what if his family found out he'd casually given away 2 pieces of valuable silver-grade equipment to her? Then, as Liang Bingbing was still contemplating, Baiming Xiantian chuckled and forcibly pushed the 2 pieces of equipment back into her hands. Sister Bingbing, don't worry. I haven't used any family resources in chaos. The equipment I obtained belongs to me. But, they're just 2 pieces of silver equipment. Besides, you'll be my MT from now on, Sister Bingbing. Of course you need to grow stronger quickly. I'm practicing ice skills and will need your help. Put. Liang Bingbing's pretty face flushed pink as she pretended to scoff. I never wanted to be a tank, but since you insist so much, I guess I'll reluctantly accept. Aha. Baiming Xiantian smiled brightly. Liang Bingbing happily examined the attributes of the bullhorn greatsword and bullhide shield, her eyes curving into crescents. But I still need to reach level 10 to equip them, Liang Bingbing said with a pout. Baiming Xiantian gave a soft smile. Sister Bingbing, I'll take you leveling up. It'll be quick. Okay. Liang Bingbing responded with a sweet smile. She understood this 15-level boy before her no longer needed her protection. Liang Bing, you really need to work harder now. After a long while, Liang Bingbing, who had already reached level 8, looked with a smile at the young man standing before her. The two had now arrived at the territory of level 10 iron thread poison scorpions, yet these scorpions couldn't even slightly shake Baiming Xiantian. Baiming Xiantian, already equipped with 2 golden items, the stubborn bull tendon belt and cyan gold jade bracelet, faced no pressure whatsoever against these highest level common wild monsters in the minor world. With his attack power having broken through 1000 points, Baiming Xiantian found killing level 10 wild monsters rather effortless. In fact, Baiming Xiantian even found time to craft 6 wet slave fishing nets, which he handed over to Liang Bingbing for safekeeping. An advanced wild monster is coming. After eliminating another wave of iron thread poison scorpions, Baiming Xiantian noticed a glow appearing in the distance. A scorpion-type monster much larger than ordinary level 10 iron thread poison scorpions emerged from the glowing light. Iron shell poison scorpion, advanced wild monster, level 13, HP 5500. The strongest among the iron thread poison scorpions, after years of cultivation, has evolved a full-body armored shell with astonishing defensive capabilities. Baiming Xiantian saw this newly appeared iron shell poison scorpion and exchanged a knowing smile with Liang Bingbing. This reminded them of their previous experience when a level 12 silverback bear king, leading a group of cubs, had chased them into a rock crevice. Little ice cube, go! Liang Bingbing sweetly smiled and called out to Baiming Xiantian. Baiming Xiantian now felt an unprecedented sense of security, a feeling he'd never experienced in his 18 years as heir of the Baiming clan. Arctic Domain. Minor Ice Spike Technique. Baiming Xiantian stepped forward actively, waving his Dawnlight staff as 7 minor ice spikes shot forth. The level 13 iron shell poison scorpion never expected this human who had been bullying its underlings would dare challenge it alone. Such an occurrence hadn't happened in this minor world for countless years. The venomous tail behind the ironhide scorpion emitted an eerie sound as it charged toward Baiming Xiantian. Ding ding! Even without the enhancement of Boundless Azure Sea, the now considerably improved small ice spike technique managed to hit twice. 434. 534. 2 massive damage numbers floated above the ironhide scorpion's head. Enraged by pain, the ironhide scorpion dashed straight to Baiming Xiantian, thrusting its venomous tail like a bladed weapon toward him. Baiming Xiantian shifted his stance abruptly, dodging sideways, yet the pursuing scorpion tail adjusted its trajectory mid-flight. 678. Baiming Xiantian failed to evade completely. The tail pierced his right leg, sending waves of excruciating pain through his body. Xiantian! Liang Bingbing screamed from behind upon witnessing this. Gritting his teeth, Baiming Xiantian retreated while simultaneously launching another small ice spike technique. This time, attacking at point-blank range, all 4 ice spikes struck true. The ironhide poison scorpion with 5,500 HP now has less than 3,000 HP remaining. Combined with the extreme ice field dealing over 200 damage per second, Baiming Xiantian remained confident. However, Baiming Xiantian felt somewhat helpless. His current ice-based skills were too few, only possessing minor ice spike and extreme ice field. If only he had learned a few more ice skills. Still, among all elemental spells, ice-based skills were relatively rare drops. Only after specializing as an ice mage could one obtain higher-tier ice skills beyond minor ice spike. This made Baiming Xiantian even more eager to advance his class. Minor ice spike. 2 minutes later, the final minor ice spike struck and the level 13 ironhide poison scorpion fell unwillingly. A glow appeared above Liang Bingbing's head as she finally reached level 9, though still not high enough to leave the minor world. Just as Baiming Xiantian and Liang Bingbing were about to collect the items dropped beneath the scorpion's corpse, they both heard the system notification tone. Ding! Congratulations to player Nanrong Fantian for successfully entering the Vermilion Bird City of the Grand World. As the first player to leave the small world, you gain plus 500 reputation and plus 50 ingots. Baiming Xiantian's good mood from killing the iron-shelled poison scorpion instantly vanished. To think that someone from the hated Nanrong family had taken the lead. And the system announcements weren't finished yet. Chapter 26, Golden Armored Giant Pincer Crab. Maximum output. Ding! Congratulations to player Nanrong Fantian for being the first to change class, obtaining the nation-guarding divine artifact, Destiny Pearl. Ding! As a player has left the small world, the open beta of Chaos has concluded. The chat channel, trading system, and domination mode will soon be activated. Ding! Chaos will undergo 8 hours of server maintenance. All servers will shut down in 1 minute. Please prepare accordingly. Baiming Xiantian's current mood could be described as extremely complicated. Truthfully, he hadn't intended to compete for the title of being first to leave the small world. But to have this first place taken by the Nanrong family, the old rival of the Baiming family, made Baiming Xiantian, who could have gone to the Grand World long ago, feel extremely displeased. Moreover, the system even rewarded Nanrong Fantian with a divine artifact, the Heavenly Fortune Pearl. This made Baiming Xiantian, the young master of the Baiming family, feel even more uncomfortable. The fact that Chaos ended its open beta so quickly also greatly surprised Baiming Xiantian. The upcoming chat channel and trading system are actually quite easy to understand. Particularly, the opening of the trading system means that real-world funds can flow into Chaos. One can foresee that the Great Thousand Worlds will become an arena of even fiercer competition in the future. There's also that domination system which Baiming Xiantian had previously learned about. Players of Chaos can choose to enter the Great Thousand Worlds after reaching level 10, but they can also choose to remain in the Lesser Thousand Worlds. Players staying in the Lesser Thousand Worlds can compete for control over them to establish sect bases. When a sect gains control of a Lesser Thousand World, they receive the protection of that world's will and can transform it into their private domain space. Of course, players can also choose to establish sect bases in the Great Thousand Worlds. However, any major faction in the real world would actually prefer to compete for ownership of a minor world. After all, possessing a minor world and becoming its ruler is the primary goal that countless powerful factions enter Chaos for. Don't forget, the minerals, wild monsters, NPCs, and random encounters within a minor world all represent astonishing wealth. There are even real-world conglomerates operating theme parks who have long declared their intention to seize a minor world to create Chaos' ultimate entertainment space. It's easy to imagine that the activation of Conquest Mode will mark a watershed moment in Chaos evolution. The future of Chaos will be filled with bloodshed and conflict. Red-grade equipment. Liang Bingbing happily retrieved a red-grade iron armor from under the steel-skin poison scorpion's corpse. There was also a pile of potions and poison powders, a red-grade venomous spike material, and several low-level yellow-grade equipment pieces. Baiming Xiantian let Liang Bingbing keep all of them. Ding, Chaos server shutdown countdown, 20 seconds. Receiving the server shutdown countdown prompt, Baiming Xiantian and Liang Bingbing were about to log off. However, in the last 3 seconds before logout, Liang Bingbing suddenly grabbed Baiming Xiantian's arm. "Look quickly, Ice Cube!" Liang Bingbing exclaimed in surprise. Baiming Xiantian cancelled his logout process and saw that in the small stream where Baining Pot usually took walks, not far ahead of him, a creature suddenly leaped out. With a golden shell, 4 pairs of sharp legs, and a pair of large pincers gleaming with metallic luster at its front. A giant crab. Liang Bingbing cried out excitedly, "Gold tier! It's a gold tier!" Baiming Xiantian immediately checked the crab monster's information and was equally thrilled. Golden armored pincer crab, gold tier, level 15, HP 14,000. A crab spirit monster that has lived through countless ages. Although possessing formidable defensive capabilities, it's extremely timid by nature and often hides in crevices of streams. Skill, golden armor protection, retracts all limbs into its meticulously cultivated golden crab shell, significantly increasing defense. Sideways escape, discards the golden shell, allowing its main body to flee at double speed. Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but want to shout. He actually encountered this precious golden wild monster just 20 seconds before server maintenance. But when Baiming saw this gold-tier golden armored giant crab's description with 1 defensive skill and 1 shell-abandoning escape skill, he instantly understood. This naturally timid giant crab must have sensed the impending maintenance of Chaos. It probably thought coming out 20 seconds early would avoid any danger. It likely believed no human could breach its hard shell in just 20 seconds. But what about 20 seconds? No, 16 seconds left with Baiming Xiantian. Isn't that terrifying? Very terrifying. Vast ocean and dark abyss. Majestic Kunlun peaks. Without waiting for Liang Bingbing's reminder, Baiming Xiantian activated his full state and charged towards the golden armored giant pincer crab several meters away. His 415-point speed, with potential fully unleashed, even created faint sonic booms as Baiming Xiantian moved. 15 seconds. Baiming Xiantian launched his first minor ice spike technique. Ding ding ding. All 7 minor ice spikes struck the golden armor of the giant pincer crab, producing metallic clanging sounds. The attacked golden armored giant pincer crab seemed frightened, attempting to retreat back into the stream. But the minor slowing effect of minor ice spikes, enhanced by the vast seas and boundless skies effect, achieved 100% hit rate. The control effect of majestic Kunlun peaks activated with doubled potency. Instantly, the golden armored giant pincer crab's movement slowed to frame-by-frame speed. 14 seconds. Baiming Xiantian unleashed another volley of minor ice spikes with extreme rapidity. On the crab's shell, they triggered a rapid series of firecracker-like explosive sounds. One after another, damage numbers exceeding 100 popped up above the golden armored giant crab's head. Not enough. The speed still isn't enough. Baiming Xiantian charged straight toward the golden armored giant crab, simultaneously activating his extreme ice domain. But this momentary delay cost him 1 cast of frost spike, yet he knew this might be the key to slaying this gold-tier crab monster before server maintenance. 10 seconds. The golden armored giant crab finally retracted into its golden shell, resembling a golden boulder as it landed by the stream. Ding ding ding. The damage from frost spikes hitting the golden shell was instantly halved. The frost spikes' damage against the golden armored giant crab no longer reached 100. Biming Xiantian couldn't help but sigh, truly worthy of a gold tier crab shell. Finally, at the 7-second mark, the golden armored giant crab entered the range of Biming Xuantian's extreme ice domain. A series of continuous damage numbers in the tens appeared above the golden armored giant crab's head. This ignited a glimmer of hope in Biming Xuantian's heart. 5 seconds. Biming Xiantian continued rapid firing minor ice spikes. 4 seconds. Biming Xuantian's casting speed reached its peak. 3 seconds. Just a bit more, just a bit more. 2 seconds. Running out of time, Biming Xiantian grew increasingly anxious. But at this moment, the golden clamp crab that had been passively taking hits and was nearly dead suddenly moved. A slightly smaller golden clamp crab emerged from beneath the golden shell. It dashed swiftly toward a nearby stream, momentarily shaking off the slowing effect of the minor ice spikes. 1 second. Minor ice spikes or fireball. As the shutdown countdown reached 1 second, time seemed to slow down in Biming Xuantian's mental world. A finger-sized ice spike and an enormous fireball materialized on either side of Biming Xuantian's mental avatar. Casting fireball would undoubtedly finish off this golden tier crab monster whose health was already at critical levels. But casting small ice spike now seemed too late to kill this golden armored pincer crab that was about to jump into the stream to escape. Ice or fire, this had always seemed to be Biming Xuantian's eternal dilemma. In that fleeting moment, Biming Xiantian swung his aurora staff. Small ice spike. What should have been 7 finger-sized ice spikes transformed in those last half seconds into a single glistening frost sword. It instantly pierced through the golden armored pincer crab that would have entered the water the next moment. Ding! You have comprehended the ice element skill, Frostheart Piercing Sword. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the gold tier wild monster golden armored. Before the system notification could finish, Biming Xiantian was forcibly logged out by the system. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back in the gaming pod in his room. The comfortable temperature inside the pod made Biming Xiantian squint in contentment. Chapter 27, Mockery from the Clan Members. It took Biming Xiantian quite some time to recover from the sudden relaxation after extreme nervous tension. He wasn't in a hurry to leave the game pod. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the fire in the room had gone out again. This brief warm moment before leaving the game pod was exceptionally precious to Biming Xiantian. His mind lingered on that moment when the system had kicked him offline, recalling the unclear notification he hadn't quite caught. Did I comprehend an ice-type skill? Ice-Heart Frigid Sword. Biming Xiantian felt immensely pleased. A new ice-type skill was far more valuable than any golden tier wild monster. Ding dong. As he was pondering, Biming Xiantian heard a series of rather impolite knocks at the door. He opened the game pod door and sat up, immediately sensing a slight chill in the air. What is it? Biming Xiantian called out with complete indifference. A youth's voice came from outside, carrying a hint of mockery in its tone. Young Master Xiantian, the testing ceremony has begun. Elder Ling sent me to fetch you. The drawn-out syllables were full of casualness and playful teasing. Understood. Biming Xiantian rose from the game pod, though whether it was due to his improved mood, he couldn't say. He didn't feel the usual chill of his room as he normally would. After putting on thick woolen clothes and a padded coat, Biming Xiantian thought for a moment before relighting the stove in his room. Only when the stove's warmth had thoroughly heated his body did Biming Xiantian put on his thick fur boots and heavy cloak, then pushed open the door to leave his room. The weather today was relatively good, without the usual snowfall, though the biting wind blowing from northern bear country remained as harsh as ever. The clan member who had come earlier to summon him to the awakening ceremony had long lost patience waiting and was nowhere to be seen. Clasping his large fur hat in place and tightening his collar, Biming Xiantian trudged through the creaking snow toward the clan's assembly hall. When passing the usual training grounds, Biming Xiantian couldn't see a single Biming family member still practicing. He knew that by now, all members of the Biming family would have gathered in the assembly hall. The annual Ice-type ability awakening detection ceremony was underway. A ceremony that Biming Xiantian had participated in 17 times, without a single success. The sky hadn't completely darkened yet, but as he approached the council hall, street lamps had already lit up along the roadside. Outside the council hall, adult clan members crowded on both sides of the entrance, eagerly awaiting the detection results from within. All members of the Biming clan aged 18 or younger could participate in the detection ceremony every year. The younger ones would awaken Ice-type abilities, while the older ones would either improve their existing abilities or awaken new Ice-type ones. Any success would earn cheers and praise from the adults outside. However, Biming Xiantian had participated many times without ever receiving. No, wait, there was that one time. Look, our young master has come again. What a thick cotton padded jacket, very nice indeed. Young Master Xiantian, will you awaken this year? My daughter awakened at just 7 years old. Keep trying, young Master Xiantian, if not this year then next year. Nonsense, young Master Xiantian is already 18 this year, it's his final chance. The crowd outside either whispered softly or laughed out loud openly, completely failing to treat Baiming Xiantian as the young master. Baiming Xuantian's expression remained unchanged. Long accustomed to his clansman's sarcastic remarks, he strode through the brightly lit entrance of the conference hall. Inside the conference hall, an ice-blue carpet stretched straight toward the high platform at the front of the great hall. On the platform stood 3 crystal pillars, each over a person's height and half a meter in diameter, gleaming brilliantly under the lights. These were the detection crystals passed down through generations of the Baiming clan, used to test the ice-based abilities of Baiming's younger generation. Behind the 3 detection crystals stood 3 men dressed in blue robes. The central figure was none other than Baiming Yuxian, patriarch of the Baiming clan. Both sides of the carpet were lined with Baiming clan members under 18 years old. As Baiming Xiantian entered the conference hall, teenagers around his age burst into soft laughter. Some younger children asked their older siblings nearby, "Why has Xiantian young master come so late? Didn't the strength evaluation already finish?" "Ha!" The questioned older siblings answered with playful expressions. "Xiantian young master has no strength to evaluate. Like you, he's here for the awakening test." Unfazed, Baiming Xiantian first detoured to the cloakroom beside the ice-blue carpet, removing his heavy fur coat and leather hat, which drew another round of soft laughter. At this moment, the stern-faced middle-aged man standing at the far left on the hall's high platform stepped forward. He announced loudly, "All youths participating in the awakening test have arrived. Everyone must now assemble here." Thus, all the young boys and girls who had been with their siblings hurried onto the ice-blue carpet, gathering toward the high platform ahead. Dressed in somewhat formal cotton garments, Baiming Xiantian stepped onto the ice-blue carpet and likewise proceeded toward the high platform ahead. By his side, there were children as young as non-walking infants who still needed to be led by their elder siblings, while the oldest were only about 14 or 15. The 18-year-old Baiming Xiantian stood out conspicuously alone. Ha ha! Another round of laughter and chatter rose from inside and outside the assembly hall. "Silence!" The stern middle-aged man on the platform shouted loudly. Seeing all the candidates for testing had gathered before the platform, the middle-aged man glanced at Baiming Xiantian almost imperceptibly. He continued speaking, "I, Baiming Lin, preside over this generation's ability awakening test for the Baiming clan's youth. Now, according to the name list I call, step forward one by one for testing." "Yes." The boys and girls before the platform answered in unison. "Baiming Shuang, here." An 8 or 9-year-old girl jumped onto the high platform and excitedly ran to the leftmost testing crystal. She then looked back at Baiming Lin and, after receiving permission, placed her small hand on the testing crystal. A misty ice-blue glow emanated from where the little girl's hand touched, spreading across the surface of the testing crystal to cover an area the size of a bull's mouth. "Baiming Shuang, second-level ability awakened," Baiming Lin announced loudly, his expression unchanged. "Yes." Upon hearing Baiming Lin's confirmation, the little girl cheered excitedly. Applause erupted both inside and outside the council hall, celebrating the Baiming family gaining another ice-type ability user. "Baiming Yu, here, first-level awakening. Baiming Lingtong, no awakening." One after another, young members of the Baiming family came forward to test whether they had awakened ice-type abilities. Those who succeeded were overjoyed, while those who didn't still received encouragement from clan members both inside and outside the hall. After all, most Baiming descendants needed several awakening tests before finally awakening the ice-type abilities unique to the Baiming family. As testing continued, fewer than 30 young participants remained. In this year's testing, the highest talent was a 10-year-old boy named Baiming Zhanfei. This was precisely the elderly man standing beside Baiming Yuxiang on the stage, the grandson of Baiming family elder Baiming Yunhui. When he saw his grandson Baiming Zhanfei's talent had reached an astonishing level 7. With ice-blue halos diffusing across nearly half the detection crystal, Baiming Yunhui's face was filled with pride. Even when looking at the expressionless Baiming Yuxiang beside him, there was a trace of disdain and a flash of hidden ruthlessness in his eyes. Baiming Xiantian, present. After all the younger generation's awakening tests had been completed, it was finally the turn of Baiming Xiantian who, being the oldest, was placed last in line. As Baiming Xiantian stepped onto the platform, murmurs of discussion arose both inside and outside the council hall. This is always my most anticipated moment during the annual testing ceremony. TSK, an 18-year-old clan leader's son participating in the awakening test. Look, he's placing it, it's starting. Chapter 28, Ice Attribute Awakening Failure. Baiming Xiantian was already very familiar with the procedure for detecting awakening. However, every time he placed his hand on the detection crystal, his heart filled with excitement. For Baiming Xiantian, this time held special significance. As his 18th birthday marked his final chance to awaken ice-type abilities, he hadn't originally held much hope. Not until that moment when he unintentionally released his ice abilities before his father Baiming Yuxiang, just like in Chaos. Now Baiming Xiantian was even more eager to prove himself during this awakening ceremony. I, Baiming Xiantian, son of Baiming clan leader Baiming Yuxiang and heir to the Baiming family, have finally awakened ice abilities. Just before placing his hand on the detection crystal, Baiming Xiantian tilted his head slightly to glance at his father Baiming Yuxiang. He noticed even this yellow rank peak ice practitioner's eyes contained a trace of excitement. Baiming Xiantian placed his right hand on the detection crystal, feeling the slight tremor as the crystal made contact with his skin. The entire council hall, including the area outside its doors, fell into a brief moment of absolute silence. If Baiming Xiantian had looked down from the platform at this moment, he would have seen clansmen with folded hands pressed to their chests, watching his test with hopeful expressions. This hope wasn't genuine goodwill, but rather anticipation for some comedic spectacle about to unfold. Buzz buzz buzz. Baiming Xiantian closed his eyes, mentally visualizing various forms of ice, especially the minor ice spike technique he was most familiar with. But after 10 seconds, the detection crystal gradually returned to stillness. Then Baiming Xiantian heard Baiming Lin announce from behind him, "Baiming Xiantian, awakening failed." What? Baiming Xiantian's eyes snapped open. He saw that not even the faintest blue glow had appeared where his right hand touched the surface of the detection crystal. Just like those who failed to awaken before, the detection crystal detected no ice-type abilities within Baiming Xiantian's body. However, Baiming Xiantian was extremely confused, because he could clearly use the minor ice spike technique. This was personally verified by his own father. Moreover, when the detection crystal examined his body earlier, he distinctly felt a unique chill characteristic of ice-type abilities flowing from his palm into the detection crystal. But why didn't the detection crystal register even a trace of ice-type abilities in him? Ha ha ha. We win, we win. I told you he couldn't succeed. Had me nervous for so long. Laughter erupted continuously from below the platform and outside the hall, making Baiming Xiantian feel like he had returned to those demoralizing scenes from his past decade of failed awakening tests. This is wrong. Baiming Xiantian suddenly shouted loudly. Turning to face Baiming Ling, he said, "Elder Ling, I request to use a second detection crystal. I believe there's something wrong with the first one. How dare you?" Before Baiming Ling could respond, Baiming Yunhui standing beside Baiming Yuxiang loudly rebuked. "Baiming Xiantian, you haven't even awakened the weakest first-level ice-type ability. What qualifications do you have to use the yellow-grade detection crystal?" As the host of this awakening ceremony, Baiming Lin also spoke coldly to Baiming Xiantian, "Step down. Come down already, stop being presumptuous. Don't think you can just because you're the clan leader's son. Young Master Xiantian, we never noticed you were this presumptuous before." Ha ha ha, finally cracked. The Baiming heir can't awaken ice abilities, finally lost it. Silence. At this moment, Baiming Yuxiang, the clan leader, finally spoke. The aura of a yellow-grade powerhouse suddenly erupted, instantly quieting the entire hall. Having restored order, Baiming Yuxiang expressionlessly looked at Baiming Xiantian, his eyes filled with authority. "Clan leader, as a member of the Baiming family, I have the right to request use of the yellow-grade detection crystal. I beg your permission." Baiming Xiantian cupped his hands in salute and spoke solemnly to his father, Baiming Yuxiang, who was also the patriarch of the Baiming clan. Baiming Yuxiang automatically ignored Baiming Yunhui, who was about to speak beside him, and said expressionlessly, "Baiming Xiantian, do you know the price a Baiming descendant must pay when voluntarily requesting to use a detection ice crystal above the mortal grade?" Baiming Xiantian stood straight and declared loudly, "I know. A Baiming descendant may voluntarily request to use detection ice crystals above mortal grade twice. If both detection opportunities are exhausted without detecting talent corresponding to the crystal's grade, then all Baiming clan privileges will be revoked, including all inheritance rights." "Good. Since you're aware, then." Baiming Yuxiang nodded but hadn't finished speaking when elder Baiming Yunhui beside him interrupted. "Absolutely not. Baiming Xiantian, don't be so delusional. You haven't awakened even a shred of talent in 18 years, yet you dare to use a yellow-grade ice crystal. Do you really believe it's because your talent is too exceptional that the rank 9 mortal grade testing crystal couldn't measure your aptitude? That this forced you to live wrapped in cotton clothes, huddled by the stove for 18 years? Baiming Yunhui's face twisted in disgust as he roared at Baiming Xiantian. "Exactly. Does he think being the clan leader's son makes him special? Humph. I only tested its 7th grade aptitude. How dare he presume to claim Earth grade talent? Better return to your cozy little nursery, young master." Hearing the murmurs from the gathered clansmen below, Baiming Yunhui's face showed absolute confidence as he turned to the still expressionless Baiming Yuxiang. "Yuxiang, activating an Earth grade testing crystal comes at tremendous cost. Don't let fatherly affection cloud your judgment of what benefits the clan." "I'm aware." For the first time, hesitation flickered in Baiming Yuxiang's eyes until he suddenly caught sight of the unprecedented determination burning in Baiming Xiantian's gaze. He finally spoke coldly, "Since someone is willing to use the yellow-grade detection crystal and willing to bear all the consequences, then I agree." Wow. Baiming Yuxiang's words caused an uproar, yet he maintained his usual composure. Nonsense. Baiming Yunhui, however, was visibly furious. He never expected Baiming Yuxiang to agree to Baiming Xiantian's seemingly unreasonable request. But suddenly, a glint of coldness flashed in Baiming Yunhui's eyes. He quickly gave his grandson Baiming Zhanfei, standing below the platform, a meaningful look and made a subtle hand gesture. After receiving Baiming Yunhui's message, Baiming Zhanfei rolled his eyes, then turned and quietly left. Seeing his grandson depart, Baiming Yunhui then adopted an official attitude and said to Baiming Yuxian, as your uncle, I must remind you. If Xiantian fails the yellow grade ice crystal detection, he will be stripped of his rights as the Baiming clan's heir apparent. This means when you step down from the position of clan leader, another branch of the Northern Darkness clan will take over the leadership lineage. As these words were spoken, not only did the young people in the hall look shocked, but even the adults outside the hall began showing changing expressions. Most people knew that although the current clan leader Northern Darkness Fishsore was a powerhouse with exceptional ice-type ability talents, his only son Northern Darkness Xuantian's continued failure to awaken ice-type abilities had led other Northern Darkness branch members to covet the clan leadership position for a long time. Among them, the branch with the strongest desire for this leadership position was precisely that of the current elder Northern Darkness Cloud Glory, who also possessed yellow rank strength. Chapter 29, Has the clan leader gone mad? Mysterious rank. I know. Northern Darkness Fishsore nodded, still replying with complete composure. Good. A look of delight appeared on Northern Darkness Cloud Glory's face as he stepped forward and declared loudly to those below. Today while everyone is gathered here, let's all bear witness together. If Baiming Xiantian, son of Baiming Yuxian, still fails to awaken his ice-type talent after testing with higher grade detection crystals, then the current clan leader Baiming Yuxiang agrees that after he steps down, members from other Baiming branch families may assume the position of clan leader. Buzz. As soon as Baiming Yunhui spoke these words, it caused strong reactions among those present again, though no one dared to discuss it loudly, instead whispering to their companions about this shocking news. The power struggle between the main lineage of the Baiming family and its branch families will be decided today. Yu Xiang, you need to think carefully about this. At this moment, the stern-faced Baiming Lin also came to Baiming Yuxiang's side and spoke to him in a low voice. Baiming Yuxiang nodded to Baiming Lin, then stepped forward past Baiming Yunhui and declared loudly, Elder Yunhui's words represent my exact intention. If Baiming Xiantian fails to awaken the corresponding ice-type talent after using this testing opportunity, then I voluntarily abdicate my position as clan leader and allow another branch to assume the leadership. Good. The clan leader must keep his word. As soon as Baiming Yuxiang finished speaking, members of other Baiming family branches standing outside the hall loudly responded. Indeed, I, Baiming Yuxiang, will never go back on my word. Baiming Yuxiang declared firmly. Excellent. Baiming Yunhui spoke with evident pleasure and continued, since the clan leader has spoken thus, I have no objections to Xiantian proceeding with the test. But immediately, Baiming Yunhui added hypocritically, however, activating the yellow level testing crystal requires spiritual energy input from a yellow level expert this matter. Since Baiming Xiantian is my son, I shall naturally be the one to provide the spiritual energy required for this test. Baiming Yuxiang declared resoundingly, pretending not to notice Baiming Yunhui's hypocritical expression. Baiming Lin stepped forward and grabbed Baiming Yuxiang, who was moving towards the yellow grade testing crystal. With concern in his voice, he said, Yuxiang, while the Northern Bear Nation is attacking the North Cold Waters, you shouldn't recklessly deplete your spiritual energy. Let Elder Yunhui transmit the energy instead. Upon hearing this, Baiming Yunhui deliberately raised his voice. Baiming Lin, do you think the clan leader would order this old bones around for his son's personal matters? Though of course, if the clan leader speaks, I would gladly serve. Humph. Baiming Lin glared at Baiming Yunhui with undisguised disgust. It's fine. Baiming Yuxiang didn't even glance at Baiming Yunhui. After nodding to Baiming Lin, he stepped onto the platform, standing before the middle of the three testing crystals. Within this testing crystal, there were faint yellow threads as fine as hairs, only visible to the naked eye from close distance. This yellow-grade testing crystal could withstand the spiritual energy of yellow-grade experts and detect ice-type talents surpassing the 9th level of mortal grade. Xiantian, are you ready? Baiming Yuxiang placed both hands on the yellow rank detection ice crystal, then spoke softly to Baiming Xiantian, who had already approached the crystal. At this moment, Baiming Xiantian felt that long-lost paternal affection in his father's words, which touched his heart. Ever since he failed to awaken ice-based talents during the testing ceremony at age 10, his father Baiming Yuxiang had rarely shown him the warmth and care that had characterized their first decade together. Baiming Xiantian understood this was the necessary sacrifice his father had to make as the clan leader of the Baiming family. I'm ready, Baiming Xiantian declared solemnly, then placed his right hand on the yellow rank detection ice crystal. Good. A flash of confidence appeared in Baiming Yuxiang's eyes as he unleashed the aura of a yellow rank expert. A yellow energy streamed rapidly from his hands into the detection crystal. The faint yellow threads within the detection crystal seemed ignited by the yellow-grade spiritual power Baiming Yuxiang had channeled into it, suddenly emitting a dazzling yellow light that drew gasps from the Baiming clan members below the platform. With his eyes tightly closed, Baiming Xiantian felt a slender thread of icy energy enter his body through his palm the moment the detection crystal burst forth with radiant yellow light. After a prolonged period, Baiming Xiantian sensed another surge of cool energy far more potent than what had entered his body flow back from his palm into the detection crystal. At this moment, Baiming Yuxiang, who had both hands pressed against the yellow-grade detection crystal, opened his eyes to reveal a flash of astonishment. But he forcibly suppressed this expression in an instant, his eyes quickly returning to their original state of profound calm. Withdrawing his hands gently, Baiming Yuxiang released a barely audible sigh from his throat. Failure. Before Baiming Xiantian even opened his eyes, still maintaining his posture with his right hand pressed against the detection crystal, he heard Baiming Yunhui's voice sound behind him. Elder Lin, why aren't you announcing the results? Baiming Yunhui then urged Baiming Lin, who stood nearby. At this moment, Baiming Xiantian slightly furrowed his brows, opened his eyes, and looked at the detection crystal that had already returned to its original form with no visible changes. This shouldn't be happening. Baiming Xiantian was deeply puzzled. He had previously inquired with his father about the manifestations of ice-type ability awakening. It essentially involved the ice energy within one's body being stimulated by the detection crystal and channeled into the crystal's interior. But Baiming Xiantian clearly felt that the ice energy within him had already flowed back into the detection crystal through his palm. So why was this yellow-grade detection crystal still not showing any reaction? Seeing Baiming Xiantian withdraw his hand, Baiming Lin's expression showed a trace of displeasure as he frowned and declared loudly, Baiming Xiantian failed to detect yellow-grade talent. See, what did I tell you? Thought there might actually be some miracle, turns out it was just young Master Xuantian's wishful thinking. Does this mean those from our branch family can also become clan head now? Baiming Yunhui laughed triumphantly after hearing Baiming Lin's words. Nephew Yuxian, now that the results are out, you can't go back on your word. Humph. Baiming Lin snorted coldly at Baiming Yunhui's remark. A look of anxiety appeared on Baiming Xuantian's face as he was about to speak, but then Baiming Yuxiang interrupted. What's the hurry? I said I'd keep my promise, but it seems Xiantian still has one more test attempt remaining, doesn't he? Baiming Yunhui's face already showed eagerness, but upon hearing Baiming Yuxiang's words, he burst into laughter. My dear nephew, are you trying to kill me with laughter? You mean to say your useless son has a mystic level talent above yellow level? What wishful thinking! A flash of anger appeared in Baiming Yuxiang's eyes, but he spoke calmly. Everything should proceed according to protocol. Fine. Baiming Yunhui laughed boisterously. I'll indulge you. Continue the test. Even you, Baiming Yuxiang, only have yellow level talent. I refuse to believe your son, who still needs to warm himself by the fire at 18, could awaken a mystic level talent. Yuxiang, stop humoring Xuantian's nonsense. The nearby Baiming Lin grew anxious. Baiming Yuxiang remained composed. He patted Baiming Lin's arm and gave Baiming Xiantian an encouraging look. He then walked toward the detection crystal at the far left of the platform. Has the clan head gone mad? Mystic level. For Baiming Xiantian, it seems one can't maintain rationality when it comes to one's own flesh and blood. The main lineage truly appears to be in decline. After failing 2 talent detection tests, Baiming Xiantian now felt a trace of unease in his heart. In truth, he lacked no confidence in any other aspect of his life. Whether in academic subjects studied since childhood or in physical training courses like speed and reflexes, he had always been among the top performers in his batch. But only when it came to ice-type abilities did he genuinely lack that sense of absolute confidence. Xian rank. Baiming Xiantian glanced at Baiming Yuxiang, whose face remained calm and seemingly indifferent. Old man, you never mentioned this to me before. Do you really have this much confidence in me? Chapter 30, that blue sword light that pierced through everything. Baiming Yuxiang approached the Xian rank detection ice crystal, slowly placing both hands against its surface. Then, the powerful aura of a Huang rank expert rapidly surged from his body. 2 distinct streams of yellow spiritual energy characteristic of Huang rank experts flowed along Baiming Yuxiang's arms into the Xian rank detection ice crystal. But this time, the testing crystal didn't emit dazzling light immediately, only showing red streaks emerging within it. Not enough yet. Baiming Yuxiang's eyes turned sharp, then he closed them, continuously channeling his spiritual energy into the testing crystal. If we say that when Baiming Yuxiang activated the yellow-grade testing crystal before, the spiritual energy he input only accounted for 1/5 of his total capacity, then this time, activating the mysterious grade testing crystal had already consumed more than half of Baiming Yuxiang's spiritual energy in just this short moment. At some unknown time, Baiming Lin had already walked to stand just a few steps away beside Baiming Yuxiang, his eyes now filled with vigilance. As the strongest expert of the Baiming family, Baiming Yuxiang's severe spiritual energy consumption meant this was when his power was at its weakest. Come! Finally, Baiming Yuxiang gave a loud shout, and the mysterious grade testing crystal, now completely filled with red streaks, suddenly burst forth with a brilliant red glow. Baiming Xiantian knew the moment had come. He immediately extended his right hand and placed it on the mystic grade detection crystal. This time, the sensation in Bei Ming Xuantian's palm was much more intense than during the previous two detections. He only felt an unbearably cold energy rapidly spreading from his arm throughout his entire body. Bei Ming Xiantian, who had already closed his eyes, resisted the urge to withdraw his right hand and silently recited in his heart, "Minor Ice Spike Technique." Then, from a perspective Bei Ming Xiantian couldn't see, within the mystic grade detection crystal already enveloped in red light, 7 blue rays about 1 qi in length emerged, radiating from his right hand. Bei Ming Ling, who had been closely monitoring the crystal's state nearby, couldn't help but clench his fist when he saw these 7 blue lights. Bei Ming Yunhui, who had been waiting to see a joke and letting his imagination run wild, froze his mocking smile when he saw the appearance of these 7 blue lights. Could it be? At this moment, the younger generation in the assembly hall were all dumbstruck, staring at the 7 blue rays of light that pierced through the dazzling red glow within the profound grade testing crystal. The previously murmuring hall had now fallen so silent you could hear a pin drop. Bei Ming Xiantian followed the plan he had agreed upon with his father yesterday. As long as even a trace of ice element talent was detected, he would attempt to unleash gaming skills from chaos. Yet unexpectedly, neither the mortal grade nor the earth grade testing crystals detected even the slightest ice element talent in Bei Ming Xiantian. Thus, under Bei Ming Yuxiang's encouraging gaze, Bei Ming Xiantian steeled himself to undergo the profound grade talent test. For this third attempt, Bei Ming Xiantian didn't passively await results like before. Instead, just like yesterday's experiment in his room, he directly activated the ice element skills from chaos. Bei Ming Xiantian, fully immersed in the smooth execution of his minor ice spike technique, had automatically blocked out all external noises. Of course, what he didn't know was that in the Bei Ming family's mystic grade detection ice crystal that had never emitted blue icy light before, the current 7 Qi long blue radiances had already pierced through too many people's pride and sense of superiority. Mystic grade talent. Bei Ming Yuxiang, the strongest ice-type practitioner of this era, only possessed yellow-grade ice talent at best. This Bei Ming Xiantian wasn't he supposed to be trash? At this moment, the Bei Ming clansmen who had previously mocked, ridiculed, and sneered at Bei Ming Xiantian felt unprecedentedly conflicted. Impossible. Impossible. This must be fake. Bei Ming Yunhui, who had finally reacted, muttered to himself as if suffering a tremendous blow. But as if specifically responding to Bei Ming Yunhui, the mystic grade detection ice crystal that had already produced 7 Qi long blue radiances. Starting from where Bei Ming Xiantian made contact, a thick blue radiance rapidly spread across the entire ice crystal that stood taller than a person and half a meter in diameter. The resplendent red light vanished. It was swiftly and completely replaced by a misty blue glow. Simultaneously, Bei Ming Lin and Bei Ming Yunhui atop the high platform, along with the group of youths near the platform, felt an intense wave of coldness washing over them. Despite being descendants of the Bei Ming family, they all instinctively wrapped their arms around themselves against this sudden chill. Under this peculiar cold aura, they could all sense the spiritual energy within their bodies slowing its circulation. Of course, those dozen or so youngsters who hadn't awakened ice-type abilities felt their blood flow seemingly decelerate as well. Domain. Bei Ming Yunhui, who also possessed his own ice-type domain ability, understood better than anyone what this sudden coldness represented. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring himself to believe how such an exceptionally rare ice-type domain ability could have been unleashed by Bei Ming Xiantian. It must be understood that among the tens of thousands of Bei Ming clan members, only Bei Ming Yunhui and the exceptionally talented Bei Ming Yuxiang in the current generation have awakened their ice-type domain abilities. Could this be the terrifying power of an Earth-grade ice-type talent? The one who caused all these changes was none other than Bei Ming Xiantian. Moreover, it was precisely after releasing the minor ice spike technique that he followed up with the domain skill Polar Ice Domain. Feeling several strands of cool energy flowing back into the ice crystal where his right hand made contact, Bei Ming Xiantian was about to withdraw his hand. But suddenly he remembered just before the chaos system maintenance shut down earlier, he seemed to have awakened another new ice-type skill. I think it was called Frozen Heart-Piercing Sword. Bei Ming Xiantian thought to himself, then effortlessly recited the only ice-type skill he had independently comprehended. Bei Ming Xiantian only felt a remarkably swift icy energy surge from his palm, followed immediately by a burst of intense commotion from the outside world. He involuntarily opened his eyes, and the first thing that entered his view was a massive blue ice pillar over 2 meters tall and half a meter thick. Bei Ming Xiantian was stunned. Could this be his own test results? Had the entire Earth grade detection crystal been completely filled by his ice attribute energy? Is this real? Not a dream. When an 18-year-long fantasy suddenly became reality, Bei Ming Xiantian couldn't immediately believe what was before his eyes. But soon, his thoughts were interrupted by exclamations from below the platform. How is this possible? What is that, an ice sword? Impossible. How could there be an ice sword that pierces through 3 detection crystals? Bei Ming Xiantian was baffled. He tilted his head to look past the Earth grade detection crystal before him. There, he saw the previously tested yellow grade and mortal grade detection crystals. At chest height on both crystals, what appeared to be a sharp weapon had pierced through, leaving behind a sword-shaped blue glow within the translucent ice crystals. No! Baiming Xiantian suddenly widened his eyes, his mind shaking violently. Could it be the Ice Heart Pure Frost Sword technique he had executed? When Baiming Xiantian silently recited the name of the Ice Heart Pure Frost Sword, his eyes were still closed, so of course he couldn't see what was happening outside. But Baiming Lin and Baiming Yunhui on the platform, as well as the crowd below, all saw it clearly. Not long after, the entire profound level testing crystal was astonishingly lit up by Baiming Xiantian. A blue sword-shaped light, swift as lightning, shot forth from Baiming Xuantian's hand position. Then, this sword radiance successively pierced through the profound level, yellow level, and mortal level testing crystals that stood side by side on the high platform. Moreover, within all three testing crystals, it left behind a sword-shaped blue halo. What kind of talent is this? The peak of profound level. All members of the Baiming clan, including Baiming Lin and Baiming Yunhui, were utterly incapable of describing their shock at this moment. If possible, they even felt that the most important thing to do at this moment should be to take out a higher level detection crystal to confirm exactly how high Baiming Xuantian's ice-type talent is. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Baiming Yuxian, who had withdrawn his hands and looked pale, looked up and laughed loudly after seeing Baiming Xuantian's astonishing performance. It seemed as if he wanted to release all the emotions he had suppressed for over a decade. The spacious and enormous council hall echoed with the laughter of the clan's strongest member, Baiming Yuxiang. Chapter 31, Baiming Yunhui's Betrayal. Ha ha ha. Baiming Yuxian's laughter caused everyone present to feel deeply moved. Baiming Xiantian, whose heart was also surging with excitement, finally experienced unprecedented satisfaction. He had fantasized countless times about the scene where he would awaken his ice-type ability during the detection ceremony, but he had never imagined that the awakening of his ice-type ability would cause such a sensation. Lighting up an entire detection crystal, and for some unknown reason, even piercing through 3 detection crystals. From the discussions among the crowd below the stage, Baiming Xiantian learned about his testing process on the Mystic Grade detection crystal earlier. He instantly realized that his 3 ice-type skills in Chaos could demonstrate such astonishing performances. The initial 7 blue ice rays, each over a foot long, were naturally from his minor ice spike technique. Then what spread across the entire Mystic Grade detection crystal was his domain skill Extreme Ice Domain. But what surprised Baiming Xiantian most was actually his newly comprehended ice skill Ice Heart Frostcleave Sword. It unexpectedly penetrated through all 3 detection crystals Mystic Grade, Earth Grade, and Mortal Grade in one go. This truly caught Baiming Xiantian by surprise. Could it be that Iceheart Frostcleave's sword ranks even higher than Extreme Ice Domain? Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but feel eager to log into Chaos to check the grade of this newly comprehended skill. Impossible. This must be fake. At this moment, Baiming Yunhui, his face contorted with fury, suddenly roared loudly. Then he rushed to Baiming Yuxiang, who was being supported by Baiming Lin, and demanded, "Baiming Yuxiang, tell me, was it you who falsified the test results?" "Yes. It must be fraud. We don't believe it. Baiming Xiantian, that good-for-nothing, couldn't possibly have Xian grade talent." Several younger generation members below the stage and a few middle-aged men outside shouted with resentment. If one looked carefully, these people all belonged to Baiming Yunhui's faction. Humph. Baiming Lin had already steadied the spiritually depleted Baiming Yuxiang. Hearing the accusations from Baiming Yunhui and his faction, he snorted coldly. Who could possibly falsify results in front of a Xian grade detection crystal? Elder Yunhui, are you deliberately turning a blind eye to the truth? Baiming Yunhui, his face twisted with madness, roared, "No matter what, I refuse to believe that a talentless waste who showed no potential for 18 years could suddenly awaken Xian grade aptitude. Baiming Yuxiang must have abused his authority to manipulate the test results." Elder Yunhui. Baiming Yuxiang waved his hand, breaking free from Baiming Lin's support, his face as cold as ice. "Mind your words, are you questioning me?" At this moment, Baiming Yunhui completely dropped all pretense, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, "Even if you're the clan leader, you can't stop me, as an elder, from voicing my doubts. I don't accept today's inspection results, absolutely not." Elder Yunhui, are you challenging the Baiming clan's rules? Consider the consequences. Baiming Lin shouted angrily. "Clan rules. Ha ha ha." Baiming Yunhui grew even more frenzied, saying, "You still think you can suppress me with clan rules at this point? Don't think I don't know your main lineage just wants to keep my branch under your heel forever." Baiming Yunhui, do you realize what you're saying? Baiming Yuxiang's expression turned frosty, and the aura of a peak Huang grade powerhouse abruptly surged forth. Under the pressure of Baiming Yuxiang's imposing aura, Baiming Yunhui involuntarily took a step back. But soon a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he said sharply, "I refuse to believe this outcome. Unless what?" Baiming Yuxiang pressed. Baiming Yunhui suddenly turned and looked at Baiming Xiantian in the distance, his eyes filled with sinister malice. "How dare you?" Baiming Yuxiang seemed to realize Baiming Yunhui's intention and roared. "Ha ha, Baiming Yuxiang, your spiritual power is exhausted. Who can stop me now?" Bai Ming Yunhui went completely berserk. Thick yellow energy surged from his body as he charged like a wild beast toward Bai Ming Xiantian several meters away. You vicious old bastard! Bai Ming Xiantian reacted swiftly, leaping backward. He then attempted to cast minor ice spike technique, but someone had already intercepted Bai Ming Yunhui's path, none other than Bai Ming Lin, who had previously stood by Bai Ming Yuxiang's side. Bai Ming Lin's left arm manifested a small square shield composed of ice, while his right hand gripped an icy short sword. His figure swiftly intercepted Bai Ming Yunhui. Humph! Bai Ming Yunhui snorted coldly. His right palm, enveloped in yellow light, struck fiercely at Bai Ming Lin's ice shield. Boom! Put! Bai Ming Lin's ice shield shattered instantly under Bai Ming Yunhui's strike. His body was sent flying backward and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Ming Lin, with just your 9th level mortal realm strength, you dare to block me? Bai Ming Yunhui arrogantly shouted. Suddenly, the temperature in the council hall rapidly dropped. A massive fish over 3 meters long, entirely composed of ice, appeared in the air above the council hall. Bai Ming Yuxiang's domain skill Fish Soaring Ice Domain. Seeing Bai Ming Yuxiang activate his domain skill, Bai Ming Yunhui halted his charge toward Bai Ming Xiantian. He turned around, glaring furiously at Bai Ming Yuxiang. Bai Ming Yuxiang raised his hand slightly and said coldly, Bai Ming Yunhui, I'll give you one more chance. Surrender immediately, or your entire branch lineage will be dragged into irredeemable ruin by you. A cold smile appeared on Bai Ming Yunhui's face as he declared loudly, haha, truly worthy of being the clan leader of our Bai Ming family. I should have guessed earlier. At this point, Bai Ming Yunhui turned to look at Bai Ming Xiantian and laughed. Was today's testing ceremony all part of your scheme from the beginning? Bai Ming Yuxiang, you were just waiting for my branch lineage to make a move so you could wipe us all out at once. Tui. Bai Ming Lin spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted angrily, Bai Ming Yunhui. You colluded with Northern Bear Nation, attempting to betray our Northern Cold Water Pavilion, yet you dare accuse the clan leader of scheming. You're the one who's utterly wicked. Hahaha. Bai Ming Yunhui laughed uproariously, suddenly releasing his full yellow rank aura. Bai Ming Xiantian remained motionless all this while, unlike the other younger generation members in the hall who had fled toward the exits. He knew his movement speed was utterly insignificant in the face of a yellow rank expert. Maintaining position was currently his best strategy. But from the corner of his eye, he already saw members of Bai Ming Yunhui's faction entering the council hall with murderous intent. Since you all already know everything, Bai Ming Yunhui's face twisted with madness, then I won't bother hiding anymore. Ice Bear Armor. Manifest. Then they saw icy components rapidly forming across Bai Ming Yunhui's body, finally assembling into an extremely exaggerated set of heavy ice armor. When fully assembled, the ice armor resembled nothing less than a giant ice bear. Bastard! Bai Ming Lin shouted furiously, you actually learned the ice bear armor from Northern Bear Kingdom. Have you forgotten how many of our Bai Ming clansmen they've slaughtered? Shut your mouth. Bai Ming Yunhui, now fully clad in giant bear armor, shouted, if you hadn't insisted on not ceding even a single piece of North Cold Waterside territory to North Bear Country, would our Bai Ming disciples have suffered such heavy losses? If you had agreed to my proposal, how could my Yaoer have died? It's all his fault. Bai Ming Yuxiang and his damned father. Bai Ming Yunhui pointed at Bai Ming Yuxiang and roared, you'd rather send our Bai Ming family's sons to die on the battlefield than negotiate peace with North Bear Country, damn you damn you. Bai Ming Yunhui, I ask you one last time, do you truly intend to betray our Bai Ming family? Bai Ming Yuxiang lightly waved his right hand and the 10-foot-long ice fish above flew to hover over his head, its powerful frigid aura pressing down upon Bai Ming Yunhui. Stop your hypocrisy, Bai Ming Yuxiang. It's not I who betray the Bai Ming family, it's you who disregard the lives of our Bai Ming clansmen, forcing me to resist. Bai Ming Yunhui waved his giant palm already encased in ice, roaring furiously. Chapter 32, The Appearance of Baixiong Country's Powerful Enemy. Boom! As if responding to Bai Ming Yunhui's stubborn refusal to repent. With a wave of his hand, Bai Ming Yuxiang sent that enormous ice fish charging straight toward Bai Ming Yunhui. Frost Cloud Domain. Bai Ming Yunhui likewise shouted loudly. Above and around him, a cloud mass formed instantly from ice crystals, with strands of frost essence sprinkling down from the icy cloud. The temperature throughout the council hall dropped several more degrees in an instant. Bai Ming Yuxiang, with your spiritual power depleted, let's see how long you can keep this up. Bai Ming Yunhui laughed coldly, then transformed into a giant ice bear and charged at Bai Ming Yuxiang. Enough to kill you. Bai Ming Yuxiang showed no emotional fluctuation as he spoke softly while waving his right hand. A halberd completely formed of ice, with twin ice wings at its tip, appeared in his grasp. The Frostwing Cold Light Halberd, Bai Ming Yuxiang's most powerful ice-type assault ability. Boom! The Fish Soaring Ice Domain first collided with the Ice Cloud Domain, creating a violent explosion. Bai Ming Yuxiang stepped forward, his figure charging ahead as the Frostwing Cold Light Halberd already pierced towards the massive palm struck out by Bai Ming Yunhui. Clang clang. Bai Ming Yuxiang's attacks were crisp and precise, while Bai Ming Yunhui's moves were mighty and ferocious. In the span of a few breaths, the two had already exchanged over a dozen moves. but ultimately, Bei Ming Yuxiang, at the peak of yellow rank strength, gained the upper hand. In a swift turn, his Frostwing Cold Light halberd reversed its attack. Transforming into a streak of light, it heavily struck Bei Ming Yunhui's chest. Put! Even with the thick ice bear armor protecting him, Bei Ming Yunhui was still forced to spit out a mouthful of blood. Bei Ming Yunhui's body was violently pushed back, then his two massive palms swung fiercely, actually attempting to seize Bei Ming Yuxiang's Frostwing Cold Light halberd. Bei Ming Yuxiang let out a cold snort as his right hand jerked back. The Frostwing Cold Light halberd left a deep icy scar across Bei Ming Yunhui's right palm. It nearly sliced through Bei Ming Yunhui's right hand, which was protected beneath layers of frost. Bei Ming Yunhui's hands paused momentarily as the Frostwing Cold Light halberd was retracted by Bei Ming Yuxiang, but Bei Ming Yunhui paid it no mind. Seizing the moment when Bei Ming Yuxiang withdrew his weapon, he suddenly stomped both feet against the ground and launched himself toward the base of the high platform. Father, grandfather, members of Bei Ming Yunhui's lineage stepped forward anxiously. I'm unharmed, Bei Ming Yunhui declared in a heavy voice. His gaze lifted to the high platform where Bei Ming Yuxiang stood gripping his icy halberd, battle intent surging violently. Bei Ming Yuxiang, do you truly believe victory is already yours? How naive. Today, I shall topple you from your undefeated throne. Then Bei Ming Yunhui suddenly roared toward the entrance. Xiong Sha, how much longer will you hide? Show yourself now. What? Even Bei Ming Xiantian on the high platform felt his hairs stand on end when he heard the name Bei Ming Yunhui shouted. Xiong Sha, the second most powerful expert of Northern Bear Nation, a peak yellow rank master. He was also one of the opponents the Bei Ming clan needed to guard against most whenever facing Northern Bear Nation's incursions. Last time, Bei Ming Yuxiang had suffered minor internal injuries precisely because of Xiong Sha's sneak attack. Now the second strongest expert of Northern Bear Nation, Xiong Sha, actually dared to come to the Bei Ming clan. Ha ha ha. A particularly unpleasant laughter sounded from the entrance of the conference hall. Then a burly man draped entirely in a black overcoat strode into the conference hall. The many clansmen of Bei Ming Yunhui's faction nearby seemed to have known beforehand, even showing hints of delight on their faces. Bastard! Bei Ming Xiantian clenched his teeth tightly. Xiong Sha's hands were stained with the blood of countless Bei Ming clansmen. Seeing Xiong Sha enter, Bei Ming Xiantian gripped his halberd and stepped to the edge of the high platform. Battle aura emanated from his entire body, while the icy fish above his head circled continuously, ready to strike at any moment. Elder Yunhui, you indeed keep your word. When my Northern Bear Kingdom occupies this Northern Cold Water Pavilion, you shall be credited as the chief contributor. Xiong Sha's enormous mouth gaped like a blood basin as he laughingly patted Bei Ming Yunhui's arm. Humph. Bei Ming Yunhui seemed to detest Xiong Sha, subtly shifting his position to distance himself slightly. He spoke, don't waste time. Our branch family's elders can't delay the other old fellows for long. Quickly deal with Bei Ming Yuxiang. Xiong Sha laughed heartily, nodded in agreement, then let out a thunderous roar as his body suddenly sank downward. Black fur, sharp claws, fangs. He began displaying numerous characteristics of a giant bear. As this transformation occurred, the imposing aura radiating from Xiong Sha's body rapidly intensified. Bear transformation. Only the royal bloodline of the North Bear Kingdom possesses this talent, which can greatly enhance one's own strength. This is also the primary reliance that enables the North Bear Kingdom to repeatedly pose threats to the North Cold Water Pavilion. Clang. Ever since Bear Fiend appeared, Bei Ming Yuxiang had remained silent, only his gaze growing much more ruthless. Upon seeing Bear Fiend's bear transformation, Bei Ming Yuxiang shook both hands violently, causing his Frostwing Cold Light halberd to emit metallic weapon sounds. Bei Ming Yuxiang, I heard your spiritual power is almost exhausted. Let's see how you act so arrogant today. After completing his bear transformation, Bear Fiend almost resembled a giant black bear, opening his bloody maw as he shouted at Bei Ming Yuxiang. Bei Ming Yuxiang couldn't be bothered to respond. After exchanging a glance with Bei Ming Lin beside him, he suddenly leapt down from the high platform and charged at Bear Fiend. Boom boom. The clashes between Xiong Sha and Bei Ming Yuxiang, both peak yellow grade experts, sent shockwaves through the air of the assembly hall with every move. Xiantian, I'll get you out of here. At this moment, Bei Ming Lin arrived beside Bei Ming Xiantian and spoke rapidly. Bei Ming Xuantian's face was filled with unwillingness and worry, but he knew he couldn't influence the current situation. Even with his mysterious ice-based talents, his actual strength was undeniable. Having just awakened, he was merely a first-stage mortal-grade ice practitioner, trying to escape. Die together then. But at this moment, a cold shout came from below the platform. Bei Ming Yunhui discarded his ice bear armor and swiftly charged toward Bei Ming Xiantian. How dare you! Seeing this, Bei Ming Yuxiang, who was engaged with Xiong Sha, slightly frowned before roaring deeply, Brother Jinhun, intervene. Clang. Just as Bei Ming Yunhui rapidly ascended toward Bei Ming Xiantian and Bei Ming Lin on the platform above, the sound of a drawn sword rang through the air. Then, a sword light strangely appeared from midair, slashing directly toward Bei Ming Yunhui, who was in the air. When Baiming Yunhui saw this sword light, his expression changed dramatically and he couldn't help exclaiming, Shiling Jianhun. Mobilizing all his Huang-level spiritual power, Baiming Yunhui's arms emitted intense yellow light as he quickly crossed them. Boom! The sword light struck Baiming Yunhui's arms before he could complete his defensive posture. A long wound appeared on his arms that were wrapped in dense energy. Baiming Yunhui was knocked back and landed below the platform. When he looked up again, he saw a slender middle-aged man in black standing on the platform. Shiling Jianhun, Lord of Shiliang Golden Territory, head of the Shiling family. A peak Huan-level expert. Also the strongest swordsman the Shiling family has produced in nearly a century. Jianhun was both his name and his title. Baiming Yunhui, you old bastard, you tricked me. While engaged in combat with Baiming Yuxiang, Xiangsha's expression drastically changed upon seeing Shiling Jianhun appear, and he roared furiously at Baiming Yunhui. In that momentary distraction, Baiming Yuxiang's halberd had already slashed 3 wounds across Xiangsha's chest. Xiangsha hastily focused his mind to counter Baiming Yuxiang's attacks. Chapter 33, Flames illuminating the entire sky. Shiling Jianhun, how dare you interfere in the affairs of our Baiming clan? Aren't you afraid that leaving Shiliang Golden Domain undefended will allow the Western Wolf Kingdom to exploit the opening? Though clearly apprehensive, Baiming Yunhui still shouted sternly at Shiling Jianhun. Shiling Jianhun remained silent, his utterly ordinary face expressionless. Hum. The gleaming sword in Shiling Jianhuan's hand trembled, emitting an eerie sword hum. Ice bear armor. Beaming Yunhui bellowed as his entire body became encased in ice once again. Seeing this, the Western Mausoleum Sword Spirit drew a perfect arc with his long sword, attacking Northern Dark Cloud Brilliance with both man and blade united. But at this very moment, a chilling streak of cold light suddenly shot from the high platform towards the Sword Spirit's back as he descended. Sensing danger, the Sword Spirit altered his posture mid-air, intercepting the streak of light with his sword. Clang! The light struck the blade, producing a piercing sound that made hearts tremble. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the Sword Spirit's longsword instantly snapped into 2 pieces. Elder Lin. Northern Dark Profound Heaven couldn't help but shout. To his shock, he saw Northern Dark Lin standing beside him, holding an exquisitely crafted dark red crossbow. At this moment, Lin pulled the trigger again, releasing a second bolt. The bolt transformed into a streak of light that arrived instantly just as the Sword Spirit's blade had broken. Even his normally impassive face showed a flash of surprise. Rainbow-piercing blood arrow. The strongest assassination weapon produced by the Eastern Islands nation, a formidable weapon surpassing even firearms. No human expert below Earth grade can rely on mere flesh and blood to withstand a direct attack from the penetrating rainbow blood arrows. Thud! Even with Western Tomb Sword Spirit's formidable strength forcibly contorting his body and swinging a golden light to block in front, the second arrow shot from the penetrating rainbow blood arrows still pierced through his shoulder. Boom! Western Tomb Sword Spirit landed, staggering several steps before barely regaining his footing. But his right hand immediately surged with golden light, forming a golden longsword in his grip. Humph! At this moment, Northern Dark Cold snorted coldly, blue light glowing in his palm as it rapidly infused into the arrow tube in his hand. Minor Ice Spike Technique. Just as Northern Dark Cold was about to fire 3 penetrating rainbow blood arrows, a youth's voice sounded behind him. Only then did Northern Dark Cold remember there was still Northern Dark Profound Heaven beside him, who had just awakened his Earth grade talent. Baiming Ling turned his head and saw 7 thumb-sized ice spikes rapidly flying toward him. This surprised him somewhat. He hadn't expected Baiming Xiantian to be able to fully execute the ice spike technique immediately after awakening his ice-based abilities. But clink clink clink. Baiming Ling waved his hand, sweeping all 7 small ice spikes to the ground. Just as I thought. Seeing this, Baiming Xuantian's face showed clear frustration. He had anticipated this outcome. This suddenly traitorous Baiming Ling was after all a level 9 warrior. Even with Xuantian's extraordinary Xuanji talent, it would be difficult to pose any real threat to him. However, the moment the small ice spikes hit the ground, Baiming Xiantian immediately activated the extreme ice domain. A chilling aura began swirling around him. Just as Baiming Ling was about to casually finish off Baiming Xiantian with a single strike, he sensed that faint chill and frowned. Truly worthy of being Baiming Yuxian's son. To think you've also awakened ice-based abilities. Baiming Lin swiftly raised his foot and kicked, sending the charging Baiming Xiantian flying toward the crystal that had witnessed his Earth grade talent assessment. Thud! Kicked in the chest, Baiming Xiantian nearly lost consciousness on the spot, vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood. Xiantian! Baiming Yuxiang, locked in combat with Xiangsha, shouted anxiously as if trying to rush back. Ha ha ha! Not a chance! Noticing Baiming Yuxiang's desperation, Xiangsha laughed wildly, attacking even more ferociously with his bear-like palms. Soon, several long, bleeding gashes appeared across Baiming Yuxiang's abdomen. On the elevated platform, Baiming Lin slowly advanced toward Baiming Xiantian, who lay collapsed beside the Earth grade assessment crystal. At the platform's forefront, Baiming Yunhui fiercely battled the wounded Shiling Jianhun. Seeing no easy way to shake off Xiangsha's entanglement, a ruthless glint flashed in Baiming Yuxiang's eyes as he roared, "Scram!" Then, a mouthful of vital blood sprayed from Baiming Yuxiang's lips. The vital blood landed on the halberd in Baiming Yuxiang's hand. The Frostwing Cold Light halberd instantly gained a crimson hue, transforming into a blood-red weapon in an instant. Whoosh! Facing Xiangsha's renewed attack, Baiming Yuxiang didn't even dodge but directly swung the Frostwing Cold Light halberd toward Xiangsha's head. Madman! Sensing Baiming Yuxiang's ruthlessness, Xiangsha halted his steps and hastily retreated backward. Swish! The Frostwing Cold Light halberd drew an arc through the air as Baiming Yuxiang, without the slightest pause, charged toward the elevated platform. Seeing Baiming Yuxiang charging forward, Baiming Yunhui took a sword strike from Shilin Jinhun head-on before rapidly retreating as well. As the two passed each other, Baiming Yuxiang didn't even glance at Baiming Yunhui, charging straight toward the high platform. Baiming Xiantian felt as if his entire chest had been torn apart, excruciating pain radiating from his sternum, the agony so intense it blurred his consciousness. But seeing Baiming Lin not far ahead and his father Baiming Yuxiang rushing toward him, he gritted his teeth and fought to remain conscious. "Baiming Lin, how dare you!" Baiming Yuxiang roared as he reached the high platform. "Humph!" Not a trace of fear showed on Baiming Lin's face as he aimed the arrow tube at the fallen Baiming Xiantian. After Baiming Yuxiang ascended the platform, Baiming Lin began slowly retreating toward the edge. "Surprised, aren't you?" Baiming Lin sneered coldly. "Never imagined I'd betray you." Baiming Yuxiang stared intensely at Baiming Lin, remaining silent. Baiming Lin continued, "Because you're too strong, second brother. So strong that even I, as your cousin, felt there was no chance for me to shine. Ha ha, how laughable, isn't it? Although I belong to the clan leader's bloodline, I always considered myself worthless." Baiming Lin's voice revealed a tremor as he reached the edge of the platform and continued. "But they both promised me that after killing you, I would become the new leader of the Baiming clan. You've disappointed me so much." Baiming Yuxiang's eyes were filled with profound disappointment and the sorrow of betrayal by his closest companion. "Ha ha ha." Baiming Lin laughed wildly. "See, it's exactly this expression of yours right now that makes me feel so wretched, so inferior." Baiming Yuxiang paid no further attention to Baiming Lin, stepping instead toward where Baiming Xiantian lay on the ground. Baiming Lin watched as Baiming Yuxiang crouched beside Baiming Xiantian, his face darkening with anger before he quickly leapt down from the platform. At this moment, Shiling's sword spirit seized the opportunity to leap onto the high platform, sword in hand, arriving before Baiming Yuxiang and Baiming Xiantian. Meanwhile, Baiming Lin, who had jumped off the platform, reunited with Baiming Yunhui and Xiangsha. "Don't waste time," Baiming Yunhui said urgently to the two. "Use the penetrating rainbow blood arrows." "Agreed." Xiangsha, whose gaze at Baiming Yuxiang on the platform still carried a trace of regret, finally nodded in agreement. Then both Xiangsha and Baiming Yunhui drew dark red arrow quivers from their chests. At this point, after examining Baiming Xuantian's injuries, Baiming Yuxiang's eyes revealed intense fury. Baiming Lin's kick had nearly shattered all the ribs in Baiming Xuantian's chest, leaving him with just one breath remaining. Yu Xiang. Seeing the three below preparing their penetrating rainbow blood arrows, Shiling's sword spirit called out gravely to Baiming Yuxiang. Baiming Yuxiang laid Baiming Xiantian flat, then stood up and approached Shilin Jinhun. Seeing the three gleaming Guanhong blood arrows in their hands, his expression turned solemn. "Baiming Yuxiang, Shilin Jinhun." Xiangsha raised his Guanhong blood arrow and boasted, "Never would I have imagined that today, the clan leaders of Xianyuan Kingdom's two guardian families would both die by my hand. The wolf cubs of Xiwan Kingdom should really thank me." Enough talk. Baiming Yunhui channeled massive amounts of spiritual energy into his Guanhong blood arrow quiver, saying viciously. He couldn't wait to see Baiming Yuxiang lying in a pool of blood. "Fire!" The nearby Baiming Lin directly shouted, and a streak of light shot out. Boom! Boom! Xiangsha and Baiming Yunhui also activated their quivers. Two Guanhong blood arrows powered by yellow rank experts shot toward Baiming Yuxiang and Shilin Jinhun on the platform. "Am I going to die?" Baiming Xiantian felt his heart was about to stop, as if one of his ribs had pierced into his own heart. In his blurred consciousness, Baiming Xiantian heard the voices of Xiangsha and his two companions from outside, forcing his eyes open with great effort. With difficulty, he turned his head slightly, and through the gap between his father Baiming Yuxiang and Shilin Jinhun, the head of Shilin family, he saw Xiangsha and his two companions each holding an arrow tube. "No! I can't die like this. Traitors of the family barbarians from Northern Bear Kingdom. You all deserve to die." Baiming Xiantian strained to extend his left hand, aiming at the three who had triggered the piercing rainbow blood arrows below the platform. That night, flames that dyed the entire sky blood red erupted from the conference hall of Baiming family. Chapter 34, The Crab's Bountiful Harvest. Hiss. Baiming Xiantian was awakened by the sharp pain in his chest. Then, unable to resist the urge to get up, he accidentally pulled at the wound on his chest, sending another wave of excruciating pain through his body that made him grimace. "I'm not dead." Baiming Xiantian opened his eyes and saw the transparent glass cover in front of him. "I'm still lying in the gaming pod." Baiming Xiantian instantly understood his situation. Then, Baiming Xiantian noticed a note stuck on the gaming pod door, positioned exactly where his gaze naturally fell. Shen Tian, everything's fine now. After you wake up, don't move around carelessly. Stay in the gaming pod and focus on playing the game. I'm going to handle some matters regarding our clan in the North Bear Country. The signature bore the name of his father, Baiming Yuxiang. Baiming Xiantian read the note several times, confirming it was indeed his father's handwriting, before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. He remembered learning about several types of weapons in the family academy that posed significant threats to supernaturals in today's world. Among them was the piercing rainbow blood arrow produced by the eastern Sakura country east of Xiaomu continent in the Xianyuan nation. The crimson rainbow blood arrow possesses such immense power because the wielder can channel their spiritual energy into the arrow shaft. The special arrows fired this way gain the formidable ability to pierce through defenses below the mystic grade level. Thus, when Xiong Xia, Baiming Yunui, and Baiming Lin finally drew 3 crimson rainbow blood arrows, even 2 yellow-grade peak experts Baiming Yuxiang and Shiling Jinhun would likely find them nearly impossible to withstand. How were those 3 ultimately dealt with? Baiming Xiantian had completely lost memory of events after turning to see Xiong Xia's trio raising their crimson rainbow blood arrows. When he awoke again, he was already lying in the game pod adjusted to optimal temperature. The thick bandages on his chest and the excruciating pain at the slightest movement constantly reminded Baiming Xiantian that everything he'd experienced was indeed real. I have awakened ice element talent. A brilliant smile appeared on Baiming Xiantian's face as he recalled the scene, his heart still surging with excitement. Ding, detecting player consciousness recovery. Enter the game. A gentle notification sound came from the game pod. In high spirits, Baiming Xiantian silently thought agree, and his consciousness entered chaos. Just as Baiming Xiantian closed his eyes and entered the game, a light activated within the chaos game pod. The light quickly scanned Baiming Xiantian's entire body before finally concentrating on his injured chest area. Having reappeared by the small stream where the system had previously kicked him offline, Baiming Xiantian felt a slight tingling sensation in his chest. But soon, his attention was drawn to a pile of items not far in front of him. These are items dropped by the golden clamp crab. Baiming Xiantian's heart leapt with joy. He hadn't forgotten that in the final moments before the system maintenance, comprehended the Ice Heart Cold Clear Sword killed a level 15 gold tier golden armored giant crab. By the way, the Ice Heart Cold Clear Sword. While walking towards the stream, Northern Dark Profound Heaven summoned the skill interface and clicked on the sword-shaped skill icon. Ice Heart Cold Clear Sword Heaven tier skill. Activates ice elements within space to form an extremely fast ice sword, dealing powerful piercing damage to the target. Attack damage, 200% of normal attack range, 10 meters, mana cost 20 points, cooldown, 5 seconds. Cool. It's already much stronger than the minor ice spike technique. Truly worthy of being a heaven tier skill. He never expected his first comprehended skill would be a heaven tier skill. He still remembered when the water deity old man tried to persuade him to learn water element skills. Those powerful water element skills he demonstrated were also heaven tier skills. This actually proves how powerful the Ice Heart Cold Clear Sword is as a heaven tier skill. Ice Heart Cold Clear Sword. Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but use this newly learned ice-based skill and then saw a 2-foot-long blue frost sword. It materialized out of thin air in front of him, then flew straight forward, leaving a pale blue afterimage in the air. Beautiful. Baiming Xiantian was extremely satisfied with the appearance of the icy Heartfrost sword. Moreover, according to the skill description, its damage was 200% of normal attacks, in other words, double the damage. This was clearly far more powerful than the minor ice spike technique. Beginner-level basic skills like minor ice spike didn't specifically state their damage values, but through usage, Baiming Xiantian had already figured it out. A level 1 skill's damage was about 1.1 times the player's base damage value, although the total damage increased when minor ice spike reached level 7 because the skill split into 7 parts. Each individual ice spike's damage would actually be lower than the player's base damage value. At this thought, Baiming Xiantian smiled happily again as he pulled up the description of the Frostheart Chili sword to admire it once more. Baiming Xiantian didn't notice at all that within the first slot of his skill bar, the one with the flame icon, the fire seemed to be jumping impatiently. Finally, after satisfying his curiosity, Baiming Xiantian closed his skill bar and approached the riverside. Upon seeing the pile of items stacked by the stream, Baiming Xiantian was utterly astonished. The loot dropped by this level 15 gold tier golden armored giant claw crab was truly excessive in quantity. This is way too generous. Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but exclaim this timid golden armored giant claw crab had indeed been an ancient monster that survived countless years through caution. He began inventorying the equipment dropped by the golden armored giant claw crab. There were 5 red tier equipments, 2 silver tier equipments, 2 gold tier equipments, a palm-sized metal plaque, piles of potions and food, and heaps of gems and ores. All 5 red tier equipments had a level requirement of 10. 1 heavy metal armor, 2 pearl rings, 2 agate bracelets. The attributes are passable, but they're at the level of just looking impressive. Binding Xiantian couldn't be bothered to pick through them. He thought about waiting for Liang Bingbing to come online to see if she wanted them. The 2 silver tier equipment pieces were actually quite suitable for Binding Xiantian. Light wading boots, silver tier equipment, usage requirement, level 15 all classes. Lightweight shoes with water-resistant properties that can block some water-based damage. Constitution plus 15, bone structure plus 15, movement speed plus 15, physical defense plus 20, water damage reduction 40. Sturdy aqua robe, silver tier equipment, usage requirement, level 15 spellcasting classes. A durable robe made from high-quality waterproof fabric offering strong elemental spell immunity effects. Spirit plus 15, strength plus 15, constitution plus 15, physical defense plus 20, spell damage reduction 40. Not bad. Although these 2 silver tier equipment pieces couldn't be considered top grade, they were still quite good, reaching the average standard for silver tier equipment. More importantly, they were exactly suitable for Binding Xiantian to wear. They replaced the worn straw sandals and tattered raincoat he was still wearing. Binding Xiantian directly clicked to equip them. The silver boots and silver clothing were instantly worn, significantly boosting his attributes. Pleased with these, he turned his joyful gaze toward the 2 golden equipment pieces. Golden armor shield, gold tier equipment. Requirement, level 15 physical class. Crafted from the discarded golden shell of the golden claw crab, it possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Strength plus 45, constitution plus 45, physical defense plus 200, magic defense plus 200, physical damage block plus 15%, HP recovery plus 20 per second. Skill, golden armor protection, active skill. When activated, the user raises the shield overhead to completely block 100% of the next incoming damage of any type. Absolutely top tier. Binding Xiantian's eyes gleamed as he saw the golden armor shield's attributes. This golden armor shield's attributes far surpass the level 15 gold grade stubborn bullwhip belt I'm currently wearing. Its formidable defensive capabilities make it practically every tank class's dream equipment. Moreover, the attached golden armor protection skill can perfectly block any single attack, essentially granting 1 instance of invincibility. Truly befitting the extremely timid golden clamp crab. Absolutely powerful. Chapter 35, Supreme Monarch Alliance. The golden shield's strength reminded Binding Xiantian of when he defeated the golden clamp crab earlier. He recalled how it instantly boosted its defense by retreating entirely beneath its golden shell. Quite pleased, Binding Xiantian stored the golden shield and turned his shining eyes to the next gold equipment. Golden pincer greaves, gold equipment, usage requirement, level 15 for all classes. Greaves meticulously crafted by the golden clamp crab, significantly enhancing the wearer's speed. Strength plus 30, constitution plus 30, bone structure plus 50, movement speed plus 100, skill accuracy plus 15%, damage evasion plus 15%. Skill, Azure Water Afterimage, activates the power of the golden pincer greaves, doubling movement speed for a duration while removing all control and negative status effects. Duration, 10 seconds, mana cost 20, cooldown, 20 seconds. Excellent. Magnificent. After searching through Binding Xiantian's limited vocabulary of praise, he still found these 2 words most fitting to describe these golden pincer greaves. As expected from a cowardly old monster who has lived countless years. The attributes of these golden pincer greaves are decent, but their attached Azure Water Afterimage skill is incredibly practical. It seems to be the same skill the golden armored giant pincer crab used to shake off the frost spike's slowing effect during the last 2 seconds. Doubled speed. Removes control and negative effects. This is practically a god tier escape skill. Ding. Upon clicking equip, a pair of golden glowing greaves appeared on Binding Xiantian's lower legs. Binding Xiantian took a few steps, thoroughly satisfied. After examining the equipment, Binding Xiantian turned his attention to the pile of gems and ores in his backpack. He hoped to find a spiritual grade ore, as he hadn't forgotten that the mountain order in his backpack required 10 spiritual grade ores to upgrade. However, the result left Binding Xiantian somewhat disappointed. Among this pile of jewelry and ores, the highest quality item was merely a silver grade pearl. The rest were just some flashy but practically useless trinkets. When Binding Xiantian casually picked up that inconspicuous palm-sized plaque, a faint smile finally appeared on his face. Level 1 Lord Token, special item, 100% drop rate when holder is killed. The holder can activate the level 1 Lord Tokens function at any location in any minor world, claiming the surrounding 10-kilometer radius as their territory. Within the territory, the token holder's HP and MP recovery speed doubles, skill cooldown is halved, and damage taken from others is reduced by half. It's actually a Lord token. The domination mode that was activated after the public testing of Chaos concluded. It allows players to compete for control over minor worlds or even major worlds. The prerequisite for obtaining a territory is possessing a Lord token. But Binding Xiantian never expected to acquire a Lord token so quickly. Although it's just a level 1 Lord token that can only be used in minor worlds, it's still extremely valuable right after the domination mode was launched. Should he use it himself or sell it? Bei Ming Xiantian happily stored away this level 1 Lord token while pondering his options. The late game content of Chaos certainly won't be limited to just territorial domination. This also means some players won't use Lord tokens to occupy territories for city building gameplay. Just like Bei Ming Xiantian, although he enjoys strategy games, he lacks patience for a city's slow growth rate. Therefore, he actually has little interest in Chaos domination mode. And now, having unexpectedly obtained this level 1 Lord token, how should I deal with it? Perhaps I shouldn't be in a hurry just yet. Bei Ming Xiantian decided to log off and discuss it with his father. He knew that his father had already decided to increase the Bei Ming family's investment in Chaos. A large number of Bei Ming family members and allied families had already joined the game. Perhaps this level 1 Lord token, which would surely spark fierce competition if released, might actually help his father. Checking his friends list, he noticed that neither Liang Bingbing nor Zhanshou Bauer had logged in yet. Just as he was about to return to his mountain god mansion to wait, Bei Ming Xuantian's peripheral vision suddenly caught a glint of golden light in the stream. There's something there. Bei Ming Xiantian quickly crouched down and reached out to retrieve the golden glimmer. Sturdy crab claw, quest item, no grade. It is said that the village blacksmith Wu Feng has long wanted this crab claw but has never been able to catch the cunning golden armor big claw crab. A quest item. Bei Ming Xiantian felt a surge of joy in his heart. Although there was no quest prompt, after reading the description of this crab claw that had no other attributes, he immediately realized the objective. It was clearly meant for him to deliver this crab claw to the blacksmith uncle in the village. Storing this golden crab claw that was longer than a human forearm into his backpack, Bei Ming Xiantian strode toward the novice village. However, when Bei Ming Xiantian arrived at the village entrance, he saw a group of players standing there, arguing with several players guarding the entrance. The players guarding the entrance all had arrogant demeanors, looking like typical villains. "Why won't you let us return to the novice village?" a male player complained discontentedly. "Just the name of our Monarch's Descent Alliance is that reason enough," one of the gatekeeping players sneered, shouting with utter arrogance. This instantly silenced the discontented shouts from the crowd gathered at the entrance. The inquiring male player, upon hearing the name Monarch's Descent Alliance, revealed a flicker of fear on his face and immediately turned to leave. But the Junlin Alliance player who responded grabbed hold of this male player. He shouted, "Ask and then leave. Don't you want to enter the village anymore? Weren't you so arrogant?" I am sorry, I won't dare anymore," the male player stammered, his face pale. "Humph. Worthless trash." The Junlin Alliance members laughed arrogantly. Then the speaking member loudly announced to the group of players in front of them, "The Junlin Alliance has decided to occupy this minor world. From now on, this beginner village is our territory. If you want to enter, it's 1 ingot per person. That's too expensive." "Yeah, I barely saved up 2 ingots so far." The players muttered complaints after hearing the Junlin Alliance's words. The Junlin Alliance player sneered, "If you want to pay, then get lost as far as you can. Don't even think about staying in this minor world." Players who originally planned to go to other beginner villages halted in their tracks upon hearing this. This minor world they're currently in has a total of 18 starter villages, each separated by over 10 kilometers. They originally planned to go to other starter villages just to save that 1 ingot village entry fee. But the words of the Monarch's Alliance members reminded them soon this entire minor world would be dominated by the Monarch's Alliance. It seems there's no way to avoid paying this 1 ingot fee. Make way, I'm entering the village. Suddenly, a young man squeezed through the crowd, trying to get the arrogant-speaking Monarch's Alliance player to move aside. "Kid." Monarch's little knife laughed in anger. As a squad leader of the Monarch's Alliance, he was responsible for occupying this starter village. He had been quite confident his earlier words would intimidate ordinary players. The Monarch's Alliance, as an established faction in the gaming world, had always dominated various online games. Any player with even basic gaming knowledge would have heard of the Monarch's Alliance's reputation. This was precisely why the group of players at the village entrance immediately stopped arguing when Junlin Xiaodao declared his affiliation with the Junlin Alliance. Who would dare provoke such a powerful guild with tens of thousands of core members? Yet here stood a young man who dared, even asking Junlin Xiaodao to step aside. Junlin Xiaodao sneered coldly, "Pay up." "Pay for what?" Bei Ming Xiantian asked in confusion. "The village entry fee." Junlin Xiaodao growled, his face twisting fiercely as his companions stepped forward with menacing glares. "And why should I pay?" Bei Ming Xiantian inquired calmly, his tone unchanged. "Because we're the Junlin Alliance." Junlin Xiaodao shouted. "Oh." Bei Ming Xiantian nodded, then continued, "May I pass now?" "Bastard. You're digging your own grave. Get him, brothers." Junlin Xiaodao drew a short blade from his waist, its edge gleaming with a faint crimson light, and bellowed at Bei Ming Xiantian. Chapter 36, Yet Another Misfired Ice Skill. Bei Ming Xiantian raised his head, looking at the grimacing Junlin Alliance players, his brows slightly furrowed. Swish. A Junlin Alliance player was the first to shoot a wooden arrow. Baiming Xiantian lightly raised his hand. 11. A very small damage number floated above Baiming Xuantian's head. Ding, due to being maliciously attacked by player Junlin Ijian, you may initiate counterattacks within 30 minutes. Baiming Xuantian's face darkened as he pulled out the Rosy Dawn staff. He's got a red tier item. A mage class member of the Junlin Alliance exclaimed upon seeing the faintly glowing red Rosy Dawn staff. For current players in Chaos, red tier equipment was still relatively rare gear. Most players were still only wearing white tier or yellow tier equipment. Even Baiming Xiantian, though possessing quite a few high-level items, had only just replaced 2 pieces of white tier gear. This showed just how low the drop rate for equipment was in Genesis. Kid, hand over that red tier item and I'll let you enter the village. You might even get our Junlin Alliance's protection in the future. How about that? Junlin Xiaodao gazed greedily at the radiant scepter in Baiming Xuantian's hand and said, he knew full well the value of a red tier scepter. Even his own red tier dagger had cost him all his merit points accumulated in the Junlin Alliance. On top of that, he'd spent several thousand yuan to finally acquire it from one of the Alliance's senior members. It was precisely this level 6 red tier dagger that had earned him his current position as squad leader. The moment Junlin Xiaodao saw Baiming Xiantian produce his scepter, he instantly recognized it was no less valuable than his dagger. Moreover, weapons for mage classes had always been far more precious than those for physical classes. What if? Junlin Xiaodao's thoughts instantly shifted from killing to establish dominance to killing to seize treasure. And if I refuse? Baiming Xiantian replied calmly. He truly had no mood to deal with these Junlin Alliance players who hadn't even reached level 10. I'm already at level 15 now, and after killing that golden armored giant pincher crab, I'm just a sliver of experience away from reaching level 16. After being equipped with a full set of silver and gold gear, my magic attack has reached 1206 and my HP has climbed to 1235. For regular players, these stats would be utterly unimaginable. It's only because my physical defense is merely 400 that the player from Junlin Alliance was able to break through my defenses earlier. Had it been a mage class opponent, with my 873 magic defense and various damage reduction effects, they likely wouldn't have penetrated my defenses at all. So now, Baiming Xiantian watches these level 7 and 8 players acting tough in front of him. They even want to forcibly take this nearly worthless level 12 red grade staff from me. Baiming Xiantian almost feels like laughing. I'm carrying silver, gold, and even immortal tier equipment. Are you all really this blind? Not willing to give it? Then we'll just keep killing you until it drops. Junlin Xiaodao gave a sinister laugh and waved his hand, prompting the 9 Junlin Alliance players behind him to immediately surround Baiming Xiantian. 10 people, precisely the standard size of a Tyrant Alliance squad. Attack! Tyrant Dagger shouted loudly, and all 10 members moved simultaneously. Northern Underworld Xiantian chuckled softly and activated Extreme Ice Domain, casually flicking out a minor ice spike technique. The 2 Tyrant players charging toward him had their HP bars instantly emptied. Regular players with mere hundreds of HP couldn't withstand even a casual strike from Northern Underworld Xiantian. What? Tyrant Dagger immediately halted his charge and hastily retreated from Northern Underworld Xiantian's Extreme Ice Domain. In just 2 seconds, his health had dropped to critical levels. He possessed nearly 600 HP, already considered a veritable meat shield among level 8 players. Yet he still couldn't endure 2 seconds of continuous damage from Northern Underworld Xuantian's domain skill. Bang! Tyrant Arrow, the sole archer in the 10-man squad, fired another arrow. The arrow struck Northern Underworld Xiantian squarely in the chest, dealing a pitiful 20+ points of damage. This made Monarch's arrow begin to doubt his own eyes. He was supposed to be the strongest single-target attacker in his squad. With his basic archery skills combined with his top-tier yellow-grade willow longbow, his damage output exceeded 500 points. Yet he only managed to deal slightly over 20 points of damage to the target. Just how high was the defense of this staff-wielding youth who could casually cast spells? When his first arrow was blocked by the opponent's arm, Monarch's arrow had assumed the low damage was due to failing to hit a vital spot. But this time he had clearly struck the opponent's chest, a critical hit area. It must be an illusion. Monarch's arrow fired another arrow, this time hitting the target's abdomen. As he waited to see this arrow's damage result, he saw a streak of red light shooting toward him. Ding! You have been killed by player till death do us part and will respawn at the beginner village revival point. At this moment, North Ming Xiantian slightly raised his eyebrows. He had just received a notification. It was the activation of the Bull God's Stubbornness skill attached to his Stubborn Bull gold belt that reflected damage and killed the shooter player from Monarch Alliance who had been attacking him. Baiming Xiantian chuckled lightly, thinking this guy's luck was simply too terrible. Then he turned to look behind him at the remaining few Monarch Alliance players who dared not step forward into the Extreme Ice Domain anymore. In just a few seconds, the Monarch squad that had intended to kill Baiming Xiantian and loot his equipment had been reduced to only 4 members. And this was when Baiming Xiantian hadn't even exerted full effort, merely playing around with them by casually using his not-so-accurate minor ice spike technique. Aren't you afraid of facing revenge from our Monarch Alliance? Monarch Dagger shouted at Bai Ming Xiantian while gulping down potions, his voice trembling slightly. Bai Ming Xiantian actually laughed. You're the ones trying to kill me. What should I be afraid of? Killing our Monarch Alliance members isn't something you can just walk away from. Hand over your red greatstaff now, Junlin Xiaodao forced himself to threaten, and I can promise to let bygones be bygones. Otherwise what? Bai Ming Xiantian said helplessly, otherwise you'll hunt me down to level 0. Last time, those players from the Nanrong family had threatened him the same way, and in the end, he'd sent them all back to the respawn point. Good that you know. Whoosh. Before Junlin Xiaodao could finish speaking, a streak of extremely fast blue light flew past his ear. What the hell? He screamed inwardly. Was this kid giving him a warning? His entire body tensed up with nervousness. Bai Ming Xiantian, who had fired that blue light, now felt somewhat awkward. If he had known what Junlin Xiaodao was thinking, he would have cursed angrily, a warning my ass. He had simply missed his shot. He hadn't wanted to listen to Junlin Xiaodao's nonsense anymore and had intended to send him packing with a single ice heart-piercing sword strike. But unexpectedly, the brand new ice-based skill that I had placed high hopes on, actually missed again. If it weren't for the 4 players from Junlin Alliance still being present and a group of ordinary players in the distance, Bai Ming Xiantian would have wanted to let out a long sigh towards the sky. Junlin Xiaodao was even having trouble speaking properly. The skill that had just flown past his ear had given him an extreme fright. He knew he had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. Now his greatest wish was that the opponent wouldn't kill him. Having painstakingly leveled up to 8, he didn't want to lose a level because of one foolish decision. Minor ice spike technique. But Junlin Xiaodao still underestimated the decisiveness of this mage youth. Just as several glowing blue ice spikes shot over, yet again not all of them hit, as if deliberately toying with the 4 of them. But against the powerful damage of the ice spikes, the 4 of them still had no chance to resist at all. When Lord's dagger reappeared at the resurrection point, recalling that youth's final few minor ice spike spells, he felt utterly humiliated. Revenge. Kid, just wait to face the wrath of the Lord Alliance. Lord's dagger activated his communicator and went to tattle to his superior with exaggerated details. Bai Ming Xiantian, who had finally managed to cast minor ice spike 3 more times to send all 4 opponents away, was currently mentally screaming in frustration. His problem of missing with ice-type skills hadn't improved one bit. He really needed to find more equipment like the golden pincer greaves that could increase skill accuracy. Several minutes later, at the beginner village blacksmith's shop. Uncle Blacksmith, have you been searching for this crab pincer all along? Bai Ming Xiantian tossed the enormous golden crab pincer before Blacksmith Wu Feng as he asked. Don't bother me what? What did you say? Blacksmith Wu Feng, who had been leisurely napping on a reclining chair, just as he was about to chase Bai Ming Xiantian away, the blacksmith's eyes suddenly flew open upon hearing his words. It really is the golden crab pincer. Blacksmith Wu Feng sprang up from his reclining chair, his face filled with astonishment as he saw the crab pincer Bai Ming Xiantian had tossed onto the ground. How did you obtain this? That cunning golden armor You killed it. The bushy-bearded blacksmith Wu Feng noticed the golden pincer greaves on Bai Ming Xiantian's calves and spoke to him with disbelief. Yes, Bai Ming Xiantian nodded in confirmation. Wu Feng's gaze toward Bai Ming Xiantian now carried a hint of respect. Young man, speak up. What reward do you desire? Bai Ming Xiantian's spirits lifted. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. Ding! You have gained Blacksmith Wu Feng's appreciation and may choose one of the following 3 rewards. 1. A gold tier equipment matching your level, personally forged by Wu Feng. 2. Wu Feng's heavenly tier forging technique cultivated over many years. 3. Wu Feng's unique detection skill, eyes like torches. After seeing the system notification, Bai Ming Xiantian quickly weighed the pros and cons of these 3 choices. The first option, a gold tier equipment matching his level, was indeed very tempting to Bai Ming Xiantian. He had only obtained 2 gold tier items despite killing the golden armored giant pincer crab that had accumulated strength over countless years. This showed how rare level 15 gold tier equipment was at this stage. The second option, a heaven tier forging technique, also stirred great excitement in Bai Ming Xiantian's heart. Forging is one of the life skills in Chaos. As the name suggests, it allows players to craft collected materials into equipment. In the massively populated Chaos, this was undoubtedly one of the most sought-after life skills. Moreover, the forging technique Wu Feng offered as reward was heaven tier. This made Bai Ming Xiantian even more tempted. The third reward turned out to be the precious detection skill. Bai Ming Xiantian's eyes instantly lit up with excitement. While gold tier equipment and heaven tier forging were valuable, this detection skill was even rarer. In Chaos, players can view basic attributes of any target that doesn't exceed their own level by more than 10 levels. Like when Bai Ming Xiantian encountered the 8 Scenes Pot, Mountain God Tai Hung, and Golden Shell Giant Crab, he could actively inspect them to obtain brief introductions. However, the information obtained is very limited. It's merely basic attributes like name, grade, and level. If the target exceeds the player's level by more than 10, it becomes difficult to view additional information. You might only see the name at most. However, once you learn the rare inspection skill, when encountering hostile players or wild monsters, you can use this skill to discover more attributes about the target. Gold equipment can be dropped, forging skills can be learned gradually, but this eyes like torches inspection skill I must obtain it. Seeing the change in Baiming Xuantian's expression, blacksmith Wu Feng chuckled lightly. Made your decision. Which reward do you choose? Hearing this, Baiming Xuantian was about to say he wanted the third reward. But seeing how carefully blacksmith Wu Feng cradled the massive golden crab claw in his arms, he suddenly had a thought. Chapter 37, The Power of Dark Mystic Ghost Gold. Uncle Blacksmith, may I ask what purpose this hard crab claw you've been searching for serves? This is absolutely suspicious. Baiming Xuantian recalled that the description of this hard crab claw clearly marked it as a quest item. Logically speaking, there should be a follow-up quest. But why would blacksmith Wu Feng directly give me rewards? Observing how blacksmith Wu Feng treats it like a priceless treasure, there must be some hidden storyline I haven't uncovered yet. Hearing Baiming Xuantian's question, blacksmith Wu Feng stroked the golden crab claw in his arms and replied, "Actually, it's nothing too special. With this crab claw, I can forge a spirit-grade equipment and then I'll be promoted to a spirit-grade blacksmith." Just as I thought. Without hesitation, Baiming Xuantian continued asking, "Uncle Blacksmith, is there anything else I can help you with?" Wu Feng seemed not to have heard Baiming Xuantian's words as he kept examining and measuring the golden crab pincer in his arms. Only then did he look up and say to Baiming Xuantian, "About helping you it's actually possible, but I wonder if you're willing." "I'm willing, tell me." Baiming Xuantian's eyes brightened as he replied straightforwardly, "Good lad. Straight to the point." Wu Feng laughed heartily and said, "As long as you're willing to give me one piece of white grade, yellow grade, red grade, silver, and gold equipment each, plus one material of each grade, I promise to give you all three rewards." Upon hearing Wu Feng's request, Baiming Xuantian looked completely shocked. As expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Getting one piece each of white, yellow, red, silver and gold grade equipment was manageable. Although red, silver and gold grade equipment would be extremely hard to come by for other players. Baiming Xuantian's backpack was never short of them. It just made his heart ache a little to part with them. But needing one piece each of white grade, yellow grade, red grade, silver grade, and gold grade materials made Baiming Xuantian feel troubled. Among the pile of gemstones and ores obtained from killing the golden shell pincer crab earlier, there were materials ranging from white grade to red grade, even including a silver grade pearl. But indeed, there was no gold grade material. Although he had obtained a spirit grade ore before, it had already been devoured by the frost token and couldn't be retrieved. Having trouble. Ha. Blacksmith Wu Feng watched Baiming Xuantian scratching his head and laughed. "Little one, I should remind you I'm using these to forge spirit grade equipment. Once successfully forged, this first piece of spirit grade equipment I create can be given to you as the primary reward." Baiming Xuantian's spirits lifted immediately. Spirit grade equipment is far rarer than gold grade equipment. So don't try to fool me with any trash. The attributes of the materials you provide will determine the final attributes of the spirit artifact. Though there's also a chance of forging failure and you might end up with nothing. Nothing my ass. It's all about taking chances to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. No need to say more. Baiming Xuantian immediately started pulling items from his backpack. White grade equipment, worn straw sandals. Yellow grade equipment, broken wooden staff. Red grade equipment, agate bracelet. Silver equipment. After some thought, Baiming Xuantian took off his already equipped silver shoes, lightweight wading shoes. Gold grade equipment. Baiming Xuantian hesitated briefly, then still took out that golden armor shield. The blacksmith Wu Feng was quite surprised when he saw the equipment Baiming Xuantian produced. He had originally thought this young man before him would be reluctant to meet his demand. But unexpectedly, the kid actually produced equipment ranging from white grade to gold grade. Especially that oval-shaped golden shield radiating golden light even made the blacksmith Wu Feng show a trace of surprise. With just one glance, he had recognized the preciousness of this level 15 golden shield. Watching Baiming Xuantian begin to take out the required materials again, Wu Feng couldn't help adding, "Youngster, you should know that if my forging fails, all these materials of yours will turn into nothing but furnace ashes." "No problem, blacksmith uncle, I believe in you." Baiming Xuantian had already taken out a pile of required jewelry ores. White grade copper ore, yellow grade sapphire, red grade amber, and a silver grade pearl. But when it came to the golden grade materials, Baiming Xuantian found himself in a dilemma. "Blacksmith uncle, can we substitute other materials for the golden grade ones?" In Baiming Xuantian's inventory, there were still some yellow grade and red grade materials like malachite, night pearls, cat's eyes, and other colorful materials. "Absolutely not." Blacksmith Wu Feng shook his head and said, "My unique forging technique requires strict material proportions. Not a single item more or less can be used in the required materials." This was troublesome. Baiming Xuantian slightly furrowed his brows. Suddenly, he remembered that piece of mysterious evil ghost gold whose grade couldn't be determined. Mysterious evil ghost gold, unknown grade material to be appraised. This was material accidentally dug up by mountain god Tai Hung, which only revealed its true grade after being tempered by blacksmith Tang Kuei of Vermilion Bird City. I wonder what grade this mysterious evil ghost gold is. Binding Xiantian took out this piece of mysterious evil ghost gold emitting faint black mist, just about to speak. Then he heard blacksmith Wu Feng shout loudly, "Mysterious evil ghost gold. Where did you get this?" Immediately, Wu Feng strode up to Biming Xiantian, his gaze fixed intently on the piece of mysterious evil ghost gold in Biming Xuantian's hand. Blacksmith uncle, is there something wrong with this mysterious evil ghost gold?" Wu Feng's eyes burned with passion as he said excitedly, "Every piece of ghost gold is the supreme material we blacksmiths dream of obtaining. If I had a piece of ghost gold in my possession, I wouldn't trade it even for celestial grade materials." "Why is that? Is ghost gold's level that high?" Beiming Xiantian asked in confusion. "No." Blacksmith Wu Feng suddenly raised his voice with excitement, then solemnly declared, "Every piece of ghost gold is only gold grade, but it possesses one property that even celestial grade materials can't match: upgradability. Any equipment forged with ghost gold can have upgradability. As long as suitable materials are found later, the equipment's level and quality can continue to be improved. Crafting a piece of growth equipment has always been the dream and pride of us blacksmiths." What? Beiming Xiantian was dumbfounded. He never expected this unremarkable Xiansha ghost gold to possess such formidable capabilities. Earlier, when he saw the attributes of that level 5 evolvable red grade longsword in Zhanshu Bauer's hands, he had coveted it for quite some time. Never did he expect that he'd encounter an opportunity to obtain a growth type equipment so soon. But Beiming Xiantian suddenly remembered something mentioned in the description of this nether ghost metal. It clearly stated that only after being forged by Tang Kuei, the blacksmith of Vermilion Bird City, could it reveal its true grade. Does this mean that this nether ghost metal in his hands can only be forged by Tang Kuei from Vermilion Bird City? "Young one, hand over this piece of nether ghost metal to me." At this moment, blacksmith Wu Feng gazed intently at Beiming Xiantian as he spoke, his tone actually carrying a hint of anticipation. "With this nether ghost metal, not only can I forge a growth type spirit grade equipment, but my unique forging technique also has a high chance of advancing." Hearing blacksmith Wu Feng's words, Beiming Xuantian's heart was finally moved. But he still said, "Blacksmith uncle, the attributes of this profound ghost iron say it needs to be tempered by Tang Kuei, the blacksmith of Vermilion Bird City, before it can be used." "That rascal Tang Kuei." Before Beiming Xiantian could finish speaking, he heard Wu Feng interrupt him disdainfully. "Wait a moment, I'll contact that little rascal." Then, Beiming Xiantian watched curiously as blacksmith Wu Feng pulled out a tattered talisman from his pocket. After tapping it a few times, the talisman emitted a faint white glow. A young man's voice came from the talisman. "Hey, brother Feng, what makes you think of contacting me? When are you coming to Vermilion Bird City? Sister Yen misses you. Don't try to butter me up yet. We'll settle the account of you running off with my sister later. I'm asking you." Blacksmith Wu Feng unceremoniously cut off Tang Kuei's chatter and asked, "How do we break the seal on the profound ghost iron?" "They know each other." Beiming Xuantian's expression grew even stranger. He never expected that Tang Kuei, the blacksmith of Vermilion Bird City, would turn out to be the brother-in-law of Wu Feng, the beginner village's blacksmith. Is the blacksmith circle in chaos really this small? However, Beiming Xiantian didn't interrupt their conversation. After hearing Wu Feng's words, there was a brief silence before Tang Kuei exclaimed excitedly, "Brother-in-law, you found the profound fiend ghost gold. Such incredible luck. Keep talking nonsense and I'll come to Vermilion Bird City to beat you with my hammer. Hurry up and tell me, do you actually know the solution for the profound fiend ghost gold or not?" I know. Tang Kuei immediately backed down when facing his formidable brother-in-law. "The method to solve the profound fiend ghost gold, I actually learned it from an ancient text. It's quite simple actually. As long as you add a drop of fresh blood during the forging process, the seal on the profound fiend ghost gold can be easily broken. But you need to be careful about." "Alright, I got it. Stop blabbering." After obtaining this method to break the mysterious fiend gold, Wu Feng unceremoniously hung up the communication. The tattered communication talisman in his hand also immediately shattered into pieces, which Wu Feng casually threw to the ground without concern. "Little guy, now you can rest assured. Hand over the mysterious fiend gold to me, and I guarantee I'll forge a spirit grade equipment that will satisfy you." Agreed. Beiming Xiantian couldn't be more satisfied. Not only did he receive 3 rewards for free, but the equipment he'd obtain would be a growth type spirit grade equipment. Without hesitation, Beiming Xiantian handed the mysterious fiend gold to the eager-eyed blacksmith Wu Feng. In Vermilion Bird City, at a massive forge located in the prime spot of the main street, a dozen blacksmiths were diligently hammering away at various equipment on their anvils. In the clean innermost compartment, a well-proportioned yet muscular young man was holding a communication talisman with a wry smile. This was precisely Tang Kuei, the Vermilion Bird City blacksmith who had just finished speaking with Wu Feng. The precautions when cracking Mystic Een Ghost Gold. Brother Foam should know them, right? Tang Kuei muttered to herself, anyway, it's fine. Brother Foam already has spirit level strength, so there's no need to fear those things. At that moment, a beautiful woman in ancient style clothing entered the compartment. Seeing the woman, Tang Kuei stood up with a smile. Sister Yen, Brother Foam just contacted me. Chapter 38. The Cunning Mystic Een Ghost Chi. Crack crack. In the beginner village's blacksmith shop, Bai Ming Xiantian stared dumbfounded at the scene before him. The sturdy crab claw that blacksmith Wu Feng had previously treasured was now being chopped into fragments by him with an axe. Then he excitedly threw them into the forging furnace. The golden glowing giant crab claw was actually being used as firewood by Wu Feng. What's so strange about this? Many spirit beasts' fur, bones, and shells make excellent fuel. Wu Feng laughed heartily. These golden crab pincers from the golden shell pincer crab indeed make excellent fuel, perfectly meeting the flame requirements for forging spirit-grade equipment. Bei Ming Xiantian nodded blankly. Don't just stand there dazed. Later, pass me the materials one by one as I instruct. Stay focused. Hearing Wu Feng's instructions, Bei Ming Xiantian regained his enthusiasm and nodded happily. Wu Feng nodded in approval, then waited until the furnace flames reached their peak intensity before shouting to Bei Ming Xiantian, white-grade equipment now. Without hesitation, Bei Ming Xiantian handed over the prepared pair of tattered straw sandals. Wu Feng took the straw sandals and threw them directly into the blazing furnace flames, where they instantly transformed into a streak of white light and dissipated within the fire. Yellow-grade equipment. Wu Feng waited a moment before shouting again. Bei Ming Xiantian obediently handed over the broken wooden staff, which Wu Feng took and tossed into the furnace. After another brief pause, Wu Feng shouted once more, red-grade equipment. Bai Ming Xiantian did not take out the previously prepared red-grade agate bracelet this time, but instead produced a level 12 red-grade rosy light staff. This was because he had previously discussed with Wu Feng the type of red-grade equipment used as spirit-grade forging material would determine what kind of spirit-grade equipment would be produced. After careful consideration, Bai Ming Xiantian ultimately decided to hand over this currently equipped rosy light staff. After all, while Bai Ming Xiantian wasn't particularly lacking in equipment for other body parts currently, his most crucial weapon was still just a level 12 red-grade staff, which truly couldn't keep up with the average level of his other equipment. Wu Feng tossed the rosy light staff into the furnace flames, and within seconds, this red-grade staff that had been coveted by Monarch's dagger and others transformed into a red light that merged with the furnace fire. At this moment, something elongated seemed to appear within the roaring furnace flames, flickering in and out of view. Bai Ming Xiantian grew exhilarated when he witnessed this scene. After observing the changes in the furnace fire for a while, Wu Feng called out to Bai Ming Xiantian, silver equipment. Bai Ming Xiantian immediately handed over the lightweight wading shoes, but this time Wu Feng didn't immediately toss them into the furnace fire. Instead, he waited until the furnace fire reached a special state before throwing the wading shoes into the furnace. The addition of silver material caused the furnace fire to roar and blaze much more intensely. The wave of heat from the flames washed over them, making Bai Ming Xiantian feel comfortably warm all over. Wu Feng, standing by the blacksmith's furnace, naturally wasn't afraid of the scorching temperature of the flames. But when he noticed that Bai Ming Xiantian beside him showed no discomfort whatsoever, he couldn't help feeling curious. This furnace fire was specially prepared. It's the most extreme flame we could create. So how can this little fellow withstand such high temperatures? Wu Feng clearly remembered how a few years ago, when he first attempted to forge spirit-grade equipment, the ordinary flame he prepared for smelting made Tang Kuei, who was just watching the excitement nearby, cry for half a day after getting burned. The silver material quickly melted, and the slender object within the flames gradually took shape. Wu Feng had no time to think further and immediately added gold-grade equipment. Beside him, Bei Ming Xiantian's face was flushed red from the firelight as he promptly handed over the prepared golden armored shield without hesitation. Wu Feng took the golden armored shield and, waiting for the perfect moment in the flame's intensity, tossed it into the furnace. The golden armored shield melted rapidly in the furnace fire, transforming into liquid gold that swiftly fused into the 2-foot-long slender object at the center of the flames. Wu Feng's expression was now solemn, and he didn't rush to ask Bei Ming Xiantian for the next material right away. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Wu Feng finally let out a slight sigh of relief, though the fine beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed the intense concentration he had maintained while forging his first spirit-grade equipment. White-grade materials. Wu Feng continued speaking. Bai Ming Xiantian promptly supplied materials ranging from white-grade to silver-grade as needed. It wasn't until that silver-grade pearl melted into the flames and merged with the slender object in the furnace that Wu Feng finally raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. After waiting a while longer, Wu Feng turned to look at Bai Ming Xiantian. He said solemnly, "After I add the mystic fiend gold, you must immediately drop a single drop of blood into the furnace flames." Bai Ming Xiantian felt slightly nervous at this moment, but upon hearing Wu Feng's words, he quickly nodded in agreement. A short while later, when the furnace flames stabilized, Wu Feng stood with his feet apart and without hesitation threw the mystic fiend gold he had been holding into the blazing furnace. After the Xiansha ghost gold entered the blazing furnace fire, it wasn't immediately melted by the flames. The two people before the furnace waited patiently for over a dozen breaths before finally seeing the flames tremble. Then wisps of black energy began dispersing within the furnace fire. There even seemed to be faint, low growling sounds, as if screaming in pain from the flame's searing heat. This was Wu Feng's first time forging Xiansha ghost gold, so he wasn't clear what abnormalities might occur during the process. Then they saw the furnace flame suddenly contract, rushing toward the Xiansha ghost gold now enveloped in a large mass of black energy. Wu Feng's eyes focused sharply as he shouted to Bei Ming Xiantian, "Now's the time." Bei Ming Xiantian had long been prepared, silently reciting blood in his mind. A drop of bright red blood then appeared between his brows, slowly floating toward the blacksmith's furnace. After the blood entered the raging flames, it actually caused the fire to automatically part and form a passageway. The blood drifted straight down into the Xiansha ghost gold that was entwined with black energy. Boom! Bai Ming Xuantian's blood seemed to have detonated the black energy surrounding the Xiansha ghost gold. With a loud explosion, the black energy rapidly spread throughout the blacksmith's furnace. Wu Feng, who was standing nearby, widened his eyes at this sight. With a loud shout, he pressed both hands against the furnace walls. The flames inside immediately surged upward, attempting to encircle the erupting black energy. However, the black energy proved extremely difficult to handle. Even the flames enhanced by Wu Feng couldn't immediately destroy it. The seal on this Xiansha ghost gold is actually this powerful. Wu Feng, who was struggling to maintain the flame's siege on the black energy, now wore an expression of utmost solemnity. But no matter how hard he tried to apply what he had learned, pushing his unique forging technique to its limits, he couldn't melt away the pervasive black gas in the furnace even after considerable time. Could it be that all efforts will come to nothing at the last moment? Wu Feng vaguely sensed that because the black gas sealing the ghost gold couldn't be quickly melted in the furnace, even the initially formed spiritual artifact roughcast was beginning to show signs of instability. The forging of every spiritual artifact is an extremely difficult process. The slightest mishap would lead to complete destruction of materials, rendering all previous efforts vain. Wu Feng's expression turned grave. Had this been ordinary gold material, it would have long melted into the nearly formed spiritual artifact under his forging. Yet this piece of ghost gold he was so eager to incorporate seemed to have far exceeded his understanding of such material. Wu Feng never expected such problems to emerge during the ghost gold seal breaking phase. Every piece of ghost gold in the primordial chaos world bears different seals. To utilize ghost gold and imbue forged items with growth potential, one must employ special methods to break its seal before normal forging can proceed. This has led to different smiths across the chaos world mastering distinct methods for unlocking various types of ghost gold techniques generally kept as closely guarded secrets. However, since Tang Kuei, who knew how to unlock mystic malevolent ghost gold, was his brother-in-law, Wu Feng chose to directly ask him for the solution. Could that brat have deceived me? He shouldn't have. Wu Feng's eyes flickered with unease as he watched the thickening black fumes in the furnace, his expression grave. Could the golden crab claw's flame temperature be insufficient? Impossible. I meticulously calibrated it. This flame could even smelt spirit-grade materials. Then what could be the reason? Anxiety crept into Wu Feng's heart as he noticed the spiritual artifact embryo at the furnace's core beginning to show signs of disintegration. Hi-ya-you-ah. Suddenly, a terrifying howl erupted from the thick black smoke within the blacksmith's furnace, like a long-sealed evil spirit finally being released. Right after this somewhat frightening howl sounded, Bai Ming Xiantian, who had been eagerly awaiting his spirit-grade equipment by the furnace, suddenly heard a ghostly voice whispering by his ear. Blood, such fresh blood. Before Bai Ming Xiantian could react, Wu Feng, who was controlling the flames by the furnace, roared, "You vile creature! Seeking death!" The thick black smoke that had been besieged by the furnace flames suddenly surged out of the blacksmith's furnace. Now the blacksmith Wu Feng finally understood why the Xiansha ghost gold had been so difficult to smelt. It was all because of these two words, Xiansha, mystical evil. He had never figured out why it had such a name, but now that the thick ghostly yin energy was exposed from within that black smoke, Wu Feng finally understood. The black shell sealing this ghost gold was actually a disguise the profounding ghost chi had adopted. It was essentially a camouflage the ghost chi used to conceal its own aura, preventing others from easily eliminating it. The profounding ghost chi was a special existence found in certain extremely heavy locations across the Chaos continent. Legend said it formed from the ghosts of dead creatures mingled with intense yin and baleful energies. Though not a living creature, profounding ghost chi possessed simple consciousness and particularly enjoyed consuming human blood. Ordinary people without at least spirit-level strength would have all their blood drained and die if the profounding ghost chi managed to consume even a drop of their blood. Wait! As Wu Feng realized this, he released his heaven-level flames, effortlessly repelling the approaching mass of profounding ghost chi. But he immediately realized the blood used to break the profound baleful ghost gold seal didn't come from him, but from Bei Ming Xiantian behind him. Damn it! This profounding ghost chi was actually pretending to attack itself, while its true target was Bai Ming Xiantian, who had lost a drop of blood to it. As Wu Feng turned his head, he saw the dense profounding ghost qi rapidly enveloping Bai Ming Xuantian's body. Bai Ming Xiantian, the person involved, had just heard that faint sound. He then saw a massive black energy pause momentarily before blacksmith Wu Feng, then swiftly dart toward him. Unable to dodge in time, his entire upper body was shrouded in the black energy, plunging his vision into complete darkness. Ding, you are currently under attack by profounding ghost qi. Chirp. Before the system's notification could finish, Bai Ming Xiantian heard a young but clear bird's cry resonate in his mind. During the previous upgrade of his small fireball technique, Bai Ming Xiantian had faintly heard this bird's call before, which he had dismissed as an illusion. But now, this avian cry sounded unmistakably real to him. Boom! Damn it, dragon fire shield! Before Bai Ming Xiantian could react, he felt a warm sensation at his glabella. Simultaneously, Bai Ming Xiantian heard blacksmith Wu Feng's exclamation from outside, though the source was no longer visible. Chapter 39 Diamond Staff. Success! At this moment, Bai Ming Xuantian's vision was completely blocked by that inexplicable mass of black energy. But in what seemed like an instant, the pitch black before him was shattered by an intense red light. Then Bai Ming Xiantian felt as if his entire body had plunged into hot spring water, indescribably comfortable and unobstructed. This kind of sensation he seemed to have experienced it several times before. It felt like small fireball technique. Bai Ming Xuantian's teeth ached as he instantly understood what was happening before him. It appeared that the massive black energy called profounding ghost qi had tried to attack him, but somehow, the small fireball technique within his body had automatically activated and dispersed this profounding ghost qi. My spirit-grade equipment. Having figured things out, Bai Ming Xiantian immediately grew concerned again. In the cramped space of the novice village blacksmith shop, being cleansed by my 100,000 firepower small fireball spell, wouldn't that mean the currently forging spirit-grade equipment is about to fail? Also, might the blacksmith Uncle Wu Feng have been burned to death by my small fireball spell? Although I've had experience killing NPCs before, Mountain God Tai Han was because he harbored killing intent towards me, but blacksmith Wu Feng bears me no grudge. Moreover, he's currently forging spirit equipment for me heaven-grade forging technique detection skill eyes like torches. The flames before me seem to be burning far longer than when I've cast small fireball spell before. In this dense sea of flames, it feels as if even the air has been completely purified. Bai Ming Xiantian, enveloped by the intense flames, experiences an unprecedented tranquility and involuntarily reaches out to touch the nearby flames. So comfortable. Bai Ming Xiantian inexplicably had this thought arise in his heart, even feeling that the flames around him could be easily controlled by his will. Retract! No one knew why, but Bai Ming Xiantian suddenly clenched his outstretched right hand and softly uttered a single word. Then, the dense flames filling the space surged toward Bai Ming Xuantian's hand like a receding tide, vanishing in an instant. The flames dissipated, and space quickly returned to normal. Ding, as your understanding of fire elements deepens, you have comprehended the heaven-grade fire skill, Celestial Inferno. Ding, due to your perfect control over fire elements, your fireball skill has evolved to level 9. Ding, as your inner fire potential is further released, Spirit of Flame has fully awakened. Bai Ming Xiantian heard this string of system notifications, feeling like 10,000 wild horses were stampeding through his heart. It was all because of his damn itchy hands. He knew full well he had the troublesome SSSS grade flame talent, yet he still messed around in the flames. Where could he go to reason this out? And it directly awakened a heaven grade skill, Celestial Fire devours the plains. The small fireball technique, which had automatically upgraded to level 4 after absorbing a fire-based skill last time, this time went even further beyond. It directly evolved to level 9. What about levels 5, 6, 7 and 8? Did you skip them entirely? Bai Ming Xiantian was mentally screaming complaints. Also, Flame Spirit. What's going on here? He had previously received the notification about his small fireball technique gaining sentience, but now it actually awakened a Flame Spirit directly. Wait, Flame Spirit, Fire Elemental Spirit. He recalled the legend the water god had once told him. In ancient times, it was precisely because of the battle between the fire elemental spirit Flame Phoenix and the ice elemental spirit Frost Dragon that later generations couldn't practice both ice and fire magic simultaneously. Is this Flame Spirit I awakened the same fire elemental spirit from that legend? Don't mess with me like this. Bai Ming Xiantian didn't want to dominate the game world, he just wanted to peacefully enjoy the wonders of ice magic. And now you give me a fire elemental spirit out of nowhere. Where does this leave my ice magic? As if responding to Bai Ming Xuantian's complaints, just as the sky full of flames completely dissipated, Bai Ming Xiantian heard another clear bird cry, then saw a palm-sized red light shoot straight toward his forehead. The red light moved extremely fast. Though Bai Ming Xiantian couldn't see it clearly, it was unmistakably a bird completely composed of flames. The fiery light entered Bai Ming Xuantian's forehead. He felt a slight tingling sensation, then heard another system notification. Ding! Your minor fireball spell has devoured the heaven grade fire skill Skyfire, scorching the plains and evolved to yellow grade. Damn it all! Biming Xiantian felt inexplicably furious. You little fireball spell. You won't even spare the fire skills I personally comprehended. Too audacious. Too shameless. Ah. Just as Biming Xiantian was about to properly curse this insatiable minor fireball spell, he heard a cry of pain. The space burned by the flames returned to calm, and Biming Xiantian could clearly see the scene before him again. It was simply too horrifying for him to bear. The originally cramped but well-equipped blacksmith shop now stood completely empty. The reclining chair, bed, tools, water tank, anvil, forge, all had vanished without a trace. Even the walls and roof had several large holes burnt through them, with the remaining structures appearing dangerously unstable. Not far ahead of Biming Xiantian stood a humanoid figure completely charred black, desperately trying to embrace a fireball about 2 feet in diameter. The cries of pain were coming from this blackened figure's mouth. Blacksmith uncle. Biming Xiantian immediately realized this catastrophe was caused by his automatically cast fireball spell. Ah! The charcoal black figure opened its mouth to respond, emitting a puff of black smoke. However, Biming Xiantian already recognized from the voice that this charred figure was none other than Wu Feng, the blacksmith who had been forging spirit artifacts for him earlier. Blacksmith uncle, are you alright? Biming Xiantian approached and caught a whiff of something charred coming from Wu Feng's body. Cough, cough. Wu Feng opened his eyes, coughed a few times, and then the ashes on his body quickly fell away. Finally, the blacksmith Wu Feng reappeared wearing only shorts, with his beard, eyebrows, and hair completely burned off, his skin all slightly reddened. You. Seeing Biming Xiantian standing before him completely unharmed, Wu Feng's eyes filled with utter astonishment as he stammered out several incoherent phrases. Just what kind of monster are you? Biming Xiantian scratched his head sheepishly. This was indeed his fault. He had caused the smithy and Wu Feng to suffer such damage. However, he gained a new level of respect for Wu Feng's capabilities. As expected of the blacksmith from the beginner's village to withstand an attack from fireball spell, though at the cost of all his body hair. Ahem, that's genuinely impressive. Buzz. The precarious blacksmith's shop space emitted a buzzing sound. Then the flames cradled and Wu Feng's arms suddenly contracted and rapidly dissipated. A dazzling crystalline staff materialized amidst the flames. Success! Biming Xiantian's eyes lit up. Against all odds, the spirit tool forging that he had interfered with had still succeeded. Spirit-grade equipment is also commonly referred to by players as diamond tier. This is because most spirit-grade magical implements emit a luster resembling diamonds or crystal. Their appearance also resembles that of diamonds or crystal, just like the staff Biming Xiantian was currently beholding. So beautiful. When Biming Xiantian saw his spirit-grade staff, he was utterly satisfied. Even without checking its attributes, Biming Xiantian had already been conquered by the staff's magnificent appearance. Here, Wu Feng caught the spirit-grade staff from midair, examined its attributes with evident satisfaction, then tossed it to Biming Xiantian. Biming Xiantian hurriedly caught it. Holding this radiant staff in his hands, he was once again awestruck by its appearance. The staff was about 2 qi long, its entire body crystal clear like quartz, with faint red veins visible inside the translucent material. Warm to the touch, it refracted beautiful light when rotated, making it hard to believe that so many metallic materials could forge such a gorgeous object. Biming Xiantian was utterly satisfied. After admiring its appearance, Biming Xiantian suddenly remembered to check this spirit-grade staff's attributes. Chapter 40, Spirit-Grade Weapon, Spirit-Grade Forging Technique, Heaven-Grade Detection Skill. Crimson Dawn Flame Staff Evolvable, High-Tier Spirit-Grade Weapon. Usage Requirement, Level 15 Mage Class. Exclusive equipment for Ice Block till death, non-tradable, non-droppable, non-stealable. Upon seeing the staff's name, Biming Xiantian nearly threw it to the ground in frustration. If not for his remaining rationality telling him this staff with its obviously fire affinity name was undoubtedly a spirit-grade equipment. Moreover, there was that evolution potential notification. Otherwise he would have really smashed it hard on the ground, then stomped on it fiercely with his feet. Suppressing his displeasure, Biming Xiantian continued examining this diamond staff's attributes. Due to being forged with profound malevolent ghost metal, possesses evolution potential. Next evolution requirements: 1 ghost metal piece, 1 celestial grade or material. Evolution direction relates to ghost metal and or material types. Spirit plus 150, Constitution plus 100, Spell Attack plus 300, Casting Speed plus 100, Spell Critical plus 50%, Spell Accuracy plus 50%, Skills Release with additional Fire Attack. Excellent and powerful. Biming Xiantian couldn't help but sigh, truly worthy of mighty spirit-grade equipment. The attributes completely outclassed that crimson-grade Twilight Staff. Biming Xiantian even began doubting, are these really the attributes a spirit-grade staff should have? It's absurdly overpowered. What made Biming Xiantian happiest was the additional 50% spell accuracy bonus. Now he would never miss his attacks again, right? But the only thing that annoyed Biming Xiantian was that the attacks actually came with fire damage. Does this mean his ice magic would also be accompanied by fire attacks from now on? Ah, please no. Moreover, the evolution conditions were somewhat too demanding. It actually required 1 ghost gold and 1 celestial tear material. Terrifying. That's not all. This spirit tear staff actually came with 3 additional skills which truly astonished Baiming Xiantian. 1 explosive flame eruption, active AoE skill, releases intense flame jets to attack, dealing massive fire damage to targets within a narrow frontal area. Skill range, 1 M8M, damage, 120% of base damage, MP cost 20 points, cooldown, 5 seconds. 2 Crimson Mist execution, active single target attack, releases light attribute attack dealing massive magic damage with 50% chance to blind the target. Skill attack range, 10 meters, skill damage, 150% of base damage, mana cost 20 points, cooldown, 5 seconds. 3 Melee mode, active special skill, releases the staff's powerful defensive energy temporarily entering melee combat mode. User's physical attack plus 200, physical defense plus 200, and has 50% chance to block incoming physical attacks with maximum consecutive blocks of 3 times. Duration, 10 seconds, mana cost, 100 points, cooldown 5 minutes. Powerful. Baiming Xuantian's face was full of disbelief. To be honest, the additional flame attack Raging Blaze is indeed very strong. Using this Raging Blaze instantly makes the staff feel like a flamethrower. Great my foot. Baiming Xiantian was determined to let this flame-throwing skill rot in the skill bar. The Qishao body destruction skill is quite powerful. The 50% super high chance to blind opponents made Baiming Xiantian extremely satisfied. As for this melee mode, the seemingly perfunctory skill name doesn't mean the skill itself is perfunctory. On the contrary, among these 3 attached skills, Baiming Xiantian values this melee mode skill the most. This is simply a blessing for mage class characters. It directly transforms a mage's weapon into a melee weapon. Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but activate the melee mode. He saw the originally 2-foot-long vermilion flame staff instantly extend to nearly 5 feet. The originally crystal clear staff body now contained a rich golden glow, making the staff appear much more sturdy. When held, it looked just like a straight golden pole. No boy could resist the temptation of a straight rod. Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but swing the vermilion flame staff in melee mode, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Moreover, Baiming Xiantian discovered that the vermilion flame staff could still cast skills even in melee mode. This was simply too powerful. He might very well become the first battle mage in chaos. Baiming Xiantian finally understood why the cooldown time for this melee mode was 5 minutes. If one could maintain this melee mode continuously, it would indeed be somewhat excessive. So, are you satisfied? Blacksmith Wu Feng, now fully dressed in a complete outfit, asked with a laugh. Very satisfied. Baiming Xiantian smiled brightly, though with a slight regret it would have been perfect if the attached fire skills were ice-based instead. But overall, this spirit-grade Scarlet Flame Staff was indeed exceptionally powerful. Good that you're satisfied. With a trace of lingering fear on his face, Wu Feng said, the successful forging of this spirit tool actually owes much to that powerful flame within you. Without that flame's fire element, this artifact couldn't have been completed. I'm sorry, blacksmith uncle, for the damage to your forge. Actually, Baiming Xiantian hurriedly apologized. It's nothing. Wu Feng waved his hand, not intending to pursue the matter further, and continued, but the final outcome was good. Thanks to successfully forging this spirit tool, I've advanced to become a spirit-grade blacksmith. Moreover, my heaven-grade forging technique has gained new insights from this forging process and successfully advanced to become a spirit-grade forging technique. As he spoke, Wu Feng waved his hand and threw a tattered thread-bound book into Baiming Xiantian's hands. Before Baiming Xiantian could react, the worn-out book transformed into a red light and disappeared from his hands. Ding! You have learned the spirit-grade forging technique, Heavenly Harmony Forge. Heavenly Harmony Forge, Spirit-grade forging technique, learning requirement, obtain recognition from Spirit-grade blacksmith Wu Feng. A unique forging technique created by blacksmith Wu Feng. It doesn't require processes like smelting, hammering, or quenching. Simply by melting equipment of different grades, one can forge equipment of higher quality. The forging process is affected by the grade of flame used. The more powerful the flame, the higher the success rate and the more refined the forged equipment will be. Baiming Xiantian was filled with excitement when he saw the description of this Heavenly Harmony Forge technique. He knew that ordinary forging procedures typically required multiple steps, smelting materials, repeated hammering, water quenching, and other complex processes. To his surprise, Wu Feng's unique forging technique could directly melt materials and produce finished equipment. What a powerful forging technique! Wu Feng said with a smile, with that formidable flame of yours, you'll surely bring nature's perfect forge to greater heights. These words made Baiming Xiantian wince, but he soon looked up at Wu Feng with eager anticipation. Haha, Wu Feng laughed. Understood, I won't forget. Here you go. With a wave of his hand, Wu Feng sent a streak of light into Baiming Xiantian's body. Ding! You have learned the detection skill Eyes Like Torches. Eyes Like Torches, Heaven-grade detection art. Learning requirement, obtain recognition from Spirit-grade blacksmith Wu Feng. a unique detection skill developed by blacksmith Wu Feng through years of forging practice. Can inspect targets up to 20 levels higher than oneself and block detection from targets up to 20 levels higher. Truly formidable. Moreover, it can prevent others from probing one's information, making it highly practical. Bai Ming Xiantian couldn't help but activate eagle eyes, feeling a warm sensation in his eyes before Wu Feng's information became visible. Novice Village Blacksmith Wu Feng, Spirit Rank, Level 18. Class, Spirit Rank Blacksmith. Skills, Heaven Forged Craftsmanship, Eagle Eyes, Flame Shroud, Fire Escape Technique, Flame Tempest. Chapter 41, Wrath the Girl Who Bears the Monster Alone. Kid, that's enough. Wu Feng sensed Bai Ming Xuantian's probing, scolded him with a laugh, and waved his hand. The information in Bai Ming Xuantian's vision swiftly disappeared. Hee, I was just testing it out. Bai Ming Xiantian scratched his head. Boy, how about becoming my disciple? With such formidable flame talent, you're perfect for blacksmithing. I believe. Wu Feng suddenly fixed a burning gaze on Bai Ming Xiantian as he spoke. The flames Bai Ming Xiantian had released earlier forced Wu Feng to exert his quasi-spirit rank fire abilities to barely withstand their scorching heat, but it almost cost him half his life. The flames erupting from Bai Ming Xuantian's body made even Wu Feng, who was accustomed to various exotic flames, feel a temperature that shook him to the core. However, as a genius in both cultivation and forging techniques, Wu Feng knew that Bai Ming Xuantian's possession of such incredibly powerful flames was nothing short of a godsend for a blacksmith. In fact, Wu Feng realized that the terrifying flames from earlier had even surpassed the temperature he achieved when burning his golden crab pincers. It was simply perfect for forging flames. The first spirit artifact he forged seemed to have taken its final form precisely because of this flame's last-minute tempering, saving the nearly collapsed rough cast from being destroyed by the netherine ghost chi. Thus, afterward, Wu Feng didn't reprimand Bai Ming Xiantian at all. On the contrary, he even wanted to take him as a disciple and pass on his unique forging techniques to flourish. I don't want to. Bai Ming Xiantian firmly refused. I can teach you heaven-tier fire techniques. Wu Feng took out what he considered precious fire-based skills as temptation. My dream is to become a great ice mage. Bai Ming Xiantian puffed out his chest and said proudly to Wu Feng. The scarlet glow flame staff in his hand emitted a faint flickering light. The face of a certain fire attribute cultivating blacksmith, who could be called a genius in both fire cultivation and forging techniques, twitched uncontrollably. Wow! What happened to the blacksmith shop? At this moment, several players suddenly passed by the front of the blacksmith shop. Seeing the blacksmith shop that had been reduced to tatters and was on the verge of collapse by Bai Ming Xuantian's single fireball spell, they all exclaimed in shock. Bai Ming Xiantian worried that other players might discover all this damage was caused by him. Noticing Wu Feng seemed about to say something, Bai Ming Xiantian quickly shouted, "Blacksmith uncle, what happened here? How can I help you? Tell me quickly, I'll do my absolute best to assist you." Bai Ming Xuantian's rather affected words didn't raise any suspicion among the players outside. In fact, Bai Ming Xuantian's words immediately alerted those players. Hidden quest. It must be a hidden quest. Quick, go. Don't let that kid take it first. After blacksmith Wu Feng of the beginner village finally managed to send away the crowd of players who wanted to help him, he looked around only to find Bai Ming Xiantian had already disappeared. Shaking his head and about to give up, Wu Feng suddenly raised his eyebrows. From his bosom, he carefully retrieved a neatly folded golden talisman paper. Wu Feng cautiously unfolded the talisman, infused it with a wisp of red spiritual energy, and waited until the paper flickered with light. Then he respectfully spoke, "Master, I've discovered a fire attribute genius, perfectly suited for our forging lineage. Yes, it was because of him that I advanced to the spirit grade. I've already taught him heaven's natural forging. Understood, Master. 15910. Bai Ming Xiantian slightly furrowed his brows, detecting something unusual in Liang Bingbing's tone, but immediately responded, "Alright, Sister Bingbing, send me your location. I'll be right there." Thank you, little ice cube." Liang Bingbing expressed her gratitude before ending the voice call. After receiving the location sent by Liang Bingbing, Bai Ming Xiantian immediately headed toward the destination. On the way, Bai Ming Xiantian couldn't help but wonder why Liang Bingbing would unusually ask for his help like this. Previously, whenever Liang Bingbing logged in, she would always grind monsters and level up alone unless he contacted her first. Had something happened? Moreover, Liang Bingbing, who usually logged in very late every day, what could have occurred? The location Liang Bingbing sent was a leveling spot called Black Wind Stronghold. It was beyond the level 10 wild monster areas near the starter village, almost midway between two starter villages in the minor thousand world. When Bai Ming Xiantian arrived, he saw over a dozen players leveling up in an open area. A few figures were surrounding and attacking a towering humanoid monster. The others simply stood by watching the spectacle, showing no intention of offering assistance. Sister Bingbing. Bai Ming Xuantian's eyes focused sharply as he recognized Liang Bingbing among the 5 players attacking the humanoid monster. Liang Bingbing appeared to be the only melee class fighter among the 5. The other four kept retreating while attacking from range, while Liang Bingbing alone blocked the humanoid monster wielding a steel blade with her short sword. Hurry up, Liang Bing! How can you be so stupid? Among the spectators, a young man clad in crimson iron armor and wielding a sword that looked somewhat familiar to Baiming Xiantian shouted impatiently at Liang Bingbing. That's right! The young miss was praised by the family head yesterday. She's already a level 10 powerhouse. The players surrounding the young man chimed in with agreement, but Liang Bingbing remained silent upon hearing these remarks, still fighting alone against this level 12 elite wild monster, the bandit leader. Although Liang Bingbing's defense and attacks were skillful, with the four teammates obviously slacking off behind her, her health bar had already dropped below 1/3. Baiming Xuantian's expression darkened. These people seemed to be from the same clan as Liang Bingbing. Moreover, from their earlier words, he had deduced that Liang Bingbing wasn't treated well in her own clan. This made Baiming Xuantian's heart ache intensely. Such a gentle, kind-hearted, and flawless beauty actually shared similar real-life hardships with him. The Liang Bingbing who usually interacted with him never showed any signs of the grievances she suffered in reality. Baiming Xiantian had originally assumed Liang Bingbing must lead a very happy life in the real world, but witnessing this scene now, Baiming Xiantian gritted his teeth and accelerated again. Suddenly barging through the circle of jeering players, he rushed to the side of the slightly frail-looking girl standing before the bandit leader. Bingbing Jia, I'm here, Baiming Xiantian said with a smile. Liang Bingbing was startled at first, but upon seeing Baiming Xiantian, her face lit up with that familiar sweet smile. Little Ice Cube ah. Originally at only level 10, Liang Bingbing was already struggling against the level 12 bandit leader. Now distracted by Baiming Xuantian's arrival, the bandit leader instantly spotted an opening and swung his steel blade toward Liang Bingbing's shoulder. Looking to die. With a light tap of his foot, Baiming Xiantian instantly propelled himself forward, appearing in front of Liang Bingbing just as the blade would have struck her. He pulled Liang Bingbing into his embrace, taking the bandit leader's blade squarely across his own back instead. Thud. 4. The sound of steel meeting flesh rang out, but only a trivial damage number floated above Baiming Xuantian's head. I'm fine, Baiming Xiantian gently said to the somewhat flustered Liang Bingbing. Liang Bingbing blushed as she was held in Baiming Xuantian's embrace, unable to suppress a soft whimper. Who are you? What are you doing? Liang Bing, is this the help you called for? The previously spectating youth now shouted with a rather repulsive tone. Baiming Xiantian looked up and finally recognized the longsword in the youth's hand. It was precisely the level 10 silver oxhorn greatsword he had previously gifted to Liang Bingbing. Meanwhile, the dark-faced youth beside him held a shield in his hand. It was also the level 10 silver oxhide shield that Baiming Xiantian had given to Liang Bingbing earlier. Observing these people's expressions, Baiming Xuantian's brows furrowed tightly. Chapter 42, Liang Bingbing's background. Little Ice Cube. Held in Baiming Xuantian's arms, Liang Bingbing felt a long-lost sense of security. But when she heard the young man beside her yelling, she suddenly felt a bit aggrieved. This was an emotion she had tried hard to forget for so many years, but today, for some reason, that suppressed trace of grievance welled up from the depths of her heart when she was held in this young man's arms. Bingbing Jia, I'm here. Baiming Xiantian seemed to see that hint of vulnerability in Liang Bingbing's eyes, and his heart overflowed with tender affection and compassion. Then, stamping his feet, he jumped aside with Liang Bingbing in his arms. Baiming Xuantian's movements appeared to have been calculated with extreme precision, just narrowly avoiding the mountain bandit leader's next attack. The bandit leader, his steel blade attack missing its mark, roared furiously and abruptly abandoned Baiming Xiantian and Liang Bingbing, charging straight toward the group of players who had been watching the commotion. Why is this wild monster attacking me? Hell. The young man who had spoken earlier seemed completely inexperienced in combat. When faced with the bandit leader's attack, he was so frightened that he stumbled and fell. He even dropped the silver ox-horn greatsword he was holding onto the ground. Fortunately, the player holding the silver ox-hide shield beside him reacted relatively quickly. Just before the bandit leader's steel blade could strike the fallen young man's head, the shield bearer barely managed to block the attack with his shield. After a brief moment of chaos, the surrounding players finally regained their composure and took up their weapons to jointly attack the level 12 bandit leader. Baiming Xiantian looked at this ragtag group and snorted disdainfully. This was indeed something he had decided on impulse. He wanted to teach this young man who had been mocking Liang Bingbing a lesson. He had already used eyes like torches to identify this bandit leader's weakness. Bandit leader, high-level wild monster, level 12. A minor leader among the ordinary bandits of Blackwind Stronghold, skilled in using steel blades and prone to emotional outbursts. During combat, he easily acts impulsively and loves attacking enemies directly in front of him. While enduring a blade strike from the bandit leader that only took off a few HP points, Baiming Xiantian heard the bandit leader's suppressed roar. Realizing this level 12 elite wild monster had already lost his temper, he immediately took Liang Bingbing out of the enemy's frontal attack range. After losing his primary target, the bandit leader indeed turned his attacks toward the previously slouching youth who had been mocking Liang Bingbing. But who could have imagined this shifty-eyed youth would prove so utterly incompetent? Junyi the Wanderer, Level 7, Class, None. Skills, Basic Swordplay. Equipment, Oxhorn Heavy Sword, Tattered Pants. Having easily assessed this opponent's information, Beiming Xiantian momentarily lost interest. However, this flashy youth called Junyi the Wanderer, after finally being helped up by his subordinates, seemed to be throwing a tantrum out of wounded pride. Instead of immediately rushing to aid his disorganized subordinates who were haphazardly besieging the bandit leader, he pointed at Liang Bingbing nearby and cursed. Liang Bing, you bitch! How dare you dodge? Don't you know both your life and your damned brothers are in this young master's hands? After hearing Junyi Sanren's words, Beiming Xiantian felt Liang Bingbing's body suddenly tremble beside him. Then Liang Bingbing raised her head and spoke in a hoarse voice, "Little Ice Cube, please help them." Beiming Xiantian frowned deeply when the young man had insulted him earlier. Killing intent had already arisen in his heart. He now gripped the 2-foot-long crimson glow flame staff firmly in hand. With just a single skill, he could instantly dispatch this detestable youth. But upon hearing Liang Bingbing's words, Beiming Xiantian nodded slightly and waved his right hand. A frost-covered sword enveloped in faint crimson light materialized out of thin air, shooting directly toward the bandit leader who, despite being surrounded by over a dozen people, was still fighting with effortless ease. Thud. 1841. This time, the icy heart-piercing sword didn't miss its mark. Though slightly off-target, it still penetrated the bandit leader's left chest. A massive damage number floated up above the bandit leader's head. Then, the bandit leader who had just been giving a dozen fighters considerable trouble saw his health bar instantly depleted as he collapsed straight to the ground. Sister Bingbing, let's go. Beiming Xiantian knew the outcome the moment his skill hit. Although he felt somewhat displeased by the faint fiery glow that had appeared on the icy heart-piercing sword's surface earlier, at this moment he truly didn't want to see that pointy-faced young man anymore and wished to leave with Liang Bingbing immediately. Wait! Liang Bingbing didn't object to Beiming Xiantian's suggestion, but unexpectedly, the handsome wanderer spoke up at this moment. Then, he led more than a dozen subordinates and rushed to the front of Beiming Xiantian and Liang Bingbing. Junyaisen's triangular eyes twitched as he gave his subordinates a meaningful look. Several armed subordinates then openly surrounded Beiming Xiantian and Liang Bingbing without concealment. Seeing Junyaisen's actions, Liang Bingbing showed a troubled expression but still spoke up. Liang Junyi, don't push your luck. I've already followed your request and found someone to help kill that wild monster. What more do you want? Junyaisen laughed disdainfully. Liang Bing, what qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? You're just a bastard my father had with someone unknown. Everything you eat, drink and wear comes from our Liang family. Even your crippled younger brother relies on our Liang family's support. What's wrong with me asking you to kill a monster? You're shameless. Liang Bingbing couldn't help but curse, her delicate face full of anger. He. Junyi Sanren's triangular eyes revealed a lecherous glint as he said slickly, if you hadn't insisted on rejecting me, this young master wouldn't have to make things so difficult for you. Liang Bingbing's grip on Beiming Xiantian's arm tightened when she saw his expression, cursing, you beast. Disgusting. Enough nonsense with me. Junyi Sanren coldly snorted, cutting off Liang Bingbing's curses, his greedy gaze shifting to Beiming Xiantian. More precisely, it was directed at the crystal-clear diamond staff in Beiming Xiantian's hand. Friend, you know Liang Bing. Her boyfriend, I presume. Quite good taste. Junyi Sanren said frivolously, his face full of those disgusting, insinuating expressions. Liang Bingbing was about to speak again, but Beiming Xiantian directly grasped the hand she had on his arm and addressed Junyi Sanren. Bingbing Jia is my friend. What's that to you? He. Despite Beiming Xiantian's icy response, Junyi Sanren waved it off with an indifferent laugh. No problem. If you fancy Liang Bing, I wholeheartedly support you being together. However, his expression turned sly. As Liang Bing's biological brother, shouldn't you offer some betrothal gifts to show your sincerity now that you intend to marry her? You. Liang Bing's eyes reddened with rage. Beiming Xiantian gently squeezed her trembling hand, then coldly addressed the smirking Junyi Sanren, gifts. Sincerity. You mean this diamond staff of mine? He deliberately feigned ignorance while casually waving his scarlet sunset flame staff. A genuine diamond staff. Junyi Sanren's lackeys immediately clamored with excitement. Hand it over if you know what's good for you. The underlings surrounding Junyi Sanren started shouting demands, their faces alight with greed. Junyi Sanren himself fixed a covetous stare on the scarlet sunset staff in Beiming Xiantian's grip, his predatory intent completely undisguised. Then, with a triumphant smile on his face, he said, Good, very good. I recognize you as my brother-in-law. Just hand over this diamond staff, and Liang Bing is yours. I agree to whatever you want to do with her. Liang Junyi, you bastard. Liang Bingbing finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily. She then turned decisively to Beiming Xiantian and said, Little Ice Cube, this is my fault. I've caused you all this trouble. You should leave now, and from now on just pretend we never met. But Beiming Xiantian's face had already regained its composure, and he tightened his grip to prevent Liang Bingbing from pulling her hand away. Chapter 43. You must have suffered a lot. Sister Bingbing. Bai Ming Xiantian looked straight into Liang Bingbing's eyes and said earnestly, "Since we're already friends, I won't let you suffer any injustice. Don't even think about pushing me away. Little ice cube." Liang Bingbing was deeply moved by Bai Ming Xiantian's sincerity, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Bai Ming Xiantian gave Liang Bingbing a slight smile, then took a step forward to shield Liang Bingbing behind him before coldly glaring at the young man not far away. Junyi the Wanderer, Liang Junyi, Liang Bingbing's half-brother in real life. Bai Ming Xiantian had roughly understood Liang Bingbing's background from their earlier conversation. It seemed Liang Bingbing also had a disabled younger brother in reality who relied on the Liang family's support to maintain his medical treatment. For her brother's sake, Liang Bingbing had been coerced by Liang Junyi and forced to call him for help in killing monsters. Moreover, the 2 pieces of silver equipment Bai Ming Xiantian had previously given Liang Bingbing, along with the red great iron armor obtained from killing the ironhide poison scorpion, seemed to have all been seized by Liang Junyi. This girl must have had a very difficult life in reality. In his heart, Bai Ming Xiantian felt another wave of pity for Liang Bingbing. He also thought that Liang Bingbing always logged in very late every day. Perhaps she had to deal with many troubles in real life, maybe even work multiple jobs just to make ends meet for herself and her sick younger brother. "What if I refuse to give it to you?" Bai Ming Xiantian's tone was ice cold. His gaze at Liang Junyi seemed capable of freezing him solid. "Ha ha ha." Apparently accustomed to such acts of coercion, Liang Junyi spoke nonchalantly. "If you refuse, your woman might suffer terribly." Bai Ming Xiantian's eyes had turned completely glacial. He wasn't afraid of this shameless person before him, but he didn't want Liang Bingbing behind him to get hurt because of his recklessness. "Heh, scared now? Maybe you don't know who you're dealing with." Seeing Bai Ming Xiantian remain silent, Liang Junyi continued with a smirk. "This young master is the future captain of Monarch's Alliance Team 17. You've heard of Monarch's Alliance, haven't you? Offend me, and your days in chaos are numbered. Is it the Junlin Alliance again?" Bai Ming Xiantian's eyes turned ice cold. On his way here, he had seen in the World Channel that the Junlin Alliance had announced the 10 minor worlds they intended to occupy, including this very minor world where he resided. But what surprised Bai Ming Xiantian was that this despicable Liang Junyi before him turned out to be the Junlin Alliance's captain in this minor world. Has the position of Junlin Alliance captain become so cheap now? Bai Ming Xiantian felt somewhat disdainful. "If you're scared, hand over all your equipment now," Liang Junyi said with a vicious grin. Actually, he was just trying to intimidate Bai Ming Xiantian. Although his family could be considered wealthy in the real world, in the virtual world they were nowhere near comparable to the behemoth that was the Junlin Alliance. His so-called position as captain of the 17th team was merely the result of spending a fortune to befriend a minor official of the Junlin Alliance in the real world. It was just drunken bragging between the two of them during their revelries. However, as for the position of team leader in the Monarch's Alliance, it wasn't impossible for him to obtain. When Liang Junyi saw the diamond staff in Bai Ming Xiantian's hand, he knew his moment of rising to prominence had arrived. As long as he could obtain this diamond staff and present it to the Monarch's Alliance, there was indeed a possibility he could instantly get promoted from peripheral member to reserve team leader candidate. Thus, Liang Junyi's gaze towards the diamond staff in Bai Ming Xiantian's hand burned with fervent desire. Bai Ming Xiantian didn't speak immediately, but instead directly opened his contacts list and added someone named Bai Mingjin. The other party almost immediately approved Bai Ming Xiantian's request, promptly sending a message, "Young Master Xiantian." At this moment, in the real world's Bai Ming family compound, within a large room filled with gaming pods, a middle-aged man lay inside a gaming pod, conversing with Bai Ming Xiantian. Bai Mingjin served as the head of the Chaos Project Department for the Bai Ming family. Originally, Bai Mingjin wouldn't have needed to pay such particular attention to Bai Ming Xiantian. Not awakening ice-based abilities for 18 years actually indicates that Bai Ming Xiantian's future achievements wouldn't be very remarkable. As the director of the Chaos Project Department, his position within the Bai Ming family can be said to be extraordinarily distinguished. Therefore, Bai Mingjin in the past wouldn't show much respect to this good-for-nothing young master Bai Ming Xiantian. But since last night, the power dynamics within the Bai Ming family seem to have changed significantly. Bai Ming Xiantian's stunning performance at the awakening ceremony, revealing his Xian-tier ice-based talent. The Bai Ming family branch members in the council hall appeared to have vanished overnight. The series of thunderous actions subsequently taken by family head Bai Ming Yuxiang, along with Bai Ming Yuxiang's confirmation of Bai Ming Xiantian's status both in reality and in the game. All these factors now make Bai Mingjin dare not show the slightest disregard toward this forcefully rising young master. After seeing Bai Ming Xiantian's confirmation message, Bai Mingjin hurriedly asked, "Young Master Xiantian, is there something you need?" While confronting Liang Junyi, Bai Ming Xiantian quickly asked, "How many Liang families are there in Xianyuan Kingdom? Is there a Liang family with a younger generation member named Liang Junyi?" Baimingjian, seeing Baiming Xuantian's query, swiftly pulled up the interface connected to the external information terminal and began searching for data. What? Thinking of resisting. On the other side, Liang Junyi grew visibly annoyed when he saw Baiming Xiantian completely ignoring him. Baiming Xiantian coldly raised his head, glancing at Liang Junyi's repulsive face before choosing to disregard him. Brothers, attack! Kill this ignorant fool who doesn't know his place. Liang Junyi finally couldn't restrain himself any longer. With a wave of his hand, he prepared to launch an attack against Baiming Xiantian and his companion. Ding! Baimingjian's message arrived just in time. Liang family of Pinliang City Patriarch Liang Wenhan eldest son Liang Junyi. Baiming Xiantian rapidly searched through the information and soon found the details he was looking for. Liang Bing, illegitimate daughter of Liang Wenshi, whose biological mother passed away from illness last year. Currently, Liang Bing lives together with her younger brother Liang Xing, who is disabled in both legs. Address. Baiming Xiantian felt resolved in his heart. Ignoring the tightening encirclement, he directly turned to look at Liang Bingbing's worried face. Bingbing Jia, shall I go pick you and Liang Xing up? Baiming Xiantian said gently, while simultaneously shifting his body to block an arrow heading toward Liang Bingbing. Liang Bingbing was extremely surprised by Baiming Xuantian's words. She had never disclosed her and her brother's situation to him before. But soon, Liang Bingbing found herself melted by the tenderness in Baiming Xuantian's eyes. Without hesitation, she nodded and said, okay. Only after speaking did Liang Bingbing realize that she seemed to have entrusted both her and her brother's fate to this young man before her. They had only known each other for a few days, so why was her heart pounding so fast? After receiving Liang Bingbing's answer, Baiming Xiantian showed a faint smile, then casually waved his hand to deflect a minor fireball spell without even turning his head. Opening his contact list, he sent a message to Baiming Town, prepare the fastest aircraft for me. Then Baiming Xiantian slowly turned around, with a wisp of killing intent rising from his body. Vast ocean and boundless seas. Majestic peaks rivaling Kunlun. Polar ice domain. Frostheart Chillblade. Chapter 44, Shadowjet Aircraft, A Maiden's Prayer. At the Baiming clan, a technologically advanced aircraft rested on the spacious training ground. Numerous Baiming clansmen gathered around the training field, watching with excitement this extremely expensive Shadowjet aircraft. Has some urgent matter occurred? Could something have happened in Xiliang Golden region? Perhaps the clan leader needs to travel. Ordinary members of the Baiming clan rarely had the opportunity to see the Shadowjet aircraft. Even as one of the four guardian families of Xianyuan country, the Baiming clan possessed only one Shadowjet aircraft. This alone demonstrated the preciousness of this Shadowjet aircraft. As the fastest aircraft in the world today, Shadow Racer can vertically take off and land in various terrains and climates, with a maximum speed reaching 5,000 km per hour. It represents the pinnacle of Xianyuan Kingdom's technological advancement. Yet today, this incredibly expensive Shadow Racer aircraft with enormous operational costs has made an exceptionally rare landing on the Northern Dark Clan's training field. Before long, a youth wrapped in thick fur cloak hurried over from the residential area. This time, the youth's appearance didn't draw the usual mockery from his clansmen as it normally would. The gathered crowd voluntarily parted to make way when they saw the youth approaching. Greetings, young Master Xiantian. Someone started the greeting, and soon many Northern Dark clansmen who used to mock and tease Baiming Xiantian for amusement all began offering their salutations. Baiming Xiantian sensed something different about today's atmosphere, especially since he was dressed in his usual heavy winter coat. On his way from his quarters to this training field, he had even felt an unusual warmth. The clansmen who used to casually greet him now spoke with noticeable unnaturalness in their tone today. However, Baiming Xiantian didn't pay much attention to this, as he was in a hurry to get to Pinliang City. Just minutes earlier, Baiming Xiantian had obtained information about Liang Bingbing and the Liang family from the records provided by Baiming Town. He immediately decided to rescue Liang Bingbing and remove her from the Liang family's dire situation in Pinliang City. After obtaining Liang Bingbing's consent, Baiming Xiantian instantly went all out, unleashing his strongest ice element attack skill Iceheart Frigid Sword. Within mere moments, he had sent Liang Junyi and all his subordinates straight back to the respawn point. Baiming Xiantian then instructed Liang Bingbing to immediately log off, securing the door to the rented apartment she shared with her younger brother Liang Xing. He warned her not to open the door for anyone before his arrival. Liang Bingbing finally regained her usual decisiveness. After nodding firmly and giving Baiming Xiantian one last deep look, she logged off on the spot. Without wasting any time, Baiming Xiantian immediately logged off, put on his clothes, and arrived at the training ground. Although Baiming Xiantian could still feel waves of pain coming from the wound in his chest, but perhaps due to his eagerness to see Liang Bingbing, he didn't seem to notice it. The severe injuries, nearly all ribs broken and the heart pierced by a rib, were indeed healing at an unusually fast rate. Baiming Xiantian quickly made his way through the crowd and ran up to the Shadow Wing aircraft with its wingspan of over 10 meters. Even though he usually kept up with numerous domestic and international news about aircraft, he was still awestruck by this silver-white aircraft bearing the Bei Ming family emblem on its wings. The streamlined appearance, the speed-focused dual wings, everything about it captured Bei Ming Xuantian's attention. However, Bei Ming Xuantian soon withdrew his admiring gaze and quickly walked to the entrance of the Shadow Wing aircraft. As he was contemplating how to enter this person-height entrance, Bei Ming Xuantian saw a figure emerge from inside the swift Shadow aircraft. It was none other than his father, Bei Ming Yuxiang. "Father," Bei Ming Xuantian called out with a smile. Bei Ming Yuxiang nodded, his usual icy expression absent, then waved his hand to summon a swirl of blue mist. Gently, the mist lifted Bei Ming Xuantian and carried him into the swift Shadow aircraft. As the cabin door closed and Bei Ming Xuantian was about to speak, Bei Ming Yuxiang said, "We'll talk while flying. Aren't you in a hurry?" "All right," Bei Ming Xuantian nodded, watching as his father swiftly operated a control panel. Soon, Bei Ming Xuantian felt the swift Shadow aircraft ascend vertically with perfect stability. After reaching a certain altitude, it accelerated toward the southeast direction of North Cold Waters Pavilion. To Bei Ming Xuantian's surprise, aside from a brief sensation of mild acceleration at takeoff, he soon couldn't feel any weightlessness during flight at all. Within the room-sized cabin, through the aircraft window, watching the clouds rapidly receding backward, Bei Ming Xuantian finally experienced the astonishing speed of this swift shadow fighter. Bei Ming Xuantian withdrew his thoughts and looked toward Bei Ming Yuxiang, who had returned to his side. He hadn't expected his own father Bei Ming Yuxiang to personally pilot the swift Shadow aircraft. Although the swift Shadow possessed perfect autonomous flight capabilities, having the Bei Ming family head operate the aircraft was truly overqualified for the task. "Does the wound on your chest no longer hurt?" Bei Ming Yuxiang asked. Bei Ming Xuantian nodded in response. "It doesn't hurt as much now. Father, why did you come personally and even let me use the swift Shadow?" He was well aware that this swift Shadow aircraft was only deployed during critical moments for the Bei Ming family. When Bei Ming Xuantian had asked Bei Ming Jin to arrange an aircraft for him earlier, he hadn't actually considered requesting such a high-grade swift Shadow aircraft. "Didn't you say you urgently needed to rescue someone? Your injury hasn't fully healed yet, and I've already handled matters at home anyway." Bei Ming Yuxiang's tone lost its usual coldness, now speaking like an ordinary father chatting with Bei Ming Xuantian. Bei Ming Xuantian nodded, yet still felt somewhat unaccustomed to talking so intimately with his father. The quiet cabin of the swift Shadow aircraft suddenly fell into silence. After a long pause, Bei Ming Yuxiang tentatively asked, "Your fire abilities?" Bei Ming Xuantian's face reddened as he tried to divert the conversation from this painful topic. Xianyuan Kingdom, Pinliang City. As the most prominent family in Pinliang City, the Liang clan exclusively occupied an entire West Lake scenic villa complex. At this moment, in a spacious room of one villa, a slender young man emerged from the Chaos Gaming Pod. The young man's narrow, mean face with triangular eyes revealed traces of anger and ferocity. This was precisely Junyi Sanren Liang Junyi, eldest son of Pinliang City's Liang family, who had been sent back to the resurrection point by Bei Ming Xuantian's ice-heart-cold clarity sword. Taking the imported liquor handed by the servant who had been attending in the room, Liang Junyi downed it in one gulp before smashing the expensive crystal glass on the floor. Then he screamed hysterically at the servant, "Go! Bring that bitch Liang Bing to me immediately! Right now!" Several kilometers away from the Liang family villa, inside a modest bungalow with a small courtyard, a simply dressed girl, whose graceful figure and flawless beauty still shone through her plain clothes, quickly locked the courtyard gate before returning to secure the house door. Staring at the flimsy door, a thoughtful expression flashed in the girl's eyes before she quickly turned and entered the inner room. Hurrying to the bed inside, she gently said to a boy lying there who was looking at her with confusion, "Little Xing, let sister carry you to the chair." The pale-faced youth finally spoke weakly, "Sister, what happened? Has that bastard Liang Junyi come to pressure you again?" Liang Bing's face was flushed with excitement from today's decision. Hearing her younger brother Liang Xing's words, she forced out a smile that would normally stun crowds but now appeared stiff. She said, "Little Xing, in a moment, a young man might come to take us away from here." But as if recalling her miserable experiences over the years, Liang Bing added, "If no one comes for us, then." "Sister, I believe in you. Don't worry about me," Liang Xing interrupted her. Liang Xing couldn't remember how long it had been since he'd seen that glimmer of hope in his sister's eyes. For his illness, his sister, who could have had a bright future, had sacrificed and given up so much. Several exhausting, time-consuming jobs had already robbed his sister, still in the bloom of youth, of any expectations for the future. But just now, Liang Xing had indeed seen that long-lost sparkle in his sister Liang Bing's eyes. No matter what. Liang Xing gritted his teeth and added word by word, "In this lifetime, I feel extremely fortunate to be sister's younger brother, and I have no regrets whatsoever." Although disabled in both legs, how could Liang Xing, whose intelligence far surpassed ordinary people, not know? For their siblings, the price of obtaining a happy future would inevitably require paying an enormous price, possibly even their lives. "Liang Bing, we know you're home. Open the door." At this moment, several crude voices came from outside the small courtyard. Liang Bing's face tightened. She wrapped her arm around Liang Xing's, exerted strength, then lifted the frail boy and gently placed him on a nearby chair. Afterward, Liang Bing yanked the bedding off the bed and threw it to the ground. She went to the foot of the simple wooden bed and began dragging it outward with all her strength. Outside the courtyard came several men's extremely unpleasant curses and the sound of kicking the yard gate. Liang Bing gritted her teeth and pulled hard at the wooden bed, its legs scraping against the cement floor with a screeching friction noise. They're inside. Break down the door. Hearing the noises from inside, the men outside all began to ram the door forcefully. The simple wooden gate of the small courtyard soon began to sway perilously. Inside, Liang Bing finally dragged the wooden bed to block the door. Then she moved to the head of the bed, squatting down to lift it with both hands. With a forceful push from the girl, the worn wooden bed slammed against the door. Clang! Liang Bing gave the bed another firm push before turning to survey the other simple furnishings in the room. Spotting the heavy cupboard nearby, she decisively moved to its other side. Applying all her strength, she pushed the cupboard over with a crash, sending bowls and plates clattering across the floor. However, Liang Bing paid no attention to the mess. Only after tightly wedging the cupboard against the wooden bed did she finally let out a sigh of relief. But at this moment, the courtyard gate outside was also smashed open with a loud bang. Several ruffian-looking young men entered the yard. Cursing loudly, they approached the door of the bungalow, with one of them mercilessly kicking the door. Boom! Liang Bing, who was leaning against the wooden bed and cupboard inside, felt a sharp pain in her chest from the impact and couldn't help coughing. That woman is behind the door. Break it down. Upon hearing Liang Bing's cough, the men shouted chaotically before resuming their violent assault on the door. The girl who hadn't moved from behind the door despite all the cursing outside now closed her eyes and murmured, "Little Ice Cube, can I still wait for you?" Chapter 45, Sister Bingbing, I'm coming. Meanwhile, at the very center of the Liang family villa complex, within a palace-like villa, in the gilded reception hall, a middle-aged man and an old man were leisurely sipping tea poured by a beautiful tea artist, chatting in a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, a young man rushed in with a panicked expression and shouted at the middle-aged man, "Master, the young master he." Upon seeing the young man, the middle-aged man's face showed displeasure as he sternly rebuked, "What improper behavior? Don't you know I'm discussing important matters with Mr. Dongyang?" The old man smiled and said, it's fine. Family head Liang, please attend to your household affairs first." Liang Wenhan gave the old man a grateful look before rising from his seat. As he walked out of the reception hall, an aura of long-held authority emanated from him. The young man hurried after Liang Wenhan and anxiously said, "Master." The young master went to look for Liang Bing. Liang Wenhan slightly frowned but remained silent. Only after entering a massive study filled with bookshelves did he finally scold the young man, "Is this all? What's all the fuss about?" The young man quickly bowed and explained, "Master." The young master seems extremely angry this time, and he said, "You bastard! How could you be so indiscriminate? Even your own sister won't be spared." Liang Wenhan slammed the table and shouted angrily. The young man trembled slightly and said cautiously, "Master, if this matter gets out, it might damage the Liang family's reputation." The anger on Liang Wenhan's face quickly faded, replaced by a thoughtful expression. But soon, he said to the young man, "Take some efficient men with you. If the disgraceful act has truly occurred, eliminate both those bastards together without leaving any traces." "Master, didn't you want to gift Liang Bing to the Dongyang clan if this?" The young man hesitated but still reminded his master. "After being defiled by my bastard son, how could we still gift her to the Dongyang clan? Do you think the direct descendants of the Dongyang clan would accept an unclean woman?" Liang Wenhan suppressed his voice but still roared angrily. Yes, I understand, master. I'll handle it immediately." The young man complied and withdrew from the room. Inside the bungalow's small courtyard, Liang Bing struggled to hold up the door reinforced with wooden beds and cabinets. But under the assault from several men outside, this barrier separating future from reality appeared so fragile. "Young master, what brings you here?" After who knows how long of continuous door ramming, the men suddenly called out obsequiously toward the rear. Then Liang Bing heard a voice from outside that filled her entire body with overwhelming nausea. "You useless idiots! Why haven't you brought that bitch to me yet?" Liang Junyi strutted into the courtyard wearing an ostentatious pure white suit, flanked by two big men in black suits. "Young master, it's not that we don't want to, it's that Liang Bing has barricaded the door from inside." "What about the windows?" Liang Junyi asked with impatient lust. "Young master, after your last visit, Liang Bing reinforced all windows with steel bars." "Incompetent. Worthless. I don't care, within 10 minutes I want that bitch kneeling before me. Or you're all fired." "Young master, just watch our performance." Several young men dressed in flashy, delinquent-style clothing bowed obsequiously as they returned to the door blocked by Liang Bing. Then they began forcefully ramming the door. Boom! 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 Liang Bing felt impacts much more violent than before. At this moment, she felt as if her whole body was on a small boat about to be overturned by waves. Boom! Another extremely violent impact came, nearly knocking Liang Bing's petite figure off her feet. Fortunately, the door she had reinforced previously still held against this assault, but Liang Bing already knew she couldn't hold out much longer. Glancing at the floor, Liang Bing spotted a kitchen knife and quickly bent down to grab it before the next impact came. Little ice cube, I'll definitely hold on until the very end. Pressing her back against the wooden bed and gripping the kitchen knife tightly, Liang Bing thought resolutely. You useless trash, can't you even do this properly? Outside, Liang Junyi cursed impatiently and waved at a burly man behind him. Liang Qi, go break down the door for me. Yes, young master. Upon hearing Liang Junyi's order, a trace of disgust flashed in the burly man's eyes, but he nodded in agreement and strode toward the door. The previously rowdy and weak-looking youths quickly made way for the strong man with knowing discretion. Liang Qi stopped before the door but didn't act immediately. Instead, he called out, Miss Liang Bing, you'd better open the door yourself. Never, came Liang Bing's resolute voice from inside. Then forgive my intrusion, Liang Qi declared. He took a step back, then suddenly lunged forward, throwing a powerful right punch. Boom! The door that had withstood the youth's repeated assaults was completely shattered by Liang Qi's single punch. Liang Bing's shocked cry came from inside. Haha, excellent. Liang Junyi clapped and cheered. Liang Qi withdrew his arm covered in wood splinters and threw another vicious punch. Boom! A large hole appeared again on the bedroom door and wooden plank bed. Boom! Boom! After several punches, the door finally gave way and collapsed with a loud crash. Inside the room, Liang Bing knew she couldn't hold the door anymore after hearing Liang Qi's words. After struggling to buy a few more seconds, Liang Bing had no choice but to abandon the door. She turned around holding a kitchen knife facing Liang Qi, Liang Junyi, and others outside. You little bitch, how dare you grab a knife? Liang Junyi walked to the doorway and sneered viciously when he saw Liang Bing. Liang Bing's face was ice cold as she remained silent. She knew she probably didn't have much time left, but the person she'd been waiting for still hadn't arrived. Liang Qi, stop dawdling. Restrain her quickly. I'm going to have my way with her completely today. Liang Qi nodded, stepping over the broken wooden planks as he walked toward Liang Bing, whose face showed firm determination without a trace of panic. Bastard! Liang Junyi, you'll definitely die a horrible death. Inside the inner room, Liang Xing had fallen onto the concrete floor. Seeing the door smashed open, he too roared curses. Hee little trash, I'll devour your sister right in front of you later. Not only was Liang Junyi unangered, his face instead twisted into a sinister grin as he gazed at Liang Bing, who stood confronting Liang Qi, his eyes burning with perverse desire. But just as Liang Junyi's words faded, when Liang Qi was about to reach for the kitchen knife in Liang Bing's hand, a violent spatial tremor erupted from above them. Then the people in the courtyard sensed the sky darken. Looking up, they saw a silver-white streamlined aircraft with a wingspan of over 10 meters hovering silently above the small courtyard, having appeared without warning. The aircraft hatch opened as two figures in blue robes descended gently from the sky. One of them, a youth-looking figure, frowned while scanning the crowd gathered in the courtyard. His gaze soon pierced through the gaps between people, spotting the young woman inside the house holding a kitchen knife in a confrontational stance. Plain clothing, graceful posture, delicate features, straight black hair. Though her appearance differed slightly from Liang Bingbing in chaos, that same gentle yet capable unique temperament remained unmistakably identical. Sister Bingbing, I'm here. Baiming Xiantian revealed a joyful smile as he called out to the girl inside. Clang! The kitchen knife fell from the young woman's hand as years of pent-up grievances erupted at this moment. Tears she hadn't shed for many years could no longer be restrained. Chapter 46, The Power of an Ability User. Who the hell are you two? Though Liang Junyi was shocked by the pair's dramatic entrance, he had after all seen his share of the world. His family also owned several private aircraft, though they were slightly less impressive than the one hovering above the courtyard. Noticing that the youth in blue robes seemed acquainted with Liang Bing, he felt a surge of displeasure. That slut was indeed fooling around outside. I shouldn't have listened to the old man, I should have devoured her long ago. Baiming Xiantian ignored Liang Junyi. The scene in the courtyard told him exactly what Liang Bingbing had just endured. If he had arrived just a little later. Baiming Xuantian's gaze fell upon the fragile figure inside, her falling tears, and the kitchen knife lying on the ground. Raging fury instantly erupted in his chest. Baiming Xiantian glanced sideways at Baiming Yuxiang. Receiving a slight nod, he strode toward the house. Baiming Yuxiang stood motionless behind him, his expression as composed and frosty as ever. With a wave of his hand, the swift shadow aircraft above the courtyard rapidly ascended until it vanished completely into thin air. Just who the hell are you daring to? Bang! Liang Junyi's subordinates, seeing their boss completely unafraid of the two newcomers, quickly regained their composure and stepped forward to block Baiming Xuantian's advance. But anyone who came within 2 steps of Baiming Xiantian was instantly repelled by a blue halo sent flying to either side of the courtyard. Though none lost their lives, they were all knocked unconscious. An esper. Witnessing this scene, Liang Junyi finally realized that these two unexpected visitors actually included an esper. As the scion of an influential mundane wealthy family, he'd already had opportunities to encounter some of this world's extraordinary powers. Espers represented the most formidable individuals in this world. His own family maintained two powerful espers, though they remained constantly at his father's side as personal security. Liang Junyi knew full well the astronomical sums his family spent annually to retain these two esper experts. Yet he understood this expenditure was absolutely worthwhile. Liang Junyi had previously witnessed two masters in action. Ordinary people stood no chance of fighting back, just like the scene unfolding in this courtyard. I never expected that bitch Liang Bing would actually hook up with an esper. I truly underestimated that slut. As this thought crossed Liang Junyi's mind, a trace of venom flashed in his eyes. He then reached into his pocket and pressed a red button. At the same time, several kilometers away in the Liang family villa, the family head Liang Wenhan, who had been drinking tea with an elderly man, suddenly changed expression. He then pulled out an exquisitely crafted square device that was now flashing red and vibrating incessantly. Who dares? Liang Wenhan abruptly stood up, unable to suppress his furious roar. The elderly man beside him set down his teacup and rose to his feet upon seeing Liang Wenhan's reaction. Wenhan, what's wrong? Is something urgent happening? Liang Wenhan's face was full of anger, but he suppressed his temper and respectfully said to the old man, Master Dongyang, my son has encountered an accident. He just informed me that his life is in danger. So that's the case. The old man looked completely confident as he spoke. Having been your guest for several days, it's time for this old man to make himself useful. I'll accompany you to see who dares to provoke young Master Liang. Many thanks, Master Dongyang. Liang Wenhan's face showed a flattered expression as he hurriedly performed a bow. Kid, I don't care who you are, but in Pinliang City, no one dares lay a finger on my Liang Junyi. Liang Junyi said through gritted teeth. At this moment, only two burly men in black suits remained shielding him. These two exceptionally strong bodyguards were experts specially assigned by Liang Wenhan to protect Liang Junyi, both possessing considerable external martial arts skills. But now, Liang 7 and Liang 8, who stood before Liang Junyi, did not take the initiative to attack. Their vision far surpassed that of those street loafers from before. Their eyes were now fixed on the slowly approaching young man and the middle-aged man behind him. They sensed a familiar aura, the same kind they'd only ever felt from those two high-priced experts the Liang family had hired. Move aside. By now, the expressionless youth had already reached them, his voice icy as he spoke. Are you two dead or what? Liang Junyi roared from behind. Liang Qi and Liang Ba exchanged glances, then simultaneously threw punches at Bei Ming Xiantian, who stood within arm's reach. But just as their fists came within 2 fists distance of Bei Ming Xiantian's body, a blue halo blocked their path. Then both men felt a bone-piercing cold spreading from their fists. When they tried to withdraw their fists, they found them completely immobilized. The freezing sensation was rapidly spreading from their fists throughout their entire bodies. Soon, a layer of frost appeared on both of their bodies. Ah! Liang Qi and Liang Ba let out agonized howls. Bei Ming Xiantian continued striding forward. As he passed by the two men, they were simultaneously sent flying to opposite sides, landing several meters away. By the time they hit the ground, they had already fallen unconscious like those young men from before. Why you don't come any closer? Liang Junyi finally cried out in panic as he watched Bei Ming Xiantian approaching. He knew full well about Liang Qi and Liang Ba's strength. Ordinary people couldn't even get near them, let alone 7 or 8 at once. Yet unexpectedly, they were defeated so easily by this youth before him. Suddenly, Liang Junyi felt an unnatural chill in the air and couldn't suppress a shiver running through his body. Abruptly, as he stared at the youth's cold expression, Liang Junyi seemed to remember something. This bone-chilling sensation he had just experienced it not long ago in chaos. You're that person. The diamond staff. Liang Junyi's face twisted in shock, his facial muscles contorting grotesquely as he shouted in disbelief. Bei Ming Xiantian had unconsciously activated the polar ice domain, radiating intense cold towards Liang Junyi, blocking the doorway. Yet he didn't take decisive action, instead walking silently into the room. Ah! Don't kill me! As Liang Junyi felt the increasingly frigid aura emanating from the youth, he finally let out a miserable cry and collapsed to the ground. Bei Ming Xiantian didn't even glance at the fallen Liang Junyi, stepping past him into the house. His eyes finally took in the shattered wooden boards on the floor, the simple furnishings within the room. When his gaze fell upon the slightly frail-looking girl, his eyes overflowed with tenderness. Bing Bing Jie. Bei Ming Xiantian finally reached Liang Bing and spoke softly. The girl was staring straight at him, as if trying to determine whether this Bei Ming Xiantian was real or fake. Hearing this call, he finally snapped out of his intense emotional turmoil and couldn't help but reach out to touch Bei Ming Xiantian's body. Bei Ming Xiantian's face was full of tenderness and affection as he let Liang Bing touch his chest and cheeks. Finally, after confirming the youth before her wasn't a dream, this girl who always armored herself with toughness and reality burst into loud sobs. Bei Ming Xiantian felt his eyes grow hot as he reached out to hold the girl in his arms. He allowed this girl he'd met in the game yet who stirred his heart so deeply to vent years of pent-up grievances in his embrace. Liang Xing, who had finally crawled from the inner room to the outer room, saw his sister crying in a strange youth's arms. He too couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Baiming Yuxiang, standing in the courtyard, watched everything happening inside the house with deep emotion on his face. A look of reminiscence appeared on his face as he murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Nwaner, look, our son seems much braver than we were back then." After what seemed like an endless while, the roar of a car engine suddenly came from outside the small courtyard. The sounds of a braking car, opening and closing doors, and someone getting out. Baiming Yuxiang's face regained its cold, stern expression as he turned and walked toward the courtyard gate. Chapter 47, Dong Yang Lin's Panic. Liang Yi was currently feeling somewhat panicked. Not long ago, he had been ordered to lead a team to handle potential disgraceful matters for the Liang family's young master. But unexpectedly, just after leaving the Liang family villa, he received a call from the Liang family patriarch, Liang Wenhan. The patriarch actually ordered him to take along Lu Jian, one of the Liang family's two strongest enshrined experts, to handle matters concerning the Liang family's eldest young master, Liang Junyi. For just one weak woman and one crippled younger brother, is it necessary to mobilize one of the Liang family's enshrined experts? As the security team leader of the Liang family in Pinliang City, he knew very well that this seemingly ordinary young man beside him was actually a powerful superhuman. Can control a green steel flying sword that can take lives from dozens of meters away. But Liang Yi couldn't understand why Liang Wenhan, who usually strategizes carefully, would dispatch the retainer LVGN to act together with him in such haste today. Could there be some powerful enemy? The meticulous Liang Yi didn't feel reassured by the arrival of the superhuman LVGN. Instead, he grew somewhat anxious in his heart. After arriving at the destination Liang Bing's dilapidated small courtyard with over a dozen thugs and the black-clad LVGN by car, Liang Yi didn't encounter the scene of many burly men he had anticipated, only seeing a middle-aged man in a blue robe standing calmly at the courtyard entrance. Master LV. Liang Yi wasn't foolish enough to immediately provoke that middle-aged man who clearly wasn't ordinary. With one glance, he had already seen the sprawled-out group of people lying inside the courtyard, so he decided to simply focus on properly assisting the actual leader of this operation. Lu Jian was only around 30 years old. After sweeping a glance at the bowing Liang Yi, he strode toward the entrance of the small courtyard. Then, with great ceremony, he cupped his hands in greeting to Baiming Yuxiang standing at the courtyard gate. However, Baiming Yuxiang's gaze remained indifferent. He ignored Lu Jian completely, his eyes coolly fixed on the people before him, showing not the slightest intention of stepping aside. Lu Jian frowned slightly but still spoke up, "Friend, if there is any misunderstanding, please voice it. Our esteemed Liang family will surely ensure your satisfaction." Baiming Yuxiang observed the group before him. Upon hearing Lu Jian's words, who carried the faint aura of a martial artist, his expression remained unmoved as he slowly uttered, "Scram! How dare you? Who do you think you're speaking to?" The subordinates behind Liang Yi roared angrily upon hearing Baiming Yuxiang's words. They were well aware of Lu Jian's formidable strength. Within the Liang family's hierarchy, Lu Jian's status far surpassed even that of their direct superior, Liang Yi. "Shut up!" Liang Yi didn't expect the person at the courtyard gate to show such blatant disrespect to Lu Jian. He originally didn't want to step forward easily, but hearing his subordinate speak up, as the security team leader of the Liang family, he had no choice but to approach the gloomy-faced Lu Jian and address the blue-robed man. "Friend, our Liang family's young master is in the courtyard. Could you release him first?" In Liang Yi's view, fighting was between Lu Jian and that man. His priority now was rescuing the Liang family's young master. Scram! Baiming Yuxiang spoke indifferently again, as if the people before him were mere ants. Now even Liang Yi was getting angry, suppressing his temper as he turned to politely address the dark-faced Lu Jian. "Master Lu, we're counting on you." Lu Jian stared fixedly at the blue-robed man, slowly drawing his 3-foot steel sword. As one of the Liang family's two major enshrined experts, he normally only served as an important guardian of the Liang family's villa area, intervening occasionally when the Liang family's bodyguards encountered troublesome opponents. In the secular world, Lu Jian rarely met any real opponents. As an awakened object control psychic who cultivated to Earth grade tier 6 before turning 40, Lu Jian indeed possessed sufficient capital for pride. In ordinary days, who in the martial arts circle wouldn't respectfully address him as Master Lu? Yet today, Lu Jian had truly encountered someone who didn't know his place. He had extended goodwill first, but the other party seemed completely unwilling to show him any respect. Clang! A 3-foot blue steel sword was unsheathed as Lu Jian pointed his blade at the middle-aged man standing at the courtyard gate. But what Lu Jian didn't expect was that the blue-robed middle-aged man remained utterly unmoved, not even furrowing his brow. This enraged Lu Jian beyond measure. With a tremble of his long sword, he charged straight toward his opponent. Seeing Lu Jian charging forward, Baiming Yuxiang casually waved his hand, conjuring a foot-long ice spike out of thin air that shot straight toward Lu Jian. Elemental type. Upon seeing the incoming ice spike, Lu Jian finally confirmed his opponent's identity as an esper, causing his mind to tremble with realization. Among espers, elemental abilities are the rarest of all. Any elemental esper, unless possessing utterly worthless elemental powers, would be significantly stronger than other espers of the same tier. No wonder this guy is so arrogant, Lu Jian thought to himself. However, encountering an ice-type esper in real life still filled Lu Jian with excitement. In that case, I won't hold back anymore. Sword! Lu Jian shouted loudly as the long sword in his hand flew out, colliding directly with the incoming ice spike. Ice-type abilities are formidable, but my flying sword isn't weak either. Boom! What? Just as Lu Jian released his flying sword, eager to test it against this ice-type ability, he watched in shock as his blue steel sword shattered into pieces upon impact with that unremarkable-looking ice spike. This was my precious 100-tempered blue steel sword, forged with enormous expenditure. To think it could be shattered so easily by the opponent's ice ability. Are ice-type powers truly this formidable? No, I absolutely refuse to admit defeat. Lu Jian's mind raced. He intended to seize this opportunity to close the distance and confront this ice wielder in close combat. You've destroyed my blue steel sword, now I'll take your life. He knew full well that elemental power users' greatest weakness lay in their physical bodies. But before Lu Jian could take 2 steps forward, the ice spike that had shattered his sword, now spent in falling toward the ground, suddenly reversed course and shot toward him with lethal speed. Thud! Upon reaching Lu Jian's chest, the spike didn't pierce his flesh, but rather exploded with a muffled crash against his sternum. The next instant, Liang Yi and his companions watched as Lu Jian's body flew backward like a ragdoll, finally crashing onto the roof of their parked vehicle. The normally revered Lu Jian now lay unconscious, completely knocked out. Absolutely terrifying. Liang Yi shuddered with delayed fear. How fortunate he hadn't made any taunting remarks earlier. Even someone as strong as Lu Jian couldn't withstand a single move from the person at the gate. For us to go up would be simply delivering ourselves to slaughter. Just as Liang Yi was feeling lingering fear, he heard the sound of a car horn coming from not far away. Following the direction of the horn, he discovered it was actually the special vehicle of the Liang family head, Liang Wenhan. Master! Liang Yi's spirits lifted, and he hurried forward to greet him. The car slowly came to a stop. Liang Wenhan alighted with a frown, scanned the area, then asked Liang Yi curiously, "Where is Master Lu?" Wearing a bitter expression, Liang Yi pointed to a nearby car roof and said, "Master Lu was defeated." What? Liang Wenhan looked at Lu Jian lying on top of a car roof, his face full of astonishment. He couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Bei Ming Yuxiang, who stood calmly at the small courtyard entrance, his expression growing wary. But suddenly remembering there was still a powerful figure from the Dongyang family in the car, he quickly ran to the other car door and personally opened it. He called out to the elder inside, "Mr. Dongyang, it seems Liang needs your assistance today. You shall be handsomely rewarded after this matter is settled." He, easy enough. The elder in the carriage was quite pleased upon hearing Liang Wenhan's words. As the overseer of one of Dongyang family's worldly enterprises, Dongyang Lin had been living quite comfortably. With the prestige of the Dongyang family behind him, he had always been an honored guest among many secular families of Xianyuan country. Even when encountering troublesome opponents, he never had any real concerns. Merely revealing his Dongyang family identity would suffice. No matter how influential you were in the secular world, you'd immediately grovel and curry favor. Even if they were powerful supernatural ability users, so what? Could they possibly compare to the Dongyang family, one of Xianyuan country's 4 great guardian families protecting Dongxiamu continent? Let me see exactly who dares to oppose a family allied with our Dongyang family. Full of confidence, Dongyang Lin stepped out of the carriage and gazed at the figure standing by the courtyard gate. Dongyang Lin felt as if his chest had been violently struck, nearly losing his breath. As if disbelieving his own eyes, Dongyang Lin couldn't help rubbing them. After finally confirming his judgment, Dongyang Lin disregarded Liang Wenhan's astonishment beside him and quickly ran toward the figure at the small courtyard's entrance. "Mr. Dongyang, how could you?" Before Liang Wenhan could finish speaking, he witnessed Dongyang Lin, whom he had spent countless connections and resources to befriend, sprint rapidly to the very opponent he had wanted Dongyang to deal with, then deeply bow in respect. Who is this man? At this moment, Liang Wenhan experienced an unprecedented sense of crisis. Even Dongyang Lin, who handled mundane affairs for the Dongyang family, could effortlessly annihilate the Liang family. Yet the same Dongyang Lin whom Liang Wenhan could barely curry favor with displayed such reverence toward that blue-robed middle-aged man. Just what kind of person had his worthless son provoked? Liang Wenhan staggered, nearly falling to the ground, but was fortunately supported by Liang Yi beside him. Chapter 48, The Youth Who Awakened Psychic Powers. At this moment, inside the small courtyard bungalow, Liang Bing finally stopped crying and looked up at Baiming Xiantian, asking between sobs, "Little Ice Cube, is it really you?" Baiming Xiantian looked at Liang Bing's tear-streaked face, his heart full of tenderness. Softly, he replied, "Yes, Sister Bingbing, it's really me. In-game ID Ice Cube till death, real name Baiming Xiantian." Put. Baiming Xiantian's clumsy answer made Liang Bing, who had just been sobbing, burst into laughter. Remembering she had just been crying, her face immediately flushed crimson. "Sister Bingbing, come home with me today. I promise to take good care of you. Bai Ming Xiantian scratched his head and continued. Hearing his words, Liang Bing's blush deepened, but she still nodded in agreement. Little sister. At this moment, Liang Xing in the inner room finally couldn't hold back from speaking. Little Xing. Upon hearing the voice, Liang Bing quickly broke free from Bai Ming Xuantian's embrace and rushed into the inner room to help Liang Xing, who was still on the ground. Bai Ming Xiantian chuckled lightly, then glanced at his father Bai Ming Yuxiang standing at the courtyard gate, feeling an immense sense of security. Entering the inner room, Bai Ming Xiantian and Liang Bing together carried the wheelchair-bound Liang Xing out to a chair in the outer room. Throughout this, Liang Xing kept staring intently at Bai Ming Xiantian, whose discomfort grew under the persistent gaze. Little Xing, don't stare at him like that. Liang Bing beside them lightly patted the young man, softly chiding. But Liang Xing ignored his sister's reproach, instead asking Bai Ming Xiantian with utmost seriousness, can you promise to treat my sister well? Little Xing. Liang Bing became somewhat anxious. But Bai Ming Xiantian seemed to sense the seriousness in the disabled boy's tone, giving Liang Bing a reassuring look. Then he said solemnly to Liang Xing, I, Bai Ming Xiantian, promise to treat sister Bing Bing well. This is my vow, and I will never go back on my word. Liang Xing kept staring into Bai Ming Xuantian's eyes, as if verifying whether his words were sincere. After more than 10 seconds, Liang Xing spoke, revealing a pure smile on his face. I can feel your sincerity. I approve of you two being together. Hearing this, Liang Bing blushed fiercely and made as if to hit him, while Liang Xing laughed and begged for mercy. Then Bai Ming Xiantian proposed taking both siblings back to the Bai Ming family together. Liang Bing's face remained flushed, but she didn't nod in agreement, instead constantly observing Liang Xing's inexplicable expression. Bai Ming Xiantian understood that Liang Bing was worried about Liang Xing's feelings, so he didn't press the matter further. He even considered that if Liang Xing rejected his suggestion, he would find a safe place for the siblings to live peacefully. I agree. But Bai Ming Xiantian didn't expect Liang Xing to accept directly without hesitation. Before Bai Ming Xiantian could speak, Liang Xing continued solemnly, I know you must come from a prominent family and certainly have the ability to protect my sister, but I still want to add an extra layer of security for her. Xiao Xing Liang Bing looked puzzled. Liang Xing continued, actually, I've already awakened psychic abilities. Perhaps this might be a useful talent for your great family. What? Bai Ming Xuantian's face was filled with shock. When he had promised Liang Bing earlier, he did feel a strange sensation of being seen through. He originally thought it was just his imagination, merely Liang Xing's concern for his sister Liang Bing. But he never expected this wheelchair-bound youth actually possessed psychic abilities. Psychic abilities were considered legendary in the superpower community. It is said they can peer into people's inner thoughts, making every psychic esper a highly sought-after asset by various factions. There's no other reason simply because psychic espers' abilities are extraordinarily useful. In areas like rooting out moles, business negotiations, and danger precognition, psychic espers can perform exceptionally well. Bai Ming Xiantian realized that if a psychic esper had been present during Bai Ming Yunhui and Bai Ming Lin's betrayal, he might have avoided getting injured. No wonder. Bai Ming Xiantian finally understood why he, a complete stranger, had suddenly appeared in the siblings' lives. This youth who had suffered life's hardships would so readily accept his relationship with Liang Bing. However, Bai Ming Xiantian still keenly noticed the flicker of wariness on Liang Xing's still youthful face after seeing Bai Ming Xuantian's surprised expression. Don't worry, little Xing. Bai Ming Xiantian said warmly, I won't covet your abilities, and I would never use Sister Bing Bing as bargaining chips. As soon as the words fell, Bai Ming Xiantian once again felt that sensation of being watched. But his gaze remained clear as he looked at this seemingly fragile youth who actually had a thick protective shell. Alright, I believe you. Finally, Liang Xing spoke, nodding heavily toward Bai Ming Xiantian. Outside the courtyard gate, Dongyang Lin was currently drenched in sweat. He had only intended to back up Liang Wenhan today and casually reap some benefits. But he never expected to encounter someone who made him feel bone-chilling fear. Bai Ming clan's patriarch, Bai Ming Yuxiang. The peerless expert who had once effortlessly defeated Dongyang clan's patriarch Dongyang Yingyao. Several years ago, Dongyang Lin had been fortunate enough to witness that battle. His clan's patriarch Dongyang Yingyao had challenged Bai Ming Yuxiang during his visit to Dongyang clan. With a single frost halberd, Bai Ming Yuxiang shattered Dongyang Yingyao's sky-filled vines. The final kick sent Dongyang Yingyao tumbling off the arena, simultaneously shattering his pride as the leader of one of the four great guardian clans. Patriarch Bai Ming, I am Dongyang Lin of the Dongyang family. What an honor to meet you today. At this moment, Dongyang Lin wished he had never appeared here. It was all because he had grown too accustomed to showing off in the mortal world, only to accidentally encounter Bai Ming Yuxiang, this ultimate killing god. Bai Ming Yuxiang at the courtyard entrance cast a glance at Dongyang Lin, uttering just one cold word as before. Scram! Upon hearing this, Dongyang Lin showed no anger. Instead, relief washed over his face. He then respectfully bowed once more before turning to leave without hesitation. When passing by Liang Wenhan and the others, Dong Yang Lin only left behind the words, "Don't look for me anymore," before hurrying away, not even bothering with his car. Who exactly is this person? Why would Dong Yang Lin be this terrified? Liang Wenhan's face was filled with gravity as he couldn't help but gaze at the blue-robed middle-aged man standing at the courtyard entrance. Could there be a mightier force than a behemoth like the Dong Yang family? Could it be the royal house of Xianyuan Kingdom? As he was pondering, Liang Yi standing beside Liang Wenhan asked, "Master, the young master is still in the courtyard, shall we leave?" "No one is permitted to go. We're leaving immediately." Liang Wenhan waved his hand to cut off Liang Yi's words and made a swift decision. In the departing vehicle, Liang Wenhan felt utterly conflicted. Dong Yang Lin's cold departure, the blue-robed man's composed demeanor all made him feel his own insignificance. What good was boundless wealth after all? He still wasn't qualified to stand alongside these great families. They wouldn't even spare him a proper glance. It wasn't until the car arrived before the Liang family villa that Liang Wenhan finally snapped out of his thoughts. Then, he gave a meaningful look to both the driver and Liang Yi in the passenger seat, and the two quickly exited the vehicle. Liang Wenhan took out his phone and dialed a number he'd saved long ago. "Hello, Tsunashima-kun, this is Liang Wenhan about the cooperation you mentioned earlier. I agree, good. I'll be waiting for you at my home." The journey back to the Northern Darkness clan was completely unimpeded. Baiming Xiantian arranged for Liang Bing and Liang Xing to stay in rooms adjacent to his own. Moreover, with Baiming Yuxian's permission, he specially assigned someone to light stoves in their rooms. After making all these arrangements, Baiming Xiantian found himself with nothing left to do. What's more, Liang Bing, who had come to the Northern Darkness clan, seemed to be deliberately avoiding Baiming Xiantian. Thus, Baiming Xiantian returned to his room and re-entered the Chaos Game Pod. Chapter 49 for Major Rankings and 10 NPC Factions. When Baiming Xiantian logged back into Chaos, he immediately received system notifications upon connecting. Ding, the number of players entering the main world of Chaos has reached 100. Ding, since the main world player count has reached 100, the 4 major rankings have been unlocked. Ding, since the main world player count has reached 100, the faction system has been activated. Players may now freely establish or join factions. When Baiming Xiantian saw the notification, he couldn't help feeling anxious. During the initial system update, Nanrong Fantian was still the only one who had entered the major world. But unexpectedly, in less than a day, 100 players in Chaos had successfully left the minor world. Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but sigh. The Chaos player base truly had hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I must hurry to the major world. On the aircraft returning from Pinliang City to Beihan Shuiting, Baiming Xiantian had already discussed with Liang Bingbing. For these few days, she would first accompany Liang Xing in the real world for his leg treatment. Previously in Pinliang, although the Liang family provided some medical expenses to the siblings each month, it was never enough for Liang Xing to receive proper treatment. After arriving at the Baiming family, Baiming Yuxiang had already arranged the best medical resources for Liang Xing's examination and treatment. After preliminary examination of Liang Xing's legs, Baiming Yuxiang informed them that there was still hope for recovery. Liang Bing no longer had the mood to enter the game immediately. Therefore, Baiming Xiantian didn't need to wait for Liang Bing before leaving the small world together. On the way back to the beginner village, Baiming Xiantian opened the newly unlocked leaderboards. There were already 4 leaderboards available: level ranking, reputation ranking, wealth ranking, and faction ranking. In the level ranking, Baiming Xiantian saw that Nanrong Fantian still held the top position. He had already class changed into a fire mage and reached level 16. Among the top 10, there were 4 players from Shenyuan country, 2 each from Dongying country and Beixiong country, and 1 each from Shilong country and Nanliao country. Ranked 10th on the level ranking was a player from Nanliao. Anan Khan, level 13, class Messenger of the Wet God. When Baiming Xiantian saw this name, he felt like he had seen it somewhere before. But what surprised him most was discovering that this Anan Khan had actually class changed into a hidden class. Moreover, he was the only player among the top 10 in the level ranking who had class changed into a hidden class. The value of hidden classes is self-evident, but Baiming Xiantian never expected that the first publicly known hidden class would be obtained by a southern barbarian player. Baiming Xiantian shook his head slightly, knowing he actually qualified for the top 10 leaderboard. He was just a sliver of experience away from level 16, which would easily place him among the top 3 in the level rankings. But because he hadn't yet entered the Great Thousand World, he wasn't eligible for the level leaderboard. The same applied to the reputation and wealth rankings. Baiming Xiantian wasn't included in those either. The number 1 spot on the reputation rankings made Baiming Xiantian frown when he saw the name. Junlin Tianxia, reputation 1564. Baiming Xiantian had seen this name mentioned countless times in world chat. It was the leader of the Junlin Alliance, famous across many online games. But what puzzled Baiming Xiantian was that the Junlin Alliance leader, who had always used Junlin as his ID in every previous game, why had he chosen Junlin Tianxia Monarch overlooking the world for Chaos this time? Does this guy really think he can conquer the world? What arrogance! Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but mock internally. However, when seeing Monarch overlooking the world's prestige value at only 1,564, Baiming Xiantian felt quite satisfied. Previously, through killing numerous southern barbarian players, as well as the divine beasts Shiva's bull and mountain god Taihung, his prestige value had reached a terrifying 7,930 points. Compared to Monarch overlooking the world who deliberately raised his prestige for guild management, this was already an unimaginably high prestige value. Baiming Xiantian had a somewhat mischievous thought when he enters the greater world and reveals his prestige value. What kind of expression would Monarch overlooking the world, leader of the Monarch Alliance, make then? Looking at the wealth ranking again, Baiming Xiantian realized this list was no longer something one could enter through game achievements alone. With the real-world currency exchange system implemented, the top 10 in the wealth ranking might as well be called a real-world rich list. Baiming Xiantian hadn't accumulated 100 ingots yet, though in the early stages when they couldn't be exchanged for real currency, this was still a considerable fortune. But after real-world wealth flooded into chaos, this amount couldn't compare at all to those on the leaderboards. What Baiming Xiantian was most interested in was actually the faction power rankings. In Chaos, player-established factions are called sects. Within Chaos NPC system, there are also some original factions established by system NPCs. These NPC factions initially handle functions like player class changes, skill learning, life skills, quest distribution, and more. Players can choose to join these NPC factions and gradually increase their positions through quests, contribution points, etc. Players can also establish their own sects or choose to join sects created by other players. NPC factions and player sects share the same faction power rankings. The rankings are determined by multiple factors including number of members, activity level, and faction territory. Currently, Chaos has just opened the faction function and no players have established sects yet. Therefore, in the current power rankings, there are only 10 system NPC factions. First place, Limitless Immortal Sect, power points 5,000. Second place, Falling Star Zen Monastery, power points 5,000. Third place, War God Sacred Hall, power points 4,500. Fourth place, Heavenly Flame Immortal Alliance, power points 3,000. Fifth place, West Wind Inn, power points 3,000. Sixth place, Sky Piercing Sword Sect, power points 3,000. Seventh place, Thunderbolt Villa, power points 3,000. Eighth place, Carefree Gate, power points 2,800. Ninth place, Heavenly Academy, power points 2,500. 10th place, 10,000 Demons Cave, power points 2,400. Baiming Xiantian had previously learned about the division of labor among these NPC factions. The top 3 Limitless Immortal Sect, Falling Star Zen Monastery, and War God Sacred Hall are comprehensive factions. Players can access nearly all gameplay features of Chaos through these 3 factions, including class changes, skill learning, and quest acceptance. Because of this, these 3 factions are currently the most powerful in the early stages of the game. As for the remaining 7 factions in the top 10, their strengths vary due to their different specializations and divisions of labor. The Tianyan Immortal Alliance specializes in teaching fire attribute techniques and forging related life skills. The Chentian Sword Sect primarily teaches sword techniques and related skills, making it the top choice for players who prefer swords as their weapons. Other factions like the Thunderbolt Villa and Carefree Gate also attract different players due to their unique specialties and techniques. Of course, besides these system NPC factions, there are many others that focus on more specialized content. Once player-established sects emerge, they will gradually surpass these NPC-built factions as players grow stronger. Baiming Xiantian closed the rankings page and arrived at the Novice Village entrance. This time, he didn't encounter the scene of Junlin Alliance players guarding the entrance and smoothly reached the old locust tree, where he found the village chief. Chapter 50, Defending a Village Full of Spirit-Level Experts. Just as Baiming Xiantian was about to tell the white-bearded village chief his intention to travel to the greater world, the village chief's eyes immediately lit up as he said to Baiming Xiantian, "Warrior, have you decided to venture into the vast world?" Seeing the village chief's overly enthusiastic expression, Baiming Xiantian was puzzled but still nodded. "Chief, send me to the greater world." Upon hearing Baiming Xiantian's confirmation, the village chief actually looked around first as if guarding against thieves. Then he moved closer to Baiming Xiantian and whispered mysteriously, "Warrior, would you like to become the guardian of our Huaiwa village?" What? Baiming Xiantian felt bewildered. Although this was also the first time he learned the name of his beginner village, Huaiwa village. But he had never heard of a beginner village chief asking players to become village guardians. Baiming Xiantian cautiously took a step back, sizing up the old village chief from head to toe. He suspected this village chief, who previously wouldn't even give him a copper coin quest and psychologically wanted Taiju to teach him a lesson, might be fake. "Warrior, don't be afraid, I'm the real one." The village chief awkwardly stroked his white short beard and continued, "Warrior, you don't know this yet, but someone has already sent our Huaiwa village a declaration of war, wanting to occupy our village as some kind of sect base. Upon hearing this, Bai Ming Xiantian understood the old chief's meaning. In the Chaos Domination mode, players only need to obtain a territory token. They can then occupy novice villages and towns in the minor world, making them territories of their own faction. After occupying novice villages and towns, players can choose from several different occupation modes. One is the peaceful mode, which preserves the original NPCs within the territory. But in this mode, players cannot arbitrarily change any content within the territory. This includes NPCs' work assignments, demolition of buildings within the territory, etc. Players cannot make these decisions themselves. The other option is to directly choose the conquest mode. In conquest mode, players who kill all NPCs within the territory gain complete control over it. They can independently recruit NPCs, construct different buildings themselves, and obtain all income within the territory, etc. Therefore, any faction with sufficient scale would choose the conquest mode to occupy territories. However, thinking of this, Bai Ming Xuantian's gaze toward the village elder changed. In conquest mode, the old village chief before him, the hunter Taizhu from the village, the blacksmith Wu Feng who forged spiritual artifacts for him, would all be killed by players attacking the beginner village. The consequence of NPCs being killed is data clearance, complete disappearance. No wonder. Bai Ming Xiantian originally had no intention of engaging too deeply in conquest mode, preferring to be a carefree player who focused on leveling up monsters and quietly practicing ice magic. But the thought that these NPCs he interacted with in the beginner village would soon be killed by players. How about it? The village chief continued, as long as you, warrior, are willing to become the guardian of our Huaihua village and protect it, you can receive a share of our village's profits. Bai Ming Xiantian raised an eyebrow at the slightly crafty expression on the village chief's face and made up his mind. Grandpa village chief, I don't want to become a guardian. My dream is to be a wandering knight-errant traveling across the land. Hearing Bai Ming Xuantian's somewhat arrogant words, the village chief's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment, but he continued with his tempting offer. Think carefully. Though our Huaihua village may be small, we've always had good harvests. As long as you help protect our village, you'll receive a monthly income. Bai Ming Xiantian remained unmoved, his expression even showing a trace of impatience. Seeing this, the village chief continued, fine. I'll make the decision if you agree to become Huaihua village's guardian, I'll give you 1/10 of our harvest. No. 1/8. No. 1/3. Deal. You little. Bai Ming Xiantian happily agreed, nearly making the village chief faint from frustration. Ding. You have accepted village chief Feng Wuxiu's commission and obtained the title guardian of Huaihua village. Ding. You have accepted the guard Huaihua village mission. Upon completion, you will receive the village chief's gratitude. Ding. You have successfully bound Huaihua village as your return point. You can freely teleport back to Huaihua village from any non-special location. Guard Huaihua village, rare mission. Mission description: Huaihua village has received a declaration of war from player Monarch's Dagger. The village may be attacked at any time within the next 3 days. As the guardian of Huaihua village, your duty is to defend it. Mission rewards: rewards will be given based on mission completion percentage, related to the degree of village structure damage and number of NPC deaths. Completion below 50% will result in no rewards. Northern Darkness Profound Heaven finished reading this series of notifications and the Guard Huaihua village mission introduction. It indeed matched his expectations with no major discrepancies. Upon seeing that the person who delivered the declaration of war to Huaihua village was actually his acquaintance Monarch's Dagger, Northern Darkness Profound Heaven suddenly realized something. Village chief. Bai Ming Xiantian asked the village chief who was smiling at him, how many defenders have you found so far? Defenders, they're easy to find actually. The village chief's tone became somewhat awkward and he didn't dare meet Bai Ming Xuantian's eyes. I'm the only one, aren't I? Bai Ming Xiantian said irritably. Ahem, well, you're the only one. The village chief deflated like a balloon as he spoke weakly. Bai Ming Xiantian shook his head helplessly. When he saw the challenge letter from Junlin Xiaodao, he already knew this mission to defend Huaihua village must be something no players were willing to accept. When Junlin Xiaodao and his group blocked the village entrance before, demanding entry fees from players, those players were too frightened to speak at the mere mention of Junlin Alliance's name. Now that Junlin Alliance plans to occupy a beginner village, how would ordinary players dare become village defenders and directly oppose them? However, Bai Ming Xiantian wasn't particularly concerned. Since he had already accepted this mission, there was no need to worry too much about it. The Overlord Alliance may be powerful, but Bai Ming Xiantian truly didn't take it too seriously. Enough! Bai Ming Xiantian said with a smile, Village chief, teleport me to the greater world now. The village chief looked at Bai Ming Xuantian's smiling face and beamed with joy. So you're saying, warrior, you've agreed? Bai Ming Xiantian nodded lightly. The village chief was extremely satisfied. He had previously asked many other players, and after some coaxing and tempting, a few had indeed accepted the guard mission. But for some unknown reason, after seeing the mission details, they all immediately abandoned the task. Thus, receiving Bei Ming Xuantian's confirmation made him exceptionally happy. He had heard from that blacksmith Wu Feng about this young man's extraordinary strength. Ding! Congratulations on meeting the requirements to leave the microcosm world. Please now select the main city you wish to travel to. The emotionally moved old village chief waved his hand, and Bei Ming Xiantian received the system notification. Black Tortoise City. Bei Ming Xiantian had long decided on his destination. It would be Black Tortoise City. The Chaos Shenyuan server has 4 main cities: Vermilion Bird City, White Tiger City, Azure Dragon City, and the Black Tortoise City, which Bei Ming Xiantian chose to travel to. It wasn't that he had any particular plans for Black Tortoise City. Mainly Bei Ming Xiantian recalled the first step of the quest he'd previously received, inheriting the legacy of the Frost Saint ancestor, which was to find Elder Zuxian in Black Tortoise City. Bei Ming Xiantian absolutely didn't want to give up this precious opportunity to obtain the strongest ice-based profession. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the 31st player to enter Black Tortoise City. Whoosh! Bei Ming Xuantian's figure vanished. At the final moment before departure, Bei Ming Xiantian suddenly had a thought. He activated his eyes like torches detection skill, directing it at the white-stubbled village chief. Huaihua Village Chief Feng Wuxiu, Spirit Rank, Level 25. Profession, Spirit Rank Swordmaster. Skills, Heaven Sent Soldiers, Surging Sword Rain, Piercing the Firmament, Swallow's Reflection. Another Spirit Rank. Bei Ming Xiantian was speechless. This Huaihua village was simply outrageous. The village hunter Tai Zhu was a level 15 Spirit Rank hunter. The village blacksmith Wu Feng is an 18th level Spirit Grade blacksmith. Even this extremely sleazy-looking village chief Feng Wuxiu is actually Spirit Grade 2. And he's even a 25th level Spirit Grade at that. Bei Ming Xiantian recalled that the mountain god Tai Hung he killed earlier was only a 29th level Spirit Grade. To kill the mountain god, he had to use the extremely costly temporary ultimate skill Frozen Oblivion Godslayer to finish off mountain god Tai Hung at the last moment. Bei Ming Xuantian's figure appeared within a massive earthen yellow city. He continued pondering internally, with so many Spirit Grade experts in Huaihua Village, how exactly does your Junlin Alliance plan to capture it? Chapter 51, The Wrath of Lihua Child. Warrior, warrior. As Bei Ming Xiantian was deep in thought, he suddenly heard enthusiastic calls by his ear. Looking up, he saw a dark-skinned burly man dressed in efficient black clothes, carrying a demon-head greatsword. The man was gazing at him with extremely eager eyes. Who are you? What business do you have with me? Bei Ming Xiantian said loudly, then slowly began backing away. The dark-faced man immediately put on an ingratiating smile and whispered urgently, lower your voice, brave warrior. Let's talk over here. Only after being gently pulled by the burly man to the marble-paved street side did the man somewhat awkwardly release his grip. He then enthusiastically said to Bei Ming Xiantian, apologies, brave warrior. I merely wish to invite you to join our Ghost Blade Battalion. Our battalion ranks among the top 50 strongest factions in the Chaos Continent. Stop boasting already. The dark-faced man was excitedly explaining when a voice suddenly interrupted him. They then saw a fair-complexioned young man in blue robes approaching them. Pretty boy. What nonsense are you spouting? When was I boasting? Upon seeing the youth's arrival, the dark-faced man roared furiously, slamming his ghost-headed blade against the ground with metallic clangs that sparked flames, a sight that made Bei Ming Xiantian shudder involuntarily. However, when the youth approached the dark-faced man, his figure moved swiftly and bypassed the man, arriving directly in front of Bei Ming Xiantian. Before the man could even turn around, the youth spoke to Bei Ming Xiantian, young man, I see your posture is exceptionally graceful. You seem perfectly suited for our divine movement sect. Would you like to join us and learn the world's #1 movement technique? Bah! The dark-faced man turned around and spat viciously. Knew you pretty-faced fellows couldn't produce anything worthwhile. Aren't you just the same as me, recruiting people here? The youth flushed red before turning around and putting both hands on his hips. You old dark ghost, you're no good either. You broke the rules first. All our immortal sects agreed together that adventurers should freely choose their sects at the Xuanwu Plaza. Why did you have to come here and intercept people? You. The dark-faced man was tongue-tied by the youth's barrage of accusations, unable to come up with a proper retort. Finally pointing at the youth, he said, fine. We'll take this warrior to Xuanwu Plaza. My Ghost Blade Battalion won't lose to your divine movement sect anyway. He. The young man looked triumphantly at Bei Ming Xiantian behind him. Bei Ming Xiantian now understood the dark-faced man and fair-skinned youth actually wanted him to join their faction. This realization gave Bei Ming Xiantian a sense of novelty. He never expected NPC factions in Chaos to recruit members just like player guilds. After following the arguing pair along the wide marble-paved street, they finally arrived at an expansive plaza, where Bei Ming Xiantian finally understood why the two had actively tried to recruit him. The Black Tortoise Plaza, easily the size of 2 football fields, had stalls from various NPC factions lined along its perimeter. At that moment, several players stood in the plaza, surrounded by dozens of people wearing different faction uniforms. These recruiters were enthusiastically promoting their faction strengths, trying to persuade the players to join. Binding Xiantian scanned the area, wondering if there was a suitable ice-aligned faction among them. Then he heard someone shout, "A newcomer has arrived." Immediately, he saw NPCs from various faction stalls around the square rushing toward him like they were competing for treasure. Beiming Xiantian wanted to turn and leave as soon as he saw this situation. But before he could, the dark-faced giant and the young man beside him each grabbed one of his arms to stop him. The dark-faced giant, seeing his competitors approaching in a hurry, even dropped his ghost-headed greatsword in panic. He then quickly pulled out a miniature, exquisitely crafted ghost-headed knife from his robe and tried to shove it into Beiming Xiantian's hands. Urgently, he shouted, "Warrior, quick! Take our Ghost Blade Sect's token, and they won't dare snatch you away." The young man on the other side also grew anxious. With a strong tug on Beiming Xiantian, he produced a jade plaque shaped like a boot, roughly the size of a palm. He said hurriedly, "Don't listen to him. Our Divine Movement sect is the most promising immortal sect." Beiming Xiantian was utterly speechless, but he kept his composure. Clenching his fists tightly, he refused to accept either of their tokens. Soon, a crowd of men and women, young and old, rushed around Beiming Xiantian, each eagerly introducing their respective factions. "Brave warrior, join our Divine Talisman Mountain. The path of talismans leads straight to the ninth heaven. Come to our immortal herb valley instead. Healing the world earns the highest reverence. Young hero, choose our Pear Blossom Pavilion. Our sisters warmly welcome you to join." "Ah, Sister Pear Blossom is truly beautiful. I want to quit Black Tiger Hall and join your pavilion." Beiming Xiantian felt like he had stepped into a noisy marketplace. The recruitment clamor from various faction NPCs around him made his head buzz with noise. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from beyond the crowd. "People from the Heavenly Flame Immortal Alliance are coming." Then Beiming Xiantian witnessed how all those who had been enthusiastically promoting their sex merits just moments before immediately stopped their arguments upon hearing this announcement. A pathway automatically cleared through the crowd as a young boy in fiery red Taoist robes walked slowly forward, hands clasped behind his back and head held high. This child appeared to be about 7 or 8 years old, with delicate features and a red flame pattern on his forehead. If not for the haughty expression on his face, anyone would have complimented how adorable he looked. However, this nose-in-the-air child made recruitment personnel from major immortal sects quietly make way for him. Some were whispering among themselves, "Why has the Tianyan Immortal Alliance come to recruit in our Xuanwu city this year? They've always operated in Zhuke City." Not sure of the reason, but they seem to be searching for someone. They've already forcibly recruited 2 adventurers earlier. Beiming Xiantian, puzzled, watched as the chest-high child strutted proudly to stop a few steps before him. After merely tilting his head up to examine the flame pattern on Beiming Xiantian's forehead, he produced a flame-shaped metal token from his sleeve. "Take it." The child's delicate little hand extended the flame token toward Beiming Xiantian as he spoke with unwarranted authority. "Sigh. The Heavenly Flame Immortal Alliance beat us to it again. What can you do when they're the 4th-ranked immortal sect? Ah, there's no comparison. Let's go, let's go." When the child presented the Heavenly Flame Immortal Alliance's token, the hopeful crowd that had gathered around quickly dispersed. Only a few onlookers remained behind to watch the spectacle. Beiming Xiantian, who had received the token from the child, was somewhat surprised but maintained a completely calm expression. He never expected that upon arriving at Xuanwu Square, an NPC faction from the top 10 immortal sects would actively recruit him. He knew perfectly well that the top 10 NPC factions were constant hot topics in the World Channel discussions among players. Any of the top 10 NPC factions, what the NPCs themselves called the 10 great immortal sects, possessed incredibly powerful foundations. In the early game stages, players who managed to join these top 10 immortal sects would indeed gain significant advantages. One could say that the admission slots for these 10 great NPC immortal sects were something players would literally fight tooth and nail to obtain. But, who do you think I, Beiming Xiantian, am? The thought flashed through Beiming Xiantian's mind. My dream is to become a great ice element mage. Thinking of his dream, Beiming Xiantian's face immediately lit up with excitement. The child, looking up at him, seeing Beiming Xiantian's expression, mistook it for being overwhelmed by the honor and snorted disdainfully. But the little boy soon heard the much taller youth before him softly say, "No need, thank you." "What?" The adorable child rolled his large eyes, while his small hand that wasn't holding the fiery metal token dubiously poked at his tiny ear. Then, with an expression of disbelief, he looked at Beiming Xiantian and questioned in his childish voice, "What did you say?" "No need." Beiming Xiantian nodded, suddenly feeling an itch in his nose and couldn't help scratching it. To the child, this was clearly a provocation. Not only were you unwilling to accept the token from our Heavenly Flame Immortal Alliance, but you even had the audacity to pick your nose contemptuously. How can I, a young disciple, tolerate this? Wait. The young disciple's face changed, ready to unleash his fury upon this nose-picking villain before him. But suddenly he realized he actually refused my invitation. He refused the Tianyan Immortal Alliance, ranked 4th on the Xianyuan continent. How dare you refuse? The young disciple shouted angrily, though his childish tone made the outburst somewhat endearing. Little brother, I aspire to be a great ice mage. Your immortal sect isn't suitable for me. Binding Xiantian still hadn't realized the young disciple's shout was born of anger. He simply thought the boy was being deliberately coquettish and couldn't resist reaching out to pat the young disciple's head as he approached. How dare you! No one but his master had ever dared to pat his head. Not even disciples from the top 3 immortal sects would dare insult him like this. The little boy, sensing the intense mockery from this detestable youth before him, finally reached his breaking point. With a thunderous boom, the originally furious little boy suddenly became enveloped in dense flames. The surrounding sect members retreated urgently while shouting loudly, Li Huatongzi has lost his temper. Run for your lives. Then, numerous vendors behind the sect stalls around Xuanwu Square fled outward in panic. Boom! The red glow over Xuanwu Square intensified violently. Even those who had already escaped the square could still feel the scorching heat from Li Huatongzi's flames. The spot where Li Huatongzi and Biming Xiantian had stood was now completely covered by a sea of raging flames. How terrifying! Thank goodness I ran fast enough. Truly worthy of Tianyan Immortal Alliance. Such pure flames. By the way, how did that adventurer provoke Li Huatongzi? He even patted Li Huatongzi's head. How utterly audacious. He must be dead by now. Not even ashes remain. Recruiters from various immortal sects hid on the outskirts of Xuanwu Square, sighing at the danger that had just occurred. Chapter 52, Wu Intermediates. Biming Xuantian's hand still hadn't moved from the grinning little boy's head. Then he saw dense flames begin rising from the boy's body. A field of crimson fire instantly enveloped Biming Xiantian, yet it brought him an oddly comfortable warmth. Ding! Your SSSS grade flame talent has been activated. Your fire resistance plus 50%. Ding! Your fire resistance has exceeded 100%. You are now immune to fire damage. Ah! The sheer comfort from being wrapped in these flames made Biming Xiantian involuntarily moan. After hearing the system notifications, Biming Xuantian's emotions became quite complicated. Back when Nanrong Xiaoyang with his flaming spear talent attacked me, I gained 50% fire resistance then. 50%. 100%. 50%. But upon seeing Biming Xiantian completely unharmed, the scaled little attendant immediately bared his teeth, revealing a somewhat adorably fierce expression. I'll kill you. The little attendant shouted lightly, yet his tone remained as childish as before. A terrifying layer of purple flames burst forth once more from the little attendant's large eyes. The previously normally standing little attendant had now crouched on all fours like a small beast. What shocked Biming Xiantian the most was actually the purple flames shooting from the little attendant's eyes. He could sense a terrifying heat emanating from these purple flames. Even with his fire resistance maxed out, he felt these flames could potentially threaten his life. Lear, stop! Just as the little attendant crouched down preparing to pounce, an extremely gentle woman's voice rang out. Then Biming Xiantian saw a woman in pink ancient-style clothing descend from the flaming sky. The woman possessed delicate features and a petite, slender figure, exuding an overall gentle and pleasant aura. Even amidst this flame-filled environment, she gave off a refreshing spring breeze-like feeling. This woman charged into the sea of flames without suffering any burns or injuries from the fire. After landing, she instantly appeared before the child who was crouched on the ground like a small beast. Sister Yenner, step aside. I want to kill this annoying fellow. Seeing the woman arrive, the child restrained some of his anger but still shouted at her. The arriving woman simply crouched down and reached out to touch the child's eyes, which were emitting purple flames. Sister Yenner, you. The beast-like child seemed afraid his flames might harm this gentle woman. He abruptly retreated, and the purple flames in his eyes instantly dissipated. When he stood up, the red scales covering his body quickly dissipated, revealing his original form as an adorable child. Lear is so good, I knew Lear wouldn't hurt me. The woman chuckled lightly. With a wave of her hand, the flames that had covered nearly half of Xuanwu Square rapidly dispersed into the air. At this moment, Biming Xiantian saw a squad of soldiers in black armor approaching from the edge of the square. When the soldiers arrived nearby, the woman walked directly up to the squad leader. After exchanging a few words with a smile, the leader nodded and led his soldiers away. The woman returned with a gentle smile to stand beside Biming Xiantian and the pouting child who was studying him with a frown. Pulling the child close to her side affectionately, she then said to Biming Xiantian with a smile, "Brave warrior, I apologize on behalf of Lear for startling you." Sister Yenner, why are you apologizing to him? He was the one who provoked me first. The little boy's face was full of anger as he spoke to the woman discontentedly. Be good, Lear. Don't cause trouble outside, or master will lock you up, the woman said softly, her words as comforting as a spring breeze. No problem, no problem. It's all just a misunderstanding. Biming Xiantian didn't want to provoke this somewhat temperamental child any further and quickly responded. The woman maintained her gentle expression and continued, Warrior, since you survived in Lear's flames, it proves you possess extraordinary fire affinity. Why not join our Heavenly Flame Immortal Alliance? Although Bai Ming Xiantian found the woman's voice pleasant, he still shook his head and said, "No, I have other plans. Thank you for the invitation." Hearing Bai Ming Xuantian's refusal again, the little boy beside the woman angrily exclaimed, "Sister Yenner, look at him. How dare he?" The woman gently stroked the little boy's fair and tender cheek, calming his rising temper before smiling and saying, "Very well then, since you brave warrior refused to join us, we won't insist." As she spoke, she prepared to lead the little boy away. But after just a few steps, the woman turned back and softly asked, "Brave warrior, is my elder brother in good health?" Bai Ming Xiantian was surprised and couldn't help but use his piercing eyes ability to examine the woman's information. Wu Yenner, spirit rank, level 17. Affiliation, Heavenly Flame Immortal Alliance. Profession, none. Skills, unable to detect. Wu Yenner. Bai Ming Xiantian pondered the name, then his eyes suddenly brightened as he said, "You're the blacksmith uncle's younger sister." Wu Yenner nodded gently, awaiting Bai Ming Xuantian's answer. The blacksmith uncle is full of energy and in excellent health. It seems he's already advanced to spirit rank blacksmith, Bai Ming Xiantian quickly replied. Upon hearing Bai Ming Xuantian's words, Wu Yenner revealed a heartwarming smile and said, "Thank you, warrior. We'll be going now. If you ever wish to join our Tianyan Immortal Alliance in the future, you can simply find me at the blacksmith shop on Xuanwu Avenue." Alright, Bai Ming Xiantian nodded. Wu Yenner then took the little attendant's hand and departed. Bai Ming Xiantian scratched his head and couldn't help but use his eyes like torches still again on the small attendant being led by Wu Yenner. Liwa attendant, celestial grade, level 6. Faction, Tianyan Immortal Alliance. Race, unable to detect. Skills, unable to detect. Bai Ming Xiantian felt a wave of retrospective fear. This little attendant was actually celestial grade. What also intrigued Bai Ming Xiantian was that the Liwa attendant didn't have a class entry, but rather displayed race instead. Recalling the red scales that had appeared on the little attendant's body, Bai Ming Xiantian speculated that this Liwa attendant might truly be some kind of rare spirit beast. It almost seemed as if the attendant had sensed Bai Ming Xuantian's inspection. The little boy who had already walked away suddenly turned around and made a frightening expression at Bai Ming Xiantian. But in Bai Ming Xuantian's eyes, it looked quite adorable instead. Seeing Wu Yenner and Liwa child leave, Bai Ming Xiantian noticed the many sect members who had fled outside the square earlier. They were slowly returning to their stalls, collecting their burnt sect banners destroyed by Liwa child and expertly replacing them with new ones. However, no one came to approach Bai Ming Xiantian anymore. Bai Ming Xiantian smiled wryly. He hadn't planned to join any particular sect anyway. He decided to stroll around Xuanwu City to familiarize himself with the environment of one of the Xianyuan server's 4 main cities. But just as he found an exit and was about to leave Xuanwu Square, he heard loud snoring coming from behind a shabby stall in a corner, practically already outside Xuanwu Square. Bai Ming Xiantian couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself that there were actually such carefree NPC factions existing. But his curiosity was piqued, and he stepped forward to approach the stall. This immortal sect stall consisted of only a shabby wooden table, with much of its lacquer peeling off. On the table lay several crumpled sheets of white paper, while beside it stood a tattered blue cloth banner. The banner was so worn that the 3 characters on it had become illegible. Only the 3rd character could barely be made out. It seemed to be the character for Pit. Bai Ming Xiantian couldn't help but criticize inwardly. Other sects use names like Gate or Mountain, or at worst Valley or Hall, but this organization's naming is really too casual. If he joined this so-called Pit organization, just imagine introducing himself later. While others would say they're from some Gate or Mountain, he'd have to say something like, "Hello everyone, I'm from XX Pit, the most pitiful kid in our pit." Bai Ming Xiantian then noticed an old man behind the dilapidated table, snoring loudly while sleeping on a ragged mat on the ground. This is really too pitiful. Bai Ming Xiantian shook his head and was about to leave. Suddenly, the old man who had been snoring loudly began mumbling, ice magic good, fire and lightning can't compare. Ice spells wonderful, sword arts and Taoist arts are weak sauce liao. Ice. Hearing this vague nursery rhyme, Bai Ming Xuantian's eyes instantly lit up. He immediately turned toward the still snoring old man, itching to shake him awake right away. To tell him, "You're absolutely right. Ice is invincible. Ice is #1 in the world." Chapter 53, The Eerie and Ominous Burial Immortal Pit. I want to join. Ice. The old man, still in dreamland, continued repeating the blurry chant. Little did he know these simple phrases had deeply captivated Bai Ming Xiantian. This must be an ice-aligned faction. Bai Ming Xiantian took a step back and carefully examined the tattered banner where only the last character Pit was barely recognizable. The original color of the cloth banner was clearly blue, but it seemed to have faded significantly after enduring much exposure to wind and sun. However, from the golden threads embroidered around its edges and its sturdy material, one could vaguely discern the banner's former magnificence. Even when Bei Ming Xiantian moved closer to examine it carefully, he still couldn't confirm whether the first two characters on the banner were indeed related to the ice element. Having no other choice, Bei Ming Xiantian was about to wake the sleeping old man to ask whether this faction was actually ice-related, when he heard a deep voice behind him say, "I advise you not to join this shady place." Turning around, Bei Ming Xiantian saw the dark-faced man from the Ghostblade camp. "Why not?" Bei Ming Xiantian asked in confusion. The dark-faced man hesitated, glanced at the still snoring old man behind the table, and said, "This immortal sect, or perhaps it shouldn't even be called an immortal sect, we all refer to it as the Immortal's Grave." "What?" Bei Ming Xiantian was somewhat surprised to hear the name of this organization he had placed high hopes on, as spoken by the dark-faced man. "Burying immortals. And it's a pit. A giant pit that buries immortals." The dark-faced man continued with some emotion. "This burial immortal pit is said to have existed on the Chaos continent for endless years. According to my master's master, it might even predate the top 3 immortal sects. But ever since I can remember, this burial immortal pit has always represented ill omen." Ill omen. Bei Ming Xiantian couldn't help but interject, his mind immediately conjuring images of coffins, green-haired beings, and heavenly emperors. "Yes, ill omen." Unaware of Bei Ming Xiantian's wild imagination, the dark-faced man continued, "Anyone who joins the burial immortal pit soon dies from their strange cultivation methods. Just a few years ago, there was a cultivation prodigy with heavenly grade talent who stubbornly joined despite warnings. Within months, his corpse was delivered back to his family. So bizarre." The words of this dark-faced man increasingly made him feel that this burial immortal pit somewhat resembled plots from certain fantasy novels he had read before. "Young man, don't test your luck." The dark-faced man continued, warning, "Don't think that just because you survived within the flames of the Li Fire Child, you possess extraordinary talent to deal with these bizarre occurrences. I advise you to go seek favor with Miss Yenner and join the Tianyan Immortal Alliance instead. At least you won't die in vain. Even though you adventurers have multiple lives, you absolutely can't handle an exceedingly strange place like the burial immortal pit. Thank you for your advice." Bei Ming Xiantian spoke but remained deep in thought without moving his feet. Seeing Bei Ming Xiantian's stubborn determination to learn the hard way, the dark-faced man shook his head and left. At some unknown time, the old man behind the table had stopped snoring and talking in his sleep. But Bei Ming Xiantian, preoccupied with thoughts about the burial immortal pit, failed to notice this. In truth, Bei Ming Xiantian remained quite interested in this burial immortal pit. In fact, after hearing the black-faced man's words, his interest didn't diminish but actually increased. What do strangeness and inauspiciousness represent? If this were in the real world, it might signify terror and unknown dangers. But this is in the game world of chaos. The weirder the better. We don't want things to be too normal. Take those immortal sects in the Black Tortoise Plaza. Which one doesn't have some secret ultimate move tucked away? Since the burial immortal pit is so feared by other immortal sects, perhaps it truly holds some unimaginable secrets. And in games, secrets have another name familiar to players: hidden quests, hidden storylines. In the world of chaos, whenever players encounter an NPC, they'll do their utmost to strike up a conversation. Isn't it precisely to obtain hidden quests or undiscovered storylines? And now, right before him lies the burial immortal pit, something that clearly screams hidden storyline, hidden quest, even hidden rewards. It's right there in front of him. What reason does he have to hesitate? At this thought, Bei Ming Xiantian's eyes lit up, and he was about to step forward to wake the old man. But the old man, who had been lying on his side on a tattered mat with his back turned, suddenly spoke first. "Made up your mind." "Made up what?" "Old man, you're awake." Bei Ming Xiantian was utterly speechless. Just then, the old man slowly sat up from the worn mat, took a small gourd from his waist, and tilted his head back to drink some liquid from it. Gurgle gurgle tooey. After spitting the mouthwash to the side, the old man finally stood up and unhurriedly walked to the rickety table, lifting his eyes to scrutinize Bei Ming Xiantian. "Old man, I want to join the Immortal's Grave." Bei Ming Xiantian patiently watched the old man's series of waking up movements but couldn't help speaking up. Upon hearing Bei Ming Xiantian's words, the old man leisurely fished out a stool from nearby, sat down properly, and began straightening the few tattered white papers on the table. "Old man." Bei Ming Xiantian spoke again, his voice slightly louder than before. "I'm not deaf," the old man said irritably. Just as Bei Ming Xiantian was about to speak again, the old man continued, "That youngster has already explained everything clearly. Why are you still so determined to join our burial immortal pit?" "To become stronger," Bei Ming Xiantian answered decisively. "Practical but not ambitious enough." As he spoke, the old man took out a writing brush and an inkstone from his sleeve again. He poured some liquid from a small gourd into the inkstone and began grinding the ink. Bei Ming Xiantian frowned, thinking, "Is this a test?" The forum experts didn't lie. Joining a desirable faction is truly not easy. "To glorify our burial immortal pit," Bei Ming Xiantian answered solemnly. The old man had finished preparing the ink. Hearing Bei Ming Xiantian's words, he looked up with a light smile and began writing on paper. After some time, he finally said, "Ambitious enough but still lacking sincerity." Baiming Xiantian gritted his teeth, feeling like he was being toyed with by this old man. But for the sake of his hidden quest and hidden plotline, Baiming Xiantian still gave it some thought. Then with utmost seriousness he declared once more, I want to become a great ice element mage. Oh. Hearing Baiming Xiantian's words, the old man seemed somewhat interested. He raised his head to glance at Baiming Xiantian, but immediately lowered it again to continue scribbling furiously on the white paper. Done. After about a dozen breaths, the old man set down his brush, blew on the now fully written white paper, and finally looked up to ask Baiming Xiantian, have you made up your mind? Baiming Xiantian hurriedly replied, I have. Good. Sign your name here. From now on you'll be a fellow disciple of our burial immortal pit. The old man handed the densely written paper to Baiming Xiantian. Baiming Xiantian's spirit lifted, and he quickly took the paper to examine the writing. But when he saw these characters that resembled tangled weeds, Baiming Xiantian genuinely felt his teeth ache. He could only vaguely make out a few scattered words. Letter of commitment, voluntarily joining burial immortal pit, becoming never to regret. This made Baiming Xiantian somewhat wary. He had seen many real-world criminal cases where people signed contracts without careful reading, ultimately leading to family ruin and complete loss. Could NPCs in games also set contract traps? It seems you're still undecided. The old man who was leisurely drinking from his small gourd saw Baiming Xiantian's hesitation and reached out to retrieve the paper. I'll sign. Clenching his teeth, Baiming Xiantian picked up the brush on the table and quickly wrote his name on the spot the old man had specifically left blank. Ice block of undying loyalty. The moment the last character was written, the old man swiftly snatched away the paper. After confirming Baiming Xiantian's signature was correct, the old man stood up, tilted his head back to drain the liquid from his gourd, then burst into roaring laughter under Baiming Xiantian's astonished gaze. Ha ha ha, after all these years finally another person to trick. Baiming Xiantian. Chapter 54. I was definitely tricked, wasn't I? Ha ha ha. The old man's laughter drew sideways glances from other sect members. However, when they saw Baiming Xiantian still standing in front of the Tomb of Immortals stall, they all revealed pitying expressions. As the person involved, Baiming Xiantian didn't pay attention to others' gazes. But seeing the old man before him laughing wildly as if finally liberated, along with his words, someone has finally been tricked. For some inexplicable reason, Baiming Xiantian suddenly felt his future might be extremely perilous. After a long while, the old man who had laughed himself into a coughing fit finally stopped and looked at Baiming Xiantian, who was calculating whether to snatch back what the old man had carefully tucked into his robes. Pit Lord, let's return to our Tomb of Immortals pit. The old man's eyes were brimming with joy as he gazed at Baiming Xiantian. Baiming Xiantian felt his teeth aching in frustration. You're the Pit Lord, with your grand Pit Lord's arrival. Wait. Baiming Xiantian suddenly startled, realizing there was hidden meaning in the old man's words. Why call him Pit Lord? Just then, Baiming Xiantian received a belated system notification. Ding! Congratulations, ever-faithful Ice Cube, you have successfully signed a contract with the Burial Immortal Pit, becoming its 108th Pitmaster. Just as Baiming Xiantian was about to curse upon seeing this notification, the system unusually added, bless you, strive to survive. Baiming Xiantian. This is absurd. I've definitely been scammed, haven't I? Even the system couldn't stand it blessing me to strive to survive. Just what kind of terrible contract did I sign? And what's this about becoming the 108th Pitmaster? Does that mean Master of the Burial Immortal Pit? So casual. I regret this deeply. Youth didn't appreciate legal education programs, mistaking motivational quotes and recklessness for treasures. Before Baiming Xiantian could finish lamenting, the system prompted again. Ding! As the Master of the Burial Immortal Pit, your personal information will be publicly displayed on all leaderboards and cannot be hidden. Ding! Congratulations on ranking in the top 10 of the level leaderboard, achieving 5th place. Ding! Congratulations on ranking first in the reputation leaderboard, achieving the top position. Ding! As you have become the Pit Lord of the Burial Immortal Pit, each death will incur 10 times the normal penalty, and you will definitely drop one piece of your lowest grade equipped item. Baiming Xiantian, IXXXX, censored expletive. This is freaking rigged. Baiming Xiantian felt his whole world turning gray. He originally intended to keep a low profile, but becoming the so-called Pit Lord of Burial Immortal Pit had exposed everything against his will. Moreover, as this damn Pit Lord, one death would bring 10 times the penalty. For normal players, each death means dropping one level directly. But with this 10-fold penalty, he would lose 10 levels with just one death. And on top of that, every death would guarantee dropping one equipment piece. This is complete BS. Baiming Xiantian felt the entire game world had lost its charm. Ha ha ha. The old man burst into laughter again, seemingly quite pleased with Baiming Xiantian's distress. Baiming Xiantian raised his eyes and activated his eyes like torches skill. As warmth spread through his eyes, he saw the old man's information. Zunong, grade, undetectable, level, undetectable. Faction, Immortals Burial Pit. Profession, gatekeeper. Skills, unidentifiable. Even the information can't be identified. This is really a pit. At least it's confirmed that this old man named Zhu Ning indeed belongs to the Immortals Burial Pit faction. But his profession is actually a gatekeeper. Is the Immortals Burial Pit recruiting people so casually? Just sending a random gatekeeper here. Baiming Xiantian asked Zhu Neng helplessly. If I say I regret it now, is it already too late? Old man Zhu Neng nodded with a smile, still staring at Baiming Xiantian with undisguised delight. Baiming Xiantian grew uneasy under his gaze but suddenly thought of a crucial question. He continued somewhat uncertainly that the Pit Lord doesn't actually mean the Lord of the Immortals Burial Pit, does it? Upon hearing this, Zhu Neng immediately wiped the smile off his face. With utmost seriousness, he replied, "What kind of nonsense is that? The Pit Lord naturally means the Lord of the Immortals Burial Pit. As expected of our Pit Lord, truly wise. Wise my ass. I must have a hole in my brain." Baiming Xiantian was mentally criticizing himself furiously. Pit Lord need not be so modest. Zhu Neng continued, "Although our burial immortal pit ranks at the bottom of the Chaos Continent, we once had glorious days long ago. Even now, those young disciples from immortal sects dare not look down upon our burial immortal pit." Was that really not looking down? Baiming Xiantian couldn't be bothered to refute it was simply because they were afraid of catching some ill omen. Moreover, Zhu Neng said with a smile, "Our burial immortal pit has survived through long ages without being destroyed, and the heritage we've accumulated is quite substantial." Hearing this, Baiming Xuantian's eyes lit up. Here it comes. It's finally here. Since he had become this so-called Pit Lord, he was indeed, in the truest sense, the master of a faction. Other players who wanted to become masters of NPC factions would have to expend tremendous effort. The benefits of becoming a faction master were obvious too, such as being able to command NPCs within the faction to fight for him, gaining access to the faction's resources and collections, and so on. Although the title Pit Lord sounds a bit shady, it's truly well deserved in my case. Hurry, let's return to the pit. Baiming Xiantian urged anxiously. Hidden quests, hidden storylines, immortal sect treasury, top-tier equipment. Your Pit Lord has arrived. Oops, I'm here. In a deep grove of giant trees, dozens of players were systematically besieging a massive elite brown bear. Suddenly, the young mage who stood calmly commanding at the rear of the player team frowned. This momentary hesitation caused slight disarray in the frontline attackers' coordination. Fortunately, the young mage quickly regained composure and began issuing concise commands again. Soon, with precise teamwork, the players defeated the massive elite brown bear, which let out one final unwilling roar. "Junlin, what's wrong?" During the brief pause in the young mage's incantation, a robust youth who had blocked the berserk brown bear monster with a silver shield approached the young mage. The young mage slightly furrowed his brows upon hearing the sturdy youth's words and coldly stated, "Someone's reputation has surpassed mine." "What?" The muscular youth looked astonished and quickly opened the reputation ranking list. Indeed, the top spot on the reputation rankings was no longer occupied by Supreme Ruler beside him. First place, Ice Till Death, reputation 7930. Second place, Supreme Ruler, reputation 1632. How can the reputation be this high? Upon seeing the top ranking reputation value, the muscular youth couldn't help but exclaim. Suddenly realizing something, he urgently asked, "Supreme Ruler, he can already establish a faction. Will he create the first faction?" Supreme Ruler didn't answer immediately. He checked other ranking lists, and his expression turned even colder when he saw the name in 5th place on the level rankings. Issue the order. Spare no effort in finding quests that can increase reputation points. The first to establish a sect must be our Monarch's Alliance. I absolutely won't permit your incompetence to interfere with my operations in the Minor Thousand world. Understood. The burly youth responded loudly. After some thought, Monarch over the world added, "Send people to find this ice block of undying loyalty by any means necessary." Right. Years of cooperation meant the burly youth immediately understood his old partner's implication, turning around to arrange the next steps. Meanwhile, Baiming Xiantian, whose actions had already caused certain trajectories in chaos to deviate, was currently following an old man carrying a tattered cloth banner through dim surroundings. Chapter 55, The Request of Hard-Headed Player Monarch. Baiming Xiantian, having been scammed by old man Zhu Neng, still clung to a sliver of hope. Perhaps this bargain-priced pit master might bring him some pleasant surprises. But after following Zhu Neng on foot out of Black Tortoise City, and trekking over mountains and rivers for a full hour, they finally arrived at a narrow valley. Baiming Xiantian genuinely wanted to log off right where he stood. Others rode immortal cranes or fierce tigers as mounts, at the very least returning to their immortal sects in horse-drawn carriages. But he actually had to rely entirely on his own 2 legs. If not for Baiming Xiantian still holding some expectation toward the accumulated treasures of endless years that Zuaning mentioned would be in the upcoming immortal burial pit, he would have long since abandoned this task. Ding, player Junlin requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Ever since receiving the system notification that he had entered the 5th place in the level rankings and 1st place in the reputation rankings, Baiming Xiantian had been constantly receiving friend requests from other players. He originally intended to block friend requests from strangers but discovered that the identity of the immortal burial pit keeper involved far more than just the 2 privileges he had been told about. Now Baiming Xiantian couldn't even turn off friend requests from strangers. What a scam! Just as he was about to reject yet another friend request, Baiming Xiantian suddenly noticed this player's ID. Junlin. Big bro, hear me out first, Junlin replied urgently. We're a bunch of righteous angels, oops, a group of justice warriors. Our goal is to overthrow Junlin Alliance's monopoly in the online gaming world. How about it? Sounds exciting, right? No, what does that have to do with me? Baiming Xiantian exerted slight force in his feet, leaping over another half-meter wide puddle, showing zero interest in Junlin's proposal. Don't rush to refuse, big bro. I think someone who can rank top 5 in level rankings and first in reputation rankings must want to thrive in chaos. But as long as you're outstanding yet refuse to join Junlin Alliance, you'll inevitably face their suppression. Damn, these bastards still trying to assassinate me, die boom. Junlin's side seemed to encounter some trouble, as sounds of fighting and cursing came through from his end. After a long silence, Junlin continued speaking. See, it's precisely because I'm too outstanding that I've incurred the retaliation of the Junlin Alliance. They've been hunting me across 7 or 8 games now. Baiming Xiantian also recalled the earlier incident at the village entrance of the beginner's village, where he had been blocked by members of the Junlin Alliance. Moreover, a decisive battle between him and the Junlin Alliance was practically inevitable. He would definitely participate in defending Huaihua village, which would inevitably place him in opposition to the Junlin Alliance. The Junlin Alliance has already become an oligarch in the current gaming world. I've heard they've received funding from foreign forces. If we allow them to continue developing unchecked, the situation for players from our Xianyuan kingdom will become increasingly difficult. By this point in Junlin's speech, there was already a touch of genuine emotion in his words. Baiming Xiantian didn't reply immediately. Instead, he had to exert extra force in his legs to leap over a puddle spanning more than 1 meter. How do you plan to deal with the Junlin Alliance? I definitely won't be joining them. Baiming Xiantian finally responded after some consideration. Then he saw Zuaning leading the way ahead, taking him into a massive limestone cave at the end of the narrow valley. Inside the cave, a dark underground passage extended downward with no visible end. Junlin became excited upon hearing Baiming Xiantian's words. Great! I knew you were extraordinary, my friend. We want to use your reputation points to establish the first sect, recruiting more players to jointly oppose the Junlin Alliance. Baiming Xiantian smiled wryly, knowing that establishing a sect in chaos required 2,000 reputation points. Among all chaos players currently, it seemed only he had met the reputation requirement for founding a sect. Even the second-ranked Junlin Tianxia hadn't reached 2,000 reputation yet. Baiming Xiantian carefully navigated around impassable puddles and stone pits in the dimmer cave passage while considering whether to accept Junlin's proposal. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him. Will you try to seize the minor worlds controlled by the Junlin Alliance? That's for sure. Junlin spoke up. Although the Junlin Alliance initially only announced 10 minor realms they intended to conquer, according to our statistics, the number they're truly preparing to occupy in the Xianyuan region might have already exceeded 500. That's insane. Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but feel shocked. As the young master of one of Xuanyuan's 4 guardian families, Baiming Xiantian actually had some understanding of news from all walks of life in Xianyuan. He was somewhat informed about gaming industry news too, but only knew the Junlin Alliance as a gaming giant. He never imagined the alliance had such massive scale. They actually wanted to control over half of the minor realms in the Xianyuan region of chaos. Certain real-world chain entertainment and catering enterprises had astonishing budgets allocated in their published annual plans just for occupying a few minor realms in chaos. But this Junlin Alliance actually wanted to occupy half of the minor realms in the Xianyuan region. This might already affect game balance and could even cause real-world turmoil. Sensing this threat keenly, Baiming Xiantian's eyes revealed deep vigilance. Alright, I have one condition. As long as you're willing to help me defend a beginner village, I'll agree to let you establish your faction. Baiming Xiantian sent this message. Deal. I accept. Junlin almost immediately agreed to Baiming Xiantian's condition. Fine, what name do you plan to give your faction? Baiming Xiantian actually didn't care much, it was just helping them establish a faction after all. Gaining Junlin's help to defend Huaihua village together would naturally be a good thing. Even if Junlin went back on his word, there wouldn't be much loss. He'd have to face Junlin Alliance's attack sooner or later anyway. Moreover, out of his original purpose as guardian of North Cold Water Pavilion in the real world, subconsciously, Baiming Xiantian wanted to eliminate the potential threat of Junlin Alliance in its infancy. Although the Monarch's League now appears to have grown into a towering tree, originally intending to be a carefree ice mage, but since encountering problems, what's wrong with casually establishing a faction? Baiming Xiantian himself hadn't actually noticed that since awakening his ice-type abilities, the last vestiges of insecurity in his heart had completely vanished. As the young master of the North Ming world and future ruler of the Northern Frostwater Pavilion, an indomitable spirit that fears no enemy was growing deep within him. What do you think of the Regicide Hall? Monarch seemed to discuss with his companions before replying. Chapter 56, Lord of Regicide Hall too troublesome to transfer. Approved. Upon hearing this, Bei Ming Xiantian wasted no words, directly opening the faction interface and clicking the Establish Faction button. Then he entered the name Regicide Hall. Ding! Player Ice Block until death. You are about to establish the first player faction in the Chaos World. Confirm. Confirm. Ding! The Eternal Ice of the Burial Immortal Pit's Master. You are about to establish the first player faction in the Chaos World. Do you confirm? Bei Ming Xiantian was somewhat baffled. He understood the first notification. But what did this second notification mean by directly addressing him as Master of the Burial Immortal Pit? Is this going to be another trap? Bei Ming Xiantian's first thought was to immediately abort the faction creation process. It was like he was currently walking deeper underground through a tunnel and suddenly encountered another pit several meters wide. This second faction creation notification might as well have said, "There's a pit here, please jump in." Bro, hurry. That guy Supreme Monarch just gained a huge amount of reputation points. He's only about a dozen points away from being able to establish a faction. At this moment, Supreme Monarch urgently sent him a message. Bei Ming Xiantian checked the reputation rankings and indeed saw that Supreme Monarch in second place had already reached 1,941 reputation points. And just as Bei Ming Xiantian opened the rankings, he saw that the prestige of Reign overall had increased by another 15 points, reaching 1956 points. As expected of the alliance leader of the Reign Alliance, Bei Ming Xiantian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. To build or not to build? Bei Ming Xiantian hesitated slightly. On the opposite side, Reign was still continuously urging. While not far ahead of Bei Ming Xiantian, Zhu Neng skillfully circumvented that several meter wide deep pit. Following Zhu Neng's path, Bei Ming Xiantian also bypassed the deep pit. He tilted his head to glance at the pit, endlessly dark and bottomless. Confirm. In the end, Bei Ming Xiantian clicked to confirm the establishment. What's there to fear about pits? Just go around them. I won't let you trick me again. Ding! Congratulations on establishing the first faction in Chaos. Prestige plus 500, ingots plus 100. Ding! The system detects that your current affiliation is the Burial Immortal Pit, automatically binding your faction Regicide Hall as a subordinate force of the Burial Immortal Pit. Bei Ming Xiantian. Is this a trap? Isn't it? Bei Ming Xiantian's heart leaped to his throat when he saw Regicide Hall being bound as a subordinate faction of the Burial Immortal Pit. Bei Ming Xiantian knew that players in Chaos could simultaneously join both NPC factions and player sects. But he had never heard of the setting where a player faction could become subordinate to an NPC faction. Could it be they're no longer satisfied with just screwing me over but want to screw over the faction I established too? Ding! Congratulations to player Everlasting Ice for establishing the first player faction Regicide Hall in the Xianyuan region. Reputation plus 500, ingots plus 100. At this moment, the server-wide announcement was broadcasted. As usual, Bei Ming Xiantian's ID was brazenly displayed in the World Channel. Seeing this news, the normally bustling World Channel eerily stopped spamming messages. Am I seeing this wrong? The first to establish a faction isn't Imperial Reign Alliance. This guy's got balls of steel. Not giving any face to Imperial Reign Alliance at all. Ha ha ha, so damn cool. Finally some payback. At this moment, Junlin also happily sent a message, expressing great satisfaction with Bei Ming Xiantian's resolute decision. He never expected that just a few words would make Bei Ming Xiantian disregard the might of Junlin Alliance and establish the first player faction. Originally, Junlin had planned to offer Bei Ming Xiantian some substantial monetary rewards to persuade him to help establish their faction. But unexpectedly, Bei Ming Xiantian agreed so readily, making only a small request before decisively creating the faction. At this moment, somewhere in the wilderness map of the Chaos World, Junlin Tianxia, who had just completed a reputation-boosting mission gaining another 20 reputation points, also saw the system announcement. Instantly, Junlin Tianxia's entire coldly handsome face twisted into something ferocious from intense anger. Find him. Locate him no matter what. Whoever he is, I'll kill this person back to level 0. A long while later, Junlin Tianxia spoke coldly, and those nearby hurriedly nodded in agreement. I'll give you the position of Hall Master. Bei Ming Xiantian remained unaware of the outside world's astonishment. He established this first player faction merely on a whim, not with any genuine intention to manage it. Ding! Due to your identity as the Burial Immortal Pitmaster, you cannot transfer the leadership of the faction you established. Bei Ming Xiantian. Sure enough, I've been scammed again. Right. Just as Bei Ming Xiantian was about to transfer the position of Monarch Slaying Hallmaster to Junlin, he received this notification, making his teeth ache once more. Is the system determined to screw me over completely? What's up, bro? Junlin asked somewhat timidly at this moment. Bei Ming Xiantian helplessly forwarded the system notification to Jun Lin. Fortunately, chaos system notifications can be shared with friends, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to explain this clearly. Ha ha ha. However, Jun Lin's reaction upon seeing this notification completely defied Bei Ming Xiantian's expectations. There even seemed to be a hint of relief in his demeanor. I say bro, you're absolutely perfect for this. Jun Lin continued laughing on the other end. Whoever serves as hall master doesn't matter. If you want to be hall master, then be hall master. We brothers will definitely support you properly. If you don't want to be the hall master, then give me the position of vice hall master and let me manage the regicide hall for you. After all, we're on the same side, and opposing the Monarch Alliance is our common goal. I guess that's the only way. Bei Ming Xiantian shook his head helplessly, not expecting things to turn out this way. It seemed that ever since he stood in front of the stall at the immortal burial pit, many things had begun slipping out of his control. Bei Ming Xiantian opened the faction interface, appointed Jun Lin as vice hall master of Regicide Hall, and transferred all administrative powers to him. Junlin's earlier words and reactions had actually struck a chord with Bei Ming Xiantian. Soon, Bei Ming Xiantian saw Jun Lin recruiting members for Regicide Hall in the faction chat channel. Then, Jun Lin systematically appointed several elders and division leaders, instructing them to recruit more members respectively. In no time, Regicide Hall's membership quickly reached 100. Shortly after, Bei Ming Xiantian noticed the first batch of new recruits had already started posting recruitment messages in the World Channel. Seeing that Jun Lin's management was quite methodical, Bei Ming Xiantian no longer paid attention to the situation of the Regicide Hall. As for the many newly joined players in the Regicide Hall spreading news about Bei Ming Xiantian's appearance, he automatically ignored it. I am an emotionless block of ice. Bei Ming Xiantian mercilessly closed the chat channel of the Regicide Hall. Bei Ming Xiantian noticed that Zhu Nang, who had been leading the way, had now stopped in front of a pit about 10 meters in diameter. Bei Ming Xiantian caught up, having encountered dozens of various-sized puddles and deep pits along the way. He was genuinely curious about what the true immortal gate inside the burial immortal pit would look like. Should we rest for a while? Seeing that Zhu Nang had already found a rock to sit on, Bei Ming Xiantian stepped forward and asked. Zhu Nang took out the small gourd from his chest which had somehow been refilled with liquid, took a comfortable sip, and then said to Bei Ming Xiantian, "We're here." "We're here. Where is here?" Bei Ming Xiantian asked innocently. "This is where our burial immortal pit's immortal gate is located." Zhu Nan looked at Bei Ming Xiantian with a smiling expression. "You're just trying to trick me, aren't you?" Bei Ming Xiantian said through gritted teeth. The series of death penalties were one thing he could endure having his ID exposed, and he could accept not being able to transfer the position of Slayer King Hall's leader. But what about the promised accumulations from burial immortal pit's endless ages? Where did they go? If you're really scamming me, I won't let this go. Bei Ming Xiantian glared angrily at Zhu Nan, demanding a perfect explanation. Where's the promised abundant foundation? The precious materials? The rare equipment? Weren't there supposed to be many powerful NPCs from the immortal sect? Where are they? Bei Ming Xiantian roared. Chapter 57, The Unremarkable Ice Ancestor Banner, The Inescapable Fate. Ha. Facing Bei Ming Xiantian's questioning, Zhu Nong wore an expression of having anticipated this all along. After Bei Ming Xiantian finished venting, Zhuoning finally spoke leisurely. Our burial immortal pit has accumulated over endless years and indeed possesses abundant heritage. Where is it? Don't tell me it's these pits. He really wanted to log off right now and find Liang Bingbing to comfort his traumatized soul. Exactly. But unexpectedly, Zhuoning immediately said, these pits are the heritage of our burial immortal pit. Accumulated over countless years, generation after generation of pit masters have exhausted endless effort to protect these supremely important pits. Do you think I'm easily fooled? Even though Bei Ming Xiantian had cultivated an unshakable, ice-cold temperament over 18 years, facing such a blatantly lying old man like Zhuoning, he still couldn't quite endure it. Pit master, don't believe me. Here, catch the banner. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, Zhuoning sent over the tattered cloth banner that had been casually discarded on the ground. It eerily rose up and automatically floated in front of Bei Ming Xiantian, who couldn't resist reaching out to catch it the moment. Ding, you have obtained the recognition of the Ice Ancestor banner and gained control over the entrance to the burial immortal pit. That's it. Bei Ming Xiantian was still waiting for more system notifications, but it seemed there was only this single message about the Ice Ancestor banner recognizing him. Seeing Zhuoneng's still calm and composed expression, Bei Ming Xiantian lowered his head to examine the attributes of the newly recognized Ice Ancestor banner. The words Ice Ancestor had indeed captured Bei Ming Xiantian's attention. Ice Ancestor Banner Incomplete Divine Grade Artifact, Usage Requirement, Exclusive Artifact for the Master of Burial Immortal Pit. Non-tradable, non-droppable, non-stealable. Takes effect when held in user's hand. An artifact possessed by the first Master of Burial Immortal Pit, passed down through generations as the token of succession. Capable of opening and closing the portal to Burial Immortal Pit. due to insufficient user strength, can only open burial immortal pit portals no more than 20 levels above the user's current level. Effects: Spirit plus 11, Strength plus 7, Constitution plus 16, Bone Structure plus 21, Ice Resistance plus 100%. Skill: Ice Ancestor descends, active skill. Activates the residual aura of the Frost Saint Ancestor from the Ice Ancestor banner, repelling all creatures that escape from the immortal burial pit. Remaining uses for 100. Each use decreases user's level by 1. Ice Ancestor's Sigh, status skill. Converts any elemental spell attack into an ice-based spell attack while maintaining original damage and effects, with additional ice control effects. Mana cost 100 points. Summon Ice Ancestor, missing. Frost Spirits, missing. Divine Artifact. Binding Xiantian was utterly shocked as he read the Ice Ancestor banner's attributes. This tattered-looking cloth banner was actually a divine artifact. Moreover, the Ice Ancestor mentioned in the banner seemed exactly as he had guessed, having significant connection with the Frost Saint Ancestor profession he wished to pursue. The introduction mentioned that the Ice Ancestor banner was the magical artifact of the first-generation Burial Immortal Pit Master. Could it be that the first-generation master was none other than the Frost Saint Ancestor? Binding Xiantian couldn't help but marvel at how wondrous fate could be. Moreover, while the 4 basic attributes added by this Ice Ancestor banner weren't particularly high, the 100% boost to ice resistance still brought Binding Xiantian great joy. Drawing from previous experience where fire resistance exceeding 100% granted complete immunity to fire damage, Binding Xiantian was extremely satisfied with this attribute of the Ice Ancestor banner. As for the banner's additional skills, the first skill, Descent of the Ice Ancestor, could repel all entities that escaped from the Burial Immortal Pit. This truly left him somewhat perplexed. Although the activated aura of the Frost Saint Ancestor confirmed that the Ice Ancestor banner was indeed closely related to the Frost Saint Ancestor, it seemed this artifact was connected to certain terrifying entities within the Burial Immortal Pit. Escaped entities. Could the Burial Immortal Pit be some kind of prison? Moreover, Binding Xiantian noticed that this Descent of the Ice Ancestor seemed to have been used many times, with only 4 uses remaining now. Not only that, the cost of each use was actually the user losing 1 level. This truly made Binding Xiantian hesitate to make rash decisions. Second skill, Sigh of the Ice Ancestor. After seeing the skill effects, Binding Xiantian's gloomy mood from the entire day was instantly swept away. It could transform any elemental spell attack entirely into ice-based attacks. This was simply too perfect for him. If his small fireball spell with over 100,000 explosive damage was converted into ice attacks, how terrifying would that be? As for that mountain god Tai Hang, just a few small iceball spells would do the trick, right? Binding Xiantian couldn't help but want to test the effects of using small fireball no small iceball spell under this Sigh of the Ice Ancestor state. However, after looking around the underground space they were currently in, which seemed unable to contain the astonishing size of small fireball spell, he gave up on testing here. It seems the Ice Ancestor banner also has 3rd and 4th skills, Summon Ice Ancestor and Frost Spirit. They appear to be powerful skills, but are currently in a missing state. Although Binding Xiantian felt somewhat regretful, he was still quite satisfied. Especially the second skill, Ice Ancestor's Sigh, suited his preferences perfectly. How is it? Zhu Nang asked with a smile, seemingly noticing Binding Xiantian's reaction. Binding Xiantian withdrew his smile and said with a pout, just so. Truth be told, Binding Xiantian thought the Ice Ancestor banner was somewhat mediocre. Apart from the 100% ice resistance boost being somewhat useful, its enhancement to the 4 main attributes couldn't even match a single red tier equipment. Moreover, the additional skill Ice Ancestor's Descent is a restricted skill, only compatible with the Burial Immortal Pit. As for Ice Ancestor's Sigh, for ordinary players without Binding Xiantian's ridiculously powerful fireball technique, it might just be an ordinary attribute conversion skill. Therefore, Binding Xiantian's just so evaluation wasn't an exaggeration at all. Ancestor Nung didn't seem to mind much as he continued. The symbolic significance of the Ice Ancestor banner is actually more important. It's the emblem of our Burial Immortal Pit. As long as the Ice Ancestor banner stands, it means our Burial Immortal Pit hasn't abandoned its duty. Binding Xiantian grew somewhat curious and asked, what exactly is the nature of this Burial Immortal Pit? Ancestor Nang gave Binding Xiantian a profound look, pondering for a moment before replying, our duty at Burial Immortal Pit is to guard these pits. As he spoke, Ancestor Nang pointed at a nearby pit over 10 meters in diameter. What's inside these pits? Why does Burial Immortal Pit need to guard them? Binding Xiantian pressed for answers. Instead of answering immediately, Ancestor Nang walked to the edge of the pit and gazed into its pitch-black depths. After a long silence, Ancestor Nang spoke slowly, young one, I admit I tricked you into becoming this generation's pitmaster. See, you admitted it. Binding Xiantian mentally complained, but didn't interrupt Ancestor Nang's solemn explanation. But this seems to be a fateful destiny. The burial immortal pit will collapse after 108 generations of inheritance. This is the ancient prophecy that has been passed down through all generations of our pit's lineage. Strange, isn't it? We've guarded this place for so long, yet we know its ultimate fate is inevitable destruction. Not only can I not understand it, but none of those generations of pit masters who leaped into the pit without hesitation ever seemed to comprehend it either. What? The pit master must jump into this bottomless pit. Yes. As if guessing Baiming Xuantian's astonishment, Zhu Neng said with some excitement in his voice, the duty of every generation of burial immortal gate guardians and pit masters is to exhaust all means to prevent monsters from escaping any of these pits. The first pit master, in order to stop an immensely powerful monster, jumped into the deep pit without hesitation to fight it. In the end, he managed to repel this monster that could easily destroy the world, but the first pit master never returned from the depths of the pit. Zhuaneng's voice began to tremble slightly. Since then, every generation of pit lords has exhausted their strength to repel monsters attempting to escape from the pits. Yet nearly all pit lords couldn't escape their fate when facing monsters they couldn't easily defeat. They would leap into the abyss to fight, ultimately perishing in its depths. And precisely because of this inescapable fate, no one is willing to become the pit lord of the immortal burial pit anymore. Zhuaneng turned around, his eyes burning intensely as he looked at Baiming Xiantian, continuing, "Except for you, perhaps this is what destiny has ordained." Baiming Xiantian very much wanted to say, "Destiny, my foot." But contemplating Zhuaneng's words, he couldn't help but begin to consider the information contained within them. Chapter 58. Those passageways leading to the unknown. Just like his original reason for deciding to join the immortal burial pit, Baiming Xiantian wouldn't be easily frightened by Zhuaneng's few words. Looking across all major and minor immortal sects in chaos, which one didn't craft terrifying backstories for themselves? In Baiming Xuantian's view, although this setting of the burial immortal pit was indeed somewhat special, it hadn't yet reached the level of being earth-shattering. However, from Zhu Neng's narration, Baiming Xiantian seemed to realize that behind this immortal sect called Burial Immortal Pit, there were indeed some hidden storylines that needed to be uncovered by himself. Thinking of this, Baiming Xiantian asked Zhu Neng, "Senior, are there other members in our Burial Immortal Pit?" After all, NPCs from immortal sects could easily be experts at spirit level or above. Baiming Xiantian was still quite expectant. "There should be." Zhu Neng thought for a moment before replying. "What do you mean by should?" Zhu Neng glanced at the deep pit behind him and said, "Our previous pitmaster jumped into this pit and hasn't come up for over 10 years now. We don't know if he's still alive." Put. Baiming Xiantian almost choked on his own breath. If someone hasn't come up for over 10 years, they must be completely dead by now. Controlling his temper, Baiming Xiantian continued, "Exactly what kind of creatures are these monsters in the pits?" Zhuaneng replied, "Monsters. They should be what you adventurers call wild creatures, just a bit stronger in power." Hearing this, Baiming Xuantian's eyes lit up. What Zhuaneng meant was that these deep pits actually contain some high-level bosses. Doesn't that mean those high-level wild bosses that others struggle to find could be directly accessed through these deep pits? "Senior, how does one enter these deep pits?" "Just jump straight in." Baiming Xiantian grew eager to learn about the levels of monsters within these pit holes. Zhuaneng chuckled, then walked several meters behind the two to stand before a pit about 7 to 8 meters in diameter. He took out a blackened object from his robe and casually tossed it into the pitch-black pit. Zhuaneng waited quietly for a while, but no changes occurred within the pit, causing his brow to furrow. Then he shouted loudly into the pit, "Are all of you itching for trouble? Come out and put on a show for our new pit lord to see." Baiming Xiantian was left speechless when, just as Zhu Neng finished speaking, a chorus of animal sounds emerged from the pitch-black, previously silent pit. Woof, meow, ba, oink, hiss. If not for the inappropriate setting, Baiming Xiantian would have thought he'd arrived at a farmyard. They were actually domesticated animals. Before Baiming Xiantian could complete this thought, he saw familiar farm animals emerging from the dark pit one after another. Vocalizing continuously, they rested their upper bodies on the pit's edge as if waiting to be fed by their owner. Pigs, cows, sheep, horses, donkeys, only their fur colors were somewhat darker than usual. Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but slap his own face to suppress his rising anger. Yet he couldn't stop himself from sighing internally. He'd always wanted a normal, heartwarming gaming experience, but reality kept giving him these unexpected surprises. "Don't take me for an idiot. Just moments ago you were boasting about this immortal's grave, making it sound like the most dangerous place in heaven and earth. But why is it now crawling with a bunch of newborn livestock?" So generation after generation of pitmasters have been jumping into this big hole to fight desperately with a bunch of farm animals. Ha! Zhu Neng seemed to notice Baiming Xuantian's disdain and explained, "According to your standards, the strongest monster in this pit back then was a level 100 immortal grade ferocious beast, the ink cloud earth-splitting dog. Our generation of pit masters paid the price of an arm and a leg to finally slay that vicious beast. An immortal grade ferocious beast." Baiming Xiantian was shocked. He never expected this seemingly unremarkable pit to actually contain such a powerful creature. And it was a level 100 immortal grade wild monster at that. Baiming Xiantian gained a clearer understanding of the immortal's grave. Zhu Nan wasn't finished yet. Pointing at the pits along the path, he began listing them off like treasured possessions. That pit over there once spawned 2 immortal-grade golden widow spiders, that pit had an immortal-grade sky-devouring python, and that one over there produced a spirit-grade flame colossus. Baiming Xiantian was utterly shocked. He didn't believe Zhu Nang would deceive him, because whenever he pointed out each pit and the monsters that had once appeared there, subtle fluctuations would emerge from the otherwise calm holes, as if creatures were stirring within. Involuntarily, Baiming Xiantian activated his fiery gaze ability to scrutinize the livestock near the nearest deep pit. Cloud's Pine Demon Boar, Spirit Grade, Level 35. Cloud Plow Demon Ox, Spirit Grade, Level 36. Cloud's Hard Demon Sheep, Spirit Grade, Level 34. Baiming Xiantian was completely dumbfounded now. Who would have thought these seemingly stupid and clumsy livestock were all Spirit Grade wild monsters above Level 30? Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but take a step backward. Just one casual attack from any of these Spirit Grade monsters would be enough to finish him off. Zhuaning smiled and said, "Pitmaster, you don't need to fear these beasts. They've already been tamed by our immortal burial pit and are now merely spirit beasts we keep. As long as they cannot produce leaders surpassing immortal level, they won't be able to break through our immortal burial pit suppression." Really? Baiming Xiantian's expression brightened. Of course it's true. Zhuaning continued, "At the deepest part of each pit, there's actually a passage leading to some unknown world. Our immortal burial pit's duty is to eliminate all monsters emerging from these passages. The simplest method to completely suppress a pit is actually to venture deep into it and shatter that passage connecting to unknown space. Once this passage is destroyed, the monsters in the pit can no longer obtain spiritual energy for growth. Their power will gradually decline, making escape from our immortal burial pit's control impossible. So that's how it is." Baiming Xiantian finally understood why successive immortal burial pit masters would always jump into these deep pits. Perhaps cutting off this passage is their main objective, and once you jump into the pit, you'll face the combined attacks of all the monsters inside. The outcome between life and death is unpredictable. How did these passages appear? Where do they lead? Have we never considered completely resolving these continuously emerging passages? Baiming Xiantian grasped the crux of the problem. It seems these pits, as well as the existence of the immortal burial pit, are all due to these suddenly appearing passages that spew forth monsters. Of course we have. Zhu Nang spoke. Among our successive pit masters throughout generations, there have been many extraordinarily talented individuals. When their strength reached the level where they could easily pacify multiple pits, they attempted to enter the world on the other side through the passages in the pits to completely resolve the issue of the immortal burial pit. What were the results? Did anyone succeed? Baiming Xiantian asked urgently. Zhu Nang smiled despondently. "If they had succeeded, the two of us wouldn't be standing here right now. Since the appearance of the passages and pits, until the previous pit master departed never to return, not a single person from our immortal burial pit has succeeded. Anyone who enters that passageway has never been able to return. Neither living bodies nor dead corpses are ever seen again." Legend says our first generation pit lord, the holy ancestor of ice, entered that passage and never reappeared. The more Baiming Xiantian listened, the more alarmed he became. In his mind's eye, a vivid scene abruptly formed. A world filled with powerful monsters, digging out passage after passage to send these creatures to the Chaos Continent, while generations of burial immortal pit lords, to completely eliminate these threats, entered that monster-filled world through those passages, fighting to their deaths. Suddenly, Baiming Xiantian felt his identity as the current burial immortal pit lord seemed to take on new significance. It felt weighty, yet he found himself willing to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Of course. Zhu Nang continued, "If our current pit lord's strength proves insufficient, we gatekeepers must establish barriers to prevent the creatures in the pits from escaping the burial immortal pit and wreaking havoc on the Chaos Continent." Then Baiming Xiantian saw Zhu Nang wave his hand forward, and before the pit that was dozens of meters away, a faint image of an ancient gate appeared. It happened to block the front of that enormous deep pit. Moreover, what shocked Baiming Xiantian even more was that beyond the already terrifying deep pit he saw, dozens of meters away, there was actually another pit emitting black light. Even further away there were even further. What? Baiming Xiantian's pupils contracted as he spotted, beyond several pits, a massive pit from which suddenly emerged a terrifying giant claw. With just a gentle swing of this unknown creature's giant claw outside the pit entrance, streaks of lightning flashed out, smashing the low underground passageway and sending rubble flying. Then he saw a halo shoot from the faint image of the ancient gate toward the giant claw, easily leaving a horrifying wound on it. Roar! Even through several increasingly large pits, that enormous pit which extended a giant claw emitted a roar that made Baiming Xiantian's hair stand on end. Zhu Nang beside him seemed accustomed to it and said, "See, Pitmaster, you need to grow stronger quickly. The monsters emerging from these pits behind the portal are becoming increasingly powerful. Once monsters exceeding the ceiling level of the burial immortal portal appear, then the legacy of our burial immortal sect will truly be severed." Baiming Xiantian nodded, his heart filled with heaviness. But he quickly regained his composure and asked, "Senior, can I enter these pits? I mean, are there pits suitable for my current strength? I need to level up." "Of course, if you're not afraid of death." Zhu Neng laughed. "Before you reach level 40, you can train in these pits in front of the portal that have been completely controlled by our burial immortal pit. After all, these beasts have already become useless." "Good." Bai Ming Xuantian's face lit up with joy. He had been worried that due to the pit holes before the portal being controlled by the burying immortal pit, he wouldn't be able to enter to kill monsters and level up. But surprisingly, he could still get in. Looking at it this way, these pit holes truly represent an incredibly profound heritage. Each of those spirit-grade wild monsters represents premium loot and massive amounts of experience. However, it seems the nearest livestock pit with a 7 to 8 meter diameter is still inaccessible to him for now. They're all spirit-grade monsters above level 30. He stands absolutely no chance. Better start with those smaller puddles up ahead. Chapter 59, Elder Zhu Xian who betrayed the burying immortal pit. On the Xuanwu Avenue completely paved with marble, the number of players kept increasing. Players who just entered the greater world from minor worlds were utterly fascinated by Xuanwu City's extravagant shops and dazzling array of items. Bai Ming Xiantian, who had just figured out what the burying immortal pit really was, had now returned to Xuanwu City and was walking along the spacious Xuanwu Avenue. This time he didn't rely on running back but directly used the hidden teleportation property of the Ice Ancestor banner. It allowed free teleportation between any major city and any burial immortal pit. When Bai Ming Xiantian asked Zuaning with a dark expression why they hadn't used the teleportation function earlier, instead making him huff and puff all the way there, Zuaning proudly told Bai Ming Xiantian that every inch of space in the Xuanwu continent was the site of burial immortal pits' immortal gates. Direct teleportation was no different from strolling through the immortal gates of burial immortal pit. Bai Ming Xiantian, who was almost about to lose his temper again, finally calmed himself down by repeating, "Got used to being tricked, got used to being tricked." The reason they didn't first enter lower-level burial immortal pits to kill monsters and level up was actually because Bai Ming Xiantian suddenly noticed Zuanen's name seemed to be related to one of his quests. During the process of killing mountain god Taiheng, Bai Ming Xiantian activated the first part of the Frost Sage Ancestor Inheritance quest to find Elder Zhu Xian in Xuanwu City. When Bai Ming Xiantian asked Zuaning if he knew any information about Elder Zhu Xian, Zhu Neng's face instantly darkened. After being pestered by Bai Ming Xiantian for quite some time, Zhu Neng finally spoke in an extremely awkward tone. He said to Bai Ming Xiantian, "Zhu Xian is a traitor to the immortal burying pit. I never want to see that coward who fears death more than anything else, never." After speaking, Zhu Neng surprisingly took out a pitch-black magic staff and jumped into the livestock immortal burying pit. Soon after, screams of livestock being slaughtered came from within the livestock immortal burying pit. Horrifying, horrifying. Bai Ming Xiantian, who had never been able to clearly see Zhu Neng's rank and level, decided not to provoke this strange old man in the future. Fortunately, Zhu Neng eventually provided information about Elder Zhu Xian. Elder Zhu Xian frequently appears at a tavern called Another Day. Bai Ming Xiantian inquired among the NPCs in Xuanwu City and finally managed to find this unmarked tavern that he had passed by several times without noticing. Carefully pushing open the tavern's worn wooden door, the faint characters "Another Day" could barely be discerned. Creak! The wooden door emitted a screeching sound, yet amidst the tavern's boisterous noise, it failed to draw anyone's attention. The tavern's interior unexpectedly defied Bai Ming Xuantian's expectations. Unlike the dim lighting often depicted in films, Another Day Tavern featured elegantly arranged private booths. Though groups of burly men kept shouting drunken nonsense, the establishment maintained remarkable cleanliness. Surprisingly, the tavern roof even contained a transparent skylight. The overall brightness of the tavern ensured visitors experienced no discomfort upon entering. Approaching the counter near the entrance, Bai Ming Xiantian noticed a robust youth leisurely drinking from a wine jar. "Excuse me, is Elder Zhu Xian here?" Bai Ming Xiantian inquired. "Elder Zhu Xian? Never heard of her hick." The youth raised his drunken eyes blearily and spoke to Bai Ming Xiantian with slurred words. Bai Ming Xiantian continued patiently, "That can't be right. I heard that Elder Zhu Xian often comes to this tavern to drink." "Gulu gelu." The youth lifted his wine pot again, taking another full gulp as wine dribbled down the corner of his mouth. Bai Ming Xiantian frowned and was about to ask someone else in the tavern when he heard the drunken youth mutter between hiccups, "What Elder Zhu Xian? She's just a penniless drunkard like me. The Zhu Xian you're looking for is washing dishes in the back." With these words, the youth collapsed onto the bar counter with a thud, immediately falling into deep snoring sleep. Bai Ming Xiantian shook his head, thinking to himself that the NPC settings in Chaos were truly too realistic. Having tavern waiters who got this drunk was really rather exasperating. However, Bai Ming Xiantian still walked towards the back of the tavern, arriving at a wooden door labeled kitchen. Bai Ming Xiantian gently pushed the door open and peeked inside, seeing a modestly sized kitchen. At the far end of the kitchen, there was a row of sinks where a woman wearing an apron with long flowing hair was vigorously scrubbing dishes, her back turned to the entrance. Baiming Xiantian glanced around the kitchen and noticed that apart from this woman whose graceful silhouette alone suggested she was a great beauty even before seeing her face, there was no one else present. "Excuse me," Baiming Xiantian asked, "do you know where Elder Zuxian is?" At his words, the woman at the sink paused in her dishwashing. Then, without turning around, she bluntly replied, "Dead." Baiming Xuantian's face darkened. Just as he was about to ask further, the woman seemed to suddenly become irritable. With a flick of her wrist, she angrily hurled a plate onto the kitchen floor. Startled, Baiming Xiantian quickly withdrew his head and closed the kitchen door. "Ha! Wait!" Baiming Xiantian was about to ask that unreliable waiter again when he suddenly remembered. That drunken boy earlier had told him the one washing dishes in the kitchen was actually Elder Zuxian. Could it be? Baiming Xiantian immediately returned to the kitchen door, paused for a moment, then pushed it open and entered. Addressing the woman washing dishes, he asked, "You must be Elder Zuxian." "No." Crash. Another plate shattered. Ahem. Baiming Xiantian was now certain this woman was indeed the Elder Zuxian he was seeking. But he never expected Elder Zuxian wouldn't be an old man like Zuoning, but rather a graceful woman. "Senior, I am the current pit master of the immortal burial pit." Baiming Xiantian still believed only by using this identity could he capture Elder Zuxian's attention. As expected, after hearing Baiming Xuantian's words, the sound of dishes shattering in the water pool erupted once more with a clattering noise. Finally, Baiming Xiantian heard Zhu Xian speak in her clear, cold voice, "Why have you come to me?" "To cleanse the sect by eliminating me, this traitor of the burial immortal pit." Then, Baiming Xiantian saw Zhu Xian turn around, her face free of makeup, eyes like limpid autumn waters, and a few strands of loose black hair cascading down. "As beautiful as a celestial maiden." This phrase immediately surfaced in Baiming Xuantian's mind. Elder Zhu Xian's beauty was different from Liang Bingbing's pure elegance and Zhanxiu Baoer's lively charm. It was as if she were an ice-cold fairy, untouchable and detached from the mortal world. Even in this cramped, messy little kitchen, wearing a dirty apron, her ethereal, unapproachable aura remained undiminished. "Senior, you've misunderstood. I came here to obtain the legacy of the Frost Saint ancestor." Baiming Xiantian immediately snapped back to attention and spoke to this beautiful elder who had betrayed the burial immortal pit. Hearing Baiming Xuantian's words, a trace of surprise seemed to flash through Zhu Xian's eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she took off the apron she was wearing, tossed it aside, and walked toward Baiming Xiantian. Without the apron's concealment, Zhu Xian's graceful figure was clearly visible beneath her simple dress. As Zhu Xian passed by Baiming Xiantian, whose ears were slightly burning, he heard her cool voice say, "Let's talk outside." With these words, Zhu Xian pushed open the kitchen door and walked out first, with Baiming Xiantian hurrying after her. They saw Zhu Xian stride toward the bar counter, where her white brow furrowed slightly upon noticing the drunken youth sleeping face down on it. Then came a loud bang. Baiming Xiantian stared in astonishment as Zhu Xian, ethereal as an exiled fairy, lifted her foot and kicked the drunken young man onto the floor behind the bar counter. The young man seemed too intoxicated after being kicked to the ground by Zhu Xian. He simply rolled over to find a comfortable position and immediately resumed his loud snoring. The burly men drinking in the tavern's partitioned booths burst into laughter at this scene, appearing completely accustomed to such sights. Zhu Xian scanned the bar counter, picked up a white liquor bottle, and with practiced ease pulled out the stopper to sniff the aroma. Then, for the first time since Baiming Xiantian had met her, Zhu Xian's perpetually cold face finally revealed a smile so beautiful it compelled admiration. Clutching the bottle, Zhu Xian ignored Baiming Xiantian and found an empty booth in the tavern to enter alone. Not wasting any time, Baiming Xiantian quickly followed and took a seat opposite Zhu Xian. Merely separated by a table facing the celestial fairy like Elder Zuxian directly, Baiming Xiantian felt thoroughly uncomfortable, not knowing where to put his hands. Zhu Xian paid no attention whatsoever, acting as if Baiming Xiantian didn't exist. She found herself a wine cup, pouring wine, drinking, closing her eyes to savor pouring, drinking. Only after 7 or 8 cups, when a becoming blush had appeared on her fair complexion, did Zhu Xian casually ask Baiming Xiantian, "How's that old thing Zuoning doing?" "Ha!" Baiming Xiantian never expected Zhu Xian would ask him this question. But in an instant he seemed to comprehend something. A glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes as he was about to speak. Thwack! A fair finger, appearing to tap lightly yet moving with swift precision, landed right on Baiming Xuantian's forehead. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Tears welled up in Baiming Xuantian's eyes. Elder Zhu Xian had actually flicked him on the forehead. "Little thing, don't let your thoughts wander where they shouldn't. Unless you want me to dig out your heart, liver, spleen, and lungs." Zhu Xian showed a beautifully ferocious expression as she warned Baiming Xiantian, "There's definitely something between you two." Baiming Xiantian covered his forehead where he'd been flicked, losing over 100 HP from that single flick while inwardly confirming this vicious thought. Zhu Xian seemed to notice the unwillingness in Baiming Xuantian's eyes and extended her fair, slender finger again. Bai Ming Xiantian hastily retreated, regarding Zhu Xian with wariness. He. But Zhu Xian simply resumed pouring and drinking wine by herself, speaking again in that tone that was partly aloof and partly languid. Who knows what that old fool Zuaning was thinking, choosing a little thing like you as pitmaster. Personally, I'd have preferred that little drunkard outside. Bai Ming Xiantian pursed his lips but didn't immediately rebut. Chapter 60, Zhu Xian, little thing, I accept your challenge. Bai Ming Xiantian was utterly confounded by this excessively beautiful yet mischievously cunning elder Zhu Xian before him. But when he heard her say he couldn't even compare to that drunken boy outside, it really made him laugh in exasperation. Sip. After enjoying another cup of wine with immense satisfaction, elder Zhu Xian threw Bai Ming Xiantian a gorgeous side eye. Bai Ming Xiantian quickly schooled his expression when Zhu Xian glanced at him. He had already vaguely sensed her terrifying strength. Just now, this woman had knocked off over 100 of his HP with a single finger. Terrifying to such an extent. Looking at elder Zhu Xian, whose autumn water-like beautiful eyes had grown somewhat unfocused after drinking most of the bottle, Bai Ming Xiantian was genuinely worried he might accidentally get beaten to death by this drunken woman. That would be such an unjust way to die. The death penalty from the burial immortal pit's master truly made him unwilling to perish. Soon, Zhu Xian lazily said to Bai Ming Xiantian, "Tell me, how did you activate the Ice Ancestor's inheritance?" Bai Ming Xiantian pondered for a moment, then quickly recounted how he faced the threat from mountain god Taiheng, unleashed his ice-type potential to activate the Ice Heart token, and thereby obtained the inheritance of the Frost Saint Ancestor. Zhu Xian didn't interrupt Bai Ming Xiantian's account, only showing interest when hearing that the spirit-level mountain god Taiheng had intended to kill Bai Ming Xiantian. When Bai Ming Xiantian mentioned how he ultimately killed mountain god Taiheng using the temporary ultimate skill Ice Seal, Godslayer, Zhu Xian snorted disdainfully. By the time Bai Ming Xiantian finished his story, Zhu Xian had already finished an entire bottle of wine, her face adorned with a beautiful flush. Who knows how this kid, got so lucky? Propping her elbow on the table and resting her chin in her hand, Zhu Xian spoke to Bai Ming Xiantian in a charmingly naive tone. Her loose, beautiful hair cascaded down casually, partially obscuring Zhu Xian's face, yet the faintly discernible beauty made the sight all the more heart-fluttering. My heart will forever belong to Bing Bing. Bai Ming Xiantian quickly averted his gaze, silently repeating the self-encouraging mantra he'd used since childhood in his mind. Finally recovering from his accelerated heartbeat, he coughed lightly. Ahem, Elder Zhu Xian, the mission instructions mentioned that I should find you to complete the first part of the inheritance quest. How should I proceed? Oh. Hearing Bai Ming Xiantian's words, Zhu Xian slightly raised her exquisite head, her dazed eyes scanning him as if conducting an inspection. Then she slowly spoke. Do you truly wish to continue with this inheritance quest of the Frost Saint Ancestor? Of course I do, Bai Ming Xiantian replied. Zhu Xian lowered her jade-like forearm that had been partially exposed, sat up straight, and gazed at Bai Ming Xiantian with an altered expression. Very well, I accept your challenge. Ha! Bai Ming Xiantian seemed to detect a rapidly intensifying battle lust in Zhu Xian's eyes. What challenge? Bai Ming Xiantian hastily spoke up. Though not adept at dealing with girls, he had clearly sensed Zhu Xian's intention to attack him moments ago. Didn't you say you wanted to continue the Ice Ancestor inheritance quest? As she spoke, Zhu Xian dramatically rubbed her wrists, leaving Bai Ming Xiantian speechless. Back then, just like you, I attempted to inherit the Ice Ancestor's legacy, but failed at the second stage. Zhu Xian continued slowly, as if narrating someone else's story. From then on, I became the guardian of the first stage for the Ice Ancestor's inheritance. I believe only the most talented Ice Mage deserves the Ice Ancestor's legacy, so I'll go all out to defend its honor. How am I supposed to handle this? Bai Ming Xiantian never expected that the first challenge from the Frost Saint Ancestor would be to face Zhu Xian, whose strength was unknown but undoubtedly formidable. Just moments ago, he had seized the opportunity while Zhu Xian was drinking to use eyes like torches. The results showed nothing but unknowns even more exaggerated than Zhu Nong, whose rank and level couldn't be discerned. What did this mean? It was possible that Zhu Xian far surpassed the strength of any wild monsters or NPCs he had encountered before. Celestial tier. Or perhaps even divine tier. At this thought, Bai Ming Xiantian frowned slightly but still said, Elder Zhu Xian, could this challenge be postponed? Bai Ming Xiantian knew he stood no chance against Zhu Xian at present. If he were to compete with her now, the outcome would undoubtedly be an effortless defeat. And if he failed in challenging Zhu Xian, the Frost Saint Ancestor's legacy would be lost. To be honest, Bai Ming Xiantian couldn't bear the thought. The Frost Saint Ancestor, as the strongest hidden ice class profession in Chaos, was something he truly didn't want to give up. Now he could only pin his hopes on this challenge task against Elder Zhu Xian to buy some time. Wait until his strength grows somewhat stronger before challenging the unfathomable Zhu Xian. Not allowed. But what made Bai Ming Xiantian's heart clench was that Zhu Xian refused his request without hesitation. I've already said by accepting your challenge, it means within the next 24 hours you must challenge and defeat me to continue the inheritance quest. Zuxian's icy, seemingly emotionless words sent Bai Mingxuantian's mood plunging to rock bottom. Bai Mingxiantian deliberated for a long while before finally gritting his teeth and asking, "Fine. Since that's the case, I'd like to know what does the challenge entail." Earlier, Zuxian only mentioned challenging and defeating her, but there seemed to be hidden meaning in her words. Perhaps this was his opportunity. "Humph, little thing, you do have some cleverness after all." Zuxian sneered coldly, then said, "For this first challenge, you may freely choose one from 3 different challenge options." Oh. Bai Mingxuantian's eyes reignited with hope. The first, defeat me by any means necessary. Defeat me in direct combat. Zuxian extended a finger toward Bai Mingxiantian as he spoke. Bai Mingxiantian was instantly overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness, rapidly reviewing all his hidden cards. He realized that even using Frozen Godslayer might not be enough to defeat Zuxian. The absolute confidence in Zuxian's eyes seemed to clearly convey to Bai Mingxiantian, "Use whatever you want. If I even blink, I lose." Use the Fireball spell. Although the Fireball spell had previously upgraded to yellow rank and its attack power far surpassed what it was when he killed Shiva's Divine Bull, but against a mere level 15 spirit rank he'd still needed several fireballs. Against a celestial rank or even divine rank opponent like Zuxian, could it succeed? Unlikely. Extremely doubtful in fact. Although I possess ultimate skills, does Zuxian not have any? Perhaps I wouldn't even get the chance to make a move before being defeated. The second one. Zuxian extended her second jade white finger and said, "Having higher ice affinity than me, this challenge is the simplest. If your ice affinity surpasses SS grade, you can win without fighting." Sigh. A heavy sigh weighed in Bai Mingxuantian's heart. He possessed SSSS grade fire affinity, but his ice affinity probably couldn't even reach the lowest F grade. He certainly hadn't overlooked his problem of failing to hit targets with ice spells. Bai Mingxiantian shook his head helplessly, eyes filled with unwillingness. He never expected Zuxian before him to actually have SS grade ice affinity. Such envy, jealousy, and hatred. Seeing Bai Mingxuantian's dejected expression, Zuxian didn't mock him but continued extending her third finger. She said, "The third one will compare the effects of our ice spells." Chapter 61, Transforming Water into Ice, Freezing the Chaotic Sea. Spell effects. What do you mean? Bai Mingxiantian asked. Very simple. Since you want to obtain the Ice Ancestor's inheritance, you must be proficient in ice-based spells. Zuxian retracted her 3 slender fingers, a cunning gleam flashing in her eyes. Then, we'll compete in the simplest test, turning water into ice. Turning water into ice. Bai Mingxiantian almost immediately understood. This seemed to truly be the most fundamental skill comparison in the ice magic lineage. Within the Baiming clan, many young members often used this as entertainment. They would find a bucket of water and see who could freeze it completely first. Because of this, Bai Mingxiantian had frequently found the water buckets in his room mischievously frozen solid by his peers. How about this? No matter what method you use, if your water freezing skills surpass mine, I'll consider your challenge successful. Then I'll acknowledge your qualification for the next stage. Deal. I choose this water freezing challenge. Bai Mingxiantian replied decisively. The first 2 challenges would have been impossible for him to win, so he might as well choose this third challenge. Though it seems nothing special, at least it can't be worse than the previous 2. Surrender without a fight. That's not my style. Good. Let's go. Zuxian chuckled lightly, causing the very air to tremble. Isn't that a bit excessive? Bai Mingxiantian only felt violent fluctuations in the surrounding air before the scenery changed. Both he and Zuxian had disappeared from the tavern booth. Shortly after Zuxian and Bai Mingxiantian disappeared, a curvaceous woman entered through the tavern door. First she glanced disdainfully at the young man snoring loudly on the floor, then inspected the shattered dishes in the kitchen. Her eyes fell upon the empty white bottle in the booth where Zuxian and Bai Mingxiantian had been seated. After a long silence, the woman finally parted her cherry lips and shouted angrily, "You 2 bastards! I swear I'll make you work off your debt in my tavern for 10,000 years, 10,000 years. Thud. Bai Mingxiantian tumbled awkwardly onto a patch of soft sand. One moment he was sitting in the tavern booth, the next he found himself on a sunny beach. The teleportation happened so fast that Bai Mingxiantian was still in his sitting position when he arrived. After struggling to stand up from the soft sand, he looked at Zuxian beside him, who appeared even more radiant in the sunlight. "Elder Zuxian, why have we come here?" Bai Mingxiantian gathered his thoughts and asked. Zuxian kicked off her shoes onto the sand, revealing her snow-white delicate feet that now stepped on the soft beach. "To compete in water to ice transformation," Zuxian said cheerfully, her tone light as she spoke to Bai Mingxiantian. "What? Coming here for a water to ice competition? By the sea? Could it be?" Bai Mingxiantian turned his head in disbelief toward the boundless ocean nearby. According to Chaos game lore, the Chaos world could also be called the Chaos continent, but the term Chaos continent actually includes the Chaos Sea between landmasses. In Chaos, each gaming zone is actually a landmass, with the boundless chaotic sea separating different gaming continents. The powerful wild monsters in the chaotic sea serve as natural barriers between different gaming zones. Normally, only in the late game, when players become strong enough to defeat the formidable sea monsters, can players from different zones come into contact with each other. Similarly, the Xianyuan zone is surrounded by a vast expanse of the chaotic sea. However, while examining the map of the Xianyuan zone, Beiming Xiantian noticed something extremely peculiar. According to real-world legends, the four divine beasts should be distributed as black tortoise in the north, vermilion bird in the south, azure dragon in the east, and white tiger in the west. But in the Chaos Xianyuan continent, the locations of the four main cities are completely reversed. Black Tortoise City lies in the south of Xianyuan continent, Vermilion Bird City in the north, Azure Dragon City in the west, and White Tiger City in the east. Beiming Xiantian has long suspected that this configuration might conceal a greater secret. Beiming Xiantian opened the map and saw that he had indeed been brought by Zhu Xian to the edge of the chaotic sea, hundreds of kilometers south of Xuanwu City. And the purpose of coming here was actually to compete with her in turning water into ice. Are you kidding me? Competing in turning water into ice in the chaotic sea? That's insane. Whether in reality or in the game environment, players' ice-based skills would inherently carry default freezing effects. But unless it's a specialized freezing skill, it's difficult to affect large areas of moving water. Just imagine if casting a minor ice spike spell could freeze an entire open body of water. Who wouldn't rush to learn ice magic? In realistic scenarios, if Beiming Xiantian cast a 7th level minor ice spike spell in a very small body of water, such as a bucket, a vat, or a small puddle or pond, it might create a few centimeters of freezing effect. But if cast in the constantly surging sea, perhaps not even a single centimeter of ice could be formed. Are you ready? Zhu Xian lightly kicked the soft sand, her swaying skirt revealing a glimpse of pale, lotus root-like calves beneath a sight that brought serene delight to the beholder. Ah, I'm ready. Beiming Xiantian hurriedly replied, his flustered demeanor earning another delicate, beautiful eye roll from Zhu Xian. Come, follow me. With these words, Zhu Xian stepped forward with joyful strides, leaving faint footprints in the sand as she walked toward the edge of the primordial chaos sea ahead. Beiming Xiantian rubbed his nose and followed after. The weather today was excellent, with no strong winds, so the dark blue waters of the primordial chaos sea merely lapped gently against the shore. Yet looking farther out, the waves across the entire sea remained as turbulent as ever. Shall I go first, or will you? Upon reaching the shoreline, Zhu Xian didn't step into the water but chose a spot beyond the waves' reach before turning to address Beiming Xiantian softly. You go first. I'll prepare myself, Beiming Xiantian replied. Good. Zhu Xian nodded, lifting her skirt slightly as she gracefully crouched down. She extended a slender, pale hand into the nearest seawater. Then, Beiming Xiantian heard Zhu Xian's cold voice speak, sounding as casual as someone playing by the shore reaching for seashells. Ice vessel in autumn moon. As the words fell, a series of crackling sounds emerged, instantly overwhelming even the roaring waves. Beiming Xiantian felt the warm air subtly shift. Like a puppet, he turned his gaze toward the previously turbulent chaos sea. The once stormy dark blue waters now rapidly froze, starting from the point where Zhu Xian's hand touched the surface. The sea surface transformed into a glistening sheet of ice. A large fish that had just leaped from the water became frozen mid-air during this aqueous transformation. Moreover, from afar, the freezing process continued spreading inexorably toward the horizon. The deafening crackling sounds were precisely the noise of seawater freezing. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, 1000 meters. According to Beiming Xiantian's estimation, within mere seconds, Zhu Xian's water-to-ice transformation had already frozen over a kilometer of the chaotic sea. Boom crack. Moreover, because this 1,000-meter stretch of sea had suddenly frozen solid, the chaotic sea monsters beneath the water continuously rammed against the thick ice cover from below. But no matter how hard they tried, none could break through the entire frozen sea area Zhu Xian had created. Too powerful. A single skill had frozen over a kilometer of seawater. How many times stronger was this compared to his own little ice spike technique? 10,000 times. Far from enough. Beiming Xiantian even felt that 100,000 or 1,000,000 times would still be an underestimate. Too terrifying. Beiming Xiantian even felt a twinge of lingering fear. Fortunately, he hadn't truly offended this fearsome ice master Zhu Xian back in the tavern. At the same time, witnessing with his own eyes a living ice element expert performing ice magic right before him, and what's more, one who could casually freeze over a 1,000-meter stretch of sea. Beiming Xiantian's heart swelled with excitement. Who says ice magic is weak? See that. It can even freeze the primordial chaos sea. Meanwhile, in the depths of the dark underwater world, over a dozen southern barbarian players were swimming through the dim seabed. These players each wore a special device on their heads, resembling a giant fish head. Yet it seemed this peculiar fish head apparatus allowed them to bypass the normal restriction of being unable to breathe underwater. How much farther until we reach Xianyuan region's coastline? A player wielding a golden trident actually spoke aloud. The sound transmitted through the fish head device, allowing his voice to miraculously propagate through the seawater. Divine emissary, according to the map, if we swim forward for 2 more hours, we'll successfully reach Xianyuan region's shore. A nearby player responded respectfully. Good. The Golden Trident player spoke after hearing this. Last time when we infiltrated the Xianyuan region through Divine Ox Lord's spatial rift, the mission failed. Moreover, they used some unknown method to cruelly kill Divine Ox Lord. This time, with the Kuei fish divine armor bestowed by Fish God, we must complete this infiltration mission. Anyone who dares to hold us back won't be spared. Yes. Around a dozen players wearing fish head devices responded loudly. Damn it! You've attracted the attention of the abyssal behemoth, the Golden Trident player roared. In the dim ocean depths, a colossal creature of indeterminate size was awakening from its slumber due to human disturbance. Meanwhile, just as Baiming Xiantian was sighing in contemplation, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Zhu Xian withdrew her delicate hand from the frozen seawater, then turned to look at Baiming Xiantian, lightly raising her fair chin. Her gesture seemed to say, well, ready to admit defeat. Baiming Xiantian came to his senses, remembering this was still a competition, and anxiously scratched his head. Zhu Xian chuckled lightly, waving her hand toward the frozen sea surface as she uttered, "Ice melt jade dissolve." Then, the sea surface that had been frozen solid appeared to instantly melt as if scorched by fire. With a thunderous crash, the ice vanished, and the deep blue seawater came crashing down. The surging waves pounded toward the shore, but when they reached where Zhu Xian and Baiming Xiantian stood, Zhu Xian simply gave a gentle wave. A pale blue halo flew out, blocking the enormous waves. After a long while, the waves subsided, and the primordial sea returned to its previous state of calm ripples. Baiming Xiantian watched this scene, his heart surging with even greater turmoil. Too powerful. This is simply too powerful. How could he possibly defeat this beautiful yet formidable opponent? Suddenly, inspiration struck Baiming Xiantian as a tattered cloth banner appeared in his hand. Chapter 62. The Suddenly Mute Fireball Technique. Ice Ancestor Banner. Second skill, Ice Ancestor's Sigh. Can convert any elemental spell attack released into an ice element spell attack, maintaining the same attack damage and effects while adding ice-based control effects. Baiming Xiantian pondered this skill, faintly sensing that this might be the key to whether he could defeat Zhu Xian today. Ice Ancestor Banner. Before Baiming Xiantian could think further, he heard Zhu Xian exclaim beside him, then felt the banner slip from his grasp. The Ice Ancestor Banner, the token of the Burial Immortal Pit's master, broke free from his control and fell into Zhu Xian's hands. As if admiring an incomparably precious treasure, Zhu Xian carefully examined the tattered Ice Ancestor banner with her jade-like hands. Baiming Xiantian didn't disturb Zhu Xian, for he saw deep nostalgia reflected in her eyes. This made him ponder the identity of Elder Zhu Xian, the so-called betrayer of Burial Immortal Pit that Zuaning had mentioned. From his interactions with Zhu Xian, Baiming Xiantian couldn't believe that this celestial beauty before him would betray the immortal sect. Was there some unspeakable difficulty? Baiming Xiantian couldn't help but wonder. Moreover, Zuaning's awkward expression when mentioning Zhu Xian earlier and the fact that Zhu Xian's first question upon learning he was the new master of Immortal Burial Pit was about Zuaning's well-being. These two clearly have something going on. Although Zuaning and Zhu Xian appear to have a significant age difference. But for cultivators at their level, altering one's appearance might just be a trivial spell. Should I help them? Baiming Xiantian's burning gossip hard ahem. His intense curiosity about hidden plots made him want to facilitate what he'd already imagined in his mind, an immortal sect's tragic romance. He said, I wasn't trying to obtain the Ice Ancestor's inheritance. Suddenly, Zhu Xian seemed lost in deep memories, murmuring words that might have been meant for Baiming Xiantian, or perhaps just sorrowful soliloquy. Rather, she fell into it, completely trapped in the Ice Ancestor's inheritance, this curse that has circulated within the Burial Immortal sect for who knows how many years. Baiming Xiantian didn't interrupt Zhu Xian's words, listening quietly as she recounted. I explained, but he wouldn't listen. I tried to embrace her, but he pushed me away. I wanted to dig out my own heart to show him, but he... Zhu Xian's voice was full of resentment, yet in this moment, Baiming Xiantian also sensed a touch of humanity emanating from her. The Zhu Xian from before had been aloof, beautiful, yet like a celestial maiden no matter where she was, she seemed removed from worldly affairs, keeping others at arm's length. But the Zhu Xian now lost in memories finally made Baiming Xiantian feel she wasn't so distant after all. Yet he said, even if I tore out my heart, he wouldn't want to see me anymore. And so, I rebelled against the Burial Immortal Pit. A trace of determination crept into Zhu Xian's voice. I want to prove to him that even after obtaining the Ice Ancestor's legacy, my heart will never change. The one I fell for isn't the Ice Ancestor, it has always been and will always be him. But, a desolate sorrow like late autumn suddenly emanated from Zhu Xian as she continued in a somewhat despairing tone. I couldn't even pass the second trial of the Ice Ancestor's legacy challenge. Yet I refused to accept defeat. I voluntarily became the guardian of the first trial, determined to find someone truly worthy of inheriting the Ice Ancestor's legacy. When the Ice Ancestor's legacy reappears in this world, I'll go and tell that bastard clearly. I, Zhu Xian, didn't fall for the Ice Ancestor, it was always him. Baiming Xiantian found himself moved by Zhu Xian's emotions, and her image in his mind seemed to grow more vivid. Here was a woman striving to prove herself and doing so for the man she deeply loved. Elder Zuxian, is that bastard you mentioned Senior Zuaning? Biming Xiantian said weakly. How dare you call me bastard? A bone-chilling cold instantly spread throughout Biming Xuantian's entire body. Zuxian slowly turned her head, giving him a cold stare. I knew it. I just knew it would be like this. Biming Xiantian mentally slapped himself repeatedly. He shouldn't have wasted even a single word on a woman caught up in emotions. I was wrong. Biming Xiantian begged for mercy without hesitation. Whoosh! The cold dissipated and Biming Xiantian checked his health points, already more than half gone. Terrifying. Patting his chest unconsciously, Biming Xiantian felt grateful he hadn't chosen the first challenge earlier. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and start the challenge. I'm in a hurry to go back for drinks. Zuxian glanced at Biming Xiantian, her entire demeanor returning to its previous aloof elegance as she casually tossed the Frost Ancestor banner back to him. In truth, Biming Xiantian didn't know that Zuxian was currently going crazy with frustration inside. Ah, how could this happen? How could I show emotions in front of this little thing? Ah, Zuxian, you're so embarrassing. Should I silence the witness? No, forget it. This little thing is the pitmaster he personally found. If I kill it, he might get unhappy. Biming Xiantian took the Ice Ancestor banner, his mood slightly calmer. He nodded to Zuxian, then turned towards the sea. Holding the Ice Ancestor banner in his right hand, Biming Xiantian waved his other hand and summoned the Scarlet Flame Staff. The pose of holding a banner in his left hand and a staff in his right intrigued Zuxian, who was watching from behind. Biming Xiantian crouched down and dipped the front end of the Scarlet Flame Staff in his right hand into the seawater. Then he took a deep breath, closed his eyes and softly chanted, "Small fireball spell." Exactly. The solution Biming Xiantian had thought of was to utilize the second skill of the Ice Ancestor banner, Descent of the Ice Ancestor, to transform his possessed 100,000 volts ahem his 100,000 plus attack power small fireball spell, which was already a yellow rank skill. During the limited times he had used the minor fireball spell, Biming Xiantian had witnessed the overwhelming flames of his little fireball. In Biming Xiantian's skill panel, there was still that small flame, though the now seemingly more lively minor fireball spell showed no changes in its skill description. Minor Fireball, yellow grade, releases a very small fireball that deals minimal damage to the target. However, Biming Xiantian knew this little fireball spell that he had previously disregarded had devoured a red grade skill Raging Inferno dropped by a Shiva Bull and a heaven grade skill Celestial Fire scorching the plains that he had comprehended himself. It had become far more terrifying than when he first used it to cremate scarecrows in rice fields for just a single copper coin. And this was precisely Biming Xiantian's trump card for challenging Zuxian to the turning water to ice test. With this incredibly exaggerated minor fireball spell, he would use the Ice Ancestor's Psi skill to convert it into ice-based attacks to complete his turning water to ice challenge. For the first time, Biming Xiantian found himself placing great expectations on this little fireball technique he had never particularly fancied. You must win. Ha! The anticipated sound, the same kind produced when Zuxian had cast her ice-based spell to freeze the primordial sea, failed to manifest. Biming Xiantian couldn't help but open his eyes, only to see the primordial sea water completely unchanged. Puzzled, he lifted the Ice Ancestor banner in his left hand for inspection, confirming his mana had indeed been consumed for one activation of Ice Ancestor's Psi. In other words, it wasn't that Ice Ancestor's Psi had failed him. Rather, his little fireball technique, the very first skill he'd pinned his hopes on, hadn't activated at all. Refusing to accept this, Biming Xiantian cast Fireball technique toward the sea once more. The Ice Ancestor banner in his left hand flashed blue. Ice Ancestor Psi activated normally. But the Crimson Dawn Flame Staff in his right hand remained utterly unresponsive, failing to freeze even a centimeter of seawater. What's going on? Biming Xiantian was nearing desperation as he frenziedly cast over a dozen fireball techniques consecutively at the sea. But the previously reliable small fireball technique, though not particularly liked, had never failed before, yet now it seemed to have suddenly stopped responding. Chirp, chirp. Suddenly, several clear bird calls echoed in Biming Xiantian's mind. From these somewhat immature bird cries, he seemed to detect a hint of mockery. Schadenfreude. Chapter 63. How to Pacify an Angry Child. Urgent. Put. Watching Biming Xiantian repeatedly stir his beautiful staff in the seawater without casting a single spell, Zuxian couldn't help but laugh aloud. But Biming Xiantian paid no attention, his focus now completely immersed within his own consciousness. Who are you? Biming Xiantian had always been curious about these bird sounds in his mind, yet never actively investigated them. When the small fireball technique reached yellow tier, he'd received a notification stating the flame spirit had fully awakened. Even earlier, he'd gotten alerts about the small fireball technique developing spiritual awareness. However, subconsciously avoiding fire-based skills, Biming Xiantian had never carefully examined this transformation. It wasn't until today that Biming Xiantian, for the first time, calmly focused his attention on the small fireball spell, that flame icon in the skill bar. Buzz. A few moments after Biming Xiantian finished speaking in his mind, just as he was about to close the skill bar, He suddenly felt his entire consciousness tremble before finding himself in a crimson world. Hastily sensing his body, Beiming Xiantian realized only his consciousness had entered this space that made his entire body feel warm. His in-game body remained crouched by the chaos sea, though its movements had abruptly frozen. Beiming Xiantian surveyed this world before him, reaching out to touch the floating, silk and feather-like filaments in the air. Then he suddenly discovered that these soft, fibrous substances flowing through his hands were actually solidified flames. But even more remarkably, these flames felt like warm, fine-grained sand in his palms, incredibly pleasant to the touch. Chirp! Suddenly, the avian cry echoed once more through the fiery space. All the solidified flames floating throughout the space accelerated their flow in response to this cry. Who's there? Beiming Xiantian called out, "Are you the flame spirit?" In Beiming Xiantian's thoughts, this bird call was likely the flame spirit that the system had previously mentioned to him. Could this flame spirit perhaps be the blazing phoenix, the elemental lord of fire? If not, could it be one of the 4 divine beasts, the vermilion bird? The vermilion bird governs fire, a mighty divine beast with extraordinary flame talents. No. I thought not too. How could it possibly be? Wait, who's there? Beiming Xiantian suddenly heard a child's voice ring in his ear, directly negating his speculations about the blazing phoenix and vermilion bird. This sent chills running down Beiming Xiantian's spine. He had only been thinking those thoughts privately, without speaking them aloud. How could this voice directly perceive the ideas within his consciousness? Because I'm right inside your consciousness space. That crisp yet somewhat childish voice, clearly a child, sounded again. Beiming Xiantian was shocked. This was his consciousness space. Then how did you get here? I entered your consciousness space when you first arrived in this world. Don't you remember burning over a dozen scarecrows the first time you used me? This longer reply made Beiming Xiantian's heart pound even harder. There was actually an independent consciousness existing within his own consciousness space. Didn't this mean all his previous thoughts and ideas had been known to this entity? Wait a minute. The first time I used it to burn over a dozen scarecrows to death. You're the fireball spell. Beiming Xiantian couldn't help but shout loudly. That's right. You finally remembered. The crisp voice sounded again, carrying a trace of dissatisfaction in its tone. Then Beiming Xiantian saw wisps of solidified flames gathering not far in front of him, eventually forming a fireball the size of a basketball. Tisk! Beiming Xiantian took a deep breath. This was the first time he had observed the true form of the fireball spell so carefully and clearly at close range. As if greatly displeased by Beiming Xiantian's thoughts, the small fireball snorted coldly. The originally basketball-sized fireball suddenly expanded violently. A scene that remained vividly in Beiming Xiantian's memory, one that had once filled him with utter despair, reappeared. The basketball-sized fireball instantly expanded to several meters in diameter, then, as if showing off to Beiming Xiantian, suddenly swelled to dozens of meters across. Although still several steps away from Beiming Xiantian, this enormous fireball delivered an extremely powerful visual impact to him. All right. I was wrong. A strange feeling suddenly arose in Beiming Xiantian's heart. He actually sensed grievance from the small fireball spell before him. This thought made Beiming Xiantian unable to resist the urge to comfort it. You should know better. Then, that crisp voice sounded again, and this time Beiming Xiantian detected even more emotional fluctuations in its tone. It was just like a little girl taken to the amusement park by her parents who got lost because they were too busy having fun, and when her careless parents finally found her after she'd been bullied by other kids, the girl complained resentfully. Why did you take so long to find me? I'm mad at you. With a boom, the fireball, which had just shrunk to about 2 meters in diameter, suddenly expanded again. As if sensing Beiming Xiantian had discovered her little secret, the little girl began waving her arms and acting coquettishly like a child throwing a tantrum before its parents. All right, I was truly wrong. I shouldn't have thought that way. Beiming Xiantian's lips curled into a faint smile, though he dared not dwell on the mental image of that small girl standing with hands on hips, head raised high, glaring reproachfully at the neglectful parental figure. That childish voice, which seemed increasingly aligned with his imagination, rang out once more. You'd best not provoke me. Otherwise I'll make sure you can never cast fireball again. Beiming Xiantian scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, but this threat suddenly reminded him of his original purpose for coming here. Hurriedly addressing the fireball now restored to basketball size, he said, I sincerely apologize. It's true I neglected you before. But why did you prevent me from casting spells earlier? The little girl, or rather, the fireball spell, seemed quite displeased with Beiming Xiantian's earlier imaginings about it. After emitting 2 dissatisfied humps, it finally said, I am the noble flame spirit. Why should I transform into that detestable ice magic? I refuse. But I truly need your help. Beiming Xiantian said unwillingly. The little fireball's flames rippled again. I know, you just want to obtain that ice-type inheritance. A scene instantly appeared in Beiming Xiantian's mind, a pretty little girl pouting and saying to her parent, why did you buy candy for him but not for me? Mustn't think about it, mustn't. Bai Ming Xiantian immediately cut off his imagination because the moment he started imagining, he saw the fireball spell tremble violently again, almost swelling up once more. Well, as my skill, you can't refuse to let me cast you on your own good. Obey. Bai Ming Xiantian clumsily tried to placate the fireball spell's displeasure. I refuse. The fireball spell seemed to have accumulated a bellyful of resentment and simply wouldn't listen to Bai Ming Xiantian's coaxing. Bai Ming Xiantian felt a sourness at the roots of his teeth. He had previously helped take care of children in his clan before. That headache, that feeling was simply unbearable. He only went once and never went again. But this time, encountering this minor fireball technique he had neglected for too long, Bai Ming Xiantian had no idea how to coax it. He regretted not learning more from the kindergarten teachers in his clan about how to care for children. What a splitting headache. Wait. Bai Ming Xiantian's eyes lit up, then he spoke gently. Little Fire, can I call you Little Fire from now on? Sensing no rejection from the minor fireball technique, Bai Ming Xiantian continued. Little Fire calls itself the minor fireball technique but also says it's a flame spirit. I've even heard your cry, which seems like some kind of immortal bird. What's really going on here? First trick in child coaxing skills, interrupt their train of thought and change the subject. Hearing Bai Ming Xiantian's words, the minor fireball technique showed no signs of agitation, allowing Bai Ming Xiantian to breathe a sigh of relief. I am the first flame born between heaven and earth, naturally the spirit of fire. Xiao Hua's voice carried a hint of pride. But to manifest in your world, I must take on a form, which became one of your skills, fireball. What about the bird call? Bai Ming Xiantian appropriately probed, letting the other party know he was listening attentively. To cultivate, one must adopt the form of a living creature. Even as the spirit of fire, I'm no exception, and the form I took is that of a bird. As he spoke, Xiao Hua rippled with energy and soon transformed into a vermilion firebird. The moment Bai Ming Xiantian laid eyes on the firebird, he couldn't help but marvel. It was breathtakingly beautiful. Its entire body was composed of flames, with a slender yet flawlessly proportioned figure, delicate pink limbs, a graceful elongated neck, a sharp beak, and long plume feathers atop its head. Xiao Hua's avian form far surpassed the beauty of any bird Bai Ming Xiantian had ever seen in the real world. You're so beautiful. Do you have any relation to fire-type divine beasts like the vermilion bird or phoenix? After admiring for a while, Bai Ming Xiantian steadied his mind and spoke again. Second technique for coaxing children, necessary praise and gradual persuasion. Of course I'm the first flame-born creature between heaven and earth. Little Fire stretched its slender neck and flapped its wings, seemingly very pleased with Bai Ming Xiantian's compliment. Since the vermilion bird and phoenix are fire-type divine birds, naturally they're my descendants. After all flames in the world ultimately originated from me. So arrogant but impressive. Bai Ming Xiantian thought to himself, then attempted to use eyes like torches on Little Fire. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that in this mental space, eyes like torches could still be activated. However, when normally used outside, eyes like torches would only give Bai Ming Xiantian a slight warm sensation. But the first time he used eyes like torches in the mental space, two flames instantly blazed up in Bai Ming Xiantian's eyes. However, as the one who cast the detection spell, Bai Ming Xiantian remained unaware of this. He mistakenly thought his spell hadn't caught Xiao Hua's attention. Soon, the detection spell returned information from Xiao Hua, who was proudly stretching its wings. Prime Fire Vermilion Bird, Grade Unknown, Level Unknown. All other information unknown. Just as expected. Too powerful to obtain any information. But at least he learned that this flame spirit called Xiao Hua shared its name with his fireball technique Prime Fire Vermilion Bird. This name seemed more prestigious than the commonly known fire attribute divine beasts like Vermilion Bird or Phoenix that Bai Ming Xiantian was familiar with. Chapter 64, Bai Ming Xiantian's Persistence, Prime Fire Vermilion Bird's Confusion. Chirp. As if sensing Bai Ming Xiantian's thoughts, Xiao Hua happily chirped again. Feeling Xiao Hua's improved mood, Bai Ming Xiantian felt quite satisfied with his two child-pleasing tricks. He thought to strike while the iron was hot. Little Flame, you're so powerful. How did you end up becoming one of my skills? Third trick in coaxing children, lure the child into the urn, then control and conquer. Little Flame stretched its body again and continued crisply, I'm not entirely sure either. I only know that if I didn't become your skill, I might never have escaped that unknown cage. A cage. Bai Ming Xiantian's heart stirred. He seemed to have uncovered something terrifying. If Little Flame's previous words weren't lies, as the primordial fire vermilion bird, its status might even surpass that of the fire divine beast Zhuke and the fire spirit blazing phoenix. But even such a noble primordial fire vermilion bird actually had the experience of being imprisoned in a cage. Who could possibly possess such tremendous power to imprison even Little Flame? And it needed to become his skill to escape that cage. Little Flame, how were you locked in that cage? Bai Ming Xiantian asked with genuine concern. It's truly infuriating that such an innocent little primordial fire vermilion bird would be imprisoned in a cage. I don't know either. When I woke up from slumber one time, I found myself already imprisoned. Xiao Hua Little Fire thought for a moment and answered casually. Bai Ming Xiantian smiled helplessly. He had read about this in the Chaos game materials. Legendary divine beasts like the vermilion bird and black tortoise, though designed into the game, would spend almost all their time in deep slumber due to their overwhelming power. For a supreme being like the primordial fire vermilion bird, a fire spirit even more special than the vermilion bird and phoenix, sleeping for hundreds or thousands of years casually would be perfectly normal. Bai Ming Xiantian suddenly thought of a question. Xiaohua, what's your current power level? Why have you only reached yellow rank? After I woke up, I found I had regressed to my initial state of primal flames when I was first born. Xiaohua gently shook her head, her crimson beak moving as she said, it wasn't until recently when I absorbed considerable external energy that my spiritual awareness awakened. Bai Ming Xiantian understood everything clearly. When the system first notified him about Little Fire developing spiritual awareness, it was precisely when Nanrong Xiaoyan from the Nanrong family attacked him with fireball spells. This was how he obtained the status effective immune to all fireball spell attacks. So it turned out that all those fireballs had been absorbed by Little Fire in its fireball form. Later I devoured 2 more skills, which allowed me to initially restore the spiritual form of the primordial vermilion bird. Little Fire's crisp voice sounded so clear within the spiritual awareness space, making Bai Ming Xiantian suddenly feel a pang of heartache for this little creature. Chirp, chirp. Not knowing how to respond to Bai Ming Xiantian's thoughts, Little Fire let out 2 chirping sounds. But deep down, she found herself slightly less annoyed by this guy who had intentionally kept his distance from her at first. What Bai Ming Xiantian didn't know was that if he had used fireball spells more frequently during the early game stages, the primordial vermilion bird could have regained its spiritual form much sooner. But because Bai Ming Xiantian stubbornly insisted on using ice spells, the primordial vermilion bird never got the chance to absorb spiritual energy. In the end, it was only by actively devouring external fire attribute spiritual energy and consuming 2 fire-based skills that she finally managed to restore her primordial vermilion bird form. This was why, when Bai Ming Xiantian first met the primordial vermilion bird, he could sense her intense dissatisfaction. Little Flame, I don't want to deceive you. The reason I came here is actually to borrow your power to complete a challenge. Bai Ming Xiantian hesitated for a moment before speaking with sincerity. After learning about Little Flame's experiences and her childlike mentality, Bai Ming Xiantian truly couldn't bear to deceive her any further. Humph. Upon hearing Bai Ming Xiantian's words, Little Flame turned away as if sulking, but there was a faint glimmer of light in her eyes. Little Flame, Bai Ming Xiantian was genuinely poor at interpersonal communication. After a quiet pause, Little Flame gently turned back to him and said, why are you so determined to obtain that annoying ice attribute inheritance? I have plenty of inheritances here, you can have any of them. As he spoke, several streaks of firelight flew over, and Bai Ming Xiantian received notifications. Ding, the primordial fire vermilion bird has opened the inheritance quest Flame Sacred Ancestor for you. Will you accept? Ding, the primordial fire vermilion bird has opened the inheritance quest Fire Winged War God for you. Will you accept? Ding, the primordial fire vermilion bird has opened the inheritance quest Inferno Fist Sage for you. Will you accept? Ding, the primordial fire vermilion bird has opened the inheritance quest Blazing Sky Arrow God for you. Will you accept? A series of fire element inheritance quest notifications left Bai Ming Xiantian utterly astonished. This was simply unbelievable. What were these fire element inheritances? They were hidden professions. He never expected he could gain so many hidden professions all at once, truly worthy of the primordial fire vermilion bird, the spirit of flames. Its heritage was incredibly rich. From fire mages to close combat flame warriors, flame archers, it had everything. Even Bai Ming Xiantian was shocked to see the Flame Sacred Ancestor inheritance among them. Judging by its name, this seems to be precisely the strongest fire-based profession that could rival the Frost Saint Ancestor inheritance I've been yearning for. Although Bai Ming Xiantian was within his consciousness space, he could feel his heart pounding violently, with boiling blood rushing to his head. This almost shattered his long-standing determination. At the edge of the chaotic sea in the external world, Zhu Xian saw Bai Ming Xiantian squatting by the seawater, holding a diamond staff dipped into the sea with one hand, suddenly becoming motionless, which struck her as utterly inexplicable. After curiously approaching Bai Ming Xiantian, Zhu Xian detected a faintly repulsive aura emanating from his body. Just as she was about to nudge Bai Ming Xiantian, telling him to stop stalling and either continue the challenge or admit defeat, Zhu Xian suddenly witnessed flames surging across Bai Ming Xiantian's face. Then, with his eyes still tightly shut, Bai Ming Xiantian's face flushed as if all the blood in his body had instantly rushed upward, turned completely crimson. Little one, what are you thinking about with such intense firepower? Zhu Xian spoke softly, looking somewhat disdainfully at Bai Ming Xiantian's nearly steamed face. Let me cool you down. Zhu Xian initially wanted to stay away from Bai Ming Xiantian, who was radiating the firelight she disliked, but remembered he was chosen by Zhuaning and couldn't really let anything happen to him. Thus, Zhu Xian extended her hand as a pale blue halo surged from her fingertips, enveloping Bai Ming Xiantian's head. In his consciousness space, the emotionally turbulent Bai Ming Xiantian suddenly felt a wave of refreshing coolness in his mind, instantly pulling him back from his previous state of deliberation. He then heard the little fire in front of him snort coldly and say, "Well, found any inheritance you like? I can grant it to you directly." Bai Ming Xiantian gently shook his head, his face regaining its usual composure. He looked at Little Flame's confident expression and smiled. "I've made my decision. Thank you, Little Flame. Although these legacies are all extremely precious, I still don't want to accept them. I want to continue completing the challenge of the Frost Saint's legacy." You sob. The tiny primordial flame sparrow hadn't anticipated that North Dark would give such an answer. Suddenly at a loss for words, she began crying out while flying wildly through the consciousness space. North Dark could only shake his head helplessly. How could he not know the value of these fire-type legacies? Even if they weren't the highest-ranking legacy like the Flame Saint, any of the hidden professions collected by Little Flame would shock everyone as extremely rare occupations. But North Dark clearly understood that once he accepted the fire-type legacy offered by Little Flame, it would mean the complete collapse of the values and principles he had upheld for 18 years. For all 18 years of his life, his sole-sustaining goal had been to become an ice-type superhuman. His entry into chaos was also motivated by the desire to experience ice abilities unattainable in reality. Thus, whether in reality or the game, becoming an ice-type ability user had always been the spiritual pillar that sustained him till now. But if he accepted the fire-type inheritance and became a fire-type ability user, even within chaos, it would deal a devastating blow to Bai Ming Xuantian's psyche. Though Bai Ming Xiantian knew his stubborn persistence might appear foolish, stupid, obtuse, or dense to outsiders, he was willing to remain such an ice-obsessed fool, such an idiot. Just like the game ID he had chosen for himself, Ice Block till death. Even understanding that challenging Elder Zuxian's quest without Little Flame's assistance almost guaranteed failure, he still refused to abandon his lifelong conviction for this reason. Woo. The little primordial fire vermilion bird, sensing Bai Ming Xuantian's thoughts, grew increasingly restless in the consciousness space, circling above his head while letting out agitated cries. Bai Ming Xiantian suddenly felt something strange on his face, but when he reached up to touch it, he found nothing unusual. External world. Zhu Xian heaved a deep sigh of relief upon seeing Bai Ming Xuantian's complexion return to normal. However, after Bai Ming Xiantian was hit by her mind-cleansing charm, he still hadn't recovered from this special state. Unable to resist, Zhu Xian reached out and pinched his cheek. After a long while, the little fire finally landed in front of Bai Ming Xiantian, but it appeared thoroughly displeased. Little fire, Bai Ming Xiantian could sense its mood but still spoke helplessly. "Aren't you afraid I might forbid you from using fireball spells anymore? What if you fail that so-called Frost Saint Ancestors challenge then?" Little fire's voice carried clear irritation. "It's alright. Even if I can't obtain the Frost Saint's inheritance, I'll continue practicing as an ice mage." Bai Ming Xiantian replied patiently. "Do you realize what tremendous opportunity you're missing? Do you know how much easier your cultivation would be with my help?" Little Flame said reproachfully, her tone carrying a hint of grievance. She truly couldn't understand. She had encountered so many people before who tried to curry favor with her. But why would this guy before her prefer pursuing that elusive ice inheritance rather than accepting her powerful fire inheritance?